everyone. I'm back again. Need a little bit of break from streaming because my computer infuriates me. And now my headset's broken. Most of my keyboard is broken. So, mostly going to be watching videos. Yep. But let me see if this is set up. Looks like we're good to go. Groovy. I don't know if I've ever seen it say 0 viewers before. It's kind of crazy. Whatever. So, I'll let this Instagram post do its thing for a second. Willow, you're wonderful. Oh, thanks, Blue. Welcome back to my stream. Everything's broken. But I figured I should still stream, right? Because wanted to reach affiliate for a reason, so I can get some sort of revenue. So for me to just not take advantage of that's kind of stupid. So guess I'll do it. I just won't have a camera. My microphone will cut in and out. My headset won't work. It's like not sitting on my head very well because the frame's broken now. So Don't know if I'm going to be able to hear the videos very well, but I'm going to try to keep the headset on my head. Very frustrating. And random keyboard keys are just falling off now. Like the comma fell off. Like I don't even use that very often, like for gaming. Like why would I? I don't know. It's just stupid. It's okay to be broken if we still try. I suppose so. Is that a good place for the chat box? Maybe. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. Make on getting back to a good place, even if it takes a little time. Yeah. I just need a better life. I don't know. It reminded me too much of my life. Of like how everything in my life just gets fucked up all the time. Even when things start going well, something else gets fucked up. Out of nowhere. And streaming was starting to go pretty well, you know? So. Hey, Coffee. Welcome back to my stream. Terry the Clown 21. Hi, Terry. You're welcome for the welcome. I just noticed that comment on my picture there. Looks like it was 3 days ago on a post that's like over 6 months old. May I draw you? Yeah. Yeah, Wesley. Go for it. There's my new Streamlabs post. Yeah. I feel like my face is breaking out again. The fuck? It's okay, Jazz. Also, some sad news. I'm not sure what's going on with Jasmine, but I don't think Jasmine's in the best health. She hasn't been eating, and she's just kind of hasn't really been herself. And she's just been laying around the bed and like licking herself, but not really seeming very happy. And she's incredibly skinny. She's had a bit of a personality shift. She's been making some, aggressive noises when being touched, as opposed to how she was before. So I'm not sure what's going on with her, but I'm worried. Pretty worried. Is that you in the picture? Yeah, Terry, it is. Is he the Dread Pirate Wesley or the Dread Pirate Roberts? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little confused as well. Yeah, it's not good. I don't know what you can help me with, Bloop. I mean, I don't have money to take her to the vet, so you have a bunch of veterinarian money because, that would be helpful, but vets are very, very expensive. Not know what can be done for her, really. Wow, nice. You look great. Thank you, Terry. I assumed you were somebody else when you came in here. I don't know either, but I want to help if I can. I appreciate that, Blue. Can we just go for a checkup? Yeah, it's just, it costs money. I don't have any money. Actually, I don't even have a vet here in this area. I've never taken them to the vet in this area. So, don't know. She's just been sleeping all day long the last few days. Last couple of days, anyways. She ate some treats when I gave her the treats, but she didn't eat all of them. She usually like scarfs them down. But at least she ate some of them. But like she hasn't been getting up to like, drink water or use the bathroom or anything. She's been laying here. So I don't know what to do. I'd almost want to say that it seems like she's constipated and that's why she's in pain, but she hasn't been eating. So, I mean, that could also be why she's not using the bathroom because she hasn't been putting anything in her stomach. So, I don't know. I don't know. Anyhow, I didn't mean to be sad on the stream. Um, so I'll just hope for the best for her, I guess. Um, so as far as streaming goes, I'm going to see how my headset performs while we're watching this video. And maybe I can play some Skyrim later or something. Or maybe even Smite, if I can still hear from the headset, which no longer conforms to my head correctly. Are you crying? No, I'm just upset. Not crying. I was a little bit yesterday, but I'm okay right now. I'm just worried about her. It's okay to be sad at times, Willa. Pets are special. Yep. Very, very special. These cats are probably more special to me than most pets are to people, because they're kind of the only things that have been keeping me alive. So it'd be pretty devastating to lose them. And I don't know what that would mean for my future, because I wouldn't have a whole lot left to live for if they weren't around. So, I mean, Lucy's still very much active and seems to be completely herself. So, um, but Jasmine's always like the lovey-dovey one. Lucy, not so much. Lucy just has her own thing, and she likes to love from a distance. And Jasmine likes to cuddle and, be close to me. Um, so I'd be very sad if I lost her. Pets are the same as family? Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yep, 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 yep. I probably should take her to the vet, though. I don't know what, because what if it is something that can be solved easily? I don't know. She could have some sort of a blockage somewhere or something, that can be solved, and then she'd be, good to go again. So I don't know. So we'll have to see what happens. I'd also have to have Jerry help me get her to the vet because I can't really drive anywhere right now because my car doesn't work. So, seems like nothing works right now. Hi, beginner. You enjoy me playing at my club. Thanks. I haven't seen it yet, beginner. I just got on stream just recently. Can look for places that helps. Sure. I'd probably just take her to wherever Jerry takes his dog, because he has a dog. So wherever he takes his dog, I imagine that would be the vet that we would go to. I don't really want to suppose to spend Jerry's money on especially that quantity, especially when he doesn't really have much money right now. I don't know if that's, but I mean, I know he cares about the cats too, so. Tell me to bend the knee. Okay. Bend the knee, beginner. I'm Willow Targaryen, first of her name. Willow Targaryen. That's actually a pretty cool name. Maybe I'll change my name to Willow Targaryen. Can you just change your last name like that? Probably, huh? All right. So I do need to catch up on the Smite SPL stuff because I missed the whole weekend. I don't know what were we doing? Was I just sleeping? I think I just stayed up really late doing GTA, right? And then I just slept and I kept sleeping through the SPL. So we got to catch up on SPL. You can change your name to whatever the hell you want if you pay for it, lol. That's true. Like that football player, Ocho Cinco, because he was, his number was 85, so he changed his last name to Ocho Cinco, so that way he was Ocho Cinco on his jersey. It's a little nuts, but okay. Just a tad narcissistic. Okay, so let's find this video. Actually, let's do our Wordle first. I don't think we've done Wordle in a couple days, so... Wordle. Names. Oopsie. That's not how you spell names. What the hell? That's a thing? I thought you meant O.J. Simpson at first. Like maybe he tried changing it to avoid all the drama, lol. Oh, no, I didn't. Did he? I don't know if he did that or not. I don't think he did that. No, but yeah, there's a football player. I don't know what his name was beforehand, but he changed his last name to Ocho Cinco because he was number 85 on his team. And now his last name is Ocho Cinco. Like legally. Uh-huh. NFL player. Hmm. Um, I don't think OJ did that either. Uh-huh. Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco. That was his name, Chad Johnson. That's cool, I guess. Okay, so there's basically no letters in this word. That's cool. Ocho Cinco and Chad Johnson both sound like fake names. They really do. Ocho Cinco, I think, was all one word, also, by the way. I don't think it was two words, which is even more ridiculous. But, you know, that's what people do. People are crazy. Uh, hmm. Chad Ocho Cinco Johnson, known from 2008 2012 as Chad Ocho Cinco, is a former American football wide receiver. I hate his name. Yeah, me too. Me too. I didn't know his name was Chad Johnson. That's even worse. What a Chad. Mm-hmm. That's pretty funny. Mm, welcome back from the ad break? Maybe? Question mark? Is this word peasy? Is that like Peesy? Like easy peasy? I don't think that's how that's even spelled. Um, I don't see any ads when I'm using a VPN. Oh, okay. I guess your ads are just late. I really wish I hadn't broken my headset. That sucks. Really sucks. Everything sucks. Mm, doesn't end in E. It probably does have a Y in it. Hmm. Um, right. I guess it's peasy. I don't see any other words. Like Phesh? Fesh? Uh, let's see if peasy is a word. That doesn't look like that should be a word. Um, okay. Peasy's not a valid word. Imagine that. Imagine my surprise. Could be peaks, but there doesn't end in an S. Lots of things it could be if it ended in an S, but it doesn't end in an S. So, uh, yep. Pessy. Could end in SH, but peesh? Mm. Get in an SK. ESK. So, Fesk. Mm, yeah. Okay. You guys have any ideas? It's a pretty weird one. Pesky? Yeah, it could be pesky, huh? That's a good guess, Coffee. Let's try it. That's a really hard word. I think you got it. Nice. Nicely done. Great job. Making someone annoyed or irritated. I can't think of anybody like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, I'm a very good little pest, aren't I? No, not really. Woo! Oh, well, that worked out really well. Huh. Okay. Well, oh, I was going to do cramp, but there's a T still. Uh, I guess you could do tramp, but I kind of wanted to use the C. Yeah. Well, we'll keep the C in mind, I guess. I think the T is probably more important. So tramp it is. Okay. That's probably good enough. Let's just solve it. I might end in ale. Uh, and that's it. So no. Uh, liar, liary. There's no S, so it can't be liars. Um, it could be briar. No, there's no R in the second one though. Yeah, and it also has to be an L. Mm, Flare. That's a good one. Flare is definitely a good one. I was thinking Blair at first, but Blair is kind of more of a name. And then so was Claire. Flare works though. Kind of needs an L too. LOL. Yep. Woo! That probably is Flare. Because all the rest I can think of are names. Mm, and the R can't be second. Okay, so Flare counts as a name too, right? Does it? Cinco would. Let's try Flare. Flare it is. Splendid. Poggers. Hello, Poggers. 2020 new. GG Bloop. G fucking G. Look at all the fours. That's crazy, actually. I kind of missed Wordle. Wordle's fun. I can do Wordle without needing my keyboard to work. I'm good on my chest. Why is it? What the hell? Look at the, what is the size? There we go. That was weird. I think I'm good on my chess games for a little bit. Yeah, I am. So good. Look at all these people that want to play. There's like, that's a lot of games. And that's just like this list. I don't know. What is this? Uh, oh, wow. Um, what? Hey, Coffee, how you doing? Bloop and Willow and nobody else? That's funny. Meeting this guy. Hey, Willow, tell Coffee to say hi to me. Okay, well, this is clearly Dante. Doing math, things could be better, but I'm trying. Thank you, Coffee. Wow, look at this accuracy. Really? I had a 91.6 accuracy in this game? That's a little crazy. I wish I could play that well every game, but the Scotch game? I played the Scotch game 14 times. I didn't know that. I don't even know what the Scotch game is. Apparently that's the Scotch game, though. Wait, go back. Oh, I did used to do that. This game must have started a long time ago because I did used to do that sometimes. I would do King's Pawn, which was normally responded to with that. And then when they protected, I would do this to create the Scotch game. I forgot about that. It's been a long time. My greeting should be good enough, poggers. You overlooked a better way to develop a piece. Did I? Did I, though? Are you sure? Looked pretty good to me. Do you want me to bring out the knight instead? Is that what you're going for? Yep, that's what I figured. Like, you brought out the bishop, send the knight. Okay. So what? Whatever. Excellent. This is the way to win material. You capitalize on your opponent's mistake and are now winning. Yeah, I did. That's a good move. GG's. Hey, Coffee, how's it going? Blush. Is it? Is it a mistake? This move might cause trouble. Are you sure? Well, yeah, if you play it like that, I wouldn't do that. But okay. Um, you want it here instead? Ah, party horn. Notice me, senpai. What does senpai mean again? What do they want from me? You want me to move here? Okay. Well, I wanted it there for a reason. So that way they couldn't go here. So, good job. Yep. And now they went there, and now I have to move. So that's why I didn't do it. Wow, that's a... Okay. Well, shit. Maybe I'm wrong. Do that again? Uh-huh. Huh. Okay. Well, I don't know if they should have made the moves they made, but... What's up, party horns? You have 0 will-o-wisp? Dang, son. Can I have 1K? Yeah, you can have 1K. Hold on. What's your name? Poggers. Unable to find Poggers 2020 new. Oh, well, I guess I can't because I'm unable to find you. I don't know why, but that's what it says. Must have been banned. I don't think he did anything worth banning yet. This move might cause trouble. That doesn't look like trouble to me. That's what trouble looks like? Mm. Well, the hug command worked. Who's Mandy? That's me. Mm-hmm. It's my only account that's not starting with Willow. Because my first Smite accounts had the name Mandy instead. Mm-hmm. It's crazy that this is a move that caused trouble when I have all of their pieces. I have a bishop, a knight, and a rook. They have nothing. And that's what trouble looks like. I don't think that was trouble, but no problem. Um, maybe here. There you go. Ta-da. Congrats on your win. Thank you. That's not the one. Does it say when it started? Yeah, 7-day game. Oh, wow. It started in May 2021. This game went for almost a year. Scotch game. Probably got like 3 points. Not even that. I had one king move and gave me an accuracy of 68.35. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Well, without that one king move, I would have had even higher accuracy. Oh well. Okay. Uh, You have to talk strangers to not be strangers anymore, though. That's true. Albert Einstein. I don't know. It seems like you're a bully. I might just report you instead. Where are my hearts? All right. So. Right.
And remember,
Hydrate
or die.
I choose die. What's the date today? Today's Monday, the 18th. I haven't done my taxes. Let me hydrate real quick. We can try it again. Oh my gosh, I can't spell points. Oh my gosh, give me the T. There it goes. There you go. It worked that time. Now you have 1,000. You're welcome. Nice. Now you have 4,000. That was easy. Why does it do this? Why'd you do this? I scroll down so it scrolls way, way down. Like, do you think that's what I wanted to do? No. Because nobody would want to do that. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Fucking stupid fucks. Yep. Dude, all these SEC teams. Wait, was this Thursday? Well, it was 4 days ago. 4 days ago was Thursday, huh? I'm supposed to be looking for 3 days ago. This is going to be all SEC. I'm an idiot. Hey, everybody, look at me. I'm an idiot. Feels good. We should watch SEC games too, but it's just too much. It's too much stuff to watch, you know? You gotta pick and choose which ones you're gonna watch. Hello. There you go. That's the one. But why? What? What are you guys saying? High roller. Yep. Hey, coffee, stick with me. We're gonna go far. Stab progress with a stick. That's funny. Wait, is it your stick sticking with you? Oh, comedian, aren't you? Please not smite anything else. Hey, coffee, do you really think I'm a bully? Meow. Hey, Lucy. What's up, baby? Oh, I've got to turn off the stupid things.
the beginning of the end for you.
To the sky!
Bestowed upon you the power of the sun. A mighty sword!
Leave her alone.
Strike while the iron's hot. For Camelot! For Avalon! Let the heavens rain! I am Ragnarok!
Lucy, what'd I say? Hey, psst. Hi.
Hello and welcome
Leave her alone.
to the SPL Season 9, Phase 1, Week 3. Heat 1 if Mifflin gets his way. I don't know. If you were watching the SEC, that one's for you. I'm not going to explain it. This has been a very, very fun, competitive phase as so far. My name's Gormizer. Joining me again on the desk, it's Mifflin. And Mifflin, so far, not a single team has remained undefeated, which, we had mentioned it on Waiting Room, but normally, at this point, you have, like, one team that just hasn't been beaten yet, like 2 weeks of nothing but 2-0s. It's been a slog. It feels like that's the start of the last two seasons. This time around, a bunch of 3-game sets. Everyone's taking games off of everyone. It's topsy-turvy. The Leviathans were like 6th in the standings or something ridiculous. We can look at the schedule for it and see. You're saying 5th. I'm saying 6th. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember I just looked at it within the last 10 minutes, and I still can't remember.
Too.
So he's saying 6. We'll see how that one comes out. And of course, look at our schedule for the week. A lot of fun games for it. You covered a lot of those on the
What is that
Telestrator
green face
that we
thing?
just saw. The one that wasn't mentioned, the one that the voting is now closed for, if you were trying to vote for it in client, is the Valkyries and the Bolts, Mifflin. And this is one I'm very excited for. The Valkyries, I think, have just my excitement peaked because of what this team can bring. Later on today, we're going to be looking at the Leviathans taking on the Scarabs. Match of the week tomorrow.
Punch
the
trees?
Brothers
That
Mid
one's called
against
Punch
each other.
Trees?
Valkyries
It's a
and
creeper?
the
Oh,
Dragons
cool.
taking each other on. It's the new kids on the block with a lot of
Green
veterans
face
and
thing,
Pagon
yeah.
on the other side. That is going to be very
I don't
fun.
know stuff.
And then, of course, the 3-set Sunday. Make sure you show up
pretty
at
ignorant.
11 a.m. to see the Scarabs and the Titans take each other on that day before we get into the lengthy SBL that it is. And there they are, sitting a lot further down than you would expect. 2-2 for the Leviathans, your current reigning world
I'm
champs.
going to be eating
Right
a
there
banana
below.
all sexy
Warriors
like,
tied with
and
the
nobody's going to be able to see me.
Dragons. A lot of teams sitting up at the top,
Okay.
2-1. Kings
what
currently
we do.
with the crown on top. And so a lot of expectations
Well,
that are going to be
what
met. We'll see. I
model
think the
headset
thing right
is
now
your
for
ears?
me, Scarabs 1 and 2, where exactly they're going to get their next
This
win.
is called the
specifically
Razor
Valkyries 0 and 3,
Kraken
when they're
with a
going to get
K.
their
You know,
first
Kraken?
win is on my mind.
Razor Kraken
and I'm,
Kitty Edition, I think it's
I'm
called.
not thinking it's going to be today, Gore.
No?
Not against the
Not
Bolts.
feeling it here?
They just
I don't
beat
know
the
how to
Levi's
open it up,
2-0.
though.
Like,
I don't
Yeah,
see a way to
but,
take it
like,
apart. To,
okay, there's
Yeah.
no but like
Fix
when
it.
a 3-time falls and a 2-0, that's like
I don't think it's
news in
possible.
itself.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It's news in
It's
and of itself.
news.
Okay, well that's what we're going to be worried about there. The Valkyries, though, Mifflin, on the other side, they're the team that we kind of want to zone in on. A
show
little
me
bit
your
here.
banana.
And
Bet mine is
specifically
bigger.
talking about like where their strengths
might be.
and maybe some of the weaknesses are. We've seen a lot of promise from this team. Notable 3 guys now sitting in the studio. The rest have their visas and are on their way. So soon enough, we will have all of the Valkyries here to play. But as of right now, you can see, it feels like a growing number. It was just a couple of weeks ago when it was just Benny Q sitting there, completely
yeah,
alone.
that was sad.
Well, you had the pictures.
He had the pictures. I think we threw some
okay,
mannequins next
Kraken
to him.
Kitty.
So
Yeah.
that he
I
could
have
hang
an
out.
idea.
But it's actually one of the 2 guys that isn't in that booth that we're going to be taking a peek at. Wowie, specifically, to kind of talk about. Because Wowie
Razor
has had
Kraken Kitty
a
Edition.
tumultuous couple of years in the SBL. You go back to last year in the SEC, looks really good.
Razor
But you look here,
spelled
a
weird,
0.8
though.
KDA over the first 2 weeks, not exactly where you want to be as a carry.
That's like the only KDA I've seen in my tenure as a caster that I have better than in my SPL career. That's a good feeling.
Well,
to have.
that's just this year. Hold on.
That's just this year,
I was going to say,
okay.
give him some credit. His
Okay.
career is higher.
Okay, well, you didn't have to put me on blast like that. But yeah, you're right to say that Wowie has had an up and down career. Back on Obey, struggling to find wins, drops down to the SEC, has now fought his way all the way back up to the SPL.
Nobody's
and
ignoring
has,
you, Poggers.
In most recent interview, said, I was confused why he wasn't in the SPL. And, well, now it's the time to prove it. I think that his play style is still very similar to what it was on Obey, and that he is a much more reserved laner. I feel like Wowie is like that tried and true 2015
Coffee's just trolling
ADC.
you.
Like, I'm
Blue
not
might be
taking a
ignoring
play
you.
unless it's guaranteed. I'm
not
not
ignoring
stepping
you,
up unless it's getting me a kill. I'm not taking a 50%er. I'm not taking a 60%er. It's got to be guaranteed. And that's when he finds his strides, which is why we so often see him. You pick up like double kills or triple kills around these early engagements, or have a very quiet laning phase. Those are the 2 versions of Wowie. It's either big explosive play.
Already
in the
gave you
beginning, and
1K.
It's kind of peters out, or it's I'm going to wait until I can rotate in towards these objectives. I'm going to become that guy who shuts down towers.
My
who
headset
shuts
feels
down
really,
fire
really
trucks,
warm.
be that
Like there's
fluid for my
something
team.
wrong
Very
inside of it.
consistent, but maybe not the highest top end we've ever seen.
Well, and I'd give him a lot of credit because I think that, we often talk about, like, there's some players that are out there and they're going to play for KDA. Vin is not one of them. He's like the opposite of that. He likes to dive and jump in there. But then there are some that
If you
wanna
say
play
please,
safe,
then
they wanna
yeah.
play a little further behind. It's maybe not an obsession with making their numbers look good. Maybe it is. We'll have to ask them about it, I guess. But I think Wowie is one of those guys that comes in for the late game and just plays the way he's supposed to play, does what the team needs. And maybe it doesn't reflect that well on his numbers, but then when you look at the team as a whole,
He
he
went to 10K.
Their squad in a 5-on-5. Unfortunately for him, though, we actually had a highlight.
Is black
him
or
soloing
pink more
Zapman,
preferable
so
color?
maybe not,
Well,
unfortunately for him. He's going to go up against someone who's
I'm
been doing
probably
it just
pink.
as long, if not maybe longer, than Zap. It's going to be Bera who is playing there on the bolts for the other side. And just like you said,
'Cause
this
that's
is
what
a
I
team
have.
that really freshly just 2-0'd the world champs. So this is something that is going to be an interesting dual lane matchup for the Hunters.
Yeah, I think it is. Barracuda is reminiscent of Wowie in that he is another player that generally will play a little bit more passively, will wait it out, but in recent years has diversified his approach to the laning phase. Barracuda of 2015, 2014, 2016 isn't locking in Scotty and playing these aggressive dash-in, just get-in-your-face styles. Now he's capable of doing that. He's also capable of, when he needs to, playing things like the Jingwei or playing further back or just passively and waiting for his opportunity to move in towards these objectives. And now the Olympus Bolts essentially have diversified their win conditions, whereas in the past, I'd argue, it was almost always going to be through Ven, or it was almost always going to be through
I don't think you
Lastra.
should gamble all
Now
of it
they're
at
willing
once.
to play through that duo lane, and it has made them a much more difficult team to lock
But you're
down
welcome.
in how they approach the match. I've been very impressed with Barracuda's breadth of God pool. It's a very wide pool he's got for himself.
I think the willingness, not just from him, but the team to play some of those picks as well is what is maybe most interesting overall. I mean, granted, now we're looking at some highlights where it's like, okay, well, you were playing Oleron, so like you ulted and then you smacked people, but like you said, being willing to pull out pretty much anything that might, like, if it is in the Hunter tab, and sometimes if it's in the Mage tab, he'll play it, and whether or not it's going to do
in
well.
the meta, out of
Yeah,
the
it's
meta,
gonna, it's
we
gonna
don't
be
care.
depending on maybe more dependent on if Jake beside him is doing the setup for him.
Good
It's been a
job.
lot of interesting, I want to say, dynamics over there. But like you mentioned, the Scotties, you mentioned the I guess
Gotta talk about
Chiron's other the
Scotties.
Chiron, if it gets locked in for the bolts, feels like it might get scooped by Vin. It's been an interesting dynamic over there. But what do you expect? Up against like Wowie. Is
Easy
this
clap.
the kind of set where you pull out the weird picks, or is this a set where you just do what we just saw and lock in Oleron?
I think it's a set where you can experiment a little bit. What's the diplomatic way to say it?
I think
limit
you said it.
testing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's gonna limit test a little bit in the lane. Maybe he goes towards the Cerns, maybe the Scotties, maybe he goes in and just plays, I don't know, Medusa. But it's Barracuda. He's
Are you
ever the
trying to
showman.
influence?
I tried to use all the
I'm
emotes and made
hoping
my
to see
phone want to
something cool.
crash.
I was
Oops.
hoping you were trying to influence. He's standing like right over there because we're about to do an interview with him. I was hoping you were like willing some of these gods into his brain. Like they're going to be in picks and bans. He's going to be like, Kern sounds really good. Why am I thinking about that? You said it.
Yeah, Kern's,
You're playing
Kern's
the-
really
the-
good into Medusa specifically. Barracuda, I'm looking at you.
Well, hey, we've got Barra standing by, so we can ask him.
Oh, what's up, guys? I'm here.
Yeah, so I guess some of that. I'm going to ask you the important question to me. I wasn't here last week, so I didn't get to watch this, but you guys just came off a big win against the Leviathans. How's the team feeling about that?
Really confident, but not like over cocky or like, oh my gosh, we can just like sit back and relax now. Also, going into the set, we don't really have much information on Valks, so we're having to take our picks and bans like one step at a time.
That one's
you know,
called My
and kind
Avatar.
of adapt as the set goes on. So just like I said, just because we beat Leviathans
Yeah.
doesn't mean we're taking this set like any lighter at all, or like we're not studying as well.
Especially because this Valks team, at least to me, has been like kind of surprising. They've been able to come into the league a lot stronger than I think a lot of new teams the league have ever been for the SBL. What do you think about like just their dynamic? They play the game, it feels like, differently.
They have a very aggressive dynamic, a very in-your-face, we're just going to fight non-stop, which we like playing into those styles because it just makes for a fun match for us to play, as well as just a fun match for people to watch. So it's just going to be like a brawl fest, I think, this set, and yeah, hopefully it'll be fun.
Now I'm expecting a high kill count. If it's like less than
playing
50
Scotty.
a game,
Yeah.
then it's where we're doing something wrong. I'm excited to watch this one. Hopefully it's going to be
Whoa.
entertaining. Ever the showman, like
Look at
Mifflin
Coffee
said.
go.
Thanks for your time, man. Good luck in the games.
Oh, thank you. Hi, chat. Bye, chat.
Hi, chat. Bye, chat. Vera goes, make sure you get your snack. I know he likes the pregame snacks. He's always
Yeah,
eating.
bread. It's
Well,
bread.
we
Don't
were
call it a
actually,
snack.
what was it?
Oh, thank you.
Kill count. If it's like less than
playing
50
Scotty.
a game,
Yeah.
then it's where we're doing something wrong. I'm excited to watch this one. Hopefully it's going to be entertaining. Ever the showman, like Mifflin said. Thanks for your time, man. Good luck in the games.
Oh, thank you. Bye, chat. Bye, chat.
Hi, chat. Bye, chat. Vera goes, make sure you get your snack. I know he likes the pregame snacks. He's always
Yeah,
eating.
bread. It's
Well,
bread.
we
Don't
were
call it a
actually,
Can't
snack.
steal
what was it
'em.
we were talking about recently? I think it was during the Bolts Media Day when we were asking about whether or not it was like, I think you had mentioned it for like the sugar that is in the bread
Yeah.
because like chess players eat like
Minus
straight up sugar
30,000.
cubes.
Yeah, Barracuda said he's going to spend the next part of the phase almost
did
like
you say?
imitating a
About whether or not it was like, I think you had mentioned it for like the sugar that is in the bread
Yeah.
because like chess players eat like straight up sugar cubes.
Yeah, Barracuda said he's going
I don't
to
eat
spend
sugar
the next
cubes.
part of the phase almost like imitating a horse. He's going to have just like apples and sugar cubes, just ready to keep brain food.
I like the, I do really like the idea of like one of the other Bolts players being like, all right, come here, Bear. Come on.
Scratch his chin.
He scratches his chin while he eats an apple. And there he is going to sit down with the rest of them. They seem relatively relaxed, though, Mifflin, and I think that this is, again, like you said, a set. I'm really curious to see what we're going to see from both of these teams. Because I feel like the Bolts, I mean, they stuck together last year. A majority of that roster is the exact same as it was the year prior. So, like, we kind of got a lot of notes on these guys.
Except for
The
Haddix.
newest addition to it was Haddix, and we've been watching Haddix for a little while. Turns out he's really good at Smite. And while we got to watch what was the Winter Dogs, now the Valkyries on the other side, throughout last year in the SEC, it was a different style of play, different level of game. Things where, like, if they're playing a best of 3 in game 2, you always knew Beniki was going to lock in Anubis because why not? They have a game lead. If he loses, they can just play serious in game 3. And if they win, cool, he's got a great Anubis
I
win
win.
rate, right? So no matter what, you got some fun things out of them. Plus, it was
Look
the
at this
dogs, the
guy.
Winter Dogs that kind
What a
of
nerd.
and you're saying, "Oh my God" to me, but like that's their thing. That's like
Yeah,
that's what they
yeah,
were doing.
I
That's the whole- Okay, but then you going into the SBL, we haven't gotten that same air of them.
Yeah,
I
I
win,
think
I
that
win.
it's something I
What
brought
a
up
nerd.
briefly on the first week of the Vox play. It's that it is going to be a culture shock for them moving from, hey, we were dominating the SEC to now, hey, we're the new guys
Yeah.
in the SPL. Even if they do go up a game, I better not see them pull out the Anubis unless they legitimately think that's their best chance at winning. I don't want to see them going for these goofy, fun plays. The Valkyries are not allowed to limit test. They are not allowed to troll
this
around
guy's
because
hair.
they have not won yet. They need to
His
see
hair's everywhere.
just one go in. They just need to find their first dub, and I think that's when they're going to start to find their stride. Because we know that the Valkyries, when they're playing with a lead, are cleanly.
Yes.
These guys will do it to you quickly, and they will not give you an opportunity to get back into the game. It's whether or not they're able to consistently establish that lead. And I would argue, still one of the weaker
He's
teams
not
at
balding.
playing from behind. So whether or not that happens over the day, whether or not they've been able to alleviate some of those issues. you have to see.
Wow,
Well, that's
90,000.
The guy on your screen there, and of course Wowie, who we talked about a little bit earlier, going to be here soon. I think are going to be very interesting. Picks and bans game number 1. Valkyries will be
That's
the
good.
first pick team.
I wish God liked me
for this
sometimes.
And I'm excited to see, again, how this one completely shakes out for them. First pick, we were talking about it a lot, but like when you have that choice of overall, you have to go for someone that is both going to lift your gameplay, look really good throughout all of it, as well as
Should probably
maybe
ban
be
the
a
Zeus.
good choice against, not necessarily as a counter pick, but just like, hey, we know how the Bolts play, and X is going to be a really solid lock-in against some
Persephone.
things like that. So it has a lot of weight to it.
Yeah, speaking of how the Bolts play, we got
Oh,
to hear
boy.
from Barracuda. He really likes, and the team likes to
Oh,
play
boy.
against these aggressive style of teams. They want to play against
Oh,
the guys that want
boy.
to run it down. They want to play against the players that get proactive in the early. And that made me think immediately back to the Renegade days when this was a team that
Well,
was...
Barra doesn't like to remember those days.
Yeah, well, I'm sure, but I do. And here's the thing. They were the dedicated counterpunchers in the SPL. They were the, hey, you better not make a mistake. We're not going to step up to a gold feeder.
Oh.
We're not going to be the ones that get aggressive, but if you make a mistake, we're going to put one right solidly on your chin and knock you out. Maybe that's a remnant of that. They like playing against these aggressive teams because in getting
Yeah.
aggressive, you open yourself up to more mistakes.
You were
Cleaner.
thinking of season 7. I went back to season 6, and that's a
Ah.
dark time for a lot of this team. They don't like to look at it, but it is going to be
Shiva, top
the Shiva
pick.
first pick. Now, we talked about this a little bit at the beginning of Waiting Room. And I'm curious for your thoughts on it because you weren't there for it. We saw it in, support last week once and then jungle twice. Never was it thrown over into solo or anywhere else. How do you think it's going to fare
Whoa.
here? And the Valks played it in the jungle and won with it. They were
Really?
the only team that won with it last week. Do you think it's going to be able to repeat that process?
I think that Shiva is similar to Gilgamesh and Erlong Shen in that it's
Look
well, maybe
into
more
my
so Erlang Shen.
eyes.
Even a Gilgamesh from behind has got a lot of value for his team. But Shiva in the
You said
jungle
from behind.
is, hey, my level 2 incredibly strong.
Yeah.
You better not fight me right now. I'm gonna knock you up. I'm gonna knock you up again.
I'm gonna
I
knock
get
you up.
additional
What?
attack speed.
Nani?
You're taking dot damage. You've been displaced. It's a ton of essentially
good
unavoidable
pick.
CC as long as the Shiva is aiming it properly. And that makes it very difficult to fight him at that portion of the game. And then he's got great power spikes.
Time to get
Going
in
to
there
that
and
Jotun's
mix it
Wrath
up.
in the first item, immediately into a Crusher, and all of a sudden, you are a massive threat. Your ultimate at level 5 might be one of the most powerful
And I can't really
ultimates in the
hear
game
through my
because you
headset
cannot
very
escape
well.
him. He is not getting any movement speed or loss when he goes
Knock
into
you
that
up
dance,
from the behind.
because he's moving around so much. You know, it's hard to
Be
walk
pretty
like that.
impressive.
But he's consistently
Never
applying
truly
damage.
alone.
He's CC
Mr.
immune. He's
Cow
unkillable.
is live.
But if you don't
What's that?
establish that lead in the early, assuming this Shiva is going into the jungle, eventually that ultimate becomes weaker and weaker. It's very slow to apply that damage. At level 5, when you do 120 damage per tick, that's powerful. But at level 20, when you're doing like 200, 300 damage per tick, and every
Oh.
ADC's auto-attacking you 2.5 times a second for the exact same amount of damage and life-stealing, when mages are applying 1,000 damage to you from just one ability, that ultimate takes a major hit. It almost shifts up the style of gameplay that Shiva is allowed to play. He's no longer that in your face, I'm in your back line, one-shotting your mage. He's, all right, guys, there's not many opportunities right now. Can you maybe go in
Can't
there
get my
and
headset to
poke?
stay
I'll heal
on.
you up, I promise. I'll give you some mana back as well. And he has to become that facilitator for his team. So a lot of onus on the Shiva to perform in the early.
So from like the destroyer to like just a real shy guy. Just
Yeah.
like, oh man, do we want to do this? Nox locked in alongside the Medusa and the Cthulhu for the bolts on the other side. Mifflin, this is something I was actually talking about it. I think I mentioned this to like Trelly, but this shows a lot about like my dynamic with Katie because Katie's my wife for anybody watching. We're on vacation in the airport flying back, and we were talking about Nox like as a support and.
I'm so jealous.
It sounds like I would make that up, but it legitimately we were sitting around
Bro,
and we talked
there
for
better
30
be a-
minutes
There
about
better be
Nox.
something about this, man.
And it's
You better not
just
just be
because
flexing.
I'm not just flexing that I have a wife and that we were talking about something.
And you
No,
share a great passion. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's awesome, dude. Good for you.
what ends up what ends up happening is the discussion because I think we were watching. It was
These
I
guys.
glimpsed in for a Bolts game that was happening last week, and it occurred to me how good she is as a support when it comes down to it. I mean, you've got lots of CC, your ult quite literally makes them deal less damage.
Yep.
The only thing that she's truly missing is the health bar to match a Guardian. Like other than that, a lot of what she brings to the table is what you would want out of a support next to you.
Yeah, but a lot
Yeah,
of
that
that
mitigations.
CC is conditional. It's a silence on the ground that you can walk through. Shadow Lock generally single target, and that ultimate is body blockable. So if you're aiming for a priority target, maybe a tank can get in front of it. I will say, though, it was probably the funniest comment I've ever seen come from chat. Now, I'm not
Okay.
aggro, and here's how you know it. I'm going to give some props to chat.
Oh.
Some Olympus Bolts fans said, oh, no, we're the bad guys. We're, like, rooting for the Nox players now. And,
Are we
yeah,
the baddies?
yeah, they're right. Yeah, you guys are the bad guys. So
What
hold
the-
that.
You're telling the Bolts fans
Yeah, you're
that
bad
they're
guys.
the bad guys.
You're rooting for the villains. Yes.
What's going to happen to your Twitter later?
Well, a lot. They already don't like me.
Send Mifflin a message about why you're not a bad guy. I want a thesis statement. Here's your homework. 3 paragraphs, every one of
Damn,
you.
poggers.
Plus DMs about why the Nox is okay and they're not the bad
PogChamp.
guys. Locked in alongside that, he wasn't even paying enough attention to realize that I'm trying to flood you. Nemesis gets locked in here for Lasbra. And that is a pick that we've typically seen going kind of counter to the Cthulhu with the Shiva
Rolling
locked in
on
and the Achilles locked
porcelain
in. Didn't feel
floor,
like they had any
laughing
wiggle room
ass
for the
my
jungle.
off.
But how do you like the Nemesis into what the Valks have now?
Jesus.
Already, you've got some decent targets for the ultimate. Achilles one that's going to struggle against Nemesis ultimate late game, especially once he decides to
Oh,
don that
wow.
armor. Geb, to a certain extent, largely easy to lock down. That's slow, going to be massive when he uses rollout until that CC immunity kicks in. Shiva's like one of the most slippery warriors in the game, so probably not going to do
You
a
don't
whole
have to
lot
give it to
against
me.
him, and he's got large channeled CC immunity.
Thank you, though.
So Nemesis, I think more so is just here to
I didn't get them
really
from my
make
personal
that Nox
account.
combo super obnoxious. It doesn't have to be Shadow Lock inside of Silence. Now it's Shadow Lock plus you're getting Viper shotted, and also you didn't have any defense because Nemesis hits you with a lock-on ultimate. That is a disgusting combo from the Olympus
Ahoy,
Bolts.
Captain.
And an unorthodox pick
Gave you your
from
money
the
back.
Valkyries.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Shiba Lanke picked up. That's got a super poor matchup.
For some
into
reason,
Nox
Heist
specifically.
2000 doesn't work.
The thing about Shiba Lanke is that Sure, yeah,
I
you
don't
got
know
CC
why,
immunity
but
on
you
the
can't do
dash, and
2000.
that's awesome.
It's really
But
strange.
it's CC immunity that has a whole lot of pre-fire frames before it. You can react to the sound cue and cripple him with a whirlpool. You've got his cooldown. Now he's got no dash.
Try
he's an
heist,
ADC in your backline. Or you could throw out the
1337.
silence. That silence applies immediately. You silence out the beginning of that dash, all of a sudden he's just an ADC in your backline.
Weird, right?
This is a god that also lacks CC immunity built into the kit, which is going to struggle against things like Cthulhu, who's constantly knocking you up, Nox, who's got the Shadow Lock, or even just some decent Krakens from
Yeah.
Poseidon.
That's good.
I'm not a massive fan of this selection for the Valks.
Now, this is probably getting into the realm of wild, but I'm going to ask you anyway because my brain decided to bring it up. Soul and Xbalanque on the same team. 9 times out of 10, not even 9 times out of 10, 999 out of 1,000, you're probably going to see Soul in mid, Xbalanque in duo. With Poseidon on the board against and the Medusa, you just talked about Xbalanque versus Medusa. Soul feels like she has a pretty all-right matchup to Poseidon, but is there any reason, any world where you could see trying to pull an old swapperoo and send Xbalanque mid just to save that matchup?
No, because
Yeah.
Whirlpool, like, right
Oh
on
yeah,
the
Whirlpool
beginning of
also
that,
kind of
yeah,
screws him, huh?
It's super hard from there. He's also going to be
Man,
struggling
he's
in
not going to have
clear.
fun this game.
Well, he might be. If he pulls a lead, Xbalanque's got great power stem. The branching bola with the change of Death Toll most recently now giving you mana again means that he can essentially keep that constantly toggled in the lane. So pressure there, 1v1 potential is there. But
Did you hear what I just heard?
yeah,
That Xbalanque is going mid. I don't feel like an idiot anymore.
I just don't love it, man. It's got to perform.
It
When
could
you're
be soul
doing
mid
wild
still.
stuff like this, it's got to perform, and weird stuff is the MO of the Valkyries.
Well, so let me ask you this then: if we know that that's the matchup, you mentioned the Whirlpool.
Yep.
Pretty hefty cooldown on Whirlpool.
Like 13
Admittedly, kind of
seconds.
hefty cooldown.
Ho
on
ho,
dash
the
as well
entire
for
crew
Xbalanque.
escaped.
But
Same cooldown, I think.
Theo-
Fiji's
Theoretically,
crew,
when Geb comes over, there,
5
you'll
people,
have the shield.
all lived.
Do you think that small interaction that is maybe
And
damning
Blue
for
got the least.
Xbalanque comes up less often than any damning interaction that he would have had up against like the Nox Medusa combo in the duo lane?
I think it's going to be pretty consistent because eventually that's going to be a Nox Poseidon lane.
You're right. It's going to happen no matter
Yeah,
what.
eventually that Nox
You're
is gonna
not
make
going
his
to
way
get your
over.
way.
No, I
Oh,
would
no.
argue Xbalanque probably has a better time in the actual dual lane because eventually that does become a 1v1. People have to make a dedicated decision to rotate over towards the long lane, whereas by rote, the majority of the game is played through mid. That's why we call it the 3v3. Xbalanque has great scaling, though, and will shred a Cthulhu in the late game if he decides to go that tank shred style. I'm not confident.
Yeah, we've had a lot of metas where hunters have gone mid and things like that. I am struggling to remember a Xbalanque mid game. I guess we get to see it here in game 1. Valks taking on the Bolts.
Charlie, I've got some good news for you. Good news number 1, it's Friday, and that means the SPL is back. Good news number 2 is I just downed a whole cup of coffee. So we're feeling caffeinated and ready to go for the Valkyries
Dave's
versus
ridiculous.
the Olympus Bolts. Benny Q playing X-Ball mid. Kiermi running back the Shiva out of the jungle, something that this Valkyries team has found
mean
success with in
Shiva?
the past. But let's start with the mid, Trelly. And that's, this is a pick that maybe
Shiva?
specifically because of what the Bolts had drafted,
Right.
Desk maybe wasn't as thrilled about some of the matchups.
Yeah, I'm excited. I won't say that I see the strength in X-Ball mid as much as like the AMCs, the Chirons, these hunters that get crazy pressure because of their clear, but just something interesting. Benny Q finally bringing us one of these off-meta picks, seeing
Shiva.
what it can do, trying to throw you out. I will say the Valks, every game they have lost, every set they have lost, but they usually
That's how
come
I
out
pronounce
swinging
it.
game 1. I
Yeah.
mean, game 1, that is when they upset people. They find their success, and Benny Q on the X-Ball. There's a Shiva in the game, as you mentioned. Wow, he takes a lot of damage here, but it's gonna be an
'Cause
exciting
this
one. I want to
is
see
Shiva.
what, because Benny Q had to know
You
pretty
need
much
two
the matchup
Vs for
aside from
Shiva.
Poseidon, what he was picking
With
it
one
into.
V,
I
it's
imagine
Shiva.
your whole plan is just turn the lights off and help with the team fight.
What's up with
And
people?
when you're leaving your mid lane pick till last, you're hoping, to your point, Trelly, that you can get it into a matchup that you're wholly comfortable with. But some interactions between Poseidon and X-Ball make things interesting. Already saw some damage make its way into Wowie over here in the dual lane.
I start calling it Shiva.
And Lasbra is going to send some
Oh, shit.
damage towards Aquarius. Goodbye. And hello, First Blood, Olympus Bolts. Lasbra has been so active early in games over the last couple of sets that we've seen the Bolts play. And that's when the Bolts pull their early lead. Think about last year in Season 8. Lasbra, the king of the level 2 cringe ganks to duo lanes. Slowed down a little bit Now picking up that pace again, and the Olympus Bolts looking great to start off the set, start off this week in the SPL.
Yeah, I'm loving this new playstyle out of Lasbra. Not new, I guess, finding the
Bringing it
old
back. That's
playstyle,
right.
if you will, because there was a bit at the beginning of the season where he was playing those Guardians, those slower paced jungles, and I wasn't seeing it. It wasn't meshing for me. Now, though, he's playing like a man possessed. He's able to find these early kills, get his team ahead. Last person looking very solid against the Leviathans when they 2-0'd them, and now already finding first blood. 2 minutes in at this point, gonna have that kill, be able to put it wherever he wants now on this Nemesis. I am a little bit worried about this Poseidon in the mid lane. As we mentioned, there's a few different targets to cripple. Obviously, Achilles' dash not going to feel pretty good. I think Myth already touched on the X-Ball. But the stone shield's going to be annoying, and a lot of CC immunity trying to avoid that knockups in the Shiva pick. So it's going to be hard to get these Krakens off. You got to make sure they're picture perfect here.
Yeah, because we really have seen
Yeah,
the
get your
best
Kraken
and
off.
the worst out of Poseidon in a lot of SPL matchups, and a lot of very important SPL sets as well. You know, think of Worlds matchups where we've seen this pick, and it might be the epitome of hit or miss. I mean, that's such a it's like a catch-all phrase we use about some picks at the SPL level. Poseidon might just be it, as Gamma is rooted in place, takes a lot of damage from Barracuda. Wow, we would just separate away. So I agree. I think a lot of weight, a lot of emphasis needs to be put on Ven and this Poseidon in general. Kraken now reached for Venenu, and BennyQ can turn off the lights across the map if a gank is impending. So ways to impact the game a little bit different here from both of these mid laners. And we haven't talked much about the duo lane just yet outside of some early scraps, but I think that's where, over the next couple of weeks, of course you want to lean on BennyQ. And Gamma and Wowie,
Did you get banned or something?
getting their visas, getting here in studio will be amazing for this
You
team.
didn't
I
make
think
that
you'll
one
see
comment.
some growth and some improvement in that regard.
I saw it.
But I think that this is an area, in the course of the entire
Gotta stop
season,
doing that.
where the Valhalla Valkyries can really make up some ground. Getting Gamma and Wowie
Oh, yeah.
onto a consistent pace,
I will
right? And get the wheels turning here in the duo lane is really going to help out the Valkyries in the long run.
Yeah, I think Gamma has been
God.
playing pretty well
And
in
now he
that
did it
mid
again.
3v3 fight once he rotates away, but you're right to say that Wowie needs to get off to a better start, I would say. Usually sitting in this
All
lane
right.
pretty far back. Does
Well,
find
good
those
luck.
individual
See you
solo
on your
kills
next
every once
account.
in a while, but yeah, he does need to just, pick up the pace, I'd say. But right now you have a Gab on your team. You probably are not wanting to get too aggressive, especially on this Soul. I will say a little interested in Ven's build because when the Bolts were here Media Day, they were talking about Poseidon is this hit or miss character. If the Kraken's not on point, you're not doing that much damage. Hold that thought.
Could be a good hit here onto BennyQ, who's taking the ultimate from Lasbra. Ven holds onto the Kraken. BennyQ has to use the beads. Well, that's a blink back in from Kirby. Double knock of it, double pull in. It's because Cataclysm's right there on the other side as Kirby runs down Venenu, and the Kraken will not be enough. How's that for a reinitiation?
You get to say
The
please.
Valkyries bait in the bolts.
If you say
Turn
please,
it
I'll do
around.
it.
Cataclysm is taking the ultimate from Lasbra. Ven holds onto the Kraken. BennyQ has to use the beads. Well, that's a blink back in from Kirby. Double knock of it, double pull in. It's because Cataclysm's right there on the other side.
That was
as
the
Kirby
ultimate that
runs
got him.
down Venenu,
Wow.
and the Kraken will not be enough. How's that for a reinitiation? The Valkyries bait in the bolts.
50K now?
Turn it around.
Wow.
And Kirby now evens the score.
And you have so much CC on that Poseidon, but Shiva doesn't really care. He's CC immune for the whole time in that dash and the ultimate, so you pretty much can just avoid the knockup of the Kraken, and if that damage isn't enough to kill you, then great return kill. Also, Gamma making the rotation over solid Cataclysm just to make sure that they get that kill there. But
Rip.
as I was mentioning,
I
if the
tried.
Kraken isn't enough damage, people have been going for this. We're going to max the Trident. We're going to max this second ability, and we're going to get this Eye of the Jungle, get some attack speed, and try to get more of our damage out. I'm curious if Ven is actually going to max that second ability as opposed to like the Whirlpool or the Tidal Surge.
Probably because
And
you're
just
like a
say, hey,
brand new
even if this
user or
Kraken is
something.
off point, it's going to be all right. Not going to be the option
Might
this time
take a
around.
few
He
minutes
is
to
putting his
register.
points into the one, but maybe late game, get some cooldown online, get some movement speed, and then your auto attacks are really going to be trunking. Kind of a pseudo ADC in the mid lane, if you will.
There's still value with that early on and helping out laning just a little bit. So the Olympus Bolts, they get first blood. The Valhalla Valkyries answer right back, and we are back to dead even. 5.5 minutes in, experience in gold. Depending which way the waves are flowing, will go one way or another. So it feels like both the junglers now have a say in the way that this game goes. Kirby dashes back in, despite having Lasbra's ultimate on top. But
That's a good
Lasbra's
password.
smart and turning back around. And how about how active Gamma has been in the last couple of minutes of this game? The rotation from duo to assist in that mid lane skirmish on the left side of mid, and now just mirroring BennyQ and Kirby and kind of escorting the VIP out.
Here's my social
Does
security
have
number.
Blink, but without ultimate, Would take maybe a couple rotations, couple auto attacks to kill off Kirmi, especially with Gamma there. So I like what I've seen out of Gamma. The rotations have paid off here early, even one that's not going to show up on the stat screen, but one that prevents the Bolts from adding more kills.
Yeah, I think Gamma's just recognizing, hey, there's a Nox in this lane that just silences me every time I want to get active. As Aquarius is going to have to do some juking here. Lasbro does have the gank available.
Oh, shit.
Aquarius doesn't have his dash, has Fatal Strike, but you're going the wrong way there. Haddix gets the last bit of damage, and it's over on the right side of the map this time. And yet again, rather, it's over on the right side of the map as Aquarius off to an 0-2 start. And we so often see this pick. I'll hold this thought as Benny Q and Gamma deciding to see which path Venenu is going to rotate
behind him
through. The
instead.
Kraken does some good damage, and Barracuda has got the last bit. A nice slow connects with the Petrify as well. Lasbra has ultimate.
Oh my god.
And that goes down onto Kirmi. The Mire slow Shiva
Oh,
down, and
shit,
Lasbra claps him to the grave. 7 minutes in, and
Clap, clap.
3 more kills over the last few minutes for the Bolts.
That's a 5-man rotation, but it's made possible by Lasbro saying, hey, we're going to go right. We're going to get rid of Aquarius, so there's no sort of fear of you pushing the wave over there. Wowie just sits in lane and collects farm. Barracuda makes the rotation as well. Now it's 4-1 at this point. A huge play by the Bulls, just recognizing that they have pressure because of Lasbro's ganks. Jake makes the wraparound and just catches Gamma thinking they're trying to set up a gank on a Ven. No wards available. Got to make sure your vision's strong if there's not only a Nox, but a Kraken on the map.
Yeah, I'm always going to be intrigued when Jake plays some of these more unique styles of picks. Because the famed tier support, we haven't seen it in a while, but like that style of like aggressive in-your-face pick is what we know Awesome Jake for.
Are you trying to find a schematic
Nox more
for or something?
obnoxious CC lockdown, and so it's always fun to see how this team and Jake synergizes with a style of pick. That's just a nice rotation play, regardless of the support pick or not.
It's
From Awesome
USB.
Jake. A nice Kraken from Ben.
Stretch
Connects,
out.
and helps the Bolts fight a little bit more here in mid. Aquarius, use that dash. You're going to be in some trouble, my friend. You might be anyway.
Oh,
Dash.
This
Fatal
guy,
Strike. All of
Aquarius.
it's caught out.
Oh, he
But
lived.
Aquarius won't be towered over. I'm not sure Lasbro and Haddix are on the same page there. Surely
Haddix
there's
at all.
enough. Surely there's enough health between the two, and Descent into Madness. But Aquarius will live.
Yeah, I really thought the Descent into Madness was going to come through them. Maybe they just didn't have eyes on Kirmi. You didn't know if the Shiva would make the rotation over, and you don't want to dive tower. But, I mean, Lasbro had a really clutch block on that Fatal Strike. I think that pretty much confirmed the kill there. But Aquarius lives another day. Does have the teleport available. Both of these solo laners do. So anytime they will get poked out and no gank occurs. Not the biggest worry. You just get to come back to lane pretty freely. Jake, though, has been sitting in this duo lane pretty much all game.
Whoa, it's Kirmi over on left. Barracuda.
Oh, shit.
CC'd to hell and back. Should
Oh
be
my
a kill
God.
here onto the Medusa. Barracuda extends his life a little bit. Allows Awesome Jake to send some damage to the Valhalla Valkyrie's way, but now there's a rotation for Benny Q. Over from mid. Venenu is here as well. That's a good collapse from the
He
Valkyries.
dashed while
You're seeing
blinded.
these proactive plays from
Dash
the
into the
Valhalla
wall.
Valkyries. Despite being a bit down in this game, Kirmi remaining active on the map. Gamma staying active with the jungler of the Valks. All of that has worked out so well and really keeping this game from getting out of control. The Valks have given themselves good opportunity to get back into this game, but if Lasbra's going to remain
Okay, I'm
active
looking for something. Hopefully
in
I
the
can
same
get
pace
what I
that
want to
Kirmi
work
is,
out. Okay, blue.
Bolts are ahead, and Wowie now dies off for the first time this game.
I
Soul
don't know if I can help.
have to watch from base for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's really just Smite 101 what the Valks are doing here. You
I'm
see
debating
Aquarius
between the
getting
pink
ganked
one
and
and the
right,
black
you
one.
go left, but
When I was looking back,
Jake
I
was a
like,
little bit
what
too
if I
far
should've gotten
up.
the black
Barra
one?
gets caught out, dies first
But the
transgression.
pink one's cute.
Then Lasbros
No.
comes back over there, stayed a little bit too long. Wowie doesn't get his purple buff, gets the counter gank.
Especially
but it
'cause I
looks
have
like
dark
Kirmi
hair.
is going to try to
I was
help
like,
out
oh,
over here.
black
Not
one's
really
gonna blend
looking
into
for
my hair
anything. Just
more.
yeah, they don't really have any fight potential. I don't think anyone
And it's
is going to be
cute.
killing this Cthulhu for at least a little bit. Looking at this
But
Witchblade JDM start
it also won't
that
show
Haddix
dirt.
has opted to go for here. So
Like the
looking to be
pink one
very
could.
tanky against both the physical solo
So I was
and
like,
jungle
eh.
that he's up against. But yeah, I just think if you recognize that Lasbro is going to be pushing right, you look for the counter gank on left. They find it.
Oh, bless
They just
Sky.
stayed a little bit too long, even though, wow, he was only going for the purple buff. Right now, Lasbro's 3-0, level 12. Gonna pretty much be able to 100 Azir you at any point if he finds you in the jungle like that.
And Haddix will be in a good spot with this Witchblade going
Need
into
to
a
be
fight
nice
up
about
against
it.
Benny Q, up against Wowie. With the aura on that item, slowing down some of that attack
Next to
speed.
brand new
So,
accounts, it's probably not going to work.
Benny Q,
I
curious the
won't find
way
you.
that this build would go for him here out of mid. Transcendence into Aussie, maybe nothing surprising there. You drain mana somewhat quickly early on this character, so you get a little extra here with the Transcendence.
100,000?
0-2
I'm not gonna
start.
give you 100,000.
So we were wondering how some of the mid lane play, especially between an X-Ball and a Poseidon, would look here between the Valks and the
And he
Bolts.
called me a
And
bitch, so...
despite a lot of fighting happening around mid, BennyQ has done a good job of staying alive here so far. And so we're going to start to hit some of those power spiky items, start to get a little bit more spooled up. And the Valkyries know that, you've got a Soul, you've got an X-Ball. Later on in this game,
My legs feel
those two
fat.
carries are really going to swing.
Yeah, looks like Jake might be getting aggressive on here.
Oh,
Gamma
yeah,
makes a
there's Gamma.
rotation around.
Jake throws out the ultimate, CC immunity helping out, and the silence, but look at all of the lockdown that Jake can provide.
Wow.
Lasper counter ganked over towards mid as Kraken will do all but kill off Kirmi, and the sustain in the ultimate from Shiva will keep the Valhalla Valkyries jungler on the map. Can't say the same for Gamma though, because here's a rotation out of solo from Haddix. And the chase down begins. It's eject button smash for the Valkyries.
Aquarius gotta kill him
on the
back.
backside though has gotten a kill onto Awesome Jake. Haddix will make it a
Damn,
double.
Haddix.
Fatal strike, final charge out from Aquarius, and a 2-for-1. Actually not that bad, but Lazarus goes back in.
God.
Makes it a 3-for-1.
He's still tower
Can't get
diving.
up the tower, and the last tower shot closes up that gap a little
Dude's
bit.
crazy.
A little bit too much there from Lasbra. Far, far from lopsided, but the Bolts technically get the numbers advantage.
I don't blame him. He had to be feeling himself on that one. Gets the blink, finishes off the kill. You're 4-0. Might as well go for the auto attack, cancel on the shield, and try to just finish off Aquarius. Of course, you are giving the
Yeah,
Achilles a pretty
princess
decent
works.
shutdown kill, but you might have died anyways. You're pretty far there. I think that maybe Kirmi could have joined the fray and just caught him out if he was. But I mean, you're behind tier 2 tower. It would have been quite the juke shoes you would have had to put on, because your team's not going to help you. They're on Gold Fury right now, so not too upset that Lasber went for the double there. But we'll be going into the Hydras now. So much gold on this
Unable to
Nemesis.
find
I mean,
you.
he really can
As
itemize any way he
expected.
wants to. You're looking at the two squishy targets in the Soul and the X-Ball. Of course, Kirmi gonna have a fair bit of healing on this ultimate, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some anti-heal come out, maybe in the form of Haddix going into a Pestilence. I mean, I don't think maybe just because Shiva's so new, people aren't putting the stock in that anti-heal just yet, but
Right.
it is a fair bit late game if you're gonna eat the full brunt of that healing.
Yeah, there is some variety in that ultimate. Do we value Shiva's ult at this point?
As usual.
Just as a pulse heal, almost like a better meditation in a way, where
Give it a few minutes.
of
then
course
it should
there's
work.
some damage, things like that to come out of it. But in your mind, is the utility of that ultimate really is like a team heal in a lot of these fights?
Well, I just saw Kirmi get out with like 1 HP, eat the Kraken, and then heal up. So that,
Right.
it was fresh on my mind. I was like,
course.
he just got out because of healing as the Bolts get away that Pyromancer. Kirmi might be in some trouble here.
Could be, as the Meyer
That's
won't
good.
connect for the root. And Kirmi will be able to walk forward. I think Kirmi has played this Shiva well, not only in this set,
Is that
but
an
we saw
ogre?
the Valhalla Valkyries find a win with it out
That's
of
an
the jungle
orc.
in previous sets as well.
A smork.
The cold lead, here's a problem, Trelly, is yes, the fights haven't been horribly lopsided. It's a 4-kill differential, but all of the neutral objectives on the map have gone to the Olympus Bolts. And so 4,500 gold, 5,000 experience is the deficit that the Valhalla Valkyries are looking down right now. So the scrapping has been
actually
good, and
not too
this
bad.
has been some of the shortcomings of this team, at least at the onset, where like, yeah, you can fight well, you can scrap well, you're not losing these massive team fights, but doing it at times when the opposing teams can take away so much has been an issue for the Valkyries up to this point, and that's what's rearing its head here in game 1. Pyromancer to the Bolts, Gold Fury to the Bolts, lots of neutral farm, towers, all of that to the Bolts. And so a hefty gold lead has been built up here. Aquarius is stabilized, but one level deficit Trelly in solo could get worse here as Lasbra does connect with the ultimate. He's gonna have plenty of damage. Ultimate out of BennyQ slows down this dive, but Kirmi rotates over towards solo. Haddix down
watch
to
out,
half HP.
Haddix.
Aquarius is low. Watch out for the fatal strike.
Yep.
As Haddix will dash away. Heal out from
He didn't get
Kirmi.
in
Venenu now rotating over from mid lane. We got a party
Oh, shit.
over in solo. Fatal strike not cut out by Jake, but there's a root onto Kirmi, and the Kraken will finally finish off a kill. It's a double
Holy
cataclysm
shit.
on the
That was a
backline though
little
as
overkill.
BennyQ. His
Okay.
rotation has paid off. And the X-Ball will strike for a kill. But now Haddix rejoins the fight. He goes back to base, teleports back over to solo lane.
Holy
and
shit,
the
dude.
second wind, not enough for a kill.
Aquarius doesn't have that ult available anymore, won't be able to
These
get any of
guys
these
are nutty.
executes, but wow, he just rotates mid and gets the tier 1 tower. Barracuda, he hasn't even left lane. He might be going for the tier 2 here, recognizing that no one can possibly rotate over in time. It's
Yep.
going to be quick, but I think, double ADC running down, I'm probably going to be able to stop him here. Not too much damage right now. That was an excellent fight by the Bolts, then recognizing, wait a second, maybe we stayed too long. The Valks answer back. They find Lasbra. They're still getting active despite being down a fair bit.
Drop
I think
it.
Barracuda got a lot of farm during that engage. I mean, Wowie tried to rotate over. Was like, maybe I'll help. Didn't end up, and, you know, just got to push some waves there.
Yeah, 2 levels up now. It's Barracuda over Wowie just by free farm over on the left side of the map. Haven't seen much from really either ADC. Saw some fighting earlier on, more gank here and there. Both of them close to the bottom of the damage charts as all of the activity lately has been close to the mid and right side of the map. You got about a minute on this Oni Fury, and so I imagine, Charlie, we see a bit of a pumping of the brakes. Teams will go back, spend up a little bit of gold. And this is such a unique part of the game. You're like 17 minutes in. You've already mentioned where the gold lead is, right around 5,000 for the Bolts. It's right in that weird territory for the Valkyries, where you're really debating what is and is not worth fighting over as far as objective goes. Like, I imagine you have to step up to a Fire Giant, but how worried are we about an Oni Fury here in 30 seconds? Because Bolts will probably feel just fine. Might not be able to answer that question if you lose someone in mid, but looks like the Valkyries will be able to take a 5-on-5 if they want.
Yeah, I think there is some steal potential on this Gold Fury event. Isn't going to drop the Kraken if he just respects that, hey, maybe someone could just post up and try to steal this away. I mean, Supernova's decent for it, but yeah, the Kraken is definitely going to be your best confirmed tool right now. So stepping up to this Oni Fury, you better be looking for the team fight, or you better be looking to disengage after the fact. The Valks, though, they do seem sort of confident here. They're showing face,
they're here,
but not too far up.
Yeah, they're on their own side of the jungle for the time being, but at this point, what part of the map is the Valkyries, really? Not much of it. Benny Q wailing away on the front line, though, with the Olympus Bolts on the right side of this fight. That's going to be a big slow from Lasbra, and the Kraken answers the call. Venenu's got a double kill. Then the Olympus Bolts now running down the Valkyries. Wowie, he will crumble as well. The carries for the Bolts capitalizing on some fantastic setup from the front lines. 3 for none.
That was.
And we'll take this Oni Fury to go.
Yeah, they just grouped up in that small little corridor. That was a massive crack in there. They weren't scared, to be fair. They really did try to defend that, but look at this team fight recap. I mean, just so much damage from the Bolts there, making sure that, number 1, we're going to get the Oni Fury, but number 2, we're going to kill 3 of you. And they probably could have chased, but they wanted that objective.
Yeah.
Just making sure, you know, we don't need this deicide when we get the Oni Fair. We can get this Goldie that we already have, climb it to an even higher level. But the Valks, they did try to fight. They weren't looking for like, hey, we'll just go for a steal. I mean, that was a Blink Cataclysm. That was an engage from Gamma. Just the itemization, it's just not online right now for the carries of the Valks. Bennyq's doing decent damage with the kin sides, and I know Wowie finished Telekines there and has some form of percentage pen in the Typhon's Fang, but it's just going to be way too difficult to kill the frontliners right now for Bolts.
Now, I don't want to be dire here, Trelly. We're only 19. I say only. We might be getting close to the end of this game. Do you think that was like the fight for the Valkyries? Obviously, anything can happen in these SPL sets. The Valkyries are a very good team and proved that they can compete here in the SPL. Was that it though? In your mind, like that's like the big fight for the Valkyries. Now you're looking at an even bigger deficit. You're around this Fire Giant. Again, anything can happen. You always have to set the stage. But it feels like that might have been the Valkyries saying, let's try this one last big team fight and see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think they had to throw all their cards on the table there. Probably could have just let someone split push. Maybe Wowie, for example, only level 15, now 16. Just say, hey, get some farm. Maybe we get Pyromancer when they get this Oni Fury. The Fire Giant is going to do significant more damage, as it looks like here we might be getting caught out here.
And Jake just doesn't take much there. You know, that's a little bit of poke from the Valkyries. Not a full-on commit, and so not sending too much Jake's way. When you're 20 minutes in, you got to confirm that the Bolts have Nimble Rod up to Hootie completed for Venenu. Fun upgrade on that item. Barracuda with some crit in that build. It's going to shred down these objectives as well. I mean, Olympus Bolts might not even need to think twice. I mean, Pyromancer's going to go down fast. Could there be a collapse, though, over here onto the solo lane? This Tier 1 tower is missing an Aquarius and Wowie being chased down by all 5 members of the Bolts. There is going to be a collapse on the right side of the map. Wowie is an afterthought, as Lasbra has found the first. If you're hoping to contest your Fire Giant, you can't lose your carry before the objective has even started, and the Bolts have all 5. They might double back for fire.
Yeah, your best steal combo there is now dead. Obviously, Wowie not doing as much as a Kraken, but the Supernova was your best option here, as Haddix and Jake just stand here menacingly, zoning everyone away.
Whoa,
Ben and Barra just get it for free.
Oh, no.
Oh, Barra, it's brutal.
No way.
Barra's died twice this game.
He's laughing.
He's just
Yeah, but look, that's how you.
No way,
Obviously,
dude.
Wowie not doing
How did
as
you
much
die
as
to
the
the
Kraken,
pyro?
but the Supernova was your best option here as Haddix and Jake just stand here menacingly, zoning everyone away.
Whoa,
Ben
Barra
and Barra
and
just
Zen.
get it for free.
Oh, no! Oh, Barra, it's brutal. Barra's died twice this game.
He's just giggling.
Yeah, but look, that's how you.
Oh, no.
When the game state is, they might still win a fight after the fact anyway. Who needs Barracuda? Pyromancer will take one. That's only one of 2 deaths Barra has faced this game. Lasbra is on a warpath, and he will walk into the back line of this fight
Welcome back,
and
Copy.
make some damage happen. Kiermi sending out the heals, but the heals won't be enough. There's a root out of Awesome Jake on the Gamma here as well. Gamma will survive on the other side.
You just
It'll
missed
take the
something
healing
pretty
that
funny.
helped out there.
I'll rewind it for you.
This would be a lot easier.
Oh, there is now dead. Obviously, Wowie not doing
Okay,
as
watch
much as
this.
the Kraken, but the Supernova was your best option here as Haddix and Jake just stand here menacingly, zoning everyone away.
Whoa,
Ben
Barra
and Barra
and
just
Zen.
get it for free.
Oh, no! Oh, Barra, it's brutal.
And Ben's laughing
Barra's died
too.
twice this game.
He's just giggling.
Yeah, but look, that's
Oh,
how you,
no.
when the game state is, they might still win a fight.
Pro player
after
dies
the
to the
fact anyway. Who
Pyromancer
needs
with Fire
Barracuda?
Giant.
Pyromancer will take one.
You're welcome.
That's only one of 2 deaths Barra has faced this game.
That's so
Lasbra
embarrassing.
is on a warpath, and he will walk into the back line of this fight and make some damage happen. Kiermi sending out the heals, but the heals won't be enough. There's a root out of Awesome Jake on the Gamma here as well. Gamma will survive on the other side. It'll
Surprised
take
he
the healing
lived.
that helped out there. This would be a lot easier for the Bolts if they had their carry, but Pyromancer had to strike for some blood.
Yeah, that I mean, it definitely would be easier, but this is the one chance the Valks really have to try to get some Fire Giant buffs off of the Bolts. I would say once they group as 5.
Oh
I
my
mean, that was
gosh,
their
that's
best
so
option,
funny.
and they still lost Kiermi
The
4v5.
Nanu's,
They
like,
didn't even
reactions
try
are
to chase
funnier.
that, so I guess
Like,
they feel like
he just starts
you know, maybe
laughing
this is our
when
opportunity to get farm,
dies.
but I feel like if I'm the Valks there, I'm probably chasing them all the way to base, trying to get at least one of these buffs off, trying to find an avenue back into this game. It looks like both tier 2 towers are going to go down, the last 2 on the map.
Yep.
And the Bolts are able to just retreat here. They don't have to stay. But Benny Q is up at the back camps?
Yeah, Benny Q's trying to make a play happen here. He does some good damage to Venu, but has to dash his way on out. Out the Stone Shield, Barracuda's back on the map. As the Pyromancer's sacrifice was well spent. Now at least you don't have Fire Giant on Barracuda. A small win for the Valkyries, but not one they really had much of a say in. As the Bolts would go back, spend up some of this gold here, Trelly.
He's just
with
laughing
all
on the
3 tier
camera.
2 towers off the map, all 3 Phoenixes are open. The Bolts have the easiest time to maximize all of
It's
the
crazy
Fire
how long
Giant
he's
buff
been playing
that they
this
have
game.
here. And I'm wondering how good this Valkyries Phoenix defense might look.
Like, basically
because
since
this
the
is kind of
beginning.
their last hope.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I mean, looking at the builds, we got Seer of the Jungle and Nimble Rod to Hootie for Ven, obviously. Kiermi is getting kind of beat up just by Awesome Jake right now. Haddix is going to make
Be
the
hard not
rotation
to laugh
over,
at
and he has
seeing
to
that
dance
in a pro
away.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you lose a team member here, there might not even be a siege. Kiermi won't end up dying off, but a descent into madness from Haddix
Holy shit,
keeps
dude.
things interesting. Backpedaling away desperately are Kiermi, or Wowie rather, and Aquarius. But it's a double knockup from Haddix to keep this fight going, make it another one.
Oh my
As
god,
Wowie
Lasbra.
is blinked on by Lasbra. Haddix will get the last bit of damage after the Aegis times out. Kraken on the Gamma, and
Jesus.
Venu has got the last bit of damage this time.
Holy
As
cow.
2 members of the Valkyries, it's the duo lane who crumbles, a combined
Maybe they're trying to
0-9
Throw their
from the
opponents off
Valkyries'
and
left
distract
side of the
them
map.
with laughter.
Now there's
Yeah.
only 2 Phoenixes left.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised.
It wouldn't
they're
be
not
as
even
funny
going
if it was
to
like a
look at how
close
much
game,
damage
but like
have.
they knew
will
they were
be
probably
able
gonna win this
to
game,
try
you
to
know?
find another pick here
If
as
it was a
Kiermi
close
blinks
game,
in.
it wouldn't be very funny.
Yeah, I think this one is going to be over shortly. Aquarius barely surviving. The minions might just get it done. Penny Q has to go back, clear up the wave. 15 seconds without your duo lane. 55 seconds left on the Fire Giant buff. Kraken 50% of the way back, but all 5 members of the Bolts walk into the Titan room. And the Valhalla Valkyries, they put up a good fight early in this game, but Lasbra, Ven, and the rest of the Bolts just too strong. Pyromancer assistant notwithstanding, the Valhalla Valkyries will fall, and the Bolts take game 1.
Yeah, 50% of Barracuda's deaths were 2 objectives that game. He only died twice, but I think this whole game just stems from how active
Good
Lasbra
props.
was getting
Yep.
early, able to get this massive lead for Haddix. I mean, every time I see Haddix on this Cthulhu, I think, who on the map is able to kill this monstrosity? And so far, the answer has been no one. I mean, they both finished. I mean, Haddix was undying. Lasbra obviously did fall, but still got a crazy lead early as well.
I suppose that's why you pick the Achilles. You hope that the Fatal Strike will we'll do something.
Yeah.
But Lasbro was just way too active, I feel like, Trelly, early
Yeah,
in this
Lasbro's
game
all
on the
over.
right side of the map.
That was crazy.
The Nemesis was looking great. The Bolt's looking great. Pyromancer
How you
also
doing,
looking
Jess?
pretty great here. Game number 1 over to the Olympus Bolts. We'll take a
Hi,
break,
baby.
see if they can run it back.
You just
Game
resting?
2 coming up next.
I'm just saying hi. Doing okay? Okay. Back to sleep. I'm just saying hello. Till May 5th, huh? Cinco de Mayo. Gonna try something. Nope. Didn't work.
And remember, hydrate or die.
Hide it or die. Got it. was trying to see if maybe I could wear a hat to make the headset fit better, but it didn't work. Hydrating.
Well, the Bolts come out on top of this one, and Mifflin, I think early on there was a little bit of back and forth between these two teams. Kills, I think, continued to go back and forth between these two teams, but by the end of it, well, the Bolts had the lead, they had the kills, they had everything going their way in the team fights, and the only mark against them is Barrett died to a pyromancer.
My whole analysis for this entire death segment.
And I just said it.
You just immediately, man.
I'm sorry. Here, I'll take all that back. Chat, I didn't say anything. Pretend I didn't say anything, and all those beautifully smart words came out of, very humble, by the way, came out of Mifflin's mouth.
Yeah, so the Bolts had everything going for them throughout the entirety of this game, except for when Barracuda decided to, after fully doing a Fire Giant, to go ahead and just die to the Pyromancer immediately afterward. But the concerns that
pretty embarrassing.
rear their heads that we had in
Especially with the
Ps,
Fire Giant buff on.
They were true. The Shibalanke in mid didn't really get to do much. Wowie plays generally pretty passive in lane, but eventually the lane came to him and has a tough time over there as well.
Smite was definitely happening at him.
Yeah, this is a tough one for the Valhalla Valkyries, who come at this match with a pretty unorthodox draft, and it simply does not work out. And that's, again, some of that culture shock, I think, where the Valhalla Valkyries, had they done this in the SEC, it would have been a bunch of players saying, oh, I don't know how to deal with this. Some of these picks are really starting to work out for them. And then with a lead, this composition that the Valkyries had probably would have dominated. But how do you establish that lead if Kirmi isn't getting off to a roaring start? How do you establish that lead when your mid laner is getting consistently out-pressured on every single fight? By the time we saw a true 3-on-3, 4-on-4, 5-on-5 engagement, even though the Bolts had the kill advantage, I would argue the macro farm was so much in their favor because they had so much dominance in mid that it simply did not matter.
Vin's laughing.
The hand of shame. And Vin's just laughing. Everybody else stone-faced in the Bolts room. Vin let himself have some fun in the middle of it, specifically to laugh at Barrett. 2 deaths. At least one of those is PvE.
I think Jake laughed at him
so
too.
much in their favor because they had so much dominance in mid that it simply did not matter.
The hand of shame. And Vin's just laughing. Everybody else stone-faced in the Bolts room. Vin let himself have some fun in the middle of it, specifically to laugh at Barrett. 2 deaths. At least one of those is PvE.
Dude, Barracuda's KD, man.
Oh yeah,
that's
he's on
my
your
fantasy
team. You're right.
He's
How's your
like,
fantasy
Mifflin ain't
feeling?
winning 3 weeks in a row.
Oh,
no
man.
way.
I should have looked at Vin's KDA because he that's important for me.
6-1,
He's my
I
mid
believe.
laner. 6-1. Oh man, that's sick. Vin, I will actually give him a lot of credit. You know, last year we were talking about it. A lot of like plays. I don't want to say questionable plays because they weren't questionable. He would
I wonder
just
how many
dash
people
forward. It didn't matter if
make
he
clips
died.
of that
if it
Pyromancer
meant
scene.
that
Yeah,
for the team
already.
it was going to be better.
It might not be good for fantasy, but it is good for netting wins.
Yeah, and but
we're
this
playing
year
fantasy.
he's been
And,
doing
you know,
a lot
Bear
better
doesn't
for
even care,
fantasy,
though,
and
you know?
I haven't seen like
and
I-
also winning.
I
He'll
have
make fun of
seen
himself.
some
He'll
of
laugh
those
about it. He
plays.
doesn't
But
care.
yeah, he's been winning without the unnecessary sacrifices sometimes.
Yeah, the Olympus Bolts have just been a team that has been constantly iterating on themselves and have been constantly improving. You can see that the mentality. I think the Olympus Bolts probably have the
Jake always looks
strongest
so
mentals in
smug.
the league. These guys are steadfast. In losses, it smiles. In wins, it smiles. They are always ready and looking forward to the next thing. They
He
don't
said
they
that.
don't hesitate, man.
I don't know. Jake looked surprised, worried. I don't know what they're saying, but he's definitely the topic of conversation right now. Oh, I think he realized he's on camera. That's what happened.
Looking good, Jake.
And he's feeling confident now. It's the other side that is probably going to be trying to figure out how to change things up. That game was not the way you want to look if you're the Valkyries. You had mentioned it. You had asked for it as well, but you know, like Wowie didn't have a particularly stellar game that one, and we had mentioned it was like a 0.8 so far this year. It's 2.4 overall throughout the career, so it's been pretty solid.
I think I'm a 2.6.
You think you're a 2.6?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm a 9.
You have a
Not like
9?
KDA, but like out of 10.
Oh, you're
Again,
talking about
I'm
Tom's
doing the humble
tweet,
thing.
man.
What?
That's the Tom tweet, remember?
Oh, I forgot about that,
Yeah.
dude. That made my day, man. Can you? That's look. I felt real good about that.
Oh, now you can feel good about it all over again.
Again, yeah, no joke. I'm gonna ride this hype for the rest of the day. It seems like that's where the Bolts are at right now. Maybe discussing. I don't even know if this looks like a full strategy discussion. They're just goofing around for a little bit. They're probably having some fun with it, but it is
probably
the
watching
question of,
replays
like,
of the
do they-
Pyromancer.
Do they even need to change anything?
Do the Bolts need to change anything? Absolutely not. Will they probably change things? I
Yeah,
think
a
so.
little bit.
If they can get the exact same draft, I'm sure they would. The Valkyries probably will not allow that to happen. The onus, the changes that need to happen are with the Valkyries.
I'm
I
playing a
want
Mana
to see
Cthulhu.
a little bit
That
more
was
from your first
devastating.
pick selection. I think if you're going to prioritize Shiva that highly,
Yeah.
it needs to perform a little bit better.
Yeah.
But we've seen Erlong Shen prioritized in a similar spot. It's a feast or famine style of pick, in that if you are taking it into the jungle, you either dominate or you get dominated. This time for Kirmi, unfortunately, it was get dominated.
Now, here's a question for you. The bans last time at the top for the Valks were the Camazotz, Daji, Chiron. Daji, we've seen, I think, like virtually every
one of Laz's
league
best pick.
and top picks. Like, it has just been something no one wants to deal with. And like you said, really good for last one. Chiron, that's a Bolts pick, right? That's
Yeah,
something that they run
Venons.
pretty well. The Camazotz is the one I have the question about, because we've seen, in the SCC, he's kind of disappeared from not only the meta, but from the bans. And for a lot of what we've seen in SPL, he's getting picked up by the people who were playing him really well last year, but most of
Yarkor.
the other people are not touching him at all. Is that worth a top ban if, there's something like this Nox that's controlling the duo lane, or the Medusa, or the Cthulhu, things like that are available?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I want to prioritize that ban so highly, but it's not one that I'm going to necessarily complain about, because
Yeah.
he is just a very strong pick.
Nox
doesn't really
immediately,
have
first ban.
any laning phase where he's going to struggle mightily.
That's
He's
crazy.
very safe. If you've got an
Who would've
aggressive
thought?
jungler, I think taking gods away that are just incredibly safe in lane is probably a good call. So maybe the strategy from the Valks was to have Kirmi rotate over towards the soul lane a little bit more often and play through that role. And, well, if he was laning against a Camazotz on the other side, bat out of hell, gets you out of dodge just about every single time,
Yeah.
and that's not really an option that you can deal with as Shiva. So maybe that's why we saw the Valks ban it so heavily.
Probably
in
ban
game
Queen
one,
again.
But is he still the cream of the crop? Is he still the best in the league? I don't think so, and that's why he's only sitting at 40% total bans in the SPL.
And some of those being up against the Bolts themselves, as we just saw. Something that was potent last year, and for a lot of last year. Maybe not striking the same tone in Season 9. This is where that debate is going on for the Valkyries, though, because I had mentioned it, the Daji last time. Their first two were Camazotz Daji. So with Nox taking that first man spot, trying to control Jake a little bit more, get him onto a different pick. This
Ban
is
the
where the
Cthulhu, you
question
guys.
comes down to, how much do you not want to deal with that draft they just ran, or was it just the Nox that really caused you trouble? I was watching Mifflin. I would argue there was a little bit more than just the Nox that was going on, although it definitely didn't help. So that's going to be a little bit of a win back for them. But, I mean, if you let through Chiron, they have two people who can play him incredibly well on that
Eset.
team. Yeah, I even forgot about the Eset essentially
And Nox
filling in
is
the
the
spot
answer.
right after Nox.
Yeah, Nox is the answer to Eset, so maybe the Valks, if Eset isn't banned here, could prioritize that
Achilles.
pick for themselves and has some flex potential into 3 roles, mid, jungle, and support. If
Yep,
they don't
Tina.
take it for themselves, I wouldn't be too surprised if the Bolts pick it up, just because we know Awesome Jake loves going towards that selection himself. But the Valks will target out
That's
a
why they
piece that
didn't
was
ban it,
integral
so
to
we
the
can take
Bolts'
it
team
first.
fight in game 1. Cthulhu taken away. Not the safest laner.
No.
We've seen that the answer to Cthulhu more often than not is to just sit on top of his blue buff. He's allowed to get
Nemesis.
the first one and only that one, and generally will start to
Olaron.
slowly fall behind from there because he's not got the best presence in lane. It's more so about his presence in the team fight. We'll see if the Bolts decide to play around that.
My boobs feel
I really
funny.
want to see the Eset. Just because I said it.
Just 'cause you said it. Well, I was curious. I saw the Achilles ban, and immediately my brain went, huh? Like, why? You're the guys that y'all played it. Did you not remember that? That was your game last time around. Didn't do too well. Well, that was true of pretty much all of their picks, though, unfortunately for them. But the Cthulhu makes that make a lot more sense. All of a sudden, that execute being off the board, where do you go next? I mean, Thanatos, if you want to execute, maybe not exactly where you want to run. And I don't know that we've seen anyone other than Sam play Thanatos in the last year.
Not often.
So, yeah, I was going to say, even if they have, it's been a single game throughout all of it that it's ever happened. Sam plays it consistently. And he's not in the set, so he becomes maybe something a little less likely to see. Nemesis was the one that I had talked about as like the standard what we used to see for the first few weeks of
Wow.
Cthulhu. You would almost
be
always
right back.
end up seeing Nemesis locked in on the other side.
If it works.
And it's Geb that's locked.
Be right back. gave Yasmin a bunch of treats inside of a bowl, and she ate it. She ate all of them. Thanks, Coffee. Do you want more, baby? I feel like you should eat more than just treats, though. You know, she acts like she wants more. Maybe I should give her some more. You good? You want more? Yeah? I think she seems satiated for right now. I think she's gonna go get some water. Getting water, babe? I should leave one in the bowl, actually. Okay, I guess she's okay. All right, thanks for the waiting.
Presumably what we used to see for the first few weeks of
Wow.
Cthulhu, you would almost always end up seeing Nemesis locked in on the other side. And it's Geb that's locked in. Presumably
Hey,
where
Geb
that
Nemesis.
E-set would have gone. That's not something we get to see too often, Mifflin. That's an early Geb.
Yeah, super early Geb selection. I was thinking if it wasn't going to be
I'll
ESET, in my
make
mind it
everyone
immediately strayed
feel
towards
my
Kepri, a pick
pain.
that we've seen have a lot of success in the SPL,
Yeah.
a very plug-and-play character that is always going to find value from that ultimate. Geb, on the other hand, has some picks that might be able to counter it out. Kirmi, for example, I know is very adept at playing things like the Raven in jungle, and, well, overhead kick is going to immune Cataclysm every single time if he decides to go down that path. Instead, it will be the Shiva yet again. And then being able to pick up Shiva in your second round of picks kind of invalidates taking it in that first slot. Now you realize the Bolt's probably not prioritizing it very highly, and the Valks are able to get it for themselves yet again. Duo lane locked in. So the Olympus Bolts, and it's a very strong one. Has decent aggressive potential. Amuz and Cobb not willing to say whether or not that's going to mid or the duo just yet, but if it is going to duo, will struggle against that aggressive composition from the Bolts.
Like a good gymnast, he's flexible, right? He can go around wherever he wants. And we'll get to see whether or not he ends up in the duo lane or not. The damage potential he can bring is insane. How does he match up against Medusa, though? Like, if he is going duo, like, is that like a favorable match, a neutral match for him? And I guess we can ask the same question for Poseidon. Which one does he have a better matchup against?
If he goes mid up against Poseidon, you don't have like standard mobility to avoid the Kraken, but you are able to play pretty far back in lane. So you're going to be generally safe there, I suppose. Up against Medusa, it's a very volatile lane. Both of you have got potential to just win a fight in like 2 seconds flat. Stinger, Swarm of Bees, like one auto attack, Medusa's dead. Medusa lacerate, Viper shot, couple auto attacks, you're probably just dead. Whoever pulls a lead will likely hold on to it in the long lane. Whereas in mid, you're playing more so of a just
You dare
further
challenge
back,
divine
safe
rule.
role. I think I would likely prefer to see Amuz and Cobb go towards mid, just because of how much pressure they lost out on in game one, the Valks that is. Amuz and Cobb does not lose in pressure. He should be able to at least net you a couple mid camps.
And if Benny's already feeling hunters, then maybe going from Shibalanke to Amuz and Cobb is like
Yo, feed the hot hand.
maybe gonna play a little bit better. It is the Bacchus Kabraken bans out to finalize the 5 bans from the Bolts. Nemesis Kamazats are the targeted bans trying to control the jungle from Lasbra on the other side. Horus gets locked in. And now, Mifflin, we're in a very, very, very interesting position. Geb, we have seen in years past, has played 2 roles. He has played mainly support, and Divios successfully ran him. I will give him the credit, 100% win rate whenever Divios played Geb
in solo.
in solo.
We've
Well,
also
that's
seen
'cause that's all
Mando
where
Warrior.
Divios played it.
Mando Warrior
plays it.
and Giliara have both played Geb in the solo lane as well. And he's got decent scaling, and back when they were doing it, was not capable of applying flat damage with the ultimate. Cataclysm now having just base damage as well.
Yeah,
as
he's
the
just
HP.
better.
Yeah, he's just better in that mage role. I wonder, man.
But
Could
between
be-
him and Horus, like, what do you do? Is it Horus jungle?
No, it's got to be Horus support, man. The jungle clear on Horus is so poor. If it's got to be, if it's gonna be
Geb
one of
jungle?
those, if it has to be one of those two, you vastly prefer Geb in the jungle. The
I
Olympus
can't
Bolts-
believe I got you to say that.
I mean, between Horus and Geb, but I'll,
yeah, I
I'll
guess
take
it's
the
not.
lesser
I
of
was gonna
two.
say it's not necessarily like a hot take for you because you're not taking either of them into the jungle if you
No.
get a choice.
Man, I mean, assuming that the jungler has already been selected, let's play the guessing game. Assuming the jungler is selected for the bolts, I think it's Poseidon.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you that credit. That doesn't necessarily help me figure out where the Horus and the Geb are going.
Horus support, Geb mid.
Now, Okay, wow. That broke me. I'm going to be honest. Geb mid. Well, I guess you were just talking about, yeah, like where his damage is at.
Yeah.
He's got clear. I guess we'll find out here in a second. They're using all their bank time, so the Bolts are going to have to lock in something to help us make some sense of what's going on. The only reason, if you're watching this, you're confused. You're like, well, Geb support easy, but Horus, he's always. I was gonna say he's always been locked in over there. Chiron locked in.
That's the Viron mid for sure. So you got Poseidon in the jungle, Horus in support, Geb solo, Medusa ADC.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm going for sure. Geb doesn't have a poor lane matchup against Cthulhu in that nobody does. Cthulhu's not going to dominate all that much. You will probably lack a little bit of clear. Mire plus the first ability from Cthulhu, a little bit more consistent than just like the shockwave rollout from Geb. But both being so weak in the laning phase, it's about who's going to make a larger impact on rotation in. Generally, you're going to favor the Cthulhu in that scenario because Descent into Madness is just such a strong initiation tool, but similarly, Cataclysm does the exact same thing, and up against these immobile picks, CERN, Amuzin Cobb, even Shiva, to a certain extent, neither of those three, or any of those three, have really got a great answer to like a blink Cataclysm. The Bolts said they were going to limit test. This is it. We're limit testing.
Did they say that, or did you say that about them?
Yeah, but then Barracuda like nodded and then did the like the finger gun nod, like you know what I'm talking about, like the.
But he did that while you were talking about it, so I'm guessing he was standing over there pre-interview. But
yeah,
then,
he was
like,
standing behind you. You didn't see him, but he did this.
So I am literally just taking your word that like Barra gave you a small hint that they were going to limit test.
I said limit test, and it is not a small hint, Gore. I don't know what about you're not understanding, but that's not small.
I guess if that it was exactly after limit test and he like hits you with the finger guns.
Well, he didn't snap. He went.
Oh,
I don't. Bro,
who does finger guns and not snaps? Hold on.
Barracuda?
Barracuda might be a serial killer. Who does finger guns and does not snap? It's impossible. How do you? You can't. Literally you can't. I can't physically do it without snapping. It's not as fun. It's an intrinsically
Maybe
worse
he can't
move.
snap. Some people can't snap.
Oh, he should learn.
Okay.
Simply do better. I guess we'll see whether or not he can snap into
These guys are
games.
such
Is that a good pivot? We'll figure it out. My little sister taught herself to whistle after when she was 21. So you can learn
When
to snap.
she was 21?
Yeah, she didn't know how to whistle, and then when she was 21, she sat down and tried to learn to whistle, and then she can whistle now. And she's your age.
Well, no, I'm 23 going
Yes,
on 24.
she's 23,
Okay.
going on 24.
All right, fair enough,
That's,
man.
I told you she's your age. I know how old my little sister is, Mifflin. Come on. And
This
how
just
old
in
you are.
From production. Jithens can't whistle.
We'll see
From production.
if we'll see any snapping from Barracuda. This time we're going to the game number 2. It's the Bolts and the Valkyries taking on each other one more time.
Let's snap into game number 2, Gore. I like that pivot. Olympus Bolts, the Valhalla Valkyries. What could be the final time here in the set?
It's not
I
Geb
think-
solo.
Yeah, we were close, but a little wrong. We were right about Lasbra on Poseidon jungle, Venenu, Chiron mid, but Haddox playing Horus solo. Awesome Jake will be on Geb's support here, Trelly. And so I think that's unique in those two flip-flopping, but I think the way the rest of the draft panned out, we figured out that's how this Bolts draft would end up being.
Yeah, we have seen a bit of Horus solo. It's got, decent clear if you can use to the skies to get some crazy rotations off that sort of thing.
And remember,
sustain and you can just,
hydrate
teleport your way with-
or die.
I don't know. I feel like the Geb solo would have brought a little bit more.
Hydrate or die, you
But-
say?
I guess Haddox just wanted to
Very well.
play some Horus solo, and that's what we are going to see here. I'm curious about the matchup into Cthulhu. I mean, you can stun out the Mire. It's probably pretty annoying. I mean, Haddox had to know what was happening. He had to know he was playing into a Cthulhu and just wanted to play this horse. So we'll have to see how it works out.
Yeah, sometimes, and it works this way with builds sometimes too. I remember last year, maybe in the year before, maybe it was season 6, or season 7 rather, we would always have the conversation with ADCs around, all right, why'd you buy either Bloodforged or Devourer's Gauntlet first? And the answer was always like, I just wanted it, or it's what I could afford. Sometimes we try to find all these analytical reasons for picking certain things when in reality, it could just be I wanted to play the pick. There's not a hard-hitting
Game
fact
audio?
or a bit of stats behind it. And maybe that's
No
what
game
Haddox is
audio.
feeling here in game number 2. Valhalla Valkyries are going to run back the Shiva jungle, and I think that was a bright spot in an otherwise difficult game for the Valhalla Valkyries was Kirmi on this pick. Trelly was able to get active, couldn't keep the same pace that Lasbra did on the Nemesis, but at least in moments, Kirmi on this jungle pick was bringing the Valkyries back in. But I do look at Lasbra, not on the Nem, on the Poseidon this time. I don't know what my expectations are, admittedly, with pacing-wise from Laz. Like, maybe you need to get to level 5 to start sending some of those ganks out. But Poseidon jungle, a whole world of difference, it feels like, than Nem.
Yeah, whenever you are going these mage jungles, I feel like your biggest benefit is the fact that the solo laner has to itemize against their opposition before itemizing against you. Obviously, Aquarius is going to be building into physical defense because I'm up against a Horus, not the magical defense. So the Krakens are going to be doing much more on that side of the map.
True.
Compared to everyone else. But in the 1v1 matchup, if Kirmi ever catches you out, we already saw last game what happened when Kirmi was on the Shiva and Ven was on the Poseidon. It's very difficult to try to peel this character. He has a lot of CC immunity, doesn't really care about the Kraken. If he avoids the middle and just starts dancing, you're going to, not only he can heal through it if he wants to, but he can just damage you as well. So it's a different matchup that you're going to have to watch out for. Probably not wanting to run into Shiva in the jungle at all.
Yeah, I'm wondering how the Bolts, outside of maybe Lasbra early in this game, are going to deal with Aquarius on Cthulhu, because Descent into Madness, it was attempted to be dealt with by Aquarius in game 1 by the Achilles pick for the Valkyries, but the Valkyries banned that out. And so it's going to require a lot of shred. And so I think your point stands, Trelly, for the laning phase and helping Aquarius survive under Lasbra's pressure. But later in this game, once Aquarius is a bit fuller in the build, like chin size might be necessary by one of Ven or Bear. I imagine Ven builds a little bit more ability based from what we've seen from Chiron builds here as of late. So maybe that's something Barracuda is going to have to consider down the stretch. And I think for the Valkyries, yet again, if we're pivoting away from Aquarius talk, from solo lane talk, it's level 5 for both junglers. Lasbra's low. Yeah, Kirmi going to have no problem fighting up against Lasbra right now, just stronger at this point in the game. And I was about to talk about the dual lane of the Valkyries needing to survive and needing to get some momentum. At 1 point, 0-9 in game number 1. Gamma had his hand in a lot of early pressure for the Valks, but not getting much going down the stretch as far as kills go for the Valkyries. And so just getting out of this laning phase with some comfort, with a little bit of momentum, going to be important here. And it's a Kernanos and a Ganesh up against a Geb and a Medusa.
Yeah, I'm curious to see why. Usually we see this Death Soul Crusher build when you want to get pressure, and a Medusa certainly can, but CERN is not really going to get out-pressured by the Medusa. You sort of just want to net even, but WoW's sort of forfeited that right, saying, I'm going Gilded, trying to get some gold, I'm going to be sitting under my tower, and I'm going to go either into the Dev Gauntlets or the Bloodforge start, so not opting to try to match some of that Crusher pressure that the Medusa has. I think WoW's going to be sitting under tower pretty much the most of this game as well. Last game, that's all we saw from the Soul. Sort of underneath the tower, had to go underneath tier 2 tower once the tower went away, and never really saw those impactful rotations. I think WoW's already recognizing maybe I'm just not going to get pressure in this lane, but I feel like he gave it up a little bit too early. I think you can box pretty well with Medusa, at least in the early game, but looking at this solo lane specifically, here comes the gank.
Yeah, Lasbra throws out the Kraken towards Aquarius. Watch out, because Kirmi rotating towards solo as well, and Lasbra is going to take a whole heap of damage. Do we want a tower dive? Kirmi says yes! And the damage should be enough. There's a tower shot into Kirmi as well. First blood to the Valhalla Valkyries, and they are going to punish a slower early game jungler in Lasbra here. We already saw Kirmi far and away ahead of the boxing match in the 1v1. This is well played by Aquarius, and the Valkyries get some pressure rolling on right.
Yeah, I think that was a great recognition, knowing that, hey, this Poseidon is not going to want to fight me right now. I have so much in my ult that it doesn't really matter. Even though Lasbra did drop the Kraken onto Aquarius, I mean, Kirby just realized, hey, I'm just going to come in and clean this one up. But on the flip side, Haddix did pick up the Golden Bow, trying to get some form of clear in this lane. Obviously, Horus not having the best lane clear. Mifflin touched on it a little bit, saying the jungle clear wasn't great as well. So Haddix said, I'm going to get Golden Bow. I'm going to clear the wave with my auto attack so I can use my abilities, you know, for movement or for poke, anything I really want to at this point. So not going to be very tanky, but hey, the wave will get cleared faster.
Yeah, goodness. Attack speed, a little physical power, a little movement speed. All right. The desk talks about pushing the limit. This is one way to do it. Let's get unique with our build path here. I do wonder how the rest of the build, like if you just go straight standard tank after this, you just needed a little bit of help getting through the laning phase. Obviously, Cthulhu is going to have pressure over in a lane like that as far as clear goes. Wow, he has survived up to this point, holds on to the beads, and we'll be able to continue to do so. Kirmi over towards left. Barracuda has Petrify and
don't
has
like my
beads.
ad?
Shell out from Awesome Jake. With no pressure being returned by Wowie here, it's going to require a full-on chase down, but
Holy shit.
Kiermi was always on his own there. Gamma throws down the ultimate, but Barracuda just wailing away with auto attacks. Wowie was just too far back, and watch out for Laz.
I don't know if they thought
Welcome
they
back,
were in a good
Coffee
position
Cake.
here. Lasbra has the gank as well, so the Valks are just way too far up, and
Yep.
Gamma's going to fall as well. I mean, that really seemed like Kiermi thought, hey, we're all going to go in here and
Oh,
fight
we're
as
on different
one.
pages.
They were
On there again. Goes. Wowie is just needed a little bit of help getting through
That's
the
about
laning
when you
phase.
said it.
Obviously, Cthulhu is going to have pressure over in a lane like that. As far as clear goes, Wowie has survived up to this point, holds on to the beads, and we'll be able to
Gab.
continue to do so. Kiermi over towards left. Barracuda has Petrify and has beads. Shell out from Awesome Jake. And with no pressure being returned by Wowie here, it's going to require a full-on chase down, but
Damn.
Kiermi was always on his own there. Gamma throws down the ultimate, but Barracuda just wailing away with auto attacks. Wowie was just too far back, and watch out for Laz.
I don't know if they thought they were in a good position here. Lasbra has the gank as well, so the Valks are just way too far up, and
Yep.
Gamma's going to fall as well. I mean, that really seemed like Kiermi thought, hey, we're all going to go in here and
Yeah,
fight
we're
as
on different
one.
pages.
And the duo lane just was not ready for that at all. Obviously, they just turn around, completely shut down Kiermi. And then Gamma was like, oh, wait, we were fighting? I'm going to chase up as well. Too late. At this point, the Bullets answer back 2-1. So, a little bit off the base there for the Valks. I just don't think they were all on the same page, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think the Valkyries, different wavelengths. As Wowie had already taken a lot of damage, couldn't extend back
Oh
in
shit.
the lane.
Oh shit. Nope.
One more
He just
shot.
guessed.
Would have gotten
Oh,
it done on
God.
the Benny Q there. But walking away, yeah, like
Chiron's
50
so
HP doesn't
annoying.
even do it justice. It was a little bit lower than that as the health pot ticked on through. Venetu nearly grabbing a kill on the Benny Qs, forced back to base. As Transcendent start for both of these mid laners. Similar mindsets, I imagine, Trelly, in the build for both mids throughout this game. And we have seen the rises and the falls of AMC. This is a pick that Paul himself described as maybe chaotic was the word he used, because there are games where you'll die 8 or 9 times on AMC just because the enemy team decides that you're the one who's going to die. And then there are games where you do absolute absurd damage numbers. So I'll have to wait and see which game it's going to be for Benny Q down the stretch. For now, he's received some pressure but hasn't quite died yet. Really the worrying matchup still, Trelly, is that Kiermi is in a spot where he can bully out Lasbra pretty effectively. But Laz is farmed up just fine. A slight XP lead even over Kiermi out of the jungle. And so the bully potential hasn't necessarily resulted in much of a lead for Kiermi just yet.
Yeah, not at the moment. I think Lasbra is just making sure, I mean, with the Doom Orb, just running to farm as quickly as possible. That's the movement. Kiermi is going to have to dance out of this one. He's going to be able to heal up and probably re-engage here if they want to, but it looks like they are. Just going to take the Kraken and the Cataclysm and get out there. But
Some
I think
good healing in
Lasbra,
that ultimate.
again, has this movement speed build where you can just, pop your 2, run to a
Unshita.
camp, pop your 2, run to a camp. Kiermi's trying to fight, but Lasbra's saying, I don't really want to fight you. I've recognized that when I crack in you, you just don't get knocked up. You don't really care about my damage. You have that natural tankiness of a warrior, so I'm not going to try to take this 1v1. I'm going to play to my strengths right now.
I wonder, yeah, Wowie was looking at Barra, but with Awesome Jake close by, it's always going to be difficult to find a 1v1 there. Barracuda has Petrify. Wowie did have beads, though. Haddix will use his ultimate, and he will escape beneath his tier 1 tower. A small victory, to be sure, for the Valhalla Valkyries, forcing a rotational ultimate out of Haddix on this Horus. Might be a little bit of a chase there, just forcing him back. We've seen this story before. Wowie being semi-tower dove by Barracuda and Awesome Jake, the tier 1 tower being melted through. Lasbra here is an insurance policy on the left side of the map, as Gamma is as well. This would be a 3 versus 2, but the minion wave dies off. I think Barracuda with a few more auto attacks will be able to whittle down this tier 1 tower. Laz is over here on the left as well. A big Kraken that should be coming up shortly. If you're going to make this play work, Lasbra needs to be considering his Kraken. Good ultimate out of Wowie, though. He will dash away. Kraken wasn't there, and so there's no kill. But maybe if the goal is knocking down that tier 1 tower, the Bolt's able to come away with a win.
Yeah, I think Lasbra recognized that the beads dash was always possible if the Kraken get dropped, and maybe they could get a Gold Fury after the fact if they get that pick without the Kraken. So just making sure to save onto it. I don't think there was ever a guaranteed kill there, but probably if you can read the dash and just drop it after the fact. Wowie lives another day, but the tower was the win there as we're looking at this laning phase. Pretty much exactly what you would expect. Just some auto attacks into, just some healing when you can find it.
Yeah, that's the way duo lane has been. Was a 2-level lead for Bear just a moment ago. Wowie able to clear out a wave. Knock that down to a 1-level lead for Barracuda. Double stacking at a mid here for Venenu. Both mid laners have their Transcendences stacked. Soul Eater will be the next item on this Chiron. If nothing else for the Valks, you know, a slowdown of the pace from game one was always going to be a win. If you're trying to slow down and make an adjustment, then you know the Olympus Bolts trying to put some more pressure, but the Valhalla Valkyries, if you're looking at making some adjustments, at least keeping the Bolts at bay a little bit longer here. And game number 2 could be a win, and they're going to grab a Pyromancer, shrink up that gold lead just a little bit.
Not doing
so
too bad.
Proactive play in a game 1 where the Bolts were able to get all of the neutral objectives. Valhalla Valkyries make a quick play and grab one here in game 2.
Yeah, I think that was a smart call to
Run,
recognize
baby, run.
again. They don't really have that much pressure on the left side of the map, but on the right, everyone's doing pretty fine. I think you have the ability to shred these objectives when you have this double hunter composition. Benny Q, you don't have your hunter in the left lane, but you got one in the mid, so just bring that AMC over to the Pyromancer, confirm that pretty easily. But the Bolts, they always had this option. They can answer back with the Gold Fury. Kraken is still available.
Yep.
They could bait it in, or they could just go for the confirm.
Yeah, I wonder if the Valks try to fight here. Kraken does not do much from Lasbra here. Petrify out from Barracuda as well. They are way too healthy, the Bolts are. You got to watch out for Aquarius on the backside of this fight, but 2 kills have already fallen. Benny Q now being chased down. And as Aquarius dashes off to the other side, that's his movement ability, has Descent into Madness. But Kraken is gone, Aquarius is full HP, no ultimates left outside of To the Skies for Haddix, who's on the far right side of the map. So the Valks do delay the Gold Fury, but you end up losing 2 in trade, and it's the dual lane who goes down. 0-3 start for the Valks left side.
Yeah, I'm sure they're pretty happy, the Bolts at least. You don't want the Gold Fury there if you can just get the 2 kills, obviously. Aquarius did have some disruption potential coming from the backside with the Descent into Madness, so not wanting to pull that objective. Just happy with climbing a little bit more in this lead they have at the moment. But wow, he realizes that, hey, there's going to be some tanky targets running at me. I'm just going to go for the Chinsai's second item. I don't think this is a 1v1 item at all right now, recognizing I don't want to fight Barracuda. I really do not want to take these trades because he has that Crusher Rossi build. I've got Dev Gloves and Kinsai, so I'm just going to try to shred these tanks that are running at me. But again, we're seeing Wowie at this tier 2 tower not really able to free farm. This duo lane is getting no form of help, and Kirmi tried to come over here once, didn't find much success, got turned on and said, you guys didn't help me with the last gank, I'm not coming back. Wowie's going to be stuck under that tower.
Venenu hits a pretty big power spike here, Trelly, over in the mid lane. Fully stacked Soul Eater, fully stacked Transcendence, and then just a straight purchase of a Titan's Bane. Watch out when that ultimate starts to fly. Dharmic Pillar's down on the Gold Fury, but the Valkyries secure it, so both neutral objectives early go to the Valks. The Olympus Bolts looking for the fight after the fact. To the Skies, that'll drop right on the back. 3-man knockup, it's huge.
Shit.
On the reinitiation from the Bolts. Beads shredded on both of the carries. The Valks grab the Fury and lose their support.
That was a good
Something
play.
they will. 3 pillars down on the Gold Fury, but the Valkyries secure it, so both neutral objectives early go to the Valks. The Olympus Bolts looking for the fight after the fact. To the Skies, that'll drop right on the back. 3-man knockup, it's huge. On the reinitiation from the Bolts. Beads shredded on both of the carries. The Valks grab the Fury and lose their support. Something they will probably take.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a lot of relics there, but yeah, as you mentioned, the Pyromancer and the Gold Fury now going the way of the Valks. Just superior objective play on this team, despite being down a little bit. They do have a good bit of pressure having a double ADC comp. This will hurt, though. Losing a
blue
tier 2
emoji.
tower right now, definitely not what they want.
Yep,
Kirby is going to walk up. They have to fight over this.
Yeah, Valkyries will show up. And so the Olympus Bolts have to back away. And in the meantime, Aquarius got a tier 1 over on right. Looks like a teleport out from Aquarius as well. Valkyries want to push this advantage just a little bit further. There is a Descent into
Gotta
Madness.
be careful.
There are beads for Aquarius. Are we tower diving the tier 1 tower here? 3 members of the Olympus Bolts caught off to the side. Remember, Venenu with Titan's Bane will shred down this health bar. As I think the Valkyries make a self-saving decision, turn around and walk away. Looks like Centaurus flies out for a little damage from Venenu. Ends up taking Aquarius pretty low, and the tug of war continues. Are the Bolts now going to chase down the Valkyries while they're on retreat? Looks like that's the consideration as Awesome Jake rolls on through. He's got Haddix next to him. Venenu, without his ultimate, sent some damage towards Gamma, and one by one, the Valkyries are all able to get out alive. But To the Skies will be a backpedal this time, and How everyone on the map survives is beyond me, but
Yeah,
all
seriously.
10 players still here.
Yeah, I knew Haddix was going to channel that old somewhere. I was just like, are you really going to try to dive this one again? Obviously, recognizing that maybe we shouldn't go too far underneath this tower and just saying, let's call it off. Back to the old farm game. But again, this all started from the Valks pulling that Gold Fury, and the Bolts were sort of like, we got to answer back. Let's go for the tier 2 tower. And then we saw the chases ensue, the teleports coming out, that sort of thing. But back to the old farm game. I mean, you don't have any objectives to fight over at this point. The Pyromancer's almost back up because of how long that engage was. And I think the Bolts are going to have to get their wards down at this point because they can't be letting these objectives just sneak through. BennyQ, though, doesn't have the beads available.
Awesome. Jake blinks forward, gets a double Cataclysm. Venenu close to having that Centaurus back. Gets good damage onto Benny, who used the honey and walk away. Centaurus, 1 good, 2 no good, 3 just short of having the range. So BennyQ lives to fight another day yet again. This AMC has been under plenty of pressure. The damage just hasn't fully connected from the Olympus Bolts yet. But pressure still counts for something, and that's given Ven
They're definitely
credence
hanging in there.
this lane.
They're
2
doing
level
okay.
lead over his counterpart. Lasbra, 2 level lead. 3 over an ADC. Fighting around Barracuda. Going to help out the Olympus Bolts here. Pyromancer is back up. The Valhalla Valkyries get the first one. Looks like the Bolts will casually rotate over and grab the second.
Yeah, they're not going to let any more objectives be stuck underneath their noses this time, trying to get that vision down and just saying, you know what, you guys, we have the lead, and there's no reason you should be getting these objectives, just unfortunate backing by us and not realizing when these objectives were being able to be pulled. So now I think the Bolts are going to just lock that one down and not give them any more avenues. But as you mentioned, BennyQ has been getting dove quite a lot, but still sitting 0-0 on one of the least safe mid laners that we see right now. I mean, it's very difficult to escape as an AMC, but juking out these Centaurus shots more often than not. Even though the beads were down, the ult obviously wasn't up. So BennyQ is making sure to stay alive in these fights as much as possible, trying to get the same.
He
Look
laughed.
at all the witch blades we see.
I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, for the Valks. Not only does Kirmi have one, Aquarius has one as well. So we see, what, 4, even I would call it Poseidon ADC at this point. So 5 attack damage carries, and there's going to be a lot of attack speed slow on both sides. I mean, even Austin Drake has that Witchblade.
Yeah, let's be honest. It's all for the Golden Blade that Haddix has, right? I mean, the Witchblade 100% a Golden Blade counter.
Yeah.
I say that very sarcastically in case that wasn't obvious to the viewers out there. Valhalla Valkyries have kept themselves relevant here in Game 2, but an 8,000 experience lead a moment ago. Even more hefty than what the gold lead might suggest here. A lot of that standing in mid and standing over in duo as well as 2 levels across both of those roles. You're going to get a Primal Fury spawning here shortly. The Valhalla Valkyries, remember, they get the Gold Fury quickly, but end up losing Gamma the last time this objective respawned. But with the type of gap that has grown in experience in gold here in this game, I think the Olympus Bolts Trelly have every right and maybe every need to step up and fight over the objective rather than letting the Valkyries get it again.
Looks like WoW is heading over to mid lane. It might be trying to get in a position to say, hey, we know Primal Fury is spawning. We have double ADC. If you go for the Gold Fury, we're going to try to sneak this Fire Giant. We see Benny and Gamma trying to get vision on it, so they're just recognizing how much burn they do have right now. Because they don't really want to fight. We saw what happened last time they fought over the Gold Fury, but here's a blink hit from Kirmi, or from Jake on Kirmi, and they're going to have to back up.
Kirmi is able to get out of the Cataclysm, but now it's Gamma who is stunned down. Everything connects onto the support of the Valkyries.
Damn.
And the Olympus Bolts will take a simple kill. Awesome Jake blinks forward, has the knock up on
damn.
Kirmi. Awesome Jake in with the follow-up stun. Brilliant ultimate out of WoW. He forces some beads out, but Barracuda's on a killing spree nonetheless. And watch Haddix walk forward. Golden Blade, don't fail me now. As there's a little bit of damage connecting onto the backline. Watch out for Ben from over the wall. Can deal some damage here around the backside. The Chiron goes. And how about this for a flank? The last 3 members of the Valkyries are sandwiched, but Venenu, he goes in on his own with Barracuda. As there's a teleport coming out from Haddix this time. What a weird fight this has been, but the Olympus Bolts take a couple and do lose their mid laner in tow.
Hello, Cinnamon.
Welcome back from the ad break, potentially. Maybe. Probably.
Oh.
Benny Q's gonna have to.
Axe. Walk the knock up onto Kirmi. Awesome Jake in with the follow-up
He wants
stun.
coffee.
Brilliant ultimate out of WoW. He forces some beads out, but Barracuda's on a killing spree
you see his
nonetheless.
ultimate.
Awesome
his
Jake
ultimate?
swings for it.
That's
Has the
WoW's
knock up onto Kirmi. Awesome Jake in
Oh,
with
right
the
there.
follow-up stun.
The purple thing.
Brilliant ultimate out of WoW. He forces some beads out, but Barracuda's on a killing spree nonetheless. And watch Haddix walk forward. Golden Blade, don't fail me now. As there's a little
So
bit of damage
low.
connecting onto the
Can't believe
back
he
line.
lived.
Watch out for Ven from over the wall. Can deal some damage here. Around the backside, the Chiron goes. And how about this for a flank? The last three members of the Valkyries are sandwiched, but Venenu, he goes in on his own with Barracuda. As there's a teleport coming out from Haddix this time. What a weird fight this has been, but the
That's a
Olympus
really
Bolts
weird fight.
take a couple and do lose their mid laner in tow.
Benny Q's gonna have to put on the juke shoes for this one. Getting dove underneath the tower, and
Wow.
now he's
Shit.
gonna get sandwiched between
some good
3
damage.
bolts.
Oh shit.
Should be a
Benny Q.
kill onto Benny, right? Well, yeah, we'll take the tower first, make life as simple as possible, or we'll just chain CC onto Benny. Ends up being a much more worthwhile trade for the Olympus Bolts this time around, and that's
Game
the
was
power
like, yeah, no.
of what this
never
team
mind.
brings. And that's like without Ven being in that fight for a pretty decent portion. Ven just rotates in behind at the end of that fight, and the Olympus Bolts still win it pretty handily.
Yeah, that was a questionable gank by Ven. Maybe if the ult was there and you could like defy death for a bit, maybe try to get a
Yeah.
reset with that Centaurus, would have been a better option there. But just trying to go behind 3 members of the Valks, I think, is a little bit disrespectful. So Ven gonna go back to base on that one. And it looks like they are just gonna go for the Primal Fury. The Bolts don't want to pull this Fire Giant just yet until their ADC, I mean their mid respawns. They both have ADCs though. So they are gonna go for this Gold Fury and then maybe look at that Fire Giant. They still have a little bit of time before Benny Q does spawn back in. So that will be the first death of the B in the mid lane.
And again, I mean, that's something we've touched on a few times, so that's pretty surprising given how much pressure Benny Q has taken this game. It's only been 1 death so far. Unfortunately,
Not really
for
any
Benny,
attack speed on
the rest of the
Chiron.
map has died pretty consistently. Namely,
It's all
again, the
just
left
power.
side, 0-6 now between Gamma and Wowie, and the build for Gamma puts the Ganesh in an awkward spot, right? I mean, Dharmic Pillars, you just toss that down, and you're an ult bot. Maybe at this point, you hope that the Heart Ward and the Thebes can at least help out the team a little bit. But if Gamma is anywhere near the front of these fights, I don't know, 0-4 becomes 0-5 pretty quickly. I'm going to hang a little bit further back. Silence helping out with some protections for anyone in range, and that's good damage out of Ven. As just the Centaurus plus the Detonate shreds about half HP off a couple members of the Valhalla Valkyries. Pyromancer's going to be up here shortly, but Fire Giant also looms. Both equally likely targets here for the Bolts.
Yeah, they do have the Kraken available,
Whoa,
so all
that's
eyes have to be on
quick.
Lasper here.
Yeah, I don't think the Valks can do anything about this. There's too much damage between both of the carries and then a Kraken to secure, but not needed. And how about that call, Trelly, from the Valks to kind of pull the parachute and realize we're not fighting over the Fire Giant?
Yeah, I think they are at 10k gold lead, and then you put Fire Giant on top of that. It would have been nice to try to go for a cheeky steal there, but again, what is out confirming the Kraken right now? Your only real option is maybe try to CC Lasbra so he can't get the Kraken off. It's just not going to be available here, so now you have to go for the defense. It looks like To the Skies is coming out. They're going to go for it.
Into the Phoenix, go the Olympus Bolts. Game number 2 could be ending here over the horizon, depending on how this fight goes. Kraken does a little bit of damage from Venenu. Brilliant
Nice
ult yet
cataclysm.
again from Wowie on the back line of this fight, but the Olympus Bolts shrug it off. They walk forward, and they've got 1 already. Make it 2 as the dual lane dies again for the Valks. The Olympus Bolts have eyes now for the mid lane Phoenix.
Yeah, they still do have a damage
Or the mid
dealer.
lane tier 2.
Benny Q is
Or
available.
the Titan, who knows?
They're just kind of opening the door at the moment. They are going to go for this tier 2 tower. I think they're going to play it a little bit safe, maybe until the Kraken's back up, something like that. All their ults are down, so it's going to be hard to end the game without those big burst abilities. But the Phoenix, not going to be too difficult to get that one.
Aquarius, Kirmi, and Benny Q are going to have to do it all here. 8 seconds left on Gamma. Wowie a bit further behind, maybe double the timer here. And the posturing of the Bolts would have told us a lot there. Had you stepped forward, you're likely going for the end. But instead, with so much time remaining on this Fire Giant buff, and look at the gold in hand, 2,000 at least for everyone on the Olympus Bolts. And that's going to get a little bit higher now. A couple hundred more gold for everyone after the tier 2 falls on left. You know, why make any mistakes here? The Olympus Bolts are so far ahead, Trelly. I'm sure they could have walked in the base, taken a fight, ended the game.
Probably.
but with how important all of these standings are, things like that going into the end of Phase 1 and Masters being top 4, everything being so important, no reason to roll the dice when you can increase your odds by going back and widening up that golden
Masters
item
being
lead.
top 4.
Yeah,
what?
I think it was just
What
an
are you talking
ego
about?
play. Haddix and Jake both haven't died yet. Neither one of them wanted to tank it. They're like, you tank it, bro. I was like, I'm not letting my perfect stat line go down. You tank it. They probably argued for a bit and said, all right,
And
neither of
that's
us will
actually
tank it.
realistic for the Bolts, right?
100%.
Like something like that being the reason they don't end the game.
Yeah, we just go after the fact that Haddix is like, yeah, I was gonna go in, but like Jake told me he wouldn't tank it. So
That's a
we
good
just left.
Haddix impression, too.
That's the best I could do.
No, that's solid. Look, that's great for Haddix and what we hear from him. The Bolts do go back, spend up some of their gold. Should be one final fight here, barring a miraculous, and it would be nothing short of miraculous, base defense from the Valhalla Valkyries, who at least slowed down the killing of the Bolts early in this game, and got the first round of objectives, but just felt a bit overrun in some of these team fights. Centaurus does well from Veneto on the back line of this fight, does more than well, better than well, as Petrify finishes off a couple kills. Barracuda, 705, unstoppable. Lasbra, 3 kills in a row on a killing spree. Aquarius will be run down by the
don't
Olympus
care about the
Bolts this
Phoenix.
game for the last 10 minutes. Not under much question, and the Olympus Bolts will take game number 2, and they will take
like, let me get this
the
heal.
first set of the week.
Will they find the kill on the Benny though? Give him his second set
Oh,
of the game.
Benny, no.
Yes.
That's gonna be it. They will
Oh my God.
finally finish this one off. As you mentioned, 7-0, Haddix 3-0, Jake 0-0 and 15. That is the perfect support stat line that you want to see. Not a single death.
He died in the
Part of
fountain, or
pretty
at
much
the end of
every
the
kill
game in
they
the
really
fountain.
needed to.
Ben.
Great play out of everyone on the Olympus Bolts.
Good job,
There's
Ben.
something about Ven's over-exaggerated stand-up and freak out after their team wins that always make me laugh. And then Laz doesn't quite know what to do, so he kind of claps his hand. Barracuda's in the back, like, how am I dealing with these children every single day? It's such a fun dynamic the Bolts have. So the growing pains continue for the Valhalla Valkyries, and it's always important in matches like this to have some good
Right.
to take away with the bad. We all knew Phase 1, especially getting their dual lane here. Visa's approved. We'll get them all in studio here soon enough. But at least improvements, I think, Trellian, slowing down a little bit from game 1 to game 2.
Yep.
But the Bolts just too consistent, too strong, and continue playing some good smite. Olympus Bolts take our first set of the week, 2-0. Charlie Rayleigh and I will take a break. When we come back, Dusk will break this one down.
Can you give a snap?
Good smite. Olympus Bolts take our first set of the week, 2-0. Charlie Rayleigh and I will take a break. When we come back, Dusk will break this one down.
Oh. That's loud.
The Olympus Bolts take this one 2-0. And Mifflin, it's the second time I'm going to use this word today, but I'm going to use it with conviction. A convincing set
Oh my
from the
God.
Bolts this time around. And yeah, a lot that just goes
So
in their
much
favor.
conviction.
In game number 1, again, there's a little bit more of a back and forth, I think, between the teams at the beginning, and then the Bolts just kind of pulled ahead and continued to stay ahead. This game, they kind of kicked off from that moment. It, again, maybe took a couple of minutes because Smite, but once they got ahead, they were ahead.
Yeah, this is a set where the Bolts are clearly just riding the high of beating the Leviathans and then keeping that momentum and rocking forward with it. If this is the version of the Bolts that we're going to get every single week, I think we could be looking at a very similar situation where they were on, what was it, a 9-win streak last year?
Yeah.
Maybe early to call it. What are they at, 2 right now?
That is
Yeah.
an actual factual too.
Yeah, we're gunning for 9, I think. The Olympus Bolts trying to tie their own record. This is a game where, as you said, man, the Valkyries just don't get anything rolling. Gamma, in particular, was caught out of position very consistently, was not allowed to play. Jake's Cataclysms were on point. Ven putting out probably a little bit more damage than he should be allowed to, going through the majority of these team fights, I'm not even certain that we saw him use Centaurus even once for death immunity.
Oh,
He was just using it
If you
to
hadn't
slam.
added that qualifier, I was like, literally, it was in the clip while you were talking about Chiron with him ulting. But yeah, it wasn't for the death immunity.
No, he did it for
It was
damage.
just for kills.
Yeah. Go
Oh,
on.
do you not have any more?
Well, you derailed me, bro. I'm
I'm
out
sorry.
of it.
Okay, so yeah, Vin did really well on Chiron. I'm trying to get you
I
back
already
on
said
the rails.
that one.
Yeah,
you
said that
gotta
one.
go now. It's your turn.
Okay, and then the rest of the team also looked really good. Whether or not they could or could not snap, which I don't know if we find. You know, maybe that's a good post-game interview. 7-0 and 8 there for Barracuda. 4-1 and 7 for Lasbra. Mifflin, this one's worth mentioning. The first Poseidon win in an SPL level game since the Phase 1 playoffs last year. So it has been
Damn.
a long time since he has been able to get picked up and actually win in a game. And he does it here for Lasbra in the jungle. How do you feel about Poseidon Jungle making a comeback? And can you call it a comeback?
Well, I'm not going to say that it's not a comeback because he's always been here. He hasn't been.
Yeah.
I'm also not going to call it a comeback because it's one game.
Yeah, well,
And
okay,
the
so
Vox
like,
just, didn't look
but like
super good.
next time.
Yeah,
it's a
if
comeback.
they do it against like
the Dragons,
the Kings, the Dragons,
they play the Dragons next.
Yeah, if they can bring out the Poseidon and beat the Dragons with it, I'll say that it's a comeback.
I feel like that is initiating a challenge. Venenu is standing by for an interview, and I'll ask you: do you think that is the Poseidon making a comeback, considering he's been gone for so long, or is this a for fun kind of god?
I think just going into the set, we kind of just wanted to play some stuff that we haven't played and kind of get used to it in like a competitive environment. And you know, Post is one of those characters that are a lot of fun, but he's also like one of those characters where if you play against it a lot, you kind of just start to lose with it. So it's just something that we wanted to try out and it was fun.
So, I mean, you guys get to run him twice. He gets to win twice, so you feel pretty good about that one. And you mentioned playing things that are not necessarily common. And so I'm going to make you talk to me about the Horus solo because I did not see that. We were even talking about it on the desk where we were looking at it. It's like, well, Horus has to be going support. There's no way he's going anywhere else. We even threw Geb in the jungle before we started considering that. So, like, what was it? Was that one,
That'd be
like, I mean,
crazy.
you said testing, but what is it about him that you wanted to throw over there over anybody else?
Well, it's funny because all of last year, Robe preached that Horus Solo was actually really good. And then, I mean, Haddox has just been playing a bunch of ranked, and he just thought it would be okay.
It was
And
on a
we're like,
Haddox whim.
Yeah, and we're just like, okay. I mean, we'll give it a whip, and yeah, we whipped it, and it was pretty good.
So you guys, 2 sets, 4 games. You've won every single one of them so far. Next up is going to be the Dragons. You think you're still going to continue this tear, or are there going to be some more bumps in the road?
I think Jade has always had a pretty good record going into us. Usually the set is usually very, very close, or if not, pretty one-sided. So we just have to be prepped into it. We got our reps in. We know what we want to do. We just have to keep the confidence up and the game plan going.
Yeah, I think in Season 7, you two had like the longest game, and then in Season 8, you two had the lowest kill count game that the SPL has ever seen. So
Yeah.
we're in for a treat on Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch that. Congratulations on your win, man.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your time.
Thank you.
And so Mifflin, now we end up in a position where we get to look back on a set of very. He's selling scram again. That just happened. 2 Poseidon games,
That
2
just
Poseidon
happened.
wins, something that we don't get to see too often
Good job, Coffee.
at all throughout
you
all this. The Bolts
820,000.
are going to be moving on again to play the Dragons on
a lot of
Sunday.
torture.
So we have a nice little break before things go forward. Take a look at the schedule and specifically see what is going to shake out. We got to see some of the players milling around in the, I want to call it the waiting room. I guess it's the break room. We should call it the waiting room
It's
and
like the lunch
film
room.
waiting room in there.
No.
But it is the lunchroom, so yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. That's
I
probably
eat
another.
there.
Yeah, you
Scarabs.
and a lot of people do.
I was pretty nervous
And
when
so they
voting on
take
this
the
next
2-0
one.
here. Scarabs and Leviathans. Those are the teams we saw
Unlimited
milling about,
torture.
and they're going to be the
God.
ones playing up next. Tomorrow, we will be kicking things off at 1 p.m. for the SPL, with the Valkyries once again coming in to play against, this time, the Dragons, which is going to be a very fun, again, the brothers mid up against each other. I'm going to say it as much as we tweet it, because it's fun.
Are you sure they're actually brothers?
You know, the world may never know. We'll find out. We'll get someone in this building has
Do you
definitely
trust them?
seen legal documentation for it, and I bet the admins are that team. Here's a look at the standings. Now, Mifflin, here's another thing to talk to you about. Now, we're looking, you know, big picture. It's week 3. There's only 4 weeks in phase number 1. And so you're going to play every team once. And so it's not necessarily a great position, I think, now for the Valkyries, stuck probably in the bottom
No,
2.
it's not great. That's a great way to word it.
Yeah, when you go forward, the week after week 4, there's a seeding land for those top 4 teams. And that's going to affect phase 2, but it's also going to in the bottom
No,
2.
it's not great. That's a great way
when
to word
you,
it.
Yeah, when you go forward, the week after week 4, there's a seeding land for those top 4 teams. And that's going to affect phase 2, but it's also going to affect the Masters land that comes up
No
in
problem,
May,
Coffee.
where they're going to be able to determine, again, the top 4 out of them. But also, that matters for them because it can determine whether you're playing in week 1 of the Masters, week 2 of the Masters, and the bottom 2 of those SPL spots, which as of right now feels like it's only one of them left
Feels one of
because
them
the other
solid.
one is probably going to persist there unless we see a very wild change-up. Well, then they end up playing in week 1. Again, there's going to be a lot of SEC teams involved. It's going to be
What?
a real
One of
because the
them's-
matters 4 teams now
I'm
for the
confused about
Valkyrie.
what they're talking about.
You know, big
Them?
scene, legal documentation for it, and I bet the admins are that team. Here's a look at the standings. Now, Mifflin, here's another thing to talk to you about. Now, we're looking, you know, big picture. It's week 3. There's only 4 weeks in phase number 1, and so you're going to play every team once. And so it's not necessarily a great position, I think, now for the Valkyries, stuck probably in the bottom
No,
2.
it's not great. That's a great way
when
to word
you,
it.
Yeah, when you go forward, the week after week 4, there's a seeding land for those top 4 teams. And that's going to affect phase 2, but it's also going to affect the Masters land that comes up in May, where they're going to be able to determine, again, the top 4 out of them. But also, that matters for them because it can determine whether you're playing in week 1 of the Masters, week 2 of the Masters, and the bottom 2 of those SPL spots, which as of right now feels like it's only one of them left
Feels one of
because
them
the other
solid.
one is probably going to persist there unless we see a very wild change-up. Well, then they end up playing in week 1. Again, there's going to be a lot of SEC teams involved. It's going to be a really, really big week. But you want to be in the top 6 to try and make it past week 1 immediately. Top 4 if you want to play in that land at the end of everything. So a lot that is going on and a good win for the Bolts to be able to pick that one up. But the Leviathans and the Scarabs, they're going to be playing against
Must
each
be
other
something new
coming
they're
up
doing.
next. So we're going to take a quick break, get things ready for the players, and then we'll be right back with more SBL.
GG Party Horn. GG Coffee. Fucking coffee. Copy of cake. Cake made out of coffee beans. Yep. I need more water. I'm out of water. So, be right back, okay?
I'm here with a Lucy in tow. Hi, baby. You wanna say hi? She's like, nah. Wanna say hi? Wanna say hi? Thanks. That's loud. She's so loud. And slap Wispy Bot. Aw. Hi, Lucy. What's wrong? Oh, really? What do you mean you don't like being held? I didn't know that. She's looking at me with like such like annoyance. Am I antagonizing you? You seem pretty comfortable with it. Oh, excuse me. What are you doing? The hell was that? Well, it's because you tried to escape. Prisoners who try to escape get punished worse. So that's what's happening now. Here it is. Nope. Those are Jasmine's treats. You don't get them because you weigh enough already. Jasmine's skinny and frail. And old. Okay? Hey, Bloop. Meow. She looks so annoyed with me right now.
And
Sorry.
we're back for our second set of SPL to start
Sorry.
off week number 3 of phase number 1. All of us hosts have been doing that today. Week 3, day 1, set 2 of season 9
Why are you
of the
making
SPL.
such noises?
And, well,
Why
we
are
got
you
the
doing
wrong
that?
side. Solar Scarabs up
What's
against
wrong?
the Leviathans. Should be a good set here.
Hi,
Some
baby.
interesting things, I think, to take away already from set number 1 today here, and makes me look forward to the rest of this weekend. My name's Dolson. Trelly's with me for our second set of the day. And Trelly, you look at our first set, and it's the Olympus Bolts, and I think if I look towards them, it's that the SPL so competitive this year, and the Bolts a team that are off to a very hot start and one to watch moving forward.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to say that we can say that the Scarabs and the Leviathans both have something to prove. And when you can say that the returning world champs have to prove that they can still hang at this level is insane, because they've been playing well, but they just got too old by the Bolts. They lost to the Oni Warriors. They really do have to prove that they can hang in this meta. It's a bit of a learning curve. They're trying to get used to that sort of thing. But
You didn't
both
pass?
of these teams
You finished all
really
of them?
would appreciate a win here.
Yeah, implications for
Go ahead.
both teams, not as far as the entire year goes, but how confident we are in them moving forward as the Leviathans and
Put
the
your foot
Scarabs
down.
our second and final SPL
There you
match
go.
of the day.
Nope.
Valk's back in action against the Dragons to start the day tomorrow.
No,
And how about the matchup to end the day
There.
tomorrow? Tartarus Titans versus what could be the best team in the SPL right now, the Camelot Kings. Excited for the Valks and the Dragons. Of course, the brothers in the mid lane matching up against one another. And so, of course, some bragging rights on the line there. But when we talk about implications, we talk about how the standings can move around, how teams over the first couple of weeks have all lost matchups, which I find exciting
finish them
because every so often you'll have
It's a Lucy.
the start to a year, the start to a phase. A team will just run out to a hot start, and everyone
She's
will
checking
not
her
lose
out.
to
She's
anyone.
Like, what are you doing to
The
Lucy?
fact that every team has dropped some sets here at this point, I think makes for a very,
Good job,
very
baby.
competitive
She
year.
ate all the treats
I
again.
mean, look, half of the five of the
Okay.
teams right now are what, 2-2
What?
or
I'm trying to
worse.
release you.
So 3
trying to
teams
release you.
stand alone with only 1 loss. I think that makes for a really
You make me
exciting
want to do it
year.
more.
A couple teams towards the bottom of the standings, and I can't believe I'm saying
Where
that
you going?
about the defending world champions towards the bottom of the standings. Seed number 6 as of right now are these Atlantis Leviathans. And I think, Trelly, you look at it in a good way here, where the meta hasn't like entirely shifted.
She
from
could
the
have
end of
escaped anytime
Season 8,
she
but there
wanted
are some
to.
differences. and
I
it
was
looks like
rubbing
the
her sides
Leviathans,
back
the
and
team,
forth, back and forth.
just trying to catch back up with their
You
own
done?
play style, get some consistency reestablished, because we've seen some of the best of the Atlantis Leviathans, and we've also seen the Leviathans drop
she's
some
funny.
sets that otherwise you might expect them to win. And so it's super interesting watching this roster, such
And
a
now I'm covered in
talented
black
team,
cat hair.
a team that had
Yay.
just won Worlds a few months ago, kind of go
That
through
means
the ebbs
Jasmine
and
ate some
flows, the
treats.
goods and the bads. of early Season 9.
Yeah, we did talk to Rong Yu in an interview a bit ago, and he was saying that they were struggling to find some consistency in the meta. They're just trying to figure out where they stand, what comps work for them, that sort of thing. So I think we will see a little bit more of the, and I know it's weird to say this word for the pretending we're judged, but a bit of a learning curve right now. They're just trying to get used to the meta and flesh out what picks work for them, and it's going to take a bit, but they still have that talent on their team.
And look, the Leviathans are the only team in the league who have beaten the Kings right now. The Kings, again, who might look like the best team in the league, the Kings lost to the Leviathans in the first set of the year for both of these two teams. But then the Leviathans lose to the Oni Warriors, so who knows what happens there. And then the Leviathans beat down the Tartarus Titans quickly in a 2-0, and then get absolutely smashed by the Olympus Bolts in a 2-0. And so we have seen every player on this Leviathans team step up individually, depending on the set, and also crumble as a team, depending on the set. I look at Zapman and Shinto, and they are kind of the north star of how this team is performing, because in the 2-0 set against the Titans, Trelly, Shinto and Zapman go off. I mean, it's an absurd performance from both of the carries. And then literally the next day, crumble, fall by the wayside. I mean, it's such a unique team and a unique situation. Obviously, you're going to have confidence in these guys to get things back on the right track and get things moving forward. Speaking of getting onto the right track, that's what the Solar Scarabs need to do now, in a very similar spot to the Atlantis Leviathans. 1 and 2 in the standings, have played one less set than the Atlantis Leviathans have. Of course, come into this year with a new mid laner. You've got Scary D instead of SOT, and so there are some changes over on that side of the map for sure, Trelly, because simply play style-wise, Scary D and SOT play a very different style of game. So a lot for the Solar Scarabs to get used to.
Yeah, they do have to start figuring out how they want to play through that solo lane, because obviously Scream does like to go over there. He likes to find some aggression, but if he can't get going over there, you know, do you just not look at the solo lane anymore? Do you not want to help your solo laner get some farms so you can get ahead that way? I will say I think Baronic has stepped up in a big way in that mid lane. He's been able to find a lot of the kills on this team has been going the way of Stewart and Baronic. So when they do get on, when they are hot, it looks good. I mean, they have these high points, as you mentioned, the high points and the low points. The low points, they really just don't get started. It really just takes a little bit of engage. They really need inbound to step up and say, hey, this is the way we're going to play this, because at the beginning of the season, when that small play tournament, Scream was stepping up in a big way, but it seems like he hasn't been able to get the ball rolling since then.
Yeah, I think that's been important and will be important for the Solar Scarabs, is diversifying their win conditions.
I don't give you
because
too
for a
many at
while
once,
last year, it
okay? I don't
felt
want you to
like
throw up.
Scream getting off to a good start was it for this team. And then, of course, there are some outliers where one carry or another or solo lane, whatever it might be, would step up. But it felt like if you really had to identify the strengths of the Scarabs last year, it was all Scream all day. And I still think there's some truth to that. But I like that you shout out Baronic, who I think has grown as a player a lot in my eyes, has put together some really nice games so far this year. Even against the Camelot Kings, you go 5-1-11 on AMC, who's one of the most hit-or-miss picks in the mid lane right now. And so I think there's still some excitement here for the Solar Scarabs team. And it makes the conversation around standings and who can beat who so unique for Season 9 in the SPL, because I think the Scarabs on a good day, they can beat anyone in the SPL. Whether or not they have a good day, up to the Solar Scarabs themselves. Obviously, we don't have any pregame interviews with the players live right now, because we talked to them a little bit ago going into this matchup. Let's hear what they have to say.
Do your thing, okay? Sorry.
Our performances in week 2 were pretty inconsistent. I think, you know, the league being so close, I think the first part of the year is going to be like this. Everyone's trying out new things. Teams are coming back from vacation, you know. So I think, yeah, we're just inconsistent, and, you know, it's a long year. We're going to just keep working to improve every week. You got to give a lot of props to the Bolts draft. I think they outdrafted us both games. It felt very hard to team fight into what they had, and I think they did really well counterpicking some of our picks. And so I think draft-wise, and of course we died a few times, so, you know, draft and just playing a little bit cleaner would help us out a lot. The Scarabs seem like they're very, very hot and cold. Like when they get off to a good start, they seem unbeatable, but, you know, the other way around, they seem like they can't get a win either if they start off slow. So they're a very hot or cold team. So hopefully, you know, they don't start off hot against us. The big stat in the Scarabs definitely Scream. I mean, he's definitely their kind of like intellectual player. He comes up with all these ideas, albeit I don't really agree with a lot of them from what I've heard when I watch the stream and things. That in the Scarabs definitely Scream. I mean, he's definitely their kind of like intellectual player. He comes up with all these ideas, albeit I don't really agree with a lot of them from what I've heard when I watch the stream and things like that. But he's definitely the one to look out for. I think when we go against the Scarabs, it should be a 2-0 for us, but it should be a good match either way.
That man is always going to pay all due respect to the opposing team. And I do think Trelly, he's spot on there. Zatman always good in interviews, and I think he's correct, where he sort of
What are you doing,
highlights
baby?
what we're talking about with the
Right.
Scarabs, where hot and cold team, but
What
you
are you
gotta be
doing?
careful. On their good days, they can beat anyone.
Yeah, when
Leave
Scream
it
does
alone.
come out swinging, I think that is what he was alluding to there. When he comes out swinging, when he gets that early lead and puts his team ahead, it's very difficult to fight
The
this
Scarabs
roster
are a
when they
bunch of
get that lead. But the
nerds.
Leviathans,
Yeah.
not really a roster that's afraid of fighting from behind. They're able to do that. They're able to say, you know, we'll just stay back a little bit and we'll find some sort of aggression
All
in
these
the
people are
later stages
nerds.
of the game. So I like to see that Zap is putting a little bit of respect on that, saying, you know, they will get out to a little bit of an early start.
Trelly, as we get into picks and bans for game one, I'm very curious as to where the priority will lie
What are you doing to
for
that?
both teams, because
Stop flicking it.
at this point, if you're going against
Does
the
it hurt?
Leviathans, I don't know who you can ban out. I mean, Yamoja for Rongyu, that's a pretty obvious first ban, because
Fucking
teams
weirdo,
last
man.
week were giving
Why is
this
this
pick
cat such a
to
weirdo?
Rongyu, and it just felt like a mistake consistently. Do you think if you're the Leviathans, already Erlong Shen kind of answers this question, do you just put emphasis on Scream's early game jungle picks and take those
Stop
away?
licking
Do you
it.
think that really limits how the Scarabs can operate early in these games?
She keeps
You know, if
licking her
you asked me at
vagina
the
and then
beginning of
growling
the
about
season,
it.
I would have said yes, just target ban Scream. You don't want him to get off to an early lead, that sort of thing. But I feel like Scream has sort of fallen by the wayside, not so much as not being able to carry, but I was going to say, Baronic has been really picking up the slack here. This AMC mid has been very
You're a
strong for them.
nerd.
I think Scream has been saying, hey, I don't have to hard carry for us to win these games or at least find some pressure. I can be a setup jungler and find that my teammates get the last hits, they get that gold, and they're able to
I
carry
can't
as
believe
well.
you'd say
So
that about me.
I don't think you can just target ban out Scream anymore. I don't think this Solar Scarabs roster is
I have
really,
no
as
idea what
Mifflin
licking
says,
and
I
then
don't think
growling
80% of the
means. Me
Scarabs is
neither.
on Scream anymore. I think they really are starting to figure out where their strengths lie and where they can play elsewhere. So you're gonna have to ban out the two warrior jungles, right? The
Makes
Gilg
her
and
think
the
she's in
Erlang.
pain
That's
or
a smart way
something.
to go, but I think taking some shots at Baronic is definitely a way to go as well.
Yeah, Baronic, in the last two games that we've seen AMC for Baronic and these Scarabs has
Whether
gone
she
a
likes it,
combined
I don't
10,
know.
2, and 19. So you're absolutely right. It's been a strong look for the Solar Scarabs, the
God damn
AMC has been in the last couple of sets where we've seen that. And Shinto with the ADC's mid is a interesting conversation, because you of course want him on the Tiamats. And maybe hell every once in a while the more standard mages, Merlin of course when the mood strikes right. AMC has also been important for Shinto, but it's been a little bit more difficult to predict what type of performance Shinto's going to have. 3-0-6 in one of his two AMC games recently, and then 3-6-6 up against the Olympus Bolts. So I don't think taking away the AMC from Shinto is as devastating, which is obviously hyperbolic, as it is taking it away from Baronic. The final ban will be the Kleedna, whether that's jungle or solo lane ban. Who cares? Kleedna's a good pick. Let's take it away. Solar Scarabs, they get first pick,
Wow.
and they will hand Stu the Medusa.
Usually Medusa is the answer back. Now the Zeus is open. It has been banned away quite a lot, but the question is, do they really think it's that safe of a pick? Are they able to punish it? I don't know. The Leviathans, they banned the Kleena over, which I think was a smart call.
Cthulhu's
because
making
right
a big
now,
comeback.
Kleena just brings so much pressure, even in the jungle or the solo, whichever role she wants to play, so that's a smart bet. But we have seen a lot more Cthulhu recently, and that is going to be the answer back. So recognizing, hey, maybe Zeus could be
And
on the table.
Daji.
Daji, great answer to it. We'll just grab that instead.
They're probably going
Wow,
to get
Daji has
Nemesis.
been picked 5 times and won 4 out of those 5 games. Only 1 loss out of 5 for Daji right now, Trelly. What level of concern, though? Because Daji, of course, beads Burner, but wants beads to be burnt when initiating with that powwow. What level of concern maybe not being the right word, do you have with Daji being picked this early? Do you think it's easy for the Scarabs to prioritize picks based around this jungle pick for Panatom because the Daji was picked so early?
Yeah, we usually see this Daji banned away when these sort of double hunter comps with like the Cernanos or the AMC, anything like that is going to be picked. But when you pick the Daji so early, you really do let these team comps draft around it. You say, hey, we don't want those un-CC immune characters. We want the cleanses, that thing. But if you're able to shut it down, if you're able to stop the payload, Daji still has a fair bit of damage in her own right.
Nemesis.
So I think if you're the Scarab, seeing the Daji's been picked so early, you are going to look more trying to get a cleanse online, like the Chiron, for example.
Yep. Yeah, Chiron will work wonders here for the Solar Scarabs. Something likely that we'll see out of the mid lane. And yet again, you know, it feels like every game I'm surprised by how much damage the full ability-based build for Chiron can do. It feels like just Centaurus, and then the damage follow-up
Well,
after
I
that.
played Chiron very well.
Just melts backlines. And it's unavoidable. As long as the positioning is proper, I mean, it's such long-range confirmable damage for Baronic out of mid that, you know, Cleanse is just a little icing on the cake for what else Chiron can bring to the table. Zeus for Shinto. Looks like the look for the Leviathans mid lane here in game number 1. So a semi-punishable pick, depending on where the jungle goes for Scream.
Yeah, I really like what the Leviathans did with this draft. I was kind of question marking, you know, the Zeus was open. How come they didn't first pick it? But they did. Arguably better play. They got the Cthulhu and the Daji, something you don't want to pick the Zeus into, so it would still be open for them on this third pick slot, because once you grab that Daji, what are you going to do as the Scarab, saying, you know, we can play around it, or just go, hey, maybe we'll go double Hunter with an RDO. We have this amazing amount of shred in our own right, but we're going to give some of that space control away with the Lightning Storm, and then the Leviathans are able to pick it up for themselves. So now they got themselves a nice little start here. They are going to ban away the E set, which is usually a Scream jungle pickup when you have the double Hunter, so that is going to be 2 shots at Scream with the Nemesis as well. Both jungles going to be taken away. On the flip side, the Scarabs get rid of the Khepri, trying to get rid of some of that safety that this Zeus will have, because the number one problem with Zeus, he's not very safe. If you can keep him alive in the fight, you're probably going to win. If he's going to die, you could probably lose.
Yep, and I'm glad you point out Scream for ESET, because it feels like depending on the team, it's either for sure a jungle pick or for sure a support pick, and it does feel like a jungle pick for Scream, but on other teams, might be something you'd see go more towards support. Inbound, I'm sure can play a nice ESET, but I do think on this team, Scream plays that one a little bit more often.
Hasn't been going to Circuit at all, and since they did a little bit of nerf on Circuit.
More of Trelly, where ESET was kind of the first to do it. When you look at CC, Lockdown, sort of annoying support style picks. Nox, or ESET rather, was one of the first to do it, but Nox has been seeing a rise in play, won't be picked in just yet. Instead, it would be the Uller for Zapman. That is a strong pick. Talk about a storied duo. Zapman plus Uller carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, the Zuler does have some lane winning potential. Into a Medusa, that is definitely saying something. The Fafnir is still open, though. You already have this double ADC comp. I imagine because Scream's favorite mage jungle is taken away, you're going to want a second Guardian to try to get some of that magical damage. So if you do want to go double Guardian, double Hunter, that Fafnir for the course, the group-wide, it looks like the Ymir is going to be hovered instead, though. So still that second Guardian, but not putting so much stock in the attack speed buffer objectives, more so in the peel route or engage route. Trying to go in there with a blink freeze is going to be a solid engage.
Wow, so this is the first time that we've seen Ymir in the SPL at all in Season 9. One ban, it looks like, 3% ban rate, a single time banned. But this will be the first look at Ymir in Season 9 of the SPL, and it's inbound playing it. Ymir giveth and Ymir taketh away. I think there's every likelihood, Trelly, that inbound starts off affecting 3 kills like a few minutes into this game. And there's a similar likelihood of this Ymir being 0-3 in the same amount of time. Who knows with the way that this lane is built. Medusa plus Ymir could find some pressure.
Don't go Nox.
And Scream ends up getting Bastet. And I mentioned Zapman and Uller being a storied combination. Scream on Bastet, maybe similar impact.
Yeah, Scream, one of the guys in the league that have been playing at Bastet even before the reworks, trying to try
it's
out
different.
Yeah,
right.
Throughout the years, always playing this Bastet here, but I'm looking at the lane because obviously Ymir and Medusa shouldn't be getting out-pressured by anything, but Fafnir and Uller, that's a lot of CC, that's a lot of setup and the level 2 fight, so I think both of these lanes have the potential to brawl, but as you mentioned, this Ymir pick, it could be very solid. You wall off the Zeus very well and the Cthulhu very well. You can really cut them out of position pretty easily.
I should probably play Assault more.
If Zeus just like
Maybe
drops
get exposure
Lightning Storm
to
and
more
gets
guts.
ahead, it's going to make Inbound's life
Sorry,
very miserable. I mean, you're going to eat the full brunt of that Lightning Storm pretty much every time. Not very mobile on this pick. So if the Solar Scarabs can get ahead, as that man alluded to in that interview, if Scream comes out swinging, if they can get a lead, I think this draft is very solid. You want to get these double ADCs late game to try to get that
Not sure I've
shred, but
ever seen Fafnir.
they're going to run away with this early if they can just get a little bit of lead.
Yeah, I'm curious. Talk to me about what your expectations are then out of the jungle, between a Bastet, between a Daji, Scream, and Panatom,
Chaz,
respectively.
leave it alone.
Do you imagine
leave
a
it
similar
alone.
power curve between those two, similar points in the game
She keeps
where
licking
both
it
want
like-
to start getting active, or do you need a little bit more wind-up time in
Jazz.
your mind on one or the other?
For me, I'm looking at the Bastet who wants to kill a
Stop
Zeus.
talking
right?
with your
The
mouth
Zeus
full.
is in mid lane, very immobile, can't move around
Hi.
too much, and you're dealing with a
are you
Chiron who
doing?
can just outrange the heck out of the Zeus. So I imagine Scream's going to want to punish the Zeus, but on the flip side, I mean,
Don't growl
Panatom
at me.
doesn't want to go for the Chiron. He has the cleanse. He can avoid a lot of the powwow,
Right.
just trying to stay away. So I don't think Panatom's
She's
going to
growling
want
at me.
to get too
I
active
didn't
in
do
that
anything.
mid lane right now. They're probably going to be fighting on opposite sides of the map, I would imagine, because you have to try to shut down Shinto. Letting that Zeus get online, that's going to be
Jeez.
GG.
Yeah, and I look towards the soul lane as far as later
I
on.
know I've seen
into
the rest
this
of the game, but I don't know about
Who's
Fafnir.
gonna deal
Okay.
with Yarkora
This will be exciting
on
for you to
this
watch then.
Cthulhu? Who is going to shut down
Fafnir's
Scary
pretty
D
crazy.
on this RDO? Because
He
there
transforms
are immense
into a
amounts of
dragon.
damage drafted for both of these teams here, Trelly.
Right.
When you look at like late game builds,
For his
two
ultimate.
of the more difficult soul laners to kill. Cthulhu's been near the top of that tier list for a couple weeks now. RDO has been as well. Are you more confident in Tank Shred?
And I think he has
on
like an
one
attack
side or the
speed
other?
boost that he gives his allies, which is why when you see like
to the double ADCs,
double
right? I mean,
hunters,
Medusa,
that's like when you see
because
Fafnir
the great
sometimes.
thing about this double hunter comp is that one of them can go just Titan's Bane and full ability damage
I'm
with the
seeing Dragon
Chiron and the
Chest
Heart
Cuckoo.
Seekers, things like that.
Mm.
Whereas the Medusa can go for some chin size, just some silver branch, and you can go for double
You'll see
amounts
him.
of shred. It's different sort of ability damage. So I think when you have two ADCs, you
Chaz.
have to give the late game team fight to that comp no matter
Settle
what. But
down.
there's still that question mark. Can you shut down Zeus? Is Zeus going to die
Right.
in these team fights, or is he going to live? If he lives, it's a completely different 5v5.
And talk about how expectations have been different here in Season 9. A 6th versus 7th matchup out of 8 teams here in Season 9 of the SPL. The Atlantis
Yeah, okay,
Leviathans
but are the
versus
Leviathans
the Solar
really a
Scarabs, and
sixth
how
place
this
team?
can change the
Probably
standings
not
moving
really.
forward. So important. Again, the Scarabs at 1 and 2 going into this 2 and 2 for the Atlantis Leviathans. Things really get crazy here, Trelly. If the Solar Scarabs end up winning this, they go to 2 and 2. The Leviathans go down to 2 and 3. I mean, you're really starting a traffic jam there in the middle. I do think game 1 in this set, though, very important in setting the tone. I'll always think game 2 is the most important.
Yum,
You're never gonna sway
translation.
me
I'm
on
busy
that.
trying to make
But I
myself
do
feel
think
better,
between
Mom.
the two teams specifically, we're
Yeah,
going to get a really good feel on which version of the two teams we got today in game number 1.
I guess
Yeah,
she
for
is.
me, I think if the Scarabs win this game 1, that's not going to mean too much. But if the Leviathans win game 1, I think they'll be able to run away with it.
Atlantis Leviathans versus Solar Scarabs, our second and final set of the day, kicking off right now.
And what an important game 1 for both of these two teams out
Seems like
here.
she's a bit
And something
shaky
that
when
Trello
she's
was kind of
standing.
talking about, and really what the desk was going on about here, Mifflin, was when we get to the late game against these comps, because these are some dangerous compositions going to the late game. And you've got double ADC on the Solar Scarabs and this nigh unkillable Cthulhu on the opposite side here for the Leviathans. And Mifflin, when we kind of look at these two teams here, the Leviathans are a team that always want to go towards the late game.
Yeah, I think so. If they're allowed to play till that point, I'm just not sure how this Zeus is going to be dealt with. I'm not sure what the answer to this Cthulhu is going to be. Because the dive potential of the Scarabs, although
Whoa.
decently strong,
Game audio, too loud.
is a little bit mitigated by the fact that it's going to be bulk physical damage. The only one
They
close
figured it out.
into that background that's dealing that physical damage from the Solar Scarabs
They were like, oh shit.
is going to be Scream. Jump in, claw. Can you stick in if a lightning storm's dropped on your feet? Can you stay close if Yarkor's descended into madness? I'm not sure about their capability to do that. So instead, maybe look towards the early game for the Solar Scarabs. Maybe look towards early rotations from Scream to really get them off on the right foot.
Pausing for coffee ads. I see them come on long before coffee's ads too, so I don't know if everybody else is getting ads at the same time I'm getting ads, or what. Seems like coffee ads are different though. Yee! They're over. Good. I'm happy to hear that. That they're over. I'm busy picking a hair out of my shorts.
And
Jump back that
There you
it's
go.
going to be bulk physical damage. The only one closing gap into that back line that is dealing that physical damage from the Solar Scarabs is going to be Scream. Jump in, claw. Can you stick in if a lightning storm is dropped on your feet? Can you stay close if Yark Horse descended into madness? I'm not sure about their capability to do that. So instead, maybe look towards the early game for the Solar Scarabs. Maybe look towards early rotations from Scream to really get them off on the right foot.
And he's on a good god to get some early rotations
Why
out
does
here.
Mifflin sound like
the
he's so
Bat
far
Stat
away?
is known for just how well she can perform in the early game, especially once that level 5 hits. You get that pseudo-ranged Ragnarok that you can pick somebody out and displace them, make sure that you pull off a set of beads. A couple of targets that you can pull, things like the Yarkor, you know, here on this Cthulhu if he doesn't have ult. Same thing can be said over to Wrong, you know, beads onto him. Or just use it for that beads burn. That way somebody like Inbound can maybe try and walk up and really catch Shinto out of position.
Maybe. And Inbound has been a playmaker on the Ymir in the past. He was one of the first players
Nice
to bring
ladder.
Ymir back to the SPL, I believe, back in Season 7 or 8, was it? Where he was really piloting this god consistently. Either way, it's big walls, it's big plays in the early for him, but Dave brings it up properly on the desk that Ymir and Inbound, I suppose, together. A god and player combo that has high highs and at times low lows maybe could be expanded on or pushed further by this god selection. I'm keeping my eyes on him.
Yeah, I think dual lane is where we're going to maybe be putting a lot of focus for both of these two teams. I mean, Rongyu Zapman as a combo. You know, we're looking at the 3-time with Zapman, and then Rongyu, his partner in crime over here in the dual lane. Then Inbound Stewart for how much they've been able to grow together as a team in just the, we're almost actually at a full year that these guys have been playing together over in that dual line ever since Stewart joined on to the Solar Scarabs roster here. So I think Inbound is probably one of the bigger topics that we'll be discussing throughout this game on this Ymir, whether it be the die 5 times in the first 10 minutes of play kind of Ymir that we've seen in the past, or maybe set up for 5 kills in the first 10 minutes.
Well, it does seem to me, indicated by Relic selection, that Inbound will be trying to get active shortly, and even on positioning on map. Look at him hovering near this red buff. I wonder if Shinto's spotted him out. They're moving in aggressive.
Let's move towards the blue buff on the opposite side here, at least by Scary. That won't go their way. Inbound now stuck between Rongyu and Shinto in the detonate. Not enough, so it needs one more auto. It'll be Rongyu on the board first for the Atlantis Leviathan, striking first blood.
Yeah, Rongyu just takes the last hit. Maybe Shinto not super happy about it, but at the end of the day, first blood for the Atlantis Leviathans, one that you're certainly happy about. And there it is, just rearing its head. The issue, the concern that we had for this Ymir, you want to get active. He is one of the strongest early game guardians. Frostbite is so powerful a tool. The passive of Ymir give you additional auto attack damage when you apply any one of your abilities, barring that wall. Just so potent at this portion of the game.
What do you say?
It's really tantalizing. Give you additional auto attack damage when you apply any one of your abilities, barring that wall. Just so
Additional
potent
auto attack damage.
at this portion of the game. It's really tantalizing. You really want to leverage that. But walking
I
up
don't
to a
think I knew
Zeus
that.
at level 3, maybe not the most good place to land that aggression, I suppose.
He looked away,
Probably
he's like,
not
shit.
too ideal
I
here.
don't know.
Now it's level 3 on
That's the
Inbound
word.
versus level 5 on Panatom. So that Powwow is available to the jungler and no CC immunity on the side of Inbound here for a couple of more levels. Ultimate by Scream gets the beads on
Ooh,
Shinto.
shit.
Centaurus needs one more hit, but Baronic can't find the damage out there. He does have the master shot to at least trade out and get one, but now with the Powwow, 2 pulled in there.
Kyron's so
Nobody
annoying like
pulled
that.
in. A nice cleanse by Baronic will get the team out.
Rongyu steps up, but just to make sure the Solar Scarabs aren't
I
able
didn't
to
see
keep
him
walking
cleanse.
into that tower. And
You guys see him
Pulled in
cleanse?
there. No, nobody pulled in. Shinto Centaurus needs one more hit, but Baronic can't find the damage out there. He does have the master shot to at least trade out and get one, but now with the Powwow, 2 pulled in there. No, nobody pulled in.
Huh.
A nice cleanse by Baronic will get the team out.
Rongyu steps up, but just to make sure the Solar Scarabs aren't able to keep walking into that tower, and a clean pick for the Scarabs, one that they desperately needed. Shutting down Shinto was one of the win conditions that Trelly had established for the Solar Scarabs during that desk phase, and I gotta agree, if you allow this Zeus to just free farm for the entire game, you're gonna be in for some trouble. Now, 1 level lead for Baronic, and a very aggressive mid 3v3 combo from the Solar Scarabs might make it a little bit more difficult for Shinto to get all that farm.
I mean, we've seen answers to the Zeus in the past via way of Thoth being able to outrange him. I believe we've also even seen Chiron come out of Venenu in the past to try and deal with this Zeus.
The
You just
Viron,
need
yeah.
The Viron. Oh, that's right. It was coined as
Herb.
the Viron. We need to put the respect on
Okay,
it. That was
coffee.
direct words from him and his team out there. But Solar Scarabs at least able to bring this back. The gold evened up after that first blood there. Experience just right around that same point. Dead even game so far here. 4.5 minutes in. And considering that that first blood didn't end up going over to Wrong Yu, not going to be a massive lead that's going to come from a whole lot of that out there. I mean, sure, you got Gauntlet of Thebes on a little bit earlier. That's nice, but Inbound's already got his item right behind.
Yeah, Sovereignty going to be a little bit more active throughout the early portions of this game. You're getting that defense up front rather than having to stack up the Gauntlet of Thebes, so it could be that we see Inbound continually try and get involved. Wouldn't be surprised with this style build if he is going to play that aggressor. If he falls behind in experience, it's just about whether or not he can put his team ahead.
Scary D had already dashed aggressively in, but the CC coming out of this RDO and from Scream on that Bastet with the root will be enough to make sure that Scary D does make it out of that 2v2 engagement. And the offering camp will go over to the side of Leviathans, and Totoku should follow right behind. Inbound still playing very aggressive, very upfront on this Ymir. But that's just the nature of really how this Solar Scarabs teams plays. And whenever you give Inbound this very aggressive god, I think back to days like the Hercules and the Circuit, he was always playing in the enemy jungle.
He was, and well, that was back when his KD wasn't so good back then either.
All right,
so
well.
maybe this new, more veteran to Inbound who's willing to play slightly more cautious or choose his spots a little bit more often, or less often, I should say, has been suiting the Solar Scarabs very well. That said, surprised these supports have been allowing so much farm to just go by the wayside. They're allowing their mid laners and their junglers to solo up a lot of these camps, and Inbound actually is going to tick over towards level 6 first, despite falling down for First Blood, and despite that First Blood actually going over towards Wrong Yu. That said, that's not new for the Leviathans. Wrong Yu sitting in the jungle and allowing farm to go to his carries is certainly well within the play style of this World Championship squad. Shinto able to close back up that level gap because he isn't splitting nearly as much.
We do see level 8 now on Shinto, level 8 for Baronic. He was there for a little while longer, and Scream actually ended up picking up that Indra Scepter, which tells me that Scream is wanting to get very aggressive in this early game. We already saw the one gank onto Shinto, got the beads, but it's been quite a long time since we've seen any more aggression thrown towards this Zeus. So long, in fact, that Shinto's been able to get his beads back up now. Could be Zapman in danger, a turnaround Petrify, and a leap out of Zapman's not going to get him very far. The ultimate, maybe a little unnecessary there out of Scream, not realizing his damage would be enough to get that kill. The Solar Scarabs now with their second on the board.
Yeah, Bobby playing very far forward here. Three-man stack from the Leviathans, the red buff, will confirm it for themselves. But in trading out Zapman, I think that's a great trade for the Solar Scarabs. Bobby essentially, just by standing near that red buff, stops the counter rotation from the Leviathans. Had they been allowed to clear it out without concerning themselves with that steal potential, would have likely been able to rotate over and maybe even potentially punish Scream for playing inside the tier 2 tower at the 7-minute mark, but unable to do so thanks to that goaltending from the support of the Solar Scarabs. And now we're starting to see some slight separation. Not a whole lot just yet. I think it's going to come down to Gold Fury or Pyromancer to really start pushing one of these teams in the lead.
Yeah, small difference in build in the solo lane being what item they went to with that first tier of the Druid Stone there. It will be a Stone of Binding on the side of Scary D. Meanwhile, Void Stone on the opposite end here for Yarkor. Though maybe just the nature of the two gods. RDO a lot more potent at applying that CC than a Cthulhu is, at least in the early stages of these fights. For now, it'll just be pretty much even stayed over into the dual lane. Scary D does have an extra tier 1 item up so far, but Yarkor hasn't really gone back to base in a while, sitting on 1,600 gold.
That is a lot, actually. He might be just waiting to finish up this next item. Could be a Breastplate of Valor if he's worried about CDR. I am excited to see. Voidstone in that first slot kind of indicates to me that he's trying to get aggressive. Maybe some early rotations from Yarkor, potentially towards this Gold Fury. Has got teleport for himself, so should be able to maneuver the map with relative ease. I'm keeping my eyes on the Leviathans. We set the stage earlier. It's not on the Leviathans to get aggressive early. It's not on the Leviathans to be establishing a lead at this portion of the game. It's just wait it out, get to that team fight, and play around your key pieces.
For now, just be a small fight over the Totemoku that was very handily going over towards Yarkor there. Scream still playing up in enemy territory around this red buff, and this is now, what, the third time that we've seen this Scarabs roster kind of make their way towards this red to establish some pressure, and maybe some more here on the Zapman. 40 seconds till those beads are back up. The stun is good. The ult from Scream will lock him down, and that should be the setup for Stewart to knock him down. Zapman goes out yet again, and Stewart can finally put his name up.
Man, Scream's just doing so much for his team right now. So active on the map. We have not seen that same level of presence from Panatom as of yet. I believe only one Powwow so far, and was cleansed out by Baronic, so it doesn't even strip away any of those defensive relics, whereas Scream, 100% kill participation, actively on the map, and sitting on top of Zapman as well, slowing down the stacking of that Transcendence already putting Stewart so far ahead. Second relic available to him, and playing an aggressive pick in the Medusa. Gotta think Scream can start putting his pressure a little bit elsewhere. I don't think Stewart needs help anymore. He's already playing Medusa. He's already 2 levels up. Let him handle Zap.
Yeah, maybe some pressure over towards Shinto, who's still keeping pace even despite the death earlier on, at least now here with Baronic. The Jade Emperor's Crown will be the second item here out of Shinto. We've seen a lot of the Celestial Legion helm kind of pop its way up for some of these mid laners. We might have to talk about that in a moment. Pao Lao will only find inbound there from Panatom. Panatom at a quarter health. He'll have to walk himself away. Freeze on a Yarkor will at least slow down the pace of the fight. And that should be the end of it there. But going back to, I mean, Jade Emperor's Crown, we see it on solo laners more often. Don't typically see it on these mid lane mages.
Yeah, it's a good deal of survivability, and I suppose Shinto concerned about the dive coming his way as Wrong Yu over the wall, horrific emblem out. This could be a fight.
Pyromancer leashed. Wrong Yu transforms in the middle of 3. Inbound will lock him down. The cat slowing him down. And Scary D on the backside of the fight should be able to run back through. Does pop his beads to continue the aggression up against Wrong Yu. So low, and Scary D will find the kill on the backside of the fight. But can Scary D find a way out of this fight? It's Yarkor now. Into the Sense of Madness. Inbound will throw up the wall to hold Yarkor back. And that wall lasts just long enough to create enough distance for the Scarabs to find their way out.
Multi-man TKO, though, for the Leviathans has opened the door for the Pyromancer to fall down. Objective removed immediately. I think maybe had Yarkor used the knock-up before the Claw, could have potentially knocked Scary D out of that dash a little bit earlier and picked up a return kill. But in getting the objective, still a small win for the Leviathans in that skirmish. And it is exactly that, just a small win. The Solar Scarabs, however, have been continually pushing their gold lead and already starting to leverage some of that pressure that Stewart's been handed. Now 3 levels up over Zapman, Oracle Vision on the Gold Fury, and stacked up.
Scary D had teleported into the top side to get ready for this Fury. Half health, it's just Wrong Yu here. You can body block this from the Fafnir. Don't let him steal with a hammer, he will not. Wrong Yu unsuccessful in grabbing that Fury away. That one goes over to the side of the Solar Scarabs. And out of curiosity, Doug, can we get a look at Inbound's build path? I'm curious how many points he's put into that wall, because it felt like it sat up there for quite some time. Yeah, doing a 3-2-3 so far. And this is always the interesting part on Ymir players. You go from one Ymir player to another, and they'll tell you probably 5 different ways that they're going to itemize, or at least level priority-wise, as far as how they'll build up.
Yeah, I think it's completely dependent on matchups. If you're able to isolate something like a Zeus, getting additional points in that wall, always going to be valuable. And, well, Shinto's playing Zeus, and that's pretty easy to lock down. Even Panatom, to a certain extent, if he doesn't have any allies nearby, will be completely locked down by the ice wall from Inbound. So getting a couple of levels in that early makes a good deal of sense, specifically around Cthulhu as well. Just being able to stop him from being able to walk into your team is massive.
Big stun out of Scary D stops Panatom in his place. That could have been a potential Pao Lao turnaround. There were no beads up for Scary D from that last team fight that they had over around Fire. Tier 1 tower under fire now by Panatom. He'll have to go away. Scream picks him up with the ultimate and forces out that Pao Lao this time around. Panatom does manage to pull in only Scary D, a little bit of misfire on the cleanse from Baronic. But that should be enough of a distance gap, at least here, for Leviathans to make their way out.
Yeah, Panatom has not been on the mark just yet with these Palaus. Scream just able to juke those out with the old Wazdies and gets to maintain his beads yet again in another team fight. I'm not sure we've seen any threat onto this Bastet's beads as of yet. Just been allowed to play as aggressive as you'd like. Speaking of, a little bit of damage in towards Shinto, but thinks twice about going into that tower. Shinto been doing a good job of trying to right the ship in mid. We'll see if Inbound, well, Zapman knows he's there. He's just taking some flowers. Maybe he can get aggressive.
Well, Inbound will walk up, but Zapman won't have any part of that fight. That's now a full obelisk online for the Solar Scarabs, and whoever decides to go overhead and pick up that scepter. Inbound goes in with the blink freeze, gets the beads out of Zapman, a dash in from Stewart. It's a big damage after, but the wall will not stop Zapman. He's got to leap to get over another one, but Scary D was around that wall. The stun is here, the Bear Claw right after, and Scary D puts a 5th one up for the Scarabs.
The timing of that teleport has got to be so frustrating for Zapman. Scary D TP's in onto the ward, and these are deep wards, by the way, from the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah.
Even on the back camps, getting aggressive.
Panatom up on the Pao Lao, found Inbound, but Inbound's got the ult to get out of that pull. He'll throw it out as soon as Panatom lands in. But a lot of damage from Shinto on that mid line. That's 75% of Inbound's HP. But the entirety of the Scarabs are on this left side of the map. Wrong Yu has to transform into the Dragon form to try and zone people out. He catches Baronic with that leap, but that wall is going to stop anybody on the Leviathans from walking forward.
Yeah, Yarkor would have loved to have chased out there. Does not want to dedicate the blink over the wall, though, so that should be a clean disengage for the Solar Scarabs. And that level of play where the Scarabs step up to the tier 2 tower, that's a low % win rate. That's not going to happen very often. But they heat check the Leviathan and say, all right, if they don't show up, we get a tier 2. If they do show up, we disengage. And even if we do get TKO, the Solar Scarabs, that is, what are the Leviathans going to do with pressure on that side of the map? Absolutely nothing. Maybe a return tier 1, but the wave's already pushed up all the way to the Leviathan side of the map. Gold Fury's already dead. Nobody's playing in mid. I love that play from the Solar Scarabs, just making sure the Leviathans are paying proper attention. And, well, if they weren't, that would have been a massive boon over to the Order side.
The plays like that are what has net the Scarabs over 6,000 experience in the lead and 3,500 gold up over Leviathans, a position that we're not used to seeing the Leviathans. I'm sorry, 6,400? No, 8,400 now, and nearly 4K gold popping up here. Scarabs are really controlling this early game, and that's what the desk was talking about. That's what we talked about at the beginning, where Scarabs need to get active early on. They need to put some threat on the Leviathans, and so far they've been doing a good job of it.
Are you seeing this build from Scream? My man is trying to scale up Transcendence and Soul Eater purchase through the jungle. I hate stacking in the jungle personally. It feels like it just takes so long, but now survivability going to be a lot higher for Scream. Soul Eater having 10% penetration on it means that you are still getting the ability to shred through these tanks pretty easily. Once that is fully stacked, you're going to get a lot more sustain as well. And Transcendence is just a ton of power.
A lot of power there. That's the sustain that you're talking about from the Soul Eater. Typically, we only see it over in like solo lane on these assassins, maybe something like a Sun Wukong, or Pele, I think, is the only other option really out of the jungle that we typically see that item with. So, Scream going for an odd double stack here. The Solar Scarabs up 5-1, 16.5 minutes in. Pyromancer has respawned. Last time, the fight from the Leviathans pushed the Scarabs out and away from this objective so they could take it. And it'll be the Leviathans starting it up one more time. Already half HP. It is shredding fast. They will go ahead and grab that one while Yarkor gets grabbed by the cat. Frozen as soon as he stops and plays a wall up to block the path. But Yarkor is not taking a whole lot of damage in this fight.
Yeah, it was a low commitment from the Solar Scarabs, though. 50% of Yarkor's HP lost, and a great Petrify.
Stewart starts off big, finds through with that, but the Pow Lao from Panatom will take Scream off the map, and Baronic will not continue his chase forward. Inbound spotted out. As soon as he walks out of the jungle, Leviathans get a nice pick onto Scream to slow down the jungler.
But what can the Leviathans do with this pressure? Seems to me the Solar Scarabs are still the aggressors in this scenario. Inbound, stepping forward. Had Zatman not been there, maybe could have isolated Shinto in the jungle. Oni Fury pulled out. It's the Solar Scarabs. 20 seconds left without Scream. Can the Leviathan stop it? I think so.
Oni Fury getting low. It's going to have to be Least, and so is Scared E. He's out of there. The Leviathans grab that one right from under the Scarabs. They take it, say, thanks for doing the brunt work. We'll go ahead and do the finishing job here. Leviathans have now closed up that gold lead that the Leviathans had, or the Scarabs had earlier on. We're going from nearly 4K down to only 1,200 in an instant.
Yeah, and about 1,200, 1,000 gold, not very impactful at the 18-minute mark. We are starting to rapidly approach that point of the game where the Leviathans are hitting significant power spikes, where they are able to leverage that great team fight. We're already noticing now that Shinto feels really hard to dive. It is not for lack of trying that Shinto has only died once so far this game. Watch Inbound and how he positions in these team fights. He is constantly hunting for Shinto. Scream is always looking for that opportunity to sink some damage into this Zeus. But Shinto is playing so far back, so unwilling to put himself in a position where he is compromised, that the Solar Scarabs may be foregoing some other targets that could be easier to kill. Just a little bit of tunnel vision from them, and the Leviathans making great use of that space.
See Baronic going for a very high power route inside of his build, not going for the more traditional attack speed build that we see out of Stewart here with that Crusher. It's Transcendence Crusher and then Titan's Bane, which has been making a little bit of a rise here for some of these more mid-lane hunters ever since its small little buff. I believe we got a little bit of extra power. That internal cooldown dropped just a little bit there. So this time starting to make its way back into a few of these hunter builds.
It's just a consistent bit of, hey, this one ability going to deal a lot more damage now. And if you're initiating the fights with Centaurus, you're always applying that passive.
UCC, but has the leap to get out. Cat will chase for a little while. Panatom goes up. Pao Lao is here. Finds two, but quick cleanse out of Baronic will make sure that nobody gets pulled back into. Panatom goes down. Baronic finds the snipes on the back end of the fight. Wrong use stuck in the dragon form. That lightning storm was zoning out the Scarabs from going any further in the fight. And look how far back Scary D was willing to die to keep Yark and Shinto out.
Baronic has just got Panatom's number in these fights. Can't go for that Pal if training exercise is still up, and it has been up every single time. The Solar Scarabs They're going to pull the Fire Giant. Can Scary D keep him at bay?
Wrong you does find the stunning and Scary D, but a wall coming back, and everybody on the Scares has pulled off the fire and gone straight to Wrong you. Now 7-2 on it, and Yarkor up into Sense into Madness will find some damage up against Stewart, who is hot on the run. Baronic and Stewart have got to fight back into this Cthulhu, but Stewart doesn't have the health bar to do so. Meanwhile, backside of the fight, Shinto gets picked off by Scary D. Zapman can't find the last hit up against Inbound. Inbound
so low.
might just make it out, but Baronic will pay for the sin. Zapman finds one, could find a second one here, if not for the ultimate from Scream.
Good Aegis from Zap, keeps him alive through the claws for just a moment. Axe buys us some time. The 3-time man made his way out.
Run, Zap,
He's
run.
gonna be out for now. Good Fear will hold back Scary D. The Mire will
Watch
also
out.
slow him down, but Scream is back in the fight. The jump is enough to secure the kill, and Yarkor is stuck around for just a little too long. It's a double kill for Scream and the Scarabs.
3 still strong from the Solar Scares, but that's a long
making a good
team
time,
fight.
apparently,
The Leviathans have had time to respawn. Panatom has had time to rotate all the way back across the map. Does not realize that Scream is right over that wall, so instead will take the consolation prize of a blue buff invade. The Leviathans getting separated in these engagements. Shinto left alone in the back line. That does not happen often. The Solar Scarabs may have done enough to put themselves in a position where they can look yet again towards this Fire Giant. The gold, though, still largely even experience, favoring the Order side, but maybe not as much as it once had. One level here or there for the Solar Scares, but it's more so about the map state. It's more so about the fact that Yarkor could be dead for 10 more seconds.
See the Fire Giant started up by the Scares, but it's not a super heavy commit just yet. Baronic now showing up will be able to put some extra DPS into it. Panatom on the backside of the fight gets spotted out. A cat thrown his way. Fire Giant down to a quarter HP. The Scarabs are trying to find their way out. Wrong U's got to go for the transformation. Panatom on the Palau will not pull in anybody. It's a good cleanse out of the Hunter, but Inbound still gets yanked back at the end of it.
Yikes.
It's a 2-3 down already as Shinto finds massive damage with the Lightning Storm. Yarkor to zone out Scary D in the back
there you
line,
go.
but
Good
Scary
stun.
D won't make it very far. Yarkor shuts him down.
Give Shinto an inch and he'll take a mile. That's the first time the Solar Scarabs did not dedicate all of their attention to shutting down this Zeus, and Shinto makes a wave in his first team fight. The Leviathans now completely flip the script. This is the portion of the game that we were concerned about now. The Leviathans proving it why. Fire Giant burned down incredibly fast. Baronic nowhere in range to defend. The reigning world champions take the largest neutral objective.
I gotta wonder where Inbound was throwing these Sunders out. It's the second relic that he picked up, and it's not just a regular old, the siphoning Sunder, it's the splashing one that you can throw out, hit multiple people, but I can't tell where the dedication was in that last fight on there. Was he
that was
throwing
one
it at
hell of a comeback,
Yarkor? Was he
yeah.
throwing it at Panatom? And then he sits in the middle of the ultimate, that Lightning Storm placement by
I've never
Shin.
seen that before.
I can't tell where the dedication was in that last fight on there. Was he
Splashing in 20
throwing it at
degrees,
Yarkor? Was he
100%.
throwing it at Panatom? And then he sits in the middle of the ultimate, that Lightning Storm placement by Shinto. Perfect in that fight, but Solar Scarabs have lost all of that lead that they had early on. The 4,000 that they had up maybe 7-8 minutes ago is now 4,000 the other way.
It is.
crazy.
Where will the Solar Scarabs go with their aggression? They are, well, not aggressing whatsoever. I meant defense. Where are they going to defend? Is it on tier 2s? Are they capable of lining up against the Leviathans in this situation? Because the siege potential of a Cthulhu and a Zeus and even a Daji with that ability to just burn away those defensive relics, if Baronic is not on point with that first ability, is so high. I think the Leviathans start to move their way in a swath across the map, working through these tier 1s, potentially going towards a tier 2. The Leviathans are a team that will slow play the initial Fire Giant. Not certain that we'll see them move in towards a Phoenix unless they're able to find a couple of picks. Could be that the Solar Scarabs, already so deep into their builds, allow these tier 1s and tier 2s to fall down without too much fight back. And it seems to be the call already. No defense on the left-hand side. It's all Leviathans all the way down.
Tier 1 will go down swiftly to Zapman. Tier 2 should fall just as fast here for the 3-time Inbound. Trying to rotate in towards the fight. He'll spot a couple of them here, but Tier 2 is already gone. Zapman make a quick rush out. Scream is here, but intercepted by Wrong You. It's a good stun onto the support, but even better damage onto Scream. Nearly full comboed by Zapman. A little bit more damage is necessary to take him out. It'll be Shinto who finds it on the tail end of the fight now. A full retreat out of the Solar Scares because Yarkor on this Cthulhu is just W-king at the entirety of the team. Triple knockup in the midst of the fight. Inbound uses the ultimate, but maybe in vain as York finds another triple before going back down into regular form.
Phoenix gonna burn quickly, and the Solar Scarabs realize they do not have a horse in this race. No defense from the Order side, and the Leviathans get to take their winnings and go home. Tier 1 tower, though, that one should fall pretty easily. Tier 2 as well. 30 seconds left on Scream's respawn. No ultimate from Stewart and no ultimate from Inbound. Could be the Solar Scarabs gonna have to wait a long time before they can line up in yet another engagement. Looking at the gold in hand, look at the golden pocket for the Leviathans. You're already thinking that the lead is looking bad, but golden pocket makes not for a lead. It's what you do with it. And when they go back to base, just about every single member gonna be finishing up their builds or moving in towards that 6th item.
Rongu gonna finish up the tower by himself. Shinto comes through to help, but Zatman went for a red buff invade on the other side, took that one off the map and away from the side of the Solar Scarabs. And as we continue to look down this build, Zatman still hasn't gone back yet with the nearly 3K he has in pocket to spend. Now that should be a finished starter item or a complete tier 3 item, depending which way he wants to go with there. Taking a look at Shinto's build too, the alternate timeline picked up because he realized, man, the Scarabs are doing a lot to try and kill me. Well, now he's got a second chance at life should the Scarabs find their way into that backline again.
And it's going to be pretty easy for the Leviathans to see Shinto fall down, take that time to say, okay, well, we got to peel back. We got to get back there and make sure he's got some time to survive because the peel tools are strong. You've got stuns from Zatman. You've got stuns from Rongu. Yarkor with multi-man knockups while descended into madness. Even Panatom with his ultimate can dedicate his time to making sure that Shinto survives after this alternate timeline. Essentially going to act as just an extra Aegis in some of these team fights as the Leviathans start to slowly move their way across the rest of the map. The Solar Scarabs, or specifically Scream, doing a good job of pushing out that left-hand wave. Going to make it a little bit easier for the Scarabs to put up a defense around the Fire Giant proper. I do not think the Solar Scarabs should allow the Leviathans to take this Fire Giant. We've seen now the base defense is pretty lackluster from the Scarabs, or maybe it's more so that the Leviathans just got very strong siege potential. Fire Giant still a minute out from respawning. The Leviathans, they've got time to get ward control on the right-hand side.
Scream on the side of the Scarabs will at least push out a tier 2 on the opposite side, and that'll buy plenty of time for these minions over in the left lane before those firemen can start pushing in. The Leviathans aren't going to set up right away for the Fire Giant. They've got their carries on this right side to spot and see if the Scarabs go towards it. But with Yarkor and Panatom now on the way, should be a 5v5 around this Fire Giant, and it could be the final Fire Giant of this game. If we even see the Fire Giant go down, it could just be this one team fight to close it out.
It could be. The Leviathans still positioned towards mid, seeing if maybe they can catch anyone out. Is it Scream, Blink, and Leap will secure his escape, but those are thin margins. If Panatom is able to close that gap, I think we may be saying it's time to siege for the Leviathans. Fire Giant has barreled back down towards the earth, and the Solar Scarabs now gonna have to step forward through these waves of wards. The Leviathans privy to every single step the Scarabs are taking.
Especially this big one right there by Inbound. That will finally get shredded away. But likewise, the Leviathans will take away any wards around the Fire Giant pit, at least down at the lower end of it, and grab a Pyromancer for their trouble. We're sitting at 11,000 plus gold in the lead for the Leviathans here, 28 minutes in. And reflected into the builds, I mean, Shinto is 6-slot himself, a Charon's coin for his final pickup. Yarkor gets a Magi's cloak for his final one to get that extra little CC bubble. Because, in reality, when you're looking at this team, there's not a whole lot of CC outside of Scary Dude who's got to get very close to pop that.
He does. Leap and aggressive from Zatman. See if maybe he can connect an axe. No good. Inbound, though. He's been caught.
Picked off and grabbed by the Palau. An easy pick here.
Watch it.
For the Solar Scarabs, but Zatman gets yanked back in. Used the beats and Aegis after he's made his way through the wall. Centaurus out of Baronic will find some solid damage on the carry of the Leviathans, but they should be fine and happy with their pick.
Zatman can resustain with Uul passive. Scary D has made the rotation. He was on that Phoenix line, allows the minion wave back in, maybe worried about the Fire Giant. In doing so, loses the Phoenix, potentially his life. Only 50% of his HP bar here. Scream nearby, should be able to resustain with that Soul Eater and maybe get involved on this fire. Not the case. The Leviathans take this one absolutely for free. Left side Phoenix has fallen yet again, so they do not need to concern themselves with this side of the map. The Leviathans, they're going to try and crack the base on the right.
They'll walk right down. It'll be 3 versus 5 to start this one out. Scary D and Baronic on the opposite side of the map right now. Scary D slowly making his way towards this right. But with these walls from inbound, it's at least slowing down the pace of the Leviathans. They're not able to attack through that wall, at least not right now. Stewart will be the primary wave clear here alongside with Baronic. So for now, the Scarabs are holding back the Leviathans. For how long can they hold them back is the question.
Yeah, the Leviathans, it's pretty clear where their go button is, and it's named Yar Core. Whether or not that Descent into Madness finds value could spell whether or not the game ends here or extends even further. Wrong you. Dropped low. This is an in from the Scream.
Scream goes in, does throw the ultimate, doesn't get anybody pulled back with it. A Pow Lao will be beats away by Scream, and Yarkor up, and this Cthulhu is taking no damage whatsoever. Stewart finds a few with the Petrify. That's big damage, but so is the damage right back towards inbound. Yarkor takes down one, finds a double knockup on this Cthulhu, but the Lightning Storm is zoning away the Solar Scarab. Scary D finds Panatom, but doesn't have enough damage to take down this Dodge G. Somehow, some way, all of the Leviathans make it out and get the Phoenix.
Scream low, but so is the Leviathans. Whether or not that chase was going to happen seems to not be the case. And even if it had, the Leviathans spot him out on more wards deep on the Solar Scarab side of the map. This is clinical aggression. Maybe not clinical anymore. Seems like Scary D just stepped a little too far forward.
Scary D just running the only way that he can at this point. That's away from the team. Can't even go back towards his own base for safety. Zapman should have some damage to take him down. Panatom can close the gap and take out this bear. And it will be the kill going to Panatom. Now 12th one up for the Atlantis Leviathans. 31 minutes into this game, and they still have plenty of time on this Fire Giant. Another 2 minutes before they wear out on that buff, and only one Phoenix left standing.
Yeah, 5 members strong as well. The Leviathan's going to start their siege down the center of the map now. Going to be 40 seconds left until Scary D can try and line up with his boys and try and put up a defense to maintain the base. I don't think the Leviathan's going to give him that amount of time. Shinto, though, pretty far away. Leviathans for the next 5-6 seconds going to be fighting without their mid laner.
You see the Dragon transformation out of Wrong Yu. The course is available. Going to Zapman if necessary. Panatom used the Pow Lao. Who will he pull in? Won't be inbound. He'll have the ultimate to get out. Instead, it's Baronic who gets yanked back in. And this Chiron on the run. A lot of damage thrown his way. A teleport in. But Baronic should be as good as dead up against these two. Who's going to get the final shot? Looks like it'll be Yarkor while inbound goes down. Baronic right after the Centaurs will only delay the inevitable. And the Atlantis Leviathans will turn this game around. They will take down Scream. They will take down 4 of the Scarabs. And they'll take down the Titan to get game number 1.
In spite of Scream's best efforts and a phenomenal early game from the Bastet, the Solar Scarabs are not able to secure a dub in this one. The Leviathans, the superior late game draft, are able to drag themselves into that late game and then flourish once they get there. Team fights post 20 minutes. I don't think they were ever in question.
And that's just what we were talking about on the desk. That's what we were talking about here in the cast specifically was the Leviathans love the late game. This is a game that they play for every opportunity that they get. It's just all on the coin of the team going against them to try and drag that early game out. Solid start by the Scares, but just not quite enough.
No, not quite, but some good facets of the gameplay that I think the Solar Scarabs can lean on. Maybe inbound cleans up some of that early game aggression. The Bastet certainly works out. No notes for Scream. Keep doing what you're doing, Scream. Baronic has a great performance on the Chiron, but when you're lined up against the reigning world champions, you can't just do well. You can't just do good. You gotta be perfect, and this time it wasn't the Scarabs.
Not gonna be a win for Scarabs in game 1. It'll be going over to the Leviathans. We're gonna take it to a quick break, and then we'll come back to get you set up for game number 2.
That was a tough game 1 for them.
And remember,
Ah.
hydrate or die.
Hydrate or die. I choose die. This is me dying.
No idea which way game one was going to go for the large majority of game number one. The Solar Scarabs off to a great start. They get a 3,000 gold lead. Things go back to even. And the Scarabs start winning again. And the Leviathans look like vintage Leviathans back in the Sanguine days of this roster, which is a good and a bad thing, Trelly, because they fall behind early by a pretty hefty margin. That's the bad thing. But the good thing is that Sanguine team was amazing at coming back from like 3,000 gold leads down and team fighting late into the game. And that's exactly what this roster has to lean into here in this game. You suffer some early game losses. And after there was one skirmish around that FG where the Leviathans come pretty handily out ahead of Shinto has a great team fight. They left the Scarabs in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Shinto was finding a little bit of focus towards that early portion of the game when the Scarabs were winning, but late game, like you said, they were confident in their 5v5 team fight, and they executed perfectly. I think Yarkor, again, on this Cthulhu was very difficult to deal with despite that lead. I mean, just when you have this tanky target that can just face tank, run down the mid lane, tank up the towers for you, it's very difficult to try and win these team fights.
Yeah, Shinto really stepped things up as well down the stretch. That's a simple enough kill. And this is, it's so unique with the way that both of the carries are for the Leviathans, because Shinto, to your point, and Zapman as well, I mean, they're like 0-2, 0-3, like both early on in this game. Just a slow wind up. Eventually the items get online. Yarkor stayed even, stayed strong enough to tank up the front lines in a lot of these fights. And that's always the threat that this Leviathans team bring, where it feels like, 3,000, 4,000 gold once you get into the late game team fight phase. Not nearly enough to keep this team behind. And so where Zeus started off struggling a lot, Trelly, Shinto eventually got strong enough along with the rest of the team to really step in. I think Zapman had 2 totally different games within one game, 0-3 or whatever out of the laning phase, nothing going his way, ends up 3, 4, and 8, with a lot of those deaths coming early on. And so I think this is now difficult for the Scarabs. Nobody's sounding the alarm bells just yet. I mean, it's just game 1 of this set. You're halfway through phase 1. But if you're looking at this specific game, you got to be a little disappointed. You set the stage perfectly for yourself to take a win here in game 1. You're in the lead, you're going strong into the mid game, and you let some team fighting separate you from a win.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. As I said before, I thought if the Scarabs were able to take game 1, the Leviathans are very good at making the adjustments in that game 2 setting. This time around, the Leviathans, they take game 1 and they made the adjustments mid-match. We sort of saw them just realize what was happening, realize, hey, okay, we just got to change a few things about our team fight. Late game, we're going to come online, and we're just going to take this game now. As you mentioned, if you're the Scarabs, you sort of have to go, well, how did we let that game get away from us? We did so much right. I don't think if you're the Scarabs right now, you want to harp too much on how you threw that one away. Just say, we were able to get this lead. We found some success in the duo lane. We found some, Scream was able to find these ganks. Let's try to, get that back to us and then go back to our 5v5 team fight. And this time, do a little better.
And Leviathans will take game number 1, which means the Scarabs got them right where they want them heading into picks and bans for game 2. The Scarabs, a team at the end of Season 8, notorious for losing game 1, winning game 2, and then flipping a coin in game number 3. So now it is time to dip back into history a little bit here if you are the Solar Scarabs. Let's keep things consistent, though, in the bans. We don't want to let wrong you play Yemoja. 81% ban rate against the Leviathans is this Yemoja. I'm not sure, and we'll see throughout the rest of this weekend. I'm going to keep this in the back of my head. 81% win rate. As far as like a unique god ban for one of these teams, we're going to see a lot of Erlang Shen banned out. We're going to see a lot of Kleedna banned out, but like that is very much just a wrong you ban at 81%. I'm curious if that might just be the highest individual player god duo ban rate in the league. So keep that in the back of your mind. That's a stat I'm going to follow along with this weekend. Bans remain the exact same, except Cthulhu gets taken away here. So Yarkor is going to have to be on something different. And that is a decent ban here, a decent weighted ban, because Yarkor, to your point, Trelly, look near unstoppable by the end of game number 1. Scarabs think Medusa wasn't an issue, and they'll stick with it here on the left.
Yeah, I don't think the Medusa was an issue either. It was just they weren't able to really burn down this Cthulhu, so now you don't have as big of a tanky target. No matter who you're going to draft here, the Leviathans in that soul lane, it can't be as hard to kill as Cthulhu, right? So I think they've already done themselves a huge favor taking that one away. Now, the Leviathans, they won't be able to grab the Cthulhu here. They will be able to grab the Daji if they want, once again, like they did last time, but they are going to have to make a small adjustment. Could be the Ardio, something along those lines. They were picking solo jungle here. Will they continue? We'll have to see, but yeah. I still think the Zeus option is going to be there. Shinto looked very solid on it besides that early game, but again, Zeus doesn't really come online just yet, so just a little bit of survivability if they do take the Daji away. It'd be a solid pick nonetheless.
Yeah, Daji ended up being pretty effective for Panatom at times, despite some counterplay. It was Cabrakan banned out by the Scarabs in that third ban slot game 1. Cabrakan left open this time around. Where does he land, though, ends up still being the question. I feel like, even though we talk about some of the diversity in pick options, Trelly, I feel like jungle has been the more prominent, but Daji would make me think twice. Of course, support and solo being the other 2 options that we've seen. Depending on the team, mid could be an option, but I doubt it here for the Leviathans. Daji plus Cabrakan, initiation, lockdown, setup, already pretty high here for the Leviathans with 2 picks.
Yeah, I'm thinking if last draft was any indication, they want to take solo and jungle here. But as you mentioned, you still have to keep your hands up. Is this going to be a solo? Is it going to be a support Cabrakan? You're going to have to pick around that fact. But they do have some options here if you are the Scarabs. This time around, you still don't want to really pick that Zeus into the Daji and think unless you have an answer for it. Obviously, I don't have any issues with the Chiron into the Daji either. Their double Hunter comps seem to work out. This is going to be a little bit of a change-up, though. That Ymir in the support was the play last time around. This time, though, going to be a Sylvanas. Inbounds pulls have been quite solid, and that's usually my mark of, can you pick a Sylvanas here? Are you going to be consistently getting those pulls in? Because if you're not, Why are you even picking the Sylvanas? Just for the sustain, there's other options. So inbounds pulls, we did see a little bit ago. Pretty solid. So I do think I like the change this draft as well. A little bit safer, but the Leviathans, they're just going to run back to Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus, 40% win rate across a 59 plus 26. Trelly, help me out here. That's 60. What? This is so bad. This is an indictment on the U.S. education system. It's like 95 or something like that. I don't know. It's 85. Yes, 85. 85%. And I'm saying that confidently and moving on immediately. 40% win rate is the obvious number in front of my face there. Is the big takeaway is that Zeus has been picked a good bit, but has won just under half of the times that we see this pick end up getting locked in. Could be similar, though, for Shinto here, Trelly, depending on the jungle pick for the Solar Scarabs, because remember, the early game of Game 1 was slow and difficult for the Zeus, but by the time late game rolled around, there wasn't much of an answer. So that's what the Solar Scarabs are going to have to find an answer to later on. Won't be a Bastet, though, or Nemesis. Scream taking a couple bans down the stretch.
Yeah, this time around, the Bastet is not going to be the option for the Scarabs. They've already made one adjustment in the draft with that Sylvanas instead of the Ymir, so we'll have to see what Scream wants to go to. Again, killing Zeus has to be the name of the game, trying to mitigate how much Shinto's able to do on this pick, make him feel not very safe in his own lane, that sort of thing. That's got to be the draft style here. A Blink Sylvanas ult that'll go a long way, I think, trying to get those beads down. So if Scream wants to go something that can benefit from that, certainly an option. We see the Ho Yi pick for Zapman. That's going to be interesting. I mean, you know, the CERN has been banned away, so I'd say that this would be a solid answer back. You know, nice safety in the lane. Obviously, Zap found himself a little bit of pressure last game, so this morning to make sure, hey, I've got this leap to get away. I can drop the Suns to really peel for myself, that sort of thing. Not the best clear, but hey, the Leviathans have already proven they're looking for the late game fight. We don't have to win lane early.
Yeah, if Zapman can just survive, just sustain through lane, it'll maybe shut down or speed up the timer maybe for the Leviathans a little bit as far as getting relevant and feeling strong enough going into team fights. Inbound, not worried about much. Always a guy with a smile on his face, communicating with the rest of his team. And I know that Inbound does, you know, just in general likes this Sylvanas pick, and I think Inbound totes himself as one of the best Sylvanases in the world.
Self-proclaimed.
Self-proclaimed, right. And had a chance to prove it
Face
in game
the
number
wrath
2.
of a sorceress
Morgan Le Fay
scorned.
for Baronic. A 67% win rate. Now, that's only across 3 games, so you can only take so much of that away until I think you get a few more games to really establish a trend here. But Morgan Le Fay does feel like a very Baronic pick nowadays. Where not many mids in the SPL are reaching for this pick, but one of Baronic's most played gods in Season 8 and could be moving forward here into Season 9. Good range, confirmed damage, things like that. But how does that make things interesting here, Trelly? Because I see what I assume are 3 carry-style picks locked in for the Solar Scarabs. Sylvanas has got to be support here, right? So between Medusa, Chiron, and Morgan Le Fay, one of those is going to be in the jungle.
Yeah, you said it for sure. It's going to have to be, I mean, the Shiva has got to be jungle, right? That's what I imagine. So you're putting Scary D on either.
You think Shiva's jungle or Shiva's solo?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a question now. I mean, looking at this comp, it could be a few things. To me...
Do I want Medusa, Chiron, or Morgan Le Fay in solo?
Right, I mean, maybe...
Up against
okay,
Scenario?
You know what? I think I figured it out.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so Scream likes the ESET jungle, right?
Okay.
This time around, he's saying Morgan Le Fay's got some of the things ESET has. You know, he's got there's a fear that there's CC. I don't know, I'm grasping at straws here, but I think that's got to be the option, right? Morgan Le Fay ganks are going to be better than anything else we see here. I assume.
Watch,
Watch
it's Sylvanas jungle, and we're just totally wrong. Shiva support with one of the 2 carries in ADC. Hey, look.
It could be.
Push the envelope, right? If you're the Solar Scarabs here. Game 1, you realize you're off to a good lead. Ends up fumbling away from you a little bit later on in the game in those team fights. Keep things interesting as the mystery hand reaches through. I'll give anyone... Actually, no, I'm not going to make a bet. I will... assume that everyone at home can guess whose hand that is. I was going to say I'll bet you $5 you can't, but I know that everyone can because there's only one person on our team who would stick their hand into a live camera shot, and I'll let you guess who that is. Atlantis Leviathans, maybe a little bit more standard here as far as their draft goes. Trelly, Cabrakan, and Daji. Cabrakan now likely falls to support. So Cabrakan plus Ho Yi, Ardio over in solo. I think based just on standard, right, you'd assume the Leviathans have a better draft, but as far as throwing curveballs and making us confused and maybe uncomfortable, Solar Scarabs are bringing something unique.
I mean, the Solar Scarabs were winning, game one. They had the early lead. They weren't able to finish it off. They had to throw a wrench in the Leviathan's mojo, if you will, somehow.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be throwing 3 carries at you. You don't know where it's going to be coming from. You're going to have to adhere to our play style. That's the idea.
Let's find some answers to this puzzle of a draft. Solar Scarabs versus Atlantis Leviathans. Game number 2.
Yeah, let's see where everything pops out here. What's going in the jungle, what's going in the solo is the mystery question. And it will be the Morgan Le Fay jungle coming here for Scream. I'll be honest, before we were jumping in, I was calling for the Medusa jungle. That's mostly just because a personal thing. I love that pick in the jungle. But
say what you kept saying in the mic.
Madungle.
Yep.
The Madungle.
Heard that one a lot.
Yeah, that's I don't know if you can hear Dave. He's walking around going, "That sucks." But hey, I was hoping that we
you
could
didn't have
see
to tell
one
them
here.
that. We could, look, Dave loved it, and so did Trelly.
I think Charlie really, really loved it. We got a good chuckle at him as he walked out the door there. It's J-Mac and Mifflin here with Doug for game number 2 of the Solar Scarabs and the Leviathans. But Morgan Le Fay jungle, that's the one that we're going to dial in because that's the one that
Morgan
is
Le Fay
locked in
jungle.
here. Charlie talking
That's
about some of the
crazy.
things that it has similar to ESET jungle, some decent range and some decent CC out of this guy.
You know, I'm gonna turn some heads with this one.
Okay.
I think Morgan Le Fay jungle is not bad, and it's gonna perform similarly to how like Herc jungle works or like tier jungle. It's blink past them, dragon flight towards your team every single time, followed up by a fear. It's essentially like a blink fearless. It's essentially a blink driving strike because that's how quickly that CC comes out. And you've got a lot of movement speed to chase out your targets thanks to that third ability.
Oh, good knockup by Scary D. One more auto from Scream. No,
Yikes.
the heal from Yarkor. Gets him just enough HP for this Ardio. Oh, yeah, by the way, Yarkor's back on Ardio. A lot of similarity in the top 3 of the draft there from the Leviathans. We see the Ardio, Dodgy, and Zeus come back once again. Zatman on the Ho Yi, which in Season 8, he was the only player who was winning on Ho Yi. Then we saw some more wins come out of the god, but Zatman wants to reprise that and bring some more dubs over to this god.
Yeah, I think Ho Yi and Zatman should just be like, it's like the god player combo that you're looking for. Because Zatman, generally in his streaming career or like his ranked career, less so in competitive, does fall behind because he gets the Zatman treatment. He gets camped in his lane. And Ho Yi is the best hunter in the game, bar none. I'm not willing to have a debate. It's not a conversation. I'm simply stating a fact. He is bar none the best hunter at fighting from behind. If you're 2-3 levels down, there are not many hunters that still have potential to win a 1v1 against their opposition. I don't care if you're 4 levels down. Triple bounce, ricochet, just gonna kill regardless.
Panatom wants to find a kill on this left side of the map. I'm not sure if inbound spawn him. It's a blink stun out of Wrong You. Inbound will heal up a little bit in those wisps, giving enough HP for a turnaround. Stewart picks this one back up and actually gets a return fire pull in by inbound. And then locks out of Wrong You. Inbound will heal up a little bit in those wisps, giving enough HP for a turnaround.
Dash.
Stewart picks this one back up and actually gets a return fire pull in by inbound. And then locks Wrong You in place down to half HP. But the Scarabs in a 3v2, turning around for first blood.
Yeah, should have thought twice before you approached, and, well, that damage output the Medusa's got, the CC lockdown of Sylvanas, the healing and protections, all going to add
Yeah,
up
he did.
quickly as Panatom may have stepped too far forward into his own speed buff.
We'll make it back to the tier 2. Not quite enough
Yikes.
damage out of Baronic, but a lot
Shit.
nonetheless to put Panatom down at critical health. And well, he's going to have to sustain as much as he can with what little is left inside of his jungle, because all of it is being taken by the Solar Scarabs. Speed buff stolen and a blue invade will put the Solar Scarabs up 700 gold to start this game.
Yeah, Scream has just stayed on the right-hand side of the map. That's exactly where he wants to play. I suppose just sticking around Scary D or sticking around Baronic will alleviate some of the weaknesses of Morgan Le Fay. She is never taking a 1v1. She does not want to line up against this Dodgy ever. You don't want to meet Panatom in the jungle if you are Scream. But in 2v2s, you're feeling pretty good. You've got great displacement. You've got great chase down potential. Just needs one other person nearby to finish off those kills. It's going to be a little while until this Morgan Le Fay can do it all on her own. But now that Scream's got Ultimate available, does have some decent kill potential at that. Specifically, maybe onto Zatman, maybe towards Shinto if somebody else can burn that Lightning Storm first, because otherwise, you're probably just dying to that. I'm curious. I'm really interested to see how this one plays out.
I'm also interested to see how the Shiva goes in solo lane. So far in the SPL, we've only seen it go towards jungle a couple times. We saw Rongyu take over to support. I think in SCC we did see it go over towards solo one time here, but this is our first look here in the SPL at Shiva solo. So I'm going to keep my eyes on how the build path goes here. Runeforge, an item probably not going to be picked up by him. I know that the knockups really don't proc well with that one, but still down this tree nonetheless could be Blackthorn. There's a double knockup though from the Dragonfly. Panatom going the opposite way away from Shinto. He does get enough XP to get that Pow Lao, but will he be able to pull anybody in is the question. Scream will get cleansed out. Baronic, not so fortunate, pulled into the Pow Lao. Big damage out of Scream, and he'll drop Panatom down.
Man, the Solar Scarabs just making their weirdo picks work. Let your freak flag fly, I suppose, if you're a Solar Scarabs fan, because this is just an interesting combination of picks that is working out incredibly well. Whether or not they can continue to leverage this into the mid-game towards these objectives once they spawn up, that's going to be the question. How well is Scream going to perform in these objective dances? How well is Scary D going to be able to use this Shiva out of the soul lane and start rotating towards some of these fights? Speaking of Scary D, just chilling in the lane. I was curious. Usually when you're zoning or like freezing wave, you play a little bit further up. My man is just having a good time.
He's listening to the music that plays whenever you would ult normally. I think he might have that on his playlist just going in the background. Just vibing over here in the solo lane. Did go with the bluestone start, so a little bit more aggression, a little bit more wave clear here. Not that Shiva really needs a lot of wave clear. I mean, between that sweep and then the knockup right after with that Conal second ability, you do a lot of damage on this god.
You really do, and moving in towards this style of build, I wonder if he's going to go more so down the utility tree, stick towards that defense. If he wants to be a dedicated diver, does he stick with power? Very curious to see. I'm interested to see whether or not Scream maxes out the Dragonflight next or the third ability. Doug showed it a little bit earlier, but he is maxing the Sigil right now, that first ability, which was the OG standard. But nowadays in mid, which is the only other role we've seen Morgan Le Fay in, you do generally max that third, as it is your most consistent, clear inbound cut out.
That's a nice knockup onto Rongyu, but this detonate won't be enough damage to take him down. Just a little too tanky with the help of the shell and with the help of those wisps inbound. Able to make it out of the Kabrakan Zeus combo.
That does not bode well for the Leviathans. That is just a massive drop and a massive team fight to a loss. Two of them, to be exact. Rongyu, Blink, and ult. Shinto, just his ultimate there. And what does it cost inbound? Shell? I suppose that's exactly what you're using it for, so no loss to the Solar Scarabs here. Scream hovering on the left-hand side. Not sure how a matchup between Morgan Le Fay, Jungle, and a Ho Yi is going to look, and neither does Scream, so he's going to go ahead and walk himself out of there and instead try and play around this mid 3v3 while the Leviathans are weakened.
Rongyu's ult is down as is inbound and Shinto, but inbound is still taking a lot of damage. Should go down to this Pow Lao. No older beads to find their way out. Baronic doesn't have the cleanse available to help him out of there. Panatom is the one who comes out on top in the fight. But Stewart rotating all the way over from left. That'll at least secure the offering camp and an obelisk for the Scarabs.
So a little bit more gold and a little scroll to walk around with you and help out with some of these engagements. A couple of targets on the Solar Scarabs could make pretty good usage of the Scepter. I think it will likely go over to Stewart as Scream just goes in.
He's winning this one too. He 2v1s Shinto and Rongyu. Baronic wasn't even there to throw damage out there. Scream just decided he's gonna W key at the Leviathans.
It's a simple combo, man. Blink, Dragonflight, I'm hitting everything else after that. You don't miss when somebody's been hit by Dragonflight. You're able to stack up a good deal of your passive and get additional value out of your ultimate. That is a clean play. Shinto doesn't have time to react whatsoever. Beads and ultimate held on to, so I suppose still strong once he rotates back in towards this team fight. God, I love watching Scream play, man. This is just, he's doing it in the SPL.
It's wild.
Is this allowed?
Apparently it is, because he's doing it right now. 2-0 on this Morgan Le Fay jungle. It's such an oddball pick that it really feels like it's the Scarabs who come out with these really weird compositions, these really odd jungle picks. I mean, we saw Scream do what, like a Terra jungle last year? That one maybe not as successful out here. Now we're seeing the Morgan Le Fay this time around. This guy's weird, but he's making the weird work.
And the only unfortunate part of the Morgan Le Fay jungle is how ruined every casual lobby is going to be for like the next week.
Don't even mention that.
Yeah, avoid Conquest in the casual queues just for a little while until people realize that Scream does it because he's Scream, you know, a young Spracklin, and we're not all him.
Ooh, nice little ricochet there by Zapman. Put some damage onto Stewart. Stewart's just trying to get back in the lane. Zapman won't let him back in, at least not through that jungle corridor. Stewart will have to take the long route back in here. It is a crusher start by Stewart, very standard that we've seen from Medusa, but Zapman Going for a little bit more of this late game style, this early just farm path. Gilded Arrow and Devourer's Gauntlets. And Scream finally caught out for being so far up, but the detonate's not there. Scream
Are you sure?
turns it back around,
What?
keeps up one. Stewart rotates in, finds Zapman. Now Panatom walks past 2 different people, but all the other follow-up was used to kill the other 2, so Panatom may just get to live for this team fight.
Wisp down for about 8 more seconds, so no healing available for Scream, who sticks around, takes a good deal of damage, but Shell's good.
Scream still gonna live through this. Even the Paladin's not
No
enough. The body
shot.
blocks are
What the hell?
Stewart
They just can't
finds the
kill him.
double kill in the fight. The Scarabs kill 4 and lose none. Are you kidding me?
The Solar Scarabs just taking these team fights so well. Scream lives through everything. It's
I don't
that
know.
Spear of the
I don't
Magus
know how that went
lifesteal. It's the Stone of Binding defense. Just survives the detonate from there. What's Shito gonna do? All of his abilities are down. Scream's got Excalibur pulled out, doing Getsuga 10 shows on the middle of the map. This is ridiculous. The Solar Scarabs,
That is
7-1 against the reigning world champions with a massive lead. He's still going.
Maybe 8. Shinto does make it out. Needs to juke out all these Centaur shots. Only one connects. The massive full Bluestone. Not quite enough.
Jeez, that was
Shinto
close.
will squeak by off a couple of missed shots there by Baronic. But Scream found the gas pedal, and normally you put a brick down the gas pedal. He put a whole other car on the gas pedal. He is not stopping.
Wow, so it's like a convertible, right? Like
Right.
open
Yeah,
top, got
open
another
top,
car.
new car jumped in.
Got it. Yeah,
guys are
I'm with
stupid.
you. Normally I'd clown you because that's crazy what you just said, but
But he's
yeah,
crazier.
Yeah, you earned it, man. Scream level 12 as opposed to Panatom's level 10. Second relic available, going towards a build path that I just would not have expected, and it's just making it work all the way across the map. But can the Solar Scarabs continually push this lead? Is this draft something that can line up in an actual 5-on-5 engagement? It's a similar position as what we saw in Game 1. Lead much larger, though, here in Game 2 for the Solar Scarabs. The Leviathans were largely able to keep it to around that 2,000 mark at the 10-minute mark and then hold on to that for about 20 until they were able to turn it around completely around these Gold Fury and Fire Giant dances. The Solar Scarabs, though, have already taken the Gold Fury, can start looking towards that Pyromancer.
Some damage by Scream into the solo lane here. Yarkor still fairly tanking on this RDO. Is just sitting here wondering what in the world is going on across the rest of the map. The solo laners are just
Yeah.
doing their own thing. They're
Solo laners
literally on
doing
their own little island at this point. I mean, we saw the solo laners, like 2 minutes into the game, and from there, we haven't really talked or seen much of them since then. It's all been
That was a cool
over on
ricochet.
the center and left side of the map here. Solar Scarabs up 7-1 here at the 11-minute mark, about a 3,500 gold lead too. So we're in a similar position that we were in game number 1 with the Scarabs with this nice early lead. But about 6-7 minutes from now is when the Leviathans started kicking up in game 1.
Eventually, it's just going to be a Morgan Le Fay. Eventually, it's no longer a Morgan Le Fay jungle. It's just a late game, level 20 Morgan on your team. And there is dive potential and great dive potential from the Leviathans if they are able to stabilize on the map. Wrongview specifically can just do this.
Finds 2 with the ultimate. Scream goes in and fires some long-range shots, but Panatom is chased him down, gets pushed back by the Dragonfly. Baronic left all by themselves, and the Lightning Storm will make sure he goes down. But it'll be a quick revive back in from Baronic as he gets
on, you
the
gotta get the
reset, but
kill.
not enough. Shito manages to find 1, and Scary D still in the midst of this fight, trying to find a path out. Panatom will slow him down, and Scream will throw 1 against the wall, but Zapman has shown
Nice
up to the fight, put his name on the board, and the Leviathans find 2.
Not quite enough damage from Scream to secure that kill, and Wrongview narrowly avoids getting finished off by Stewart. 3 members of the Solar Scarabs still hovering the right side of the map. Zapman, no ultimate available, will not move over towards the Pyromancer. Thought maybe the Leviathans would try and take that neutral instead. Why not take a permanent objective? Yarkor pushing a wave into that tier 1 tower. That is a great answer the Leviathans have for Scream. In blinking forward, Wrongview that is, goes in, throws up the wall. Scream immediately has to respond with his ultimate. Does not want to lose out on the longer cooldown, the beads for the CC immunity. So loses out on the ability to finish off his kills. He blinks forward, or doesn't blink forward, walks forward, finds the Dragonflight, was able to peel out, but just does not have enough damage without that 4th ability to finish anybody off. And the Solar Scarabs clearly need Scream to do a whole lot of it. Has 80% kill participation throughout the entirety of Season 8 for a reason, and has 7 out of 8 kill participation in Game 2 of this set for a reason. He is one of the win conditions of the Solar Scarabs. If the Leviathans can limit him, that's one way back in.
Inbound is just casually strolling up to this Pyro. He doesn't manage to steal it, but maybe they can get a pick
Oh
here.
my
Does
gosh,
get to
that
find the
pull.
pull. on Wrong You, but that wall is going to slow
surely
him
not.
down. The blue stone not enough
Jeez,
to kill
that
Wrong
was
You here.
close.
Leviathans make it out with everybody, and they don't lose a single relic to do so. Only the ultimate out of Wrong You.
And now the Solar Scarabs can start their push forward. Scary D in first. Great Petrify.
That was-
Finds 3 with it. Shinto beats and ages down, and that's the call for Scream and Scary D to go to the back line. The dance is good to hold him out as Scream picks up 1 in the fight. But that pal out from Panatom will not grab anybody. Now the Scarabs can fall back after the siege in the mid. They take a tier 1, and
Damn,
Wrong You decides
dangerous.
to go right back in. There's no ults available.
Wrong
No
You's being
beats to
crazy
get him out
aggressive.
of here. Wrong You will just go down.
Yeah, I don't think Rongyu realized how many Solar Scarabs were there. Blinks into 4, essentially alone, and dies alone. The Solar Scarabs, great
Yep,
aggression.
That was bad.
Scary D does use his ultimate to initiate that fight, walking forward, finishing off his kills. So Panatom is at least able to force the beads out of this Shiva on the tail end of the dance. But that said, the Solar Scarabs take a clean team fight and potentially some more here. Scary D may have spotted out Zapman, but with Panatom meeting up with him in the jungle, won't have a whole lot of potential to shut him down, as a ranged auto attack jungler can do just this. With Stewart, trade that aggro back and forth. Nobody dropped low. Gold Fury dropped down. Solar Scarabs even further in the lead.
Man, it feels like it's been a while since we've seen that strategy come out for Gold Fury. It felt like for a short time a couple of seasons ago, that was the most popular way to tank that one. You bounce your 2 carries back and forth. They trade out so you don't take a lot of damage, and then kind of just didn't see it for a while. Teams just kind of stopped caring about doing the ping pong method here, but
You want to know
So-
why?
why's that?
It's like super unsafe. You only really do that if like 4 people are dead on the other side, or you know nobody's walking up, because you got to drag it to like their side of the map, then back to yours. And it really opens you up to steals. The Solar Scarabs only do it because they realize there's no steal potential.
Scary D pops the ultimate right away, and we'll get
Shiva.
some heals
Oh
through.
my gosh, Shiva's
Not quite enough to
annoying.
stay fully alive, but maybe
Seriously?
with the help of the rest of the Scarabs, he
What?
can dash away from Wrong You, but pulled back into the pal out.
Gotta get
Dragon
the
But
kill.
somehow Scary D's able to at least walk a little further. Wrong You gets him with the ultimate, but Scream doesn't have a way to get back into this fight with those walls standing in his way. Yarkor here, so is Stewart to pop some damage, but the bear should be able to find a path out of here unless the Scarabs can collapse in quickly.
Man, look at Scream's build before we get the re-engage. Won't get a chance. Stewart, dash forward, petrify for the slow, gets the beads off of Yarkor, can inbound connect the pull. No, sir. Misses
No.
off on his own route. Unlucky.
Unfortunate there for inbound. A rare misplay that we see there, missing his own pull off the setup CC that he guaranteed for himself. So Solar Scarabs don't get that pick onto Yarkor.
He didn't call it. You know, sometimes you don't have your teammates call the CC. He didn't call the route, so how is he supposed to know with the pull? That's unlucky, man. Just got to work on
He
those
didn't call his
comms.
own route.
But they do get beads off Yarkor. Maybe at least the silver lining out of here is that they do get 140 seconds before that one is back up. So Yarkor a little less safe on this RDO.
Yeah, but Audio pretty safe in her
yeah,
own right.
I mean, I know it's saying a little less safe on RDO is whatever, but
Hey, but you know, you're right. Some pull potential. Displace them. Maybe the damage output pretty good. The CC chain's ridiculous. Doug gives us some slight hovers on Scream's build. Yeah, it's weird. Spear of the Magus and a Stone of Binding immediately into Pythag's piece, and now what I can only imagine is going to be a Soul Reaver in the next slot. Not the most traditional mage build, not the most traditional mage jungle build. Generally, you want like an Ob Shard or some like earlier stacks of CDR. Instead, just going down this utility path, making everyone around him a little bit stronger, and he is still benefiting from percentage additional damage thanks to the passive of Spear of the Magus. So he's not sacrificing too much. I wonder what he rounds out this build with, though. Maybe like a Protector of the Jungle, if he's worried about dives starting to come his way in these late-game team fights. Percentage protections, always going to be good. And then like a Rada Tahuti, give you just 10% penetration and a massive infusion of power. Might go a long way. I'm stealing this build. I'm the guy in your casuals inting on Morgan Le Fay jungle. I am psyched to see this.
and then everybody's gonna go and complain like, guys, this Mifflin guy's in my lobbies. He's
I'm actually
ruining my
Ares
cat-"
no chains. So.
Okay, so if you see Ares no chains, is that because you don't ever fire your chains with Ares?
No, it's just I didn't want to get sniped anymore.
Oh. I thought you had a reason behind at least a portion of the name there.
No.
Fair enough there. Fair enough. Solar Scarabs grouping up on this top left side of the jungle. But now it's all 5 of the Leviathans here to slow them down. Panatom will go towards the mid lane, so be out of this fight for a little bit. But the Scarabs are willing to make a commit inside this jungle. Could just be the call for tier 1 tower. As Stewart and Bronick, double ADC, should be able to knock that one down pretty easily.
They will. Do they continue the push, though? It's a little while till Gold Fury respawns. The Solar Scarabs are committed to this. Look at Scary D's positioning. He's going to try and work his way around the back of this team fight. Could spawn out Panatom, who's already low. Any bit of poke trade there will favor the Shiva, as he has got a good deal of healing in the kit. That said, Panatom able to resustain, a fair deal. And Solar Scarabs going to start to fall back. Pyromancer has respawned, so if they can rotate over, it's one way in.
Rongyu does get the ult and finds Scary D inside of the ult, but not much more beyond there. Now it's a re-engage by Scary D. Doesn't find the pull on Rongyu. The Trimmers are doing a lot of work. Scream dives under the tier 2 tower to get the kill on Shinto, but he doesn't get it. Instead, it's Scream going down, and Baronic has to finish up the job here. Rongyu goes down to Scary D. Zapman in the fight. Stewart is falling low inside the Suns as Zapman shuts him down, and the 2v2 is not looking healthy for the side of the Solar Scarabs. They've got to retreat.
It's a 2-4-2 trade, though. Zapman trying to turn it to 3 as Scary D lines up. Knock up no good.
Oh, come on, Zap.
Damage is
Get
good.
in there, Zap.
From the 3 times, just a couple more auto attacks is all it's going to take. Can he connect the last? Scary D slightly out of range.
Oh.
Dodges the ricochet. Knock up. Not on the mark. Zapman able to put him down with relative ease as Baronic and Inbound limp themselves away from that team fight. We saw
Zapman's so
Scream
good.
go into the tier 2
He's so
tower. You might be
patient.
scratching your head. Why is he doing that? Isolated by the Lightning Storm. I don't think he had any other option to survive because he can't walk back towards his team. 2 more ticks of Lightning Storm just kills him. So he tries to leverage the lifesteal between Pythags and Spear of the Magus to heal off of Shinto, and in doing so, at least creates the opportunity for Baronic to finish off that kill. Trades his life for 1-for-1 against this Zeus, and I'd call that a value trade. That said, the Solar Scarabs were not in a position to stick around afterwards. Stewart gets caught in the Reigning Suns by Zapman, and the Leviathans are starting to prove yet again why they are the reigning world champions. If you allow them to group up as 5, if you allow them to get to these late game team fights, they're pretty good at it.
See the Scarabs grouping around the right side of the map. Thought maybe there'd be a call to start up this Fire Giant potentially, do a bit of a heat check towards the Leviathans, but as soon as that Gold Fury got down to the last 10%, 3 different Leviathans players had rotated to that right side of the map. So no Fire Giant for the Scarabs. Tier 1 tower ends up getting a few minions pushed in here. And it does end up being a Soul Reaver here by Scream for that 4th item. Now it's a matter of what will that starter finish up to, and even what will that last item be out here? I mean, do you think percent pen is the
It's
call?
gotta be Tahuti, right?
I mean, could you go to Tahuti?
Soul Gem? I don't know.
I'm not sure exactly here. Inbound off the mark on the pull.
Mantle of
Some
Discord.
decent damage onto Yarkor from this jungle Morgan Le Fay. Yarkor at half health will have to go away, but a knockup by Inbound, and the Centaurus
God.
out of Baronic will take down Yarkor. First one off the board for the Leviathan. Puts the Scarabs up and ahead in the fight, but the pull is off the mark by Inbound, and Zapman has rotated back in this fight. A shell popped by Inbound to get the team out.
Scream still full HP. Scary D and Inbound may have lost out on a little bit of their own, but healing from Sylvanas will resustain if Scary D wants to. Can just use his own ultimate to resustain his team as well. The Leviathans trying to peek in, see whether or not the Fire Giant has been pulled out. It has been. So now effects played through the fog of war. Zapman should know that it's been pulled, but they don't know how low it is. 50% already.
Rongyu will walk straight into the pit, and that calls for Scary D and Scream to go to the back line. Zapman at half will jump in themselves on out. Scary D will dance in front of Zapman, but Baronic will die in front of the Powwow. Scary D dies to Zapman. All during that fight, the Powwow will get 2 different sets of beads. So
Man, resustain his team.
You're welcome, Coffee. I rewound it too.
As well, the Leviathans trying to peek in, see whether or not the Fire Giant has been pulled out. It has been. So now effects played through the fog of war. Zapman should know that it's been pulled, but they don't know how low it is. 50% already.
Rongyu will walk straight into the pit, and that calls for Scary D and Scream to go to the back line. Zapman at half will jump in themselves on out. Scary D will dance in front of Zapman, but Baronic will die in front of the Powwow. Scary D dies to Zapman. All during that fight, the Powwow will get 2 different sets of beads in that fight. The Leviathans don't lose out on anybody. They win this 5v4. They
were trying
take
to
2,
bait him in,
and they
too.
could just grab more. Scream is not careful by the
Oh,
ricochet of
shit, that
Zapman.
ricochet.
Shinto is
Oh
here,
my
and Zapman
God,
will
Zap.
duck down for the kill.
Just an overcommitment from the Solar Scarabs. Scary D goes way too deep in that fight. No follow-up potential, and the Leviathan's able to turn that one around. I think had the Solar Scarabs just stuck inside the Fire Giant pit or tried to shut down Rongyu, who's level 14, by the way, when you've got a double Hunter composition, I think maybe you got enough damage to stop him from walking up on his own. But instead it's a dive-for-dive trade, and the Leviathan's dive doesn't die, whereas the Solar Scarabs does. And now the Leviathans with Fire Giant on all 5 members. It's deja vu, isn't it? They can start working their
Zapman's
way
popping
across the
off,
map.
too.
I mean, we're literally just watching game 1 back here. Same exact pacing early, 3.5, 4,000. The Scarabs can amass up. And then all it takes is one little team
That's
fight
kinda
for
crazy.
Leviathans to turn this one back around here.
He gets very
3
aggressive
minutes
with the 2 he
in, Stewart
plays.
will push up this left side a little bit further. That obelisk has already been taken now by the Leviathans. They
It's like the
continue
same chart.
pushing up. I mean, it is. It's just that that nice little hill that just automatically drops itself back down.
They were so
Yeah,
far
what,
ahead.
what goes up must go down, right? That's
Well, you'd
that was
hope
one of
so.
FDOT's favorite calls back in the day. And then, well, you don't hope so if you're a Solar Scarabs fan. You do if you're a Leviathans fan, and they are right to hope so now. Gold lead completely mitigated and reversed. 4,000 now favoring the Leviathans, and will only get further out of control as there are 5 towers still standing 23 minutes into this game. Tier 1's foregone conclusion. Solar Scarabs not going to group up on any of those. Tier 2's, though, potentially soft defense. You don't have a standard orthodox mage. Well, I suppose you do, but not a standard build. So the ability to keep these waves out of your Phoenixes, out of your tier 2s, a little bit mitigated, especially considering Scream with Blink would love to use Dragonflight to get into that backline and displace somebody. So every time he has to use one of his abilities on anything else, the Solar Scarabs lose a lot of their team fight potential.
Garrity pulls in Wrong U, but not much more for pulls in Yarkor, I should say. Not much follow beyond there. Wrong U has instead gone on to Veronic. The walls have been opened up by Stewart in the backline. The Lightning Storm drops
Look at Scream.
right on top
So
for
low.
Shinto, but Scream is surrounded by 3, and Zapman will close that kill out. A pull in onto just inbound. Veronic goes down because the Palau damage was enough to grab him inside that Centaurus. Scary D isolated and dropped as well.
Okay,
That's
this
3
is
of the
going
Scarabs
badly
down
down for them.
and make that 4 soon after.
Good
If
kill.
inbound could go down, Shinto finds Stewart, and inbound,
Worth
the
it.
last one alive,
Worth it.
will be able to walk out. But the Leviathan's not super healthy right now.
Here's the thing about Zeus, and when there's only one god alive on the enemy team, it becomes much easier to siege the Titan. Now you got a chain lightning target. Doesn't have to be the shield. He can hold on to that one inbound. Gonna have to play miraculously here to maintain the base.
He's gonna need to pull somebody in the fountain if that's even possible.
Do the
for him.
Phantom, quick.
Shinto, he will pull
Oh,
his
he pulled him
Phantom
in.
That'll take Jungler down to about half. But Leviathans, without these minions, taking a little bit longer before they can kill this Titan off.
They're gonna be
and
able to,
Leviathans,
though.
one more time, down in the early game, come back in the late to make it a 2-0 sweep.
The reigning world champions prove that a good early game is not all that it takes to beat them. You got to have the follow through immediately afterward, and the Solar Scarabs in both games
They look
1
pretty
and
serious
2
right now.
did not quite have it, and the champions, cooler heads, prevail. We're able to just stay in there, keep their heads above water, stay afloat, don't get dragged down into that mud battle, and eventually we're able to come out on top. Congratulations to the Leviathans in a pretty convincing 2-0.
I will say, those Scarabs at least having a little bit of fun in that draft to start that out for game
I'm
number
gonna play so
2.
much Morgan.
You're
I'm gonna do it.
God, all right, I know which cues I'm going to be avoiding. When Mifflin is queuing,
I'll see
I'm gonna
all
make
you in
sure, I'm
casuals
gonna make
tonight.
sure to avoid those ones because I don't want Morgan Le Fay jungle in any of my games out here. Some good games here by the Scarabs, but even better performance out of Leviathans. They take the 2-0. We'll take it to the desk, and they'll close out our day.
Mm, 3.5 minutes. I don't know. I don't know about that one, guys. How about 2 seconds? Oh, 10 seconds. Sure.
Well, seems to be a repeat of game number 1 here. In game number 2, the Atlantis Leviathans, they go down early, they buy their time, they team fight better late, and they take the game and the set. I imagine Scarabs players and fans a little bit frustrated in this one. You know, it's one thing that happens in game 1, you go up big, can't capitalize, can't get the game win. I feel like the same exact thing happens a second time here, Trelly. Probably a bit frustrating for it to happen back-to-back times.
Yeah, I think me and Gore were talking, and I looked up and I saw, I think it was like 8-1 maybe at that point, and I was like, sure, there's no way that the Leviathans are
so
able
it's
to
your
come back
fault.
from this. And then Gore said, are you trying to cast a curse yourself? And I was like, well, we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. And they were. I think, honestly, they just, the surprising nature of this Morgan Le Fay jungle may have caught them off guard a bit in the early, but besides that, it seemed like once they were able to get online, yeah, now it's 8-3, and it just slowly climbed back into fruition there, and they were able to team fight effectively. I just don't think they care about gold leads, Dave. That's got to be it.
Yeah, which again is very this roster season 7-esque, right? Like that's how this roster a couple years ago operated. I think there's an argument to be made for like who cares? Who won the games anyway? I think of course if we talk to this team, you prefer not to go down early and have to fight back at a deficit later on in the game, but it felt like different instances of the Leviathans team in game 1 and game 2 were the utility piece for bringing them back into the game. I think Zapman, despite Stewart having an absurd start to this game, ends up 6-2 and 5. Stewart does. It's like a 5-0 start for that Medusa. Could never leverage that if you're the Scarab. Zapman was not the recipient of a lot of those deaths from Stewart, if any at all. A lot of that was centered around the mid lane. Zapman helped this Leviathans team get back into the game. I think like all 10,000 damage that Zapman did was later on in this game through the team fights. And so, you know, I think Trelly, I'll go back to it. I think if you're the Leviathans, you're happy you got the set win.
Right.
But I think there's absolutely some stuff to take away where you're thinking, well, maybe let's not let the early game get quite as far away from us next time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if the Scarabs play it differently, maybe that leads too much to come back from that sort of thing. So you're right. Maybe not exactly happy with how the early game went, but I think they probably knew deep down, as long as we're able to get Shinto online, he still was able to do top damage despite being dead more
like 2
often
and 6 or whatever.
Yeah, more often than not in that gameplay. So I'm sure that, you know, maybe just some little things they had to tweak here and there, but they were able to get to that late game portion of the game where their comp really shined.
Well, Trelly, look, when you're at a deficit, when you need your team to come back into the game, you need a rock-solid solo laner to get you back into the team fights, and that's what the Leviathans have, and that's what I have. Standing by with me for the post-game interview, Yarkor is with me. First and foremost, congrats on the set win, Yark. Talk to me a little bit about what happens in the early game this set. Both games felt like you guys fell behind 2,000-3,000 gold. But both games, you're able to come back in and win. Did you guys just realize that later on in the game your team fight would be better? Were you ever worried at the way those games were going?
I think you say it, but I don't think I will agree with you that we are happy with this victory at the end of the day, because I think it was more like they don't want it to, I don't know, to focus and win.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure they just make a lot of mistakes around the fights. I remember in the game 1, Bastet dying, and we get gold and that kill for free.
Right.
And then in the last game, they tried to pull fire and lose the fight. I don't know. It was a really weird game by us and by them too. But we came on top.
Hey, you get the win. Yeah. You can only be so upset with a win, right? Zoom out a little bit from beyond this set, because I agree the set a bit unique. The solo lane meta has been really fun to follow so far here in Season 9. Saw a lot of Assassins for a little while. For you, it's sort of stabilized back into like Cthulhu and Artio, those two over the last few games for you. Do you think you stand alone in that, or is that just sort of where the solo lane meta's at right now? Artio, Cthulhu, those styles of tanks are back.
Yeah, I think right now Cthulhu is probably the best solo laner in the game.
Yep.
I think the Assassins are really good too. I'm always down to play Klina or Kama if I can. But I'm always I always gonna play what is better for my team, what my team feel more comfortable too. So I don't really mind to just play whatever. I think right now is in a really spot when you can even play a good warrior too. It's not only gonna be a guardian. So
yeah, I don't think bans are gonna allow you or many other solo laners to play Kleedna, Camazotz, anything like that anytime soon. It was a good set win for you guys nonetheless. Thanks for your time.
Yep, thank you.
So the Atlantis Leviathans move their way back up the standings a little bit further here. And You know, it's interesting, Charlie. I want to echo what Yark says there. It's just like a weird set, right? The early game commanded by the Scarabs, and then what, right? It just wasn't quite there down the stretch in a couple of the games here for the Solar Scarabs. Unfortunate 0-2 loss for them. But a fun and exciting way to start this week in the SPL. 2 matches down. We have got 5 matches still to go. Don't worry, I was not actually counting. That was just me buying some time. 5 matches still to go later on this weekend in the SPL. A couple matchups on Saturday, and then 3 matchups, of course, on Sunday. We start off our day tomorrow with the SPL match of the week. The Valhalla Valkyries up against the Jade Dragons, and end the day tomorrow with the Camelot Kings versus the Tartarus Titans. Now, Trelly, it's the match of the week tomorrow, the Valkyries versus the Jade Dragons, prior to our triple header on Sunday, because the mid lane brothers going up against one another. Now, I think there is a lot to dissect there, play styles, god pools, mentality maybe being similar. But I think going into that matchup, Pagon probably a little bit better equipped with the team around him to end up taking the set win.
Yeah, it would be very poetic if Benny Q's first win in the SPL was against his brother, but I'm sure I'm sure Pagon's not ready to hand that one over. As you mentioned, the Jade Dragons are feeling a little bit good right now, so I can't imagine that they're too nervous, but they want to make sure they get this win. As you said, match of the week, so going against your brother probably never easy.
No.
Yeah, you can't really prepare for that, right? You can't say like, hey. It's just you got to treat it as another match, and as you mentioned,
And remember,
these diverse picks, so we could see some
hydrate
action flying in
or
that
die.
game, but I'm expecting to see some sort of off-the-grid pick, just seeing what both of these teams are going to bring to the table.
The family group chat popping off prior to their matchup.
I guess I'll go with
Valhalla
hydrate.
Valkyries look to grab their first set win of
This
the phase.
time.
Jade Dragons hoping to match the Atlantis Leviathans and improve to 3-2. The Jade Dragons have been a unique team to watch as well, Trelly. A couple of wins over teams you expect them to, a couple of losses against teams you might not expect them to lose against, though. It's the Titans and the Kings. Who's beating the Kings right now? I'm not sure anyone. A quick day here in the SPL, though, Trelly. I think lots to take away, lots to look forward to here moving forward. I am so looking forward to that Kings versus Titans set tomorrow as well.
This should be a good
because
one.
I think we're going to learn a lot. Can the Camelot Kings lose? Can the Tartarus Titans take down teams? How about going into that second set? You have any favorites?
I mean, it really just depends, because I think the Kings are looking very solid right now, as you mentioned, but it's just what Tartarus Titans team is going to come to the table. We'll have to see.
Yep, and that all starts tomorrow. Remember, SEC at 11 a.m., and then after that, the SPL will kick off at 1. The Valhalla Valkyries versus the Jade Dragons first. Camelot Kings versus the Tartarus Titans after. On behalf of myself, Trail, y'all there, the casters, everyone back in production. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
You don't have to lick it every time you wake up. You can just leave it alone. Is it like leaking or something? Every time Jasmine wakes up, she starts licking her vagina. Silly kitty. Thanks for watching. Open circuit phase 1. I don't think they did that. Should be this one. Looks like it. Because this was that one. This is 4 days ago, though. Which is the next one should be 3 days ago. Which is that one, but it's the same name, right? Phase 1, Week 3 EU, isn't that what we just watched? Kind of looks like it. So I don't think it's that one. I think they're full of shiitake mushrooms. Because it should have been Saturday, which to me, Saturday was 2 days ago. See, this one says Friday. It's 3 days ago. Friday. And then 2 days ago. It's gotta be this one. Motherfuckers. These stupid fucks. You know what I mean? There we go. DJ, what? Cam 16? Where do they find these people? I felt like I set up with purpose, like I was going to do something, and now I don't know what it was. Do you know what it was, Jasmine?
And remember, hydrate or die.
Okay, I'll hydrate. Thanks, coffee. I guess whatever I was gonna do must not have been very important. I think I was gonna look for food. But it's whatever. Who cares? What can I eat? That's milk. It's a really old salad that expired 11 days ago. I did roll a 91 though. Baller status. Baller Willow. Willow Targaryen. Have you watched Game of Thrones? Coffee cake. Their graphics have improved remarkably since season 1.
This is the beginning of the end for you.
I've seen a few scenes, but not the whole show. Oh, I see.
Bestowed upon you the power of the sun. A mighty sword! Strike while the iron's hot.
See if I only know what I'm talking about then, huh?
For Avalon! Heaven's reign! I am Ragnarok!
I am Ragnarok.
It's Saturday, Smite fans, and we have got a slate of SPL matches to be excited about. Storylines abound.
Damn, Lucy's
going
tearing that
into
thing
this
up.
week in
Good
the
job, Lucy.
SPL. We've already got one day under our belts.
I see that.
Moving in to yet another exciting day of Smite
What's
Pro
wrong?
League action here in Season 9.
Okay.
Cannot wait to get into it.
You can
My
keep
good
doing it.
friend Mifflin joins me
Turn
on
back,
the desk
turn it up. She's-
for the start of
she's
our day
antsy
here,
right
Miff.
now.
And regardless of the way you cut it, Valks Dragons, you talk about the brother matchup in mid lane, Titans Kings, two of the top teams in the league. Should be a good day of SPL.
I think she's
I didn't
bored.
hear anything after you said friend, man. It's the first time he's ever said that to me.
It's
and,
not the first time anyone's ever said that to you.
Okay, well.
Come on! I was on SEC, got some coffee in me. No, it's still too hot. I'm waiting for it till after this break.
Yeah, I can see it. It's steaming from here.
Oh, man, it does look so good. 1 creamer, 2 sugar. Fantastic. I've highlighted some of the matchups we have today.
Such a nerd.
Let's look at some of the matchups that we've had so far this week and a couple of the matchups that we have later on this week. To start things off, Valhalla Valkyries fall 2-0 to the Olympus Bolts, who are white hot right now. I'm not sure who's stopping them. The Atlantis Leviathans, a 2-0 win over the Solar Scarabs. That brings us to today. The Valhalla Valkyries and the Jade
I'm
Dragons.
pretty sure I picked the
up
Dragons
first. That'll
over the
be our
Valkyries in this one.
next matchup, and then the Tartarus Titans versus the Camelot
I
Kings.
think I picked the
and
Titans
Kings.
over the Kings.
So I think that's the question. Who's stopping the Bolts right now? I think maybe the Camelot Kings, but a lot to be gleaned in that set against the Tartarus Titans later on today. And then a triple header, of course, as always, tomorrow. Scarabs, Titans, Bolts, Dragons, Warriors, Kings, end of this week. So some good matchups tomorrow,
I think I
Mifflin.
picked
I
Bolts over
think
the Dragons. I
a
remember.
treat of an SPO week that we've got here today. And then standings could shift up a little bit. Camelot Kings and the Bolts up top. Leviathans finally look back to a more standard spot in the standings, Smith. They were, what, 6th yesterday. Able to jump up a few spots, and I think that shows you how close the SPL is right now. And I think this one, for the Jade Dragons, very important to buy a little bit of separation, jump above that 50% mark here against the Valhalla Valkyries.
And it's a win that I think that the Jade Dragons fans will likely agree is one that they are expected to get. This is a team that has been in the league for a very long time. Sure, some minor changes throughout the seasons, namely just mid. Every single season, if they don't win Worlds, they'll bench their mid laner. That's what they do. So maybe some pressure on Pagon in this matchup.
Seriously.
As he walks into the room.
But I think we can expect them to win. The Valhalla Valkyries, absolutely new to the league and have been struggling a little bit so far.
Yeah, and you know, I think you look at pacing for these two teams. I think that's pretty important as well, because we've seen very different Jade Dragons in a few of their sets so far here today, or so far here this year, Miff. We've seen the Jade Dragons who will show up, they'll swing early, they'll take these early leads and drive you down. But we've also seen the Jade Dragons who stumble a little bit early, can't get their feet underneath themselves. So it's hard to figure out. I look, of course, at the mid lane in this matchup, and we'll talk more about that here in a little bit. I look at the duo lane as well. You know, Mike and Panda Cat up against Gamma and Wowie, who have really struggled to
make a
get their
Raptor
pace going
command.
so far.
I do that
Yeah,
often
the
enough.
dual
that
lane
it's
is
probably
interesting, right?
worthy
I would
of
argue
one.
Panda Cat still hiding something. You don't play Uul this many times and not have something else in the back
think he
pocket.
just likes
What
it.
is this?
He's gotta. I mean, you're not doing it and not liking
Well,
it either,
drunk
but he's
here,
gotta have
this
something
is
else.
SPL.
But bringing up the dual lane to the Valkyries,
Smite
I
Pro
think, is
League.
a very good point of conversation, because that is the main contention point, I think, within the SPL. That is the side of the map that
Also,
has struggled
hello.
a little bit more so than everywhere else. So if they can get things under control there, I think the Valkyries will legitimately jump just exponentially in power rankings, because they've been losing out in the duo more often than not.
Oh, that duo lane will be in studio here soon enough. But of course, the mid lane matchup we've been talking about all week long. The brothers mid, Pagon on the Dragons.
Allegedly.
Yeah, right, allegedly. We got to get to the bottom of this. Pagon on the Dragons, Benny Q on the Valhalla Valkyries. We sat down with both. Take a listen.
Where's Willow? I'm right
As
here.
a team this year, I think we've done as good as we wanted to. Obviously some disappointing losses to start, but I don't feel like there's too many expectations out there for us. I mean, we kind of have our own and we're meeting them.
I think we've played pretty mediocre so far. We know our issues, like such as drafts and stuff, and we're gonna improve on it.
I think since we're all pretty new, basically full rookie team, I think there's an experience gap between us and the other teams. I think learning how to adapt to games and closing out games is probably our biggest issue as of now.
They should give Benny Q
For me, it's
Persephone.
just like adapting to the pace of SPL games, getting good picks or just getting comfortable in general.
Going into this week, playing against my brother, I don't think it will affect too much. I think I will just treat it as a normal game.
No, playing my brother, I don't think it changes too much, but it'll be a lot of fun, I think.
I think we're similar players, both pop-off players. I think our god pools are kind of polar opposites, though.
His playstyle is definitely a lot more unique than other players, I'd say. He has a lot more different picks compared to them.
I think we're pretty close. We've been scrimming them the last 2 weeks a
Where
few
is
times.
she?
I think it's just whoever shows
You're
up on
asking
game
me
day.
where I am, but
I
you're
think I
referring
probably
to
have
me
a
in
little more
third person.
pressure. I think
Well, she's in
they've
Los
already
Angeles,
established that
California.
they're better than the old Vax, which takes a lot of pressure off him. And I think Jade Dragon fans have pretty high expectations of the team, so I think we'll 2-0 them.
I feel like we're pretty
old gods?
In the old
the last 2 weeks a few times. I think it's just whoever shows up on game day.
I think I probably have a little more pressure. I think they've already established that they're better than the old Vax, which takes a lot of pressure off him. And I think Jade Dragon fans have pretty high expectations of the team, so I think we'll 2-0 them.
I hear the
feel
will,
like
but
we're
don't see
pretty
her.
chill about it. We
Oh.
want each other to succeed.
Well,
But,
she's not on the screen.
Yeah, whoever wins, wins.
Pagon and Benny Q, two very successful brothers in what they do, and that's play professional Smite. So let's settle it here. Benny Q, you guys are brothers, right? I mean, there's this debate that's happening.
He's lying.
We got to hear it right here and right now. Yes or no to being brothers?
Yes.
Yes. Pagon was shaking his head no, though, so we're going to keep a little bit of intrigue in there. Talk to me about growing
You can
up.
check on
were
my
you guys
Instagram.
competitive, Pagon, at all growing up
Then you
with
can
one
see
another?
me.
Did you guys have some competitive nature back at home?
Yeah, I was always better at everything.
Oh, no, he's setting the stage. Benny Q, do you agree with that? Was he better at everything?
I don't know. I think I had the edge in Smite for a bit. I did remember raging at him a lot in my ranked games, camping me, sniping me.
That's funny.
Pagon, is there some family rooting for one of you two here today? Anyone watch these matchups that will have a little extra interest in this one?
I don't think so.
No. No one roots for one or the other. Benny Q, talk to me. Is it more important for you to win the set or win the lane?
I'm freaking pissed.
the set.
One,
Yeah.
one
It's a very diplomatic way of
exclamation,
looking at it.
that
Pagon,
one.
do you agree? Win
I'm
the
going
set?
for the lane.
I might have to change my answer then.
Give me 10.
I think the set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I was gonna say, you distracted
No one
me,
roots for
Jared.
one or the other. Benny Q, talk to me. Is it more important for you to win the set or win the lane?
I think the set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very diplomatic way of looking at it. Pagon, do you agree? Win
I'm
the
going
set?
for the lane.
I might have to change my answer then.
Give me 10 picks so I can counter.
There you go. Benny Q is going to get one of the last picks later on anyway. Look, I think ultimately it's about winning the set for your team, and of course we like to build up the mid lane. Benny Q, maybe describe the way your brother plays the mid lane a little bit. How do you expect to go? How do you expect this lane to look? How do you
I agree,
match up
Jared.
against your brother?
I think he plays with a lot of confidence and looks for a bunch of like outplays, I guess.
Sure.
And I think I will be ready to match that.
How about you, Pagon? How do you think your brother plays the lane?
He definitely likes fighting a lot. I think
Yeah.
he's really good at 1v1ings, and he's got some unique picks.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe some 1v1, some more unique picks in mid. Love to build it up with you guys. Best of luck in your set, and thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Oh, and in sync with
sync,
with the
yeah.
thank you as well. It runs in the family. I'm excited about this matchup here, Myth, and you know
These
I think,
guys.
of course, you're going against your brother. There's always going to be a little back and forth there, but ultimately, I think cooler heads prevail. You know, we want to build up this big blood match in the mid lane.
Yeah, I do.
Nah, we're just trying to win the set. Right?
Dave-
We're not trying to win the lane.
Dave, let's make it interesting, man.
No.
Let's make it interesting. I bet there's going to be a solo kill. You want to take that action?
A solo kill in
mid.
this game
In
at
mid.
all, or a mid
A
solo
mid
kill.
lane 1v1 is going to go one way or the other, and I want to take that bet.
Yeah, but do you think there's no way of quantifying this, but do you think the odds are increased that there's a mid solo kill in this set because
Oh,
they're
for
brothers?
sure. Yeah.
That's your argument.
They literally both called for 1v1s.
Yeah, but they're just saying that that's how one another play.
And if they both play that way, that lends to a situation in which it will happen a little bit
How
more
often
likely.
do we see mid solo kills? Not often.
Just about never.
All right, I'll take a bet.
Okay.
What's the wager?
Will you pick who you think is going to win the 1v1?
Oh, we're just betting who
yeah,
wins the
yeah.
1v1.
It's going to happen.
I thought you were betting on whether or not we'd see one at all.
No, it's going to happen.
I think Benny Q wins the 1v1.
I'm so glad you took Benny. Yeah, I got Pagon. Nice.
What's the wager?
Fitty?
Bucks?
Fitty.
No.
Yeah, Fitty.
No.
10?
All right, we're out of this. The point being, there is likely going to be a 1v1
guys.
according to Mifflin. I think the
Listen,
junglers
Willow,
might
I'm in
be
the naughty
involved. I think
channel.
we got
It's
some
just
2v2s
all
maybe
lame
happening a
gifs.
little bit later on. Let's talk about the rest of these teams, though, Miff.
And
Of
the
course, we
gifs
like to build up the
are
mid-lane
so
matchup.
lame.
It's fun
Not
to
as
watch
lame as
these
your
two guys go
fucking
up against
face.
one another.
Tier.
I think lots to be proud of as well that that both have made it to the SPL in very different ways, right? Benny Q qualifies with a team that he had stuck together with. Pagon proved that he belonged on an SPL roster. Made it in here to the Jade Dragons.
Then post something
so
better.
I think two very different avenues to the
What are
SPL,
you looking for
but
in there?
equally
It's just a place for people to post,
achievements
like,
to be
you know,
proud of.
stuff that you can't post in
so
general.
then I start to focus towards the jungle a little bit. We've talked about dual lane. Mid lane has, of course, been a topic of conversation between these two. I think between
What were you expecting there?
Kirmi and Sanford Soccer, we've seen some similar play styles. Because think about when the Valkyries get the ball rolling a bit early in the game. It feels like
I don't know,
Kirmi
it was amped
is
up?
usually towards the front of
Was
that
it?
conversation.
Yeah, but the style of play and style of gods that Kirmi likes to take are very volatile.
By some
when I
mod.
think of Kirmi,
I'm the
picks
only
immediately
mod,
jump to my mind right
so-
now. It's the Erlong Shen, and for some reason the Shiva. Both of these picks are
Like,
hey, I'm
Wispy
gonna
Bot
be
is me.
one of the strongest persons on the map at level 2. Nobody's gonna fight me at level 2. If they do, I'm gonna win and either get a lead or we see him stagnate for a little while, maybe fall behind. If he does die early, all of a sudden you're not able to do anything on the map. And that volatility
This guy's
is
gaining some
incredibly
weight.
risky at this level of play specifically.
Right.
You're able to take these high risk, high reward plays in ranked in the SEC because at those levels of play, you don't get punished nearly as hard. In the SPL, when you're playing against the
This guy
49
lost some
other
weight.
best players in the world, or no, that's not the math. It's 39. There's 40 total players in the league. When you're playing against the 39 other best players in the world, they're going to punish you to the
Thought I was,
absolute
about to see
extent
some
of
Willow.
possibility. You make one minor
No.
mistake, all of a sudden you miss 2 auto attacks. Okay, now I'm down 3,000 gold 5 minutes later in a slippery slope, in a snowball. And those picks that Kirmi likes opens him up to that.
Right. Yeah, and so I think the volatility myth, something that the Dragons, to your point, a good enough team to take advantage of. So, we talked about the trial
until
by
that kind of
fire
stuff
that the
in an open
Valkyries might
forum.
face in Phase 1 of the SPL. They got a 3-game set against the Solar Scarabs in their first set of the
Where
year.
anybody could just
and impressed
click it
us
and
there.
save
A
it
3-game
and
set
post it
against the Oni
somewhere else?
Warriors
Nope,
in their second
I'd
set
never
of the
do
year and
that.
impressed us there. The rest of the teams that the Valks have to fight against are all teams that are higher up in the standings from those teams.
Yes.
The Titans, the Bolts, the Dragons, the Leviathans, and the Kings ended the phase, or will end the phase, after those first two sets that went 3. Valkyrie's still a team. I'm very confident in saying that they'll push a couple of these maybe to 3 games, right?
True.
But it depends
Fair.
on which Valkyrie
Enough.
team shows up on any given day. But it's later on in the year where a lot of pros and maybe even the Valkyries themselves assume that some of their luck will start to turn. I think support
You should post some naughty stuff
catches
in there
my
for us,
eye as
though.
well in this matchup, Myth, because
If you think our
PBM
gifts are
has
lame,
had such a unique phase
should post
so
some
far, because
non-lame
we've had
stuff.
flashes
Put
of
some
vintage
kinky
polar
fuckery
bear
in there.
Mike. But I don't think Mike has played his best
Put some
Smite yet
pictures
early
of like
on here in
girls'
Season
tits
9.
being whipped
No,
and stuff.
not
you know?
quite yet. Maybe a meta that doesn't necessarily suit his style of play. We're seeing a lot of mage supports, the E-sets, the Nox. Capri's had a massive resurgence. Even occasionally things like the Geb get locked in. All these
I feel like
generally
Mike's gaining weight again.
facilitator,
He had lost a bunch
backline
of weight.
style just help out the team picks.
Not good.
When I think of Mike at his absolute best, legitimately,
He's got
I
his
think Mike in
gaming
an alternate
sleeve.
timeline would have been better suited as a jungler or as a solo laner
That's a
because he
mid-lane
loves
item.
playing those aggressive style of picks, like the Hercules, like the Fenrir, like the Sobex, things that can get in your face and play very early on. Which is why I'm surprised that we don't see Mike go towards things like the Bacchus. Not something we see too much in the SPL. That's more so a
They're like
European
focused on the
SEC
gaming
pick,
sleeve. They're like,
North
watch this
American
gaming
SEC
sleeve.
pick. But
He's got some
I
big
think
guns.
would fit his style. It seems to me that Mike is working really hard to fit around the team when in reality he is one of the best players on this squad. He's one of the most mechanical players on this squad and has the
Game
ability
sleeve, oh my
to
God,
run
they
matches
love
on
it.
his own,
Yep.
maybe limiting himself just to facilitate the squad.
Yeah, to give you a glimpse, in the last 6 games, the Jade Dragons
I got a
have
glimpse.
gone of that arm.
That's
Talk about
dude,
working hard.
That ain't a glimpse. That's I got an eyeful.
Yeah, anywhere on camera is an eyeful when those pythons are on the screen. The last 6 games, the Jade Dragons have gone 3-3. And so Aphrodite
That's
for
funny.
Mike, 0-3-3 in a loss. Kabrakan, 0-6-4 in a loss. 0-1-1 Yamoja in a loss. And so
What is it, tier?
you're seeing some of those more to your point, Miff, different styles of picks from Mike. The Ares was a win. ESET was a win. Then there was one Yamoja win there for PBM in the last couple. So I still think this Dragons team is figuring out the meta here in Season 9. And again, a team that's hard to figure out because we've seen the best and the worst from the Jade Dragons. A win over the Solar Scabs, a loss to the Titans, a win over the Warriors, a loss to the
I'm a bit drunk. I figured you were.
With this Jade Dragons team, we will see which Dragons and which Valkyries we get. Picks and bans for game number 1. Do both mid lane brothers save their picks for last? Pagon, as quiet as he is, wasn't shying away from throwing out a little trash talk. He said, maybe I got to save my pick for 10th and
get the
counter pick my brother.
Yeah, I am actually legitimately very interested in this set because, as you said, the Valkyries have not got an easy path from here on out. They've already played against some of the air quotes lower-seeded teams and now have to line up against some of the teams that we have very high expectations for the rest of the year. But specifically up against the Jade Dragons, as far as team-wide style of play, I think the Valkyries might have a counter matchup here.
Oh.
The Jade Dragons like to play incredibly aggressive, specifically through that duo lane, which has been a contention point for the Valkyries, one of the lanes that has struggled a little bit more so. But specifically Panda Cat strikes me as the type of player who is going to try and send a message to the newbie, or maybe a returning veteran, now newbie to the league, Wowie. I think he's going to be looking for solo kills consistently, and Panda Cat strikes me as one of the more emotional players in the league. He's going to get bored if Wowie plays Wowie's style. And Wowie's style is sitting in the tower. It's waiting to rotate towards these objectives.
That's
and
true.
A bored Panda Cat will walk into that tower, could open up some opportunities for the Valkyries to just turn it around.
Yeah, the Valhalla Valkyries won game 1 against the Oni Warriors a couple sets ago and have lost 6 straight games since then. In the last 6 games, Wowie has got 4 kills in 6 games, and so that is an area of improvement to look at for this Valkyries team. Again, not playing in studio, absolutely something to be looked at there, and there's plenty of growth to be done because we've seen bright spots from both Gamma and Wowie, and so getting those
4 kills
visas,
in 6
getting here in
games does not
studio
look good.
will be
Especially
for the
hunter.
Valkyries. And I'll talk to Final K. Also really give this team the full SPL experience, being able to hang out together.
It's important.
Experience this area together. All that team bonding, very, very important as well.
Do you even know who
So
you're
growth
fighting?
not only in-game, but out-of-game to be done for this Valkyries roster. First pick, Gilgamesh, we assume over towards the jungle, as we so often see that pick there.
Okay, coffee.
So a good setup god for Sanford Soccer picked first.
Just a very consistent selection. That third ability has just got too many facets to it. You're giving your team more movement speed. You're getting some lifesteal. It's also a leap that goes over walls. It also deals damage. Even if you fall behind on Gilgamesh, as opposed to things like the Shiva and the Erlong Shen, other warriors that want to get involved similarly to Gilgamesh, you're at least affording your team something. A giant AoE ultimate to separate a team fight and some stims for the entire squad. And that's why this god is so highly prioritized. Not to mention he's also incredibly strong at level 2 and with a lead.
Yep, Baka's pretty strong too, Myth. Early at being aggressive, but later in the game, one of the tankiest gods in the game. Bologna, a pick that we saw a lot early on in Season 9, and I'm talking like SPL qualifier tournament, I'm talking SEC qualifiers.
SPL?
Has fallen by the wayside just a little bit
What is
alongside,
that?
you know, like the Amaterasu style picks, the
Chantal
Berserker Shield,
Casnell?
the Frostbound Hammer purchasers.
Should I
But
know
the
that
Valkyrie's
person?
still prioritizing that pick quite
Is that a
highly.
person?
Ardio has remained a high priority solo laner, and that's what the Bologna will have to go up against, as well as an ESET. And again, ESET was one of the picks for Mike in the last 6 games, but still a unique look there for PBM. It was a win and a 0-1-11 win over the Oni Warriors. So Mike has at least proven once that ESET will work.
Yeah, generally ESET support, you're going to be maxing out that Dispel Magic, which is just a crazy ability. The more I read it and the more I see it, I'm starting to realize it might just be a better Stone Shield that just doesn't have the cleanse on it. You're,
Like
you're
in Blue
silencing out
Mountain
the
State,
opposition.
she
You're
gets
stripping
everyone
away
ready for
protections.
the games?
You are
Oh, okay.
slowing them.
I haven't seen that.
And you're giving an HP shield to all nearby allies, all in one ability. That is
I could do that.
incredibly potent in the dual lane. You're essentially giving your hunter a little bit of additional HP to use as a resource to close gap and take trades in the minion wave. So often we see hunters maybe even just ignore the enemy gods in the early phases of the game because they're worried about taking archer damage or melee minion damage. ESET essentially removes that concern from them, and then also has some of the best objectives secure in the game, decent wave pressure, relatively aggressive pick. So I think this is one that will suit him very well. Similarly, you brought up the Bologna. Death Toll, Berserker Shield, always going to be good on this pick. You've got a ton of sustain, but up against Ardio in the lane,
Night
maybe
Willow,
not able
drunk.
to leverage that Death Toll nearly as much
Gates here.
because you're not going to be maxing out that
Good night.
bludgeon. Instead,
Thanks for stopping
probably going to
by.
max out Scourge, just so you don't get stunned out of the bulk of your damage.
Miff, I want your take on Shiva here, because this will be the 4th time the Valkyries have picked this pick. 1 win against the Oni Warriors, and then a couple of picks up against the Bolts in the 0-2 loss for the Valkyries earlier this weekend, and it has all been Kirmi in the jungle playing this pick.
I don't know why they keep
Again, the
picking
1
it.
win for the Oni Warriors looked very strong, and then a 2-4-1 game and a 1-3-0 game up against the Olympus Bolts.
Find out Zeus Persephone.
Is that
Good call.
is that an indictment of Shiva in your mind? Is that a reflection on Shiva, or more just the
Good plot,
nature of the
Susano.
games that he's being picked into?
I think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I am personally not a massive fan of Shiva. I think that he is incredibly strong all the way until like level 10. But there is an inflection point in every single Smite match where Shiva's ultimate is going to lose a ton of value. Eventually, it's just a out-of-combat heal, or it's a I'm going to try and chase down and finish off a kill, or it's just a second set of beads for you. Because in the early game, when you're dancing and you're pulsing out damage for about 120 per tick, that's a whole lot. At level 5, nobody's matching that. But at level 10, all of a sudden the damage isn't scaling as hard as it could. All these other players are starting to get some damage online in their own right. You're not really in a position where you can just fully channel that dance onto a carry because it's such a slow pulse of damage. Even in late game, I think it only gets up to like 260 per pulse. Hunters are auto-attacking for that per auto 2.5 times a second. Makes it very difficult for Shiva to use that ability, which is why I say it becomes just a sustain tool in some of these engagements. But the strength of Shiva is not his late game. Similarly to Erlong Shen, it's his ability to dominate the early.
Yep.
But it's such a volatile pick, man. And I've never been one for, hey, either I'm going to dominate or I'm going to get dominated. I like picks that have some pretty decent middle ground.
Right, you can consistently perform regardless of the way that the game is going. Chiron, I would normally say would be going mid, but it's not the last pick of the draft, so I don't know if that can actually be Benny Q's. But in the last 6 games, well, he has not played the Chiron, and so that would be a strong pick for Benny Q. Doesn't give up too much. Benny Q also has not played Chiron in the last 6, but has played AMC, so the Hunters in mid, definitely not something the Valhalla Valkyries shy away from. You likely think that we're going to be seeing a Hunter and a mid lane pick here, unless ESET ends up going one way or another.
Interesting.
Jingwei being hovered here. As we have seen, all right, Neath. All right, Myth.
Well,
I would assume Panda Cat would be getting Uller here, right? And then Neath would go mid, makes that World
Probably.
Cleaver just a touch quicker depending on which side of the map you fire it to.
Yeah, when we see Neath locked in with another Hunter, generally it is the Camelot Kings at Bin Mantings piloting it.
Nice.
But I think it is likely still headed for mid here, not just because Panda Cat prefers Ull, but exactly as you highlighted, that World Weaver ultimate. A little bit more versatile and a little bit less travel time from the center of the map to both side lanes, has decent ability to play safely in the lane, can just hover for a little while, not a whole lot of potential for 1v1s. You're able to clear the way very well. You're not really sacrificing too much pressure because your minion pressure
Not a lot
is
of
pretty
potential
good.
for 1v1s, huh?
I mean,
So we're not having a 1v1 in mid, huh?
well, if it's Neath against Chiron, like Chiron should just bob.
And we do think it's
It
Neath
could be
against
Oleron.
Chiron,
And
right?
I do think it is
And
Neath
I
against
took
Chiron.
Benny Q.
You did take Benny Q.
Come on!
But
You know what's wild? I want to list.
Okay, fine.
I want to list the last 7 games now for Pagon. So
Please.
let's assume it's the Neath. Neath, Morrigan, Uller, Hebo, Susano, Thoth, and Tiamat. What a variety of picks.
couldn't tell you what role that guy played if you just gave me the gods.
That's looking like a ranked history, a match history where you just get
That's
placed
looking
into
like
a
you
bunch of
queued
different roles.
Assault, honestly.
Right. And a lot of them have worked out. Only a few of those losses in the last 7. And I think a similar bit of variety for Benny Q over on the other side. Again, operating that would be Chiron in mid. And though we joke about it, Miff, you do think Chiron wins that matchup if it does end up being Chiron versus Neath.
There's just not a whole lot of fight potential for Neath. You're landing Spirit Arrow, but you're still in range for Chiron to return that damage. If you're out of range, he can cleanse himself with a training exercise. The ultimate has got some decent value, but we gotta
We could also be totally wrong.
Yeah, we could
right?
be. We should at least evaluate out of range.
You do think Chiron wins that matchup if it does end up being Chiron versus Neath.
There's just not a whole lot of fight potential for Neath. You're landing Spirit Arrow, but you're still in range for Chiron to return that damage. If you're out of range, he can cleanse himself with a training exercise. The ultimate has got some decent value, but we gotta
We
at
could
least
also we could also be totally wrong.
Yeah, we could
right?
be. We should at least evaluate some of these other picks, right? Like Oleron in mid potentially. The only reason I wouldn't take Oleron in mid is because it's very easy to gank. Generally, that god wants a little bit more space to operate, and he doesn't have the best self-peel tools until level 5. Uhl, I think, could very easily go mid just because he's got great wave pressure, great fight potential. We've seen that pick in mid plenty of times. Ideal world, I'm probably going Neath Chiron, but I don't want to get rid of the opportunities or the ideas.
If it ends up being Uhl and Oleron in mid, do you think Uhl has the pressure early on in the game to,
100%.
to push back Oleron?
If that's the case, you're feeling real bad about your bet. If that's the case, I'm just saying, like, sure, you got some self-sustain from Oleron, but you get hit by Axe, Hail Arrow, Bladed Arrow, you're probably just dead, and you might owe me 50.
Yeah, no, I definitely bailed out the moment you started saying 50, first of all. But also that's a lot of money to bet on picks and bans. You know, we're betting on picks and bans. Who knows which way it goes in that regard. Miff, do you feel like one team, regardless of the team who's playing it, do you feel like one team won the draft big here in game 1, or feeling relatively even coming out?
I wouldn't say it's a large disparity in draft, but I would say that ease of play probably goes over to the Jade Dragons. Whether or not if the game goes into an even state at 30 minutes, I'm also favoring the Jade Dragons. But I would say that the Valkyries have got a draft that has potential to dominate the early. Whether or not that happens is yet to be seen.
Yet to be seen. I look forward to the jungle matchup here in this one. Shiva is what we presume up against Gilgamesh. For Sam for Soccer, the brothers mid battle it out in game number 1 as the Jade Dragons and the Valhalla Valkyries face off.
We'll finally get to see which one of these brothers will find the win up against each other today in our first set of the day on this lovely Saturday. And I mean, these guys are talking about, you know, their bets on who's Benny Q's my actual mid laner for fantasy, so I maybe got a little bit more riding here for this one. I think we're going against Charlie in that aspect there. It's J-Mac, it's Gore here in game number 1 for the Jade Dragons and the Valhalla Valkyries.
Versus Oleron.
It's the opposite of what they were thinking here. It is gonna be.
It went with the covered your bases option. You
They
talked
really
about
did.
these two in mid, but like, look, I would have given you, if you had told me that it was going to be Panda Cat playing Neath, I would have given that to you. I think this is actually a swap we saw them do, I want to say in the kickoff, you know, giving Pagon the Uller, Panda Cat, I think, is an adept Neath. I'm not really worried about that matchup too much, although, as Miff highlighted, like, you're still struggling, I think, overall as Neath. You're left alone on this side. World Weavers, David kind of mentioned it, longer travel time from the dual lane. The Oleron in mid is the one that is just wild to me. I think we saw Twig do it a couple years ago, and it was something that was like prominent for the Dragons. They were the team that liked to run it, and it is just so easy to kill sometimes. I mean, you've got your beads, so right now, that's your safety mechanism. You've got a little knockback, a little heal, and that's kind of a safety mechanism. Eventually, you get your ult, and it helps. It helps a ton, but it's got such a massive cooldown. And compared to the pressure that Pagon should be able to output on the Uller, this is not going to be a very like mid-centric early game for the Valkyries.
And that change to the ultimate specifically, as you said, you know, all the cooldown that's been added to it, kind of why we haven't seen that Oleron in mid nearly as much as when we once used to. Kirmi did start up with Benny Q, though. It was the 2-2-1 strat as far as the Valkyries were concerned with their start. And that's why we saw Pagon actually go to the back camp by himself, because he ended up doing the red split with the Hunter, then went down there. So lost a little bit of early mid, but still got a lot of extra solo farm to his name. So we do see a very slight XP lead here for Pagon over Benny. It's not noticeable here with the 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
It's definitely not noticeable on the chart specifically there, but Pagon, very, very small advantage as far as XP.
And I'm really interested. I think the Dragons draft from top to bottom is one that catches my eye. You've got a lot of decent CC. You know, the problem is like some predictability, right? Like, you know, if Pagon misses an axe, well, that's going to disappear. The good news is if Pagon misses an axe, well, you've still got a drop kick. You've still got eventually an RDO. You've also got a spirit ball. You've also got a spirit arrows, right? So you've got a ton of CC that can come down from the Dragons. A lot of spirit form as well, yeah. And so, like, I think the balance is going to be there. The CC is going to be there no matter what. But a lot of it is, you know, survivability in those instances.
Aquarius in danger here, but Kirmi is ready to go on the backside. Pulls 2 in with the sweep, but the dropkick is going to be enough to put Kirmi away. Aqua running low. The bludgeon does some good damage, but not enough to deter Sam and Fine. Okay, they can walk right up to this blue buff. because Kirmi and Aqua are going to be too low to try and defend this.
I'm really impressed that first off, they didn't get the kill, but I'm even more impressed that Kirmi's going in.
He's going in. He used the pillar to buy
Barely
himself
any
some
mana to work
time,
with.
goes back over to Aquarius, who teleports back in, now full health on the Bologna, with a little bit of extra magic defense here. Won't help too much as far as the 1v1 up against Sam. McKirmy doesn't lose his life, doesn't secure the blue buff though, but Aquarius gets to come back.
You get a good highlight of what both of these junglers are capable of. First, you get to see Shiva, very good at staying alive. That double dash really works out well for Kirmi there. But you more often than not get to see what this Gilgamesh brings to the table in like just perfect showcase. Hey, not only can I drop eventually the Winds of Shamash for slows, which would have been absolutely helpful there, but really it's just that drop kick. If two people line up, it is so comfortable for you. And again, that's going to be used, I think, more often than not in mid lane. Benny Q is going to be pretty easily susceptible to that. I think the Bologna is going to be relatively susceptible to that. And there's not a lot of survivability save for going for things like beads. Eventually, Bologna is just going to be too tanky. Benny Q is going to have Sanctified Fields, and that's going to slow it down. But I expect this to kind of ramp up for Sam as the game continues.
We do kind of have this like mini counter matchup here. Typically that PBM would win in this case up against Gamma. I mean, you have the silence to get rid of the belch. Wing Gust is going to be knock immune from the belly flop here. But at that same time, Gamma does have the belts to stop a Wing Gust if he can get that there before. But PBM should have the advantage in those little 1v1 scenarios there. Wowie on this Chiron. And something that the Des brought up earlier on is this dual lane of the Valkyries has not really been able to get much going so far this season. They've been kind of on the lower end here. We'll see if they can step up and maybe find a win here up against the Dragons in this matchup. But what a tough lane to try and find a win up against.
And not only is it a tough lane to try and find a win up against, one of the things, it's not just necessarily like losing a lot of pressure, but the KDA combined for Gamma and Wowie over the last couple of weeks has been really, I think, where the problem is. It's not necessarily so much like they're losing a lot of pressure, but not only are they losing a lot of pressure, they end up, giving over a lot of kills, and that ends up leading to a huge disparity in experience. And so all of a sudden, you've got these supports that are rotating into mid, and you've got a 2-level lead over where, Gamma or where Wowie are. And so keeping pace in this lane, like just what's been going on, the fact that they haven't died is already, that sounds mean, but after watching yesterday, that's a huge improvement for them to be able to kick things up. And so just being able to watch where they can now put this pressure, what Gamma's going to be able to do as they start to rotate, especially as they get into a little skirmish over here.
PBM does drop the ultimate on top of Wowie, but Sam is coming from behind. Drop kick against Wowie, and the World Weaver to take him down. Panda Cat strikes first for the Jade Dragons. With Kirmi rotating over, the Jade Dragons aren't going to continue that fight up. They'll take their one pick and they'll move on.
Look, you get maybe the best case scenario, right? You do drop it a couple of ults, so it's maybe not perfect for the Dragons. Oh, but First Blood goes on to Panda Cat. You kill, his lane opponent immediately, so you're shutting down people that matter. You're getting the gold to people who want it. And with this kind of build, depending on where he goes with Neef, you're expecting, or at least I'm expecting, something maybe along the Transcendence. We've been seeing it a little more often. We already see it for Pagon and mid. And so that's going to be a nice pickup and then a kind of speedy expedition to here, finish it off, get your Transcendence, start stacking it a lot faster than Wowie is going to be able to do it. And then you're going to get a much larger power spike, hit a couple of those, I guess, like early game pressure points that Neith can apply, and then really start to bring to fruition what both of these picks can bring with rotations.
Let me just say, you casters curse the hell out of Wowie.
Oh, absolutely.
Within 30 seconds, you're saying, man, they haven't died yet. Then he dies right after.
And that was my compliment. That feels bad.
Right side, though, Kirmi finds a 2v1 pick up against Fine-OK, drops Artio down, and finally puts the Valhalla Valkyries up with their first kill. But going over here towards this mid lane, the Yola run was the topic of discussion. Pre-level 5, not very safe. The knock-up is only CC. So far, he's made it through level 9 now in this mid lane. But also looking at his build, Pythagoras piece, first item out here by Benny Q. Not nearly as common of an item as it once used to be.
Yeah, that's a wild start, I'm going to be honest with you. And you can see it there. Like, you get the power, you get the health. A little bit of lifesteal maybe is helpful, but realistically, I'm looking at the pin that has been added to this item a little more recently. I guess that was like last year, I think, at some point. And so that's going to allow them to fight a little bit more. And when you're up against the Shiva, especially after getting a kill like this for the Valkyries, you're going to need that. You've got a warrior or two warriors that are going to be chasing you down along with a guardian, so you want that pin. And when it can control an Artio this way, when you see Kirmi controlling an Artio, that's when you have to be worried about it. So I do think that this is going to be really solid to try and control down the tanky nature of what's on the other side. But for the Valkyries, it's also, interesting that BiniQ, I want to say, is getting away. I think that's the phrase I want to use, getting away with this pick, because it feels like it's a lot easier to punish early on, and they haven't put a lot of pressure in mid.
They haven't. Instead, they're putting on a Sam in this 2v1, and ultimately that Kirmi will immune both the World Weaver and the drop kick, and Sam will go down. It's the second one up now for Kirmi. Gamma, though, gets stunned out by Pagon, but BeniQ has shown up. Has that Sanctified Field. They'll use it on a PBM. The knockup is good. The sweep to pull it back in. And it's too late for the pop of the ultimate from PBM. That's now 3 kills for the Valkyries.
And you get, again, CC chains is where it comes down to. Kirmi is able to get in there, pull people in, but then immediately knockups from Gamma. You get the giant Sanctified Field from BiniQ to slow them down. It's just a kill onto Mike, but with everything else that happens to Sam right prior to that, and of course with FineOK dying over on the right, it showcases where the Valkyries are going to be able to put their pressure. It's around the Shiva right now, and I want to see Kirmi do this more, be everywhere.
Well, he is right now, but FineOK is pretty tanky in the soul lane against this double Fizz now. He's got a full item and a half online, and FineOK is willing to go back in, and Eagles rally to lock FineOK on top of the fire, but not enough damage just yet, and with Sam rotating in, the Valkyries are going to have to retreat, but I don't think they're going to have an opportunity to get out. FineOK will tank up the tower for Sam, who will dive in up against Aquarius. Drop kick on Kirmi, will find the stun against the wall, and Pagon is here to claim the kill. The axe toss is off the mark, but the auto after is good. Pagon finds the double for the Dragons.
I admire where Kirmi and Aquarius are with that. I think if they're able to get it, Kirmi with a little bit more mana, maybe you can turn something around specifically onto Sam. You're probably still dead there because Pagon makes a good rotation, but you might be able to get something in retaliation. Otherwise, it's a double kill onto the mid laner, a level lead now for Pagon. You've got that for him. You've got a level down there for PandaCat as well. So you're starting to see where things can go wrong overall, I think, for the Valkyries. It's that they have a really good grouping and a really good team fight. And that's typically what a composition like this does, right? Like Bacchus' great setup for damage. BiniQ, that ultimate is one of the best team fight ultimates that you have in the game. Secure an objective team fight and objective play maybe goes over towards the Dragons because of Circle of Protection. But I think that if they can get the full 5-on-5 and kill off Mike early, then the Valkyries have an advantage in the 5-on-5. When it comes to picks, though, it's completely different.
It's going to be a beads out of Wowie, and he'll use that giddy up to get away from Sam. A massive rotation back over towards this dual lane to keep pressure up on Wowie. That seems to be kind of the opposite of what a lot of other teams do, where previous teams up against the Valkyries, they would just kind of ignore dual lane. I think the matchup against the Warriors, specifically with Vote, was probably a tail of that coin there, where Vote didn't need the help. He was just able to get it all on his own. We'll see if Kirmi can find anything in this 2v1 in the back end. Circle protection. We get a lot of healing through. Kirmi's not getting enough damage. And Sam will put him down. The wins of Shamash with the final hit.
And there you get to see kind of the two-edged sword that is a Shiva. You can get in there, you can control him.
How come Gamma and Wowie weren't in there?
Vote didn't need the help. He was just able to get it all on his own. We'll see if Kirmi can find anything in this 2v1 in the back end. Circle protection. We get a lot of healing through. Kirmi's not getting enough damage. And Sam will put him down. The wins of Shamash with the final hit.
And there you get to see kind of the two-edged sword that is a Shiva. You can get in there, you can control him, and we've seen so many good ganks so far. And sometimes you get in there and they just ignore you until they kill you. And unfortunately for Kirmi, a little bit of good, damage in retaliation. You do pull out the shell, you make them use Circle of Protection, you force things away from the Dragons. But losing that pressure from your jungler, the CC that he could bring, it really contorts this side of the map in favor of the Dragons. Now they get that tier 1, and I feel like Sam kind of has free roam over on the left-hand side.
And earlier on, the Dragons, with their first blood, had a very small gold lead. The Valkyries, with their 3 kills, mitigated that gold lead. But now it's already ballooned back up to nearly 3,000 with just these couple of kills here. And this is something that the Dragons have improved on a lot in their last couple of months of play, specifically now here in Season 9, is they've been able to up their macro game farm. Even if they lose a couple of kills early on, they're still able to bring themselves back in.
And realistically, like one of those kills being onto Mike is definitely, I think, helpful for them because Mike is should be the sacrifice for the others. Neither Pagon nor PandaCat have gone down, so that's a huge win for the Dragons. It is unfortunate, though, that double kill, or I guess the 2 kills that end up happening a little bit earlier, FineOK and the 2v1 on right, and then Sam when he just got caught out and left. Little moments like that help keep the Valkyries feeling alive and kind of showcase what their team fight has. But the problem is how often they're going to be able to do that, and for me, where they're going to be able to place that pressure. If it's only going to end up on people who are diving really deep or frontliners, that doesn't say too much for you. If Pagon and PandaCat go untouched, they get so much damage out for free, and you can't have that. So, you know, I want to see Kirmi get a little bit deeper. You know, Aquarius, when these rotations do start to come through, being willing to dive and try to put PandaCat and Pagon into really uncomfortable positions. Because right now, I mean, it's not too much player damage-wise. They're not, like, ballooning out of control or anything like that. But they're still an imminent threat. And I think that PandaCat, especially if he can get his ult off, is just a starter.
Sam dives in, successful on stealing away that purple buff. Another point of XP lost up to the Valkyries. Pagon versus Benny Q. The World Weaver is in. Benny Q.
They're over. Good. My neck and back hurt.
Q pop dart, diving really deep, or frontliners. That doesn't say too much for you. If Pagon and PandaCat go untouched, they get so much damage out for free, and you can't have that. So, you know, I want to see Kirmi get a little bit deeper. You know, Aquarius, when these rotations do start to come through,
get deeper.
being willing to dive and try to put PandaCat and Pagon into really uncomfortable positions. Because right now, I mean, it's not too much player damage-wise. They're not, like, ballooning out of control or anything like that. But they're still an imminent threat. And I think that PandaCat, especially if he can get his ult off, is just a starter.
Sam dives in, successful on stealing away that purple buff. Another point of XP lost up to the Valkyries. Pagon versus Benny Q. The World Weaver is in. Benny Q pops the beads and the Sanctified Field, both of his biggest safety forms now on cooldown from just that one ultimate and the threat of Pagon after, and a Shell burned as well. Not going to be an Aegis coming out of this mid laner. It's going to be Shell for the solo run.
And so, balancing point, I think I like the Shell, just because they're going up against a lot of auto attackers. Upgraded Shell feels really good, and I think this is going to be beneficial for them. Downside, you just used everything. That's your safety mechanism. I mean, all it takes is a blink drop kick from Sam to push you into the lane, get a stun in front of Pagon, and you're dead now. So Benny Q is definitely susceptible over the next couple of minutes.
Good giddy up from Wowie, but he won't
Good
find
stun.
enough distance because the Spirit Ball from Mike is on point. Drop kick a little early there, and Wowie will go down. Might as well get a little bit of extra farm while you're at it, though. Centaurus only used to delay his life for a moment longer. PandaCat, credit to the kill. 5 up now for the Jade Dragons. You can see where these leads are starting to spiral out here. 2 in the duo lane. Solo lane even has a level up, and Pagon in that mid might be getting a little bit of extra bonus here with Benny Q going down. Sam and PBM should close out that kill. Nice and good heal from Benny. But PBM will turn around and Wing Gust to grab the kill.
Yeah, that one is just that thing I said, right? You're susceptible to so much, and they have so much single target CC on the Dragons. Yeah, good luck. If you don't have your beads, which, guess what? After that gank, Wowie is also going to be missing those. It is so easy for the Dragons to find control in picks like that. Now they're starting to expand that lead. Not only are they pushing in Tier 2, they've started up the Gold Fury, they've got the kills going in their favor, plus all the gold they've already amassed. This is going to push them into a very easy set of control territory, right? You mentioned the gold lead and the experience lead, and that's where things are going to start getting out of hand. I mean, there's 6 levels between Pagon and Gamma. And so what's Gamma supposed to do here? There's 3 levels between Gamma and Polar Bear Mike. So all of a sudden, it's harder, even with this build, you know, that's kind of oriented to help deal with a lot of the physical damage coming from the Dragons out of Gamma. You can't jump in because they just have an experience gap that's going to make them deal more damage to you. If you're Benny Q, if you're Wowie here, you can't really go far beyond your tower line without feeling in danger.
And this is just
Like
the
this.
1-2 combo that we were talking about a moment ago. Wow, we won't make it out. The wins, unfortunately, had to be used out of Sam to close out the kill. Now it's Kirmi versus Sam. Sam's used everything to get that kill. But now with PandaCat showing up, Kirmi's going to need the backup of Gamma to get him out of this fight. The last tick used for a heal. And a good belly flop in by Gamma will force PandaCat to backflip out. But they're turning it right back onto Gamma. Benny Q now shows up. Sanctified Field is good. The Aegis holds out PandaCat for a while, but it won't hold out forever. The orb's flying out from Benny. Won't find the damage, but fine, okay. All the while in the back end of this fight has pushed Kirmi all the way to the Tier 2. And Final can just get right back in.
Yeah, now is this is like the best gank opportunity for you. Benny Q has nothing that they can do. And Gamma, I mean, at this point, you're just trying to run away as fast as you can. If you get caught out, 1 stun is all it's going to take. Good pathing, I think it's enough of a gap. I don't know, Pagon is playing aggressive. Mike's up in the lane, but I don't think you chase for that one. Shiva, Kirmi, really lucky they get away from that one. Fine, okay, almost gets the kill, stopped the back, but does not quite find it. And they're happy. I mean, they kill off the Neath. They get both of her relics. Neath is really predictable with the backflip. So that damage was good, but oh man.
Good Lord, just leave him alone for a moment. Just let him at least get through the tower at this point. Pagon absolutely bullying the Hunter. For the side of the Valhalla Valkyries, his 4th kill up now, 4-0-1 for the mid of the Jade Dragons. Unfortunately for Wowie, that's his of the game. And earlier on, we were talking about, it's good. Wowie and Gamma, they're surviving for a while, but ever since that point, it's been downhill really across the board as Sam finds a kill in a 2v1 up against Aquarius. Kimi rotates over, but there's not much that Shiva can do to help out this lane. Tower already gone. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion.
Look at the grouping on right, though. The Dragons are just going for the Fire Giant. They just saw 3 people on left. They absolutely know that there's no presence from the Valkyries over here. They had killed off Wowie, so he's just now respawning. And because they killed off Aquarius, they don't have to worry about it. Benny Q's none the wiser. And they have the damage for this. I mean, it's going to be a 17-minute FG.
And Sam jumps back in. Lava Pool goes down, but so does the Fire Giant. And the Pyromancer right after. And man, that gold lead, it was already bad. It's just gotten a whole lot worse. 10,000 up for the Dragons in 17 minutes and 12K experience. And the fact that nobody is level 20 yet, that is a dangerous 12K XP lead.
Yes, it is, it is the true lead, right? Every single bit of that is getting felt. Pagon's 2 levels up in mid, but it's not even just, okay, cool, he's beating out Benny Q. He's beating out everybody in the game right now by 2 levels minimum. And that is really being felt. Really he rotates over to left, gets into a fight with Wowie. Pagon just slaughters anyone that stands in his way. Same thing happens if he gets in a fight with Kirmi, if he gets in a fight with Aquarius. It's just
now I just bought a
so difficult at this point to try and deal with them. The best thing the Valkyries have going for them right now, a good defensive composition at this point. You're going to have to start looking into grouping up. That's pretty much the only way that you're going to be able to survive. If you're under a Phoenix, you've got a really good team fight potential, really good control, and the Dragons want you to be isolated. They want to take, a 3-on-2 or a 2-on-2 in mid and kill off one of you before moving forward. So I think as long as they play it safe and kind of play it close to base, they do have a lot of their relics available, plus a lot of capability to push the Dragons back away from a Phoenix early on.
Dragons are already going to start up on this left side. With no towers left, it's only a Phoenix exposed here for the Valhalla Valkyries to defend up against. Benny Q still holding on to ultimate, and this could be a 5v4 here if Sam decides to stick around this mid lane. Final K also hovering around this mid, so not a full commit yet for the Dragons. Maybe just doing a heat check to see which of these Valks decide to step up first.
Really, you have to watch Panda Cat, I think, more than anything here. Where that World Weaver goes, if it gets channeled and shot, that person's just gonna die. That is who the Dragons will be trying to target, unless someone on the Valkyries kind of, jumps in front and takes the bullet for him. And he's gonna be going for it immediately onto Wowie.
Wowie does eat a lot of damage. Not enough to kill him out just yet, but it'd be enough to TKO him, send him back to the base. Kiri blinks in, finds a couple with the sweep, but not gonna be a whole lot of damage. A frenzy in response by the Jade Dragons. They're just slowly making their way towards this bird. Wowie is now back in the fight. It's a 5v5, a sanctified field dropped through, and a circle of protection in the back line of the fight. Kirmi is dancing as fast as he can, but it's not enough to save out Gamma. Final K finds the kill on the support, and the Dragons keep going.
And the damage just seems to be there. I mean, Aquarius, you're going to get a stun, but at what cost? Wowie just goes down, and Kirmi forced out of the fight.
Pagon finds 1, Pagon finds 2, getting the kill onto Kirmi. Benny Q low, and Benny Q gone. It's a triple kill now for Pagon. Find the axe toss to jump on in. Pagon just needs one more good hit to take down Aquarius. Give him the quadra, boys. Not enough damage, though, to find it out there. The Jade Dragons, in sub 20 minutes, are pushing up the throne room, but Pagon does end up going down in the midst of the fight. But there should be enough damage on the remaining members of this Dragons to take out the Titan. Won't be able to get that less than 20, but they'll at least be able to still make it a quick game. Jade Dragons take it.
That's that awkward moment. You're in there, you're dominating this game, and that's when you realize in the Titan room, not only that you walked in under 20 minutes, but like, none of you are level 20 yet? And you start to realize, oh man, we had a massive gold lead, we had a lot of experience under our belts. We still weren't like a late game team just yet. Either way, they play that so cleanly from the beginning.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a couple of moments, especially early on, the Valkyries get a couple of kills that pull back in their favor, feels really solid. But the duo lane really starts to get a lot of pressure. Pagon all of a sudden just explodes, and you see a lot more out of the Uller than you get to see out of the Uller run, and that just came down to better rotations and more impact in the play.
And we saw some good moments there from the Valkyries to start out. About 5 minutes when we finally started to see the action, but All it took then was 15 for the Dragons to close this one out. We'll take it to a break. We'll come back to the deaths to break that down.
Yup. That was pretty nutty. Pretty nutty. I'm gonna see if I can find something to eat before I pass away. BRB. Okay, I'm here for a moment, and coffee is not. Okay. I'm heating up a microwave meal. The last one, as a matter of fact. Welcome back, coffee cake. I'm heating up the last frozen meal. The last one ever made. Yep. Yep, 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 yep.
number 1 make quick work of the Valhalla Valkyries. Takes 5 or 6 minutes to get things going. Kirmi pretty active early in this game for the Valks, for the Jade Dragons, and their consistency down the stretch, just too much. And they overwhelm the Valhalla Valkyries, take a 1-0 lead here in this best-of-3 set. 1 game away from sending the Valkyries down to another 0-2
What is the last
loss.
meal of existence?
And
It's
if you're looking at
called
the brothers
smokehouse
mid-lane
meat and
matchup here, Miff,
potatoes.
I am.
One
It's got
clearly far
chicken
ahead
and
here in game
sausage
one.
and
Yeah,
potatoes.
you took Benny,
and
right?
corn, I think.
As a solo kill potential, yes.
Cool, but like, let's go. Since the solo kill didn't happen, I guess we got to
I
extend
also
it to
said
the
that a solo
KDAs.
kill wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, but that wasn't the bet.
Yeah, you're right. But Pagon did well, Miff.
Pagon did very well for himself in this set, as did the entirety of the Jade Dragons. This is just classic performance from them, where they get the ball rolling, I believe, around that 5-minute mark, and from there, it never really was in question too much. Early rotations from Pagon, Sanford Soccer allowed to be literally anywhere on the map. We saw that style of play from Wowie that I thought would frustrate Panda Cat, but it didn't really come to fruition too often. And speaking of, I made the point about the dual lane of the Valhalla Valkyries being a contention point for them throughout the last couple of sets. So I decided to go through the spreadsheet, the patented titular Goremizer spreadsheet. And this is a fun stat, Dave. I want you to hear it.
Okay.
In the last 7 games,
7 individual games.
7 individual games that Wowie has played, he has acquired 5 kills for himself.
Okay.
But in those 7 games, 4 of which he was blanked in.
Got it. So 5 kills across 3 games.
Yep.
And 4 of them were
Just
overs.
complete blank.
One of them was this game, though. Wow, he goes 1-5 here in this game. Dual lane.
Yeah, that's a
pretty difficult time getting things going. If I am throwing a bit of a life raft, it's that a lot of the game states have just not been going the Valk's way. And so, you know, whether it's dual lane, mid, solo, whatever it might be,
Look
been a
how
lot of
low the
shifting and
damage
moving
numbers
going
are.
on here for the Valkyries. And of course, the life raft of getting visas, getting here in studio. Important to look at. But you're right, Miff. I don't think
Eating
you can
potatoes
just
a
ignore a
classic
stat
staple
like that.
throughout the
I think,
ages.
that's an important thing to address for the Valkyries moving forward here
It's
in
also
phase
the only
1,
option.
later on in phase 2. I think overall, with that level of play, you know, if you're going to tell me there's an X gold lead, you know, 3, 4, 5,000 gold lead at like 10 minutes, I'm assuming
That's tough.
I'm assuming it's the Jade Dragons in this set, right? And just the way that they're able to play. I think Sam actually puts together a really nice game here.
There's
in
actually
game
a good
1.
number
We
of
figured
other
that
microwave
the
meals in there,
Gilgamesh
but they're all
would be important in providing
meals
some
that have
setup
trans
and
fat
getting
in
the
them.
Jade Dragons going. And get them going,
And
you
I
did.
don't
You need to do that
eat
when
trans
first pick
fat.
Gilgamesh is given to
So,
you.
if
Picks
there's
and
trans fat in
bans for
something,
game number 2 puts the Jade
I don't need
Dragons in second pick. Valhalla Valkyries
that's like what Jerry
over
buys.
in first pick.
So
So while we did, you know, survive
Yeah.
during the laning, the
Yep.
early part of the laning phase,
This is the
as
last
you
one that doesn't have
mentioned there,
trans
Miff,
fat.
on that Chiron, you kind of need to, right, when you have the ability to range clear, things like that. But ultimately, just too
BRB.
much dive from the rest of the Jade Dragons. Hebo starts to, you know, is it really, because I guess it's what, just the non-root on the water spout that got changed, and I guess that has just skyrocketed Hebo up priority charts?
He's just so much more mobile now.
It does feel a lot better.
It's not even that it just doesn't root him. It's how well it synergizes with the Atlas of the Yellow River. You're now essentially slip and sliding across the map, applying
Yeah, it does
massive
feel a lot better.
damage. I mean, the combo for Hebois, if you're being completely optimal, is water cannon into water spout into water cannon into ultimate.
Yep.
And beforehand, it was pretty hard to get that second water cannon, depending on which direction your opposition was going. Again, that knock-up is actually dependent on which way whoever you knocked up was walking beforehand. So if they're
I'm
walking
back.
towards you and you knock them up, they're going to start flying towards you. If you knock them up and they were walking away from you, they're going to keep flying away from you. And beforehand, when he had to root himself, if they were walking away from you, you had no opportunity to catch up because they were still moving away from you. Now, since you're not rooted, it's much easier to apply the entirety of the combo, and it's really made this god that much more versatile. Generally still in the
What's he
jungle,
talking
though,
about?
because it's clear being melee range doesn't really lead to a conducive situation in mid.
I think it was Pagon who played it in mid up against the Kings.
What are they talking about?
For the Jade Dragons. And then Captain Twig.
Oh my God.
Drop if you're being completely. It just doesn't root him. It's
Water spout that got changed, and I guess dive from the rest of the Jade Dragons. Hebo starts to, you know, is it really, because I guess it's what, just the non-root on the water spout that got changed, and I guess that has just skyrocketed Hebo up priority charts?
He's just so much more mobile now.
It does feel a lot better.
It's not even that it just doesn't root him. It's how well it synergizes with the Atlas of the Yellow River. You're now essentially slip and sliding across the map, applying
Yeah, it does
massive
feel a lot better.
damage. I mean, the combo for Habois, if you're being completely optimal, is water cannon into water spout into water cannon into ultimate. And beforehand, it was pretty hard to get that second water cannon depending on which direction your opposition was going. Again, that knock-up is actually dependent on which way whoever you knocked up was walking beforehand. So if they're walking towards you and you knock them up, they're going to start flying towards you. If you knock them up and they were walking away from you, they're going to keep flying away from you.
That's what he's talking
and
about.
beforehand, when he had to root himself,
Thanks,
if they were
Coffee.
walking away from you, you had no opportunity to catch up because they were still moving away from you. Now, since you're not rooted, it's much easier to apply the entirety of the combo, and it's really made this god that much more versatile. Generally still in the jungle, though, because it's clear being melee range doesn't really lead to a conducive situation in mid.
I think it was Pagon who played it in mid up against the Kings, so the loss for the Jade Dragons. And then Captain Twig played it in jungle like the next game and looked incredible. That was the game where I really loved the combo of Habois plus Neath for the Candlelight Kings, and it was World Weaver into Crushing Wave just over and over and over and over again, and there was never an answer from the Jade Dragons there in that set. Cthulhu, first pick. Give Aquarius some credence over there in the soul lane and impact later on in the team fights. Achilles is still around. That has often been the counter to the Cthulhu.
Yeah, Cthulhu
when
like
picked up
first pick
over in
every
solo.
game.
Jade Dragon, stick with the Gilgamesh, give Sam for soccer something consistent, and give Panda Cat something that he can pressure out the lane with.
Yeah, different look from Panda Cat, but could potentially go over to Pagon as well. Medusa decent in the mid lane, so not willing to make a complete dedicated call on the allocation of that god. I am surprised to see the Valks take Cthulhu so highly in their draft. They know the Jade Dragons aren't really prioritizing this pick too often. Generally, it's the teams that are willing to take Khepri Cthulhu or the Morrigan Cthulhu, and the Jade Dragons are not a squad that generally will build out their drafts that way. I think had the Valks decided to take Gilgamesh from themselves, could have still gotten this Cthulhu as well, but instead, at least guarantee it for them here. But what are they going to build around it? Which combo are they going to elect to go for? Because if they don't take the Morrigan here, it is pretty likely that it gets banned out. If they don't take the Khepri here, it's pretty likely that one could get banned out as well. And those are both two picks that really do make this Cthulhu just that much more effective on the field.
Yep, and give something to help stabilize this dual lane a little bit for the Valhalla Valkyries. I mean, going into a Medusa regardless is always going to be difficult just because of how good this pick has looked recently. Kabrakan ends up being the selection here. So we know it won't be solo. Could be jungle or support. Or I guess if Bennyq's on your team mid, but again, it's a very early pick for that to be Bennyq's pick. And so I might put my my bet that it is, I guess jungle or support. I'll have to wait and see what the rest of the draft ends up looking like. Medusa Ymir, how about this pick for PBM? And if only a pick or two in the SPL and hasn't quite found its success yet.
Has some pretty good matchups already up against what the Valks have brought. Heimdall sure can use the Bifrost to TP over wall, but if he has to use his ultimate to escape, he's going into an ice wall. If he has to use his, or if he needs Kabrakan to step up and peel, well, he's got no way to deal with the wall unless he's been Phantom Shelled. Cthulhu, even in Descent into Madness, pretty easy to limit his movement across the map. I think Ymir has slowly become that new answer to Cthulhu as well. I mean, we saw it last time, I believe it was Yarkor playing Cthulhu. He's just AFK walking into a wall, real frustrated in the player cams, and we're probably going to see a good deal of that in this set, or in this match particularly. Speaking of the Heimdall, though,
tell me.
Surprised to see that one locked in here. I mean, it is a very safe pick, and well, Wowie was getting dove pretty consistently in game one, but there are other picks that have been just a little bit more consistent. Like, for example, when the Jade Dragons decide to have Panda Cat go towards a safer selection, it's generally been that Jingwei, because of how well she synergizes with the crit style of build.
Why'd they
very
ban the
strong
Nemesis?
in objectives, but instead now
Should've made the
Heimdall
Valks ban
locked
it.
in, maybe a little bit more so for the team fight presence and just making sure that he can see everyone approaching the lane.
Yep. Jade Dragon snagged themselves a couple jungle bans here, Myth.
No Morrigan.
Still has the Shiva available if the Valhalla Valkyries want to stick with that. 40% ban rate against the Valkyries. And Kirmi has looked impressive. You know, again, despite a lot of game scripts going against the Valhalla Valkyries, I think Kirmi has still put together some decent performances here and gives me a future to be excited about for the Valks as a Neath ban ends up rolling on through. But when Pagon's looking this way on Uller, why take it away? Although I guess to your point, Myth, could still be a Medusa in mid, but I don't think you'd take the Uller away from the hot hand.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, he was doing literally anything he wanted on the map. But Dave, I gotta ask you, man.
Please do. Is this what you were looking at me weird about a second ago? I'm nervous now.
Well, it wasn't. First off, I've never once looked weird in my life. Secondly,
you looked at me weird.
Yeah, and I've never done that.
As if I were weird. Not you looked weird. You looked at me in a weird way. Go ahead.
Are you confident in the pronunciation of Shiva? Have I been saying it wrong? I say Shiva.
Yeah, which is I think how it normally. I think that's the general. But when he says it, when he gets selected, he goes Shiva.
So it's Shiva.
They're both right.
Okay.
I don't think either of us are wrong, Myth. We just
I don't like that. I mean, it's a recurring bit that two things can be right at the same time, but like, I wanted to be right.
Yeah, Myth, the world's your oyster, and don't let me take this one
So
away
you're
from
gonna start saying Shiva?
No.
Okay. Well, you took it away from me.
Shiva not picked or banned here by the Jade Dragon. And how about this? A hyper carry style jungler, Bakasura, locked in by the Valhalla Valkyries. Is that a excited aw-man or a nervous aw-man or a cautious aw-man? There's so much emotion behind that, Myth. You gotta break it down for me.
Look, Bakasura, we've seen it once so far this year. I believe it was Captain Twig that played it. And Captain Twig plays for the Camelot Kings, who are in contention for the top of the league right now. And they lost pretty handily. Twig did not do a whole lot on this pick.
Nope.
This is the Valhalla Valkyries with a very different style of draft. I'm not sure how the team fight's going to look whatsoever for the Valks, especially now with this Bakasura lock-in. Cthulhu going to walk up, create space, but he's got 2 hunters and a melee auto-attack jungler to back him up. That's going to be pretty difficult to perform on. But I will argue, and it's a conversation that I had about Bakasura during that Camelot Kings game, is that I don't think we've seen the best build on this god just yet. I don't like the stone cutting sword, executioner, just auto attack style with like maybe some lifesteal. I think Bakasura in current meta, in current state, is at his best when he goes down the crit tree. Because the actual conversation about Bakasura, and it's something aggro used to go ad nauseum about because he hates this god, or hate playing against it rather, is that he's only effective against you for maybe 3 seconds, and it's when he uses that ultimate.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to be effective for only 3 seconds, why not be super effective for those 3 seconds? Utilize that crit. Make sure you're killing your target a little bit more quickly. I think that could be one way to make Bakasura more viable. Notice I said more, because I don't think it makes him viable. I don't think that pick's good at all.
Specifically in general, or into what the Jade Dragons have drafted here, or both?
Up against Fafnir, specifically, that is one good matchup for Baka, in that he's going to start his transformation. You could drop Regurgitate on his ground, and he won't be able to leap out, which is generally the answer that Fafnir has to sticky situations. Outside of that, the only thing Bakasura's got going for him is that there are some mobility abilities on the Jade Dragons, and he's got a cripple.
That's true. That's where Bakasura is gonna make his money here in game number 1. If Ho Yi in the mid for Benny Q is what all signs point towards, up against Uller, I think it's you who talks about how Ho Yi from behind can still be pretty effective. If Benny Q falls behind, there's still an opportunity for some fighting. Do you think there's a higher chance at a 1v1 in this matchup, Myth, with Ho Yi versus Uller than what we saw in game 1?
I'm not even 100% sure that it is Ho Yi.
Would it be Heimdall mid?
And I think if I had to choose one of the two, Heimdall's got more consistent clear. And I value pressure in mid so highly because mid camps are generally where we start to see macro separation if the game is at an even state.
Yeah.
So, Ho Yi, not exactly picked for his ability to clear.
Yeah.
Might struggle in that regard. Both have got okay 1v1 potential. Both have got the ability to survive that dive from Uller. Yeah, I think there's higher potential here.
Time to put the puzzle pieces together. Game number 2 between the Valks and the Drags.
Yeah, thank you, Dave and Myth. And man, the one thing about these two teams, Gore, is just you never know what they are going to throw at you. You never know the curveball that's going to be thrown.
I would have been wrong every day of the week.
I would have been wrong, too. I was willing to put it that this Heimdall was going to go over to Benny because we've seen it from him before, but it's not. It's going to be Wowie and Benny Q.
No,
but
that's what I'm talking about.
But also the Ymir jungle out here. I kind of walked over to you as they were on the desk. I'm like, hey, is this going to be Ymir jungle? And you kind of, you're like, yeah, I think so.
I see Gilgamesh, Ymir, and Fafnir, and my brain goes, okay, so Ymir solo, right? Like, fine, okay, is going to be playing this, and mentally I'm trying to figure out, how does that look in lane versus a Cthulhu? Because it's just, we don't see Gilgamesh brought over to solo off. Like, he did it, a few times last year, and it was kind of effective, sort of, but he always has been performing a little bit better out of the jungle. Ymir, Look, I'm interested to see how this one rolls out. I think Mike has like one of the best Ymirs. So if you're going to play it on a team with Mike, you have to have really good walls, really good setup. And when you look for things out of a jungler, he's got a great freeze. The wall can stop people, so there's your setup as well. Though there's a lot of leaps that I can see out of some of the immediate people that you would want to be ganking on the Valkyries, so that's probably going to be a little problematic. It's going to be interesting to see. He's also slow as hell, so it's going to, you are going to be telegraphing. I mean, you're just lumbering up to the lane. Everyone's going to know that you're coming for them, so you have to have the ability to make sure that you're locking them down somewhere else.
What a Ymir walk cycle, where he walks like Bacchus, because it just reminds me of the Bacchus waddle over anything else. Man, I always love seeing those videos that we get where people like take the different animations and put them on other gods. Like when we got the Achilles skin recently, and everybody did the little dancing thing with them. Had some real cursed imagery out there between that one.
What was it? The Neath?
The Neath.
Like April Fool's Day, where it was like the Neath battle pass.
Not just that. Some of the other dances that we have that got put on other gods, you just see like these like really elongated arms and T-poses and everything. It's some wild stuff when you throw it out here. But now we're back in here to game number 2 with the Valkyries and the Dragons. And man, Gamma is really far up. And he is just standing there, and maybe he's glad it's only 45 seconds in the game, because that was maybe a minute later. That would be
That's really crazy.
Very risky play.
Yeah, I think that, again, where this is one guy who has, I guess, like roughly single target. Gamma technically can hit both of them with his 2, but a lot of his like hard CC is going to be single target. Same thing for Mike, right? The hammer is only going to hit one of them. And so I'm interested to see how the follow-up is going to go. I think Medusa may be able to hit a little harder early on just because of the Viper shots. But when it comes down to clear, I think that Gamma and Wowie should be able to control this lane, much as they are for now.
Benny jumped in against Pagon, and then Pagon showed him why you shouldn't do that, even at level 3 at this point in. So Benny Q already down at about 40% HP. Meanwhile, Dual Lane still continues to keep up their similar pace. We do see an Iron Mail start on, or a Steel Mail, sorry, not Iron, Steel Mail here. Started out by both of these supports, so Sovereignty could be a very early rush by both of these ones here. But I think Mifflin is right to talk about this Bakasura. We've only seen Captain Twig play it in recent times, and it did okay. It didn't tank. It didn't play exceptional. It just kind of existed. And against a team like the Dragons and the matchup they just had against the Valks in Game 1, I don't think they want a god that just exists.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. I think that Baka, again, this is the case for everybody. If you get ahead, guess what? You're going to perform really well. It's just the question of whether or not they will be able to find that lead, right? You had kind of said it, and Miff had said it. If you just exist, you're not finding a lead. So I want to see what Kirmi can do, get active on this pick, especially when the ult comes up. Butcher Blaze is really good for beating through tanky targets, and you've got a Cthulhu beside you. It feels like control-wise, they should be able to get something done. But early on, I think similar to like a Kali, like, a Mercury even, like Kirmi and Bakasura, this is a late-game hyper carry that you have to get items on. And so for now, he's probably just vibing, which honestly is better for Sam because, like I said, Ymir, like early on, you got your freeze, your carpet's pretty nice, the wall can be helpful, but you're not really going to be the patented level 3 ganker that you get out of like an Erlong Shin at this point, right, before his nerfs and everything that come through. So I think that this is going to benefit the Dragons just as much as it benefits the Valkyries because it lets Sam get more of his build online.
And here's something that Mifflin and I talked about the last time that we had a Ymir pop in here is, when you're playing support Ymir, depending on your matchups will depend on what your level priority will be.
Yes.
You want to put more points in your carpet just for the extra damage. You want to put more points in your stun. That way you have a longer duration, or your wall for a longer one.
Yeah.
Out of the jungle, it just feels like Ymir just wants to slam 2 and slam it as often as he can.
Well, because you have to think about it, like, not only is that going to help you with the damage that you're going to have, it's also going to help you clear out all these camps. And you had mentioned the Doom Orb, and I'm going to talk about this because I think this is great from Sam, and not because Doom Orb, is going to give you anything insane in terms of damage, although its damage is nice. It's the movement speed. Yep. He's slow as hell. This is going to help him with a speed buff and Doom Orb. He's going to be zooming.
Kirmi throws out the ultimate. Sam is blocked off. Panda Cat is gone. First blood goes over to the Valkyries, and a second one after. Wowie will throw Sam through the realms, and when he lands down, That is certain doom. Wowie on the board early for this team. 2 kills for the Valks.
And those are good kills. I mean, being able to get rid of Panda Cat, now Wowie has the lead, gets the ult first. Granted, uses it immediately, but now is in a position where he's going to be able to find, I think for the first time in the last few weeks, some sort of control over in the duo lane. When you have Gamma over there, when you have Kirmi finally getting online as well, I think this is going to create a conversation that the Valkyries haven't been able to have. They've been playing out of the jungle. They've been playing out of the mid lane. Their duo lane has not been a point of contention for them that has been successful. Now they have some of the success going their way. So I want to see, you know, rotations from Gamma. I want to see where you can put pressure on with this Bracken, make Pagon feel uncomfortable, force their beads, you know, catch out Mike, catch out Sam. They don't have any of that CC immunity unless Sam wants to go into the ult, and then he's locked in place. So I think they have a lot of opportunities to deal with the Dragons here and take this 2-kill lead and really push it to the limits.
One thing that Myth was talking about with these Bakasura builds is typically the stone cutting executioner. You get a lot of early shred, a lot of attack speed. Kirby's going a little bit different to start this one out. It's actually going to be Golden Blade as the first item at this Baka, which Baka already has decent clear. I mean, just by way of eat minion, you can get rid of most of the problems, but now he doesn't even need to use any abilities on camps. He can just chop them right away.
Well, that's the thing that really catches me out is because of eat minion, theoretically, you get less value from the Golden Blade, but it's still going to be helpful for you overall. Like you said, now you don't have to use your cooldowns as often. You're not going to have to worry too much about it. It's going to overall enhance your jungle play and just speed him up, right? It's going to help him keep pace, or at this point, keep ahead of where the other team is.
Like on every jungle. Against Final K, a leap over the wall. Benny Q has to leap out. PBM transforms, the sun's rain down. Final K at a quarter health, and Aquarius into the Sentimentus. He'll find 2 into the jungle with the knockup. But PBM and Sam are doing just fine as far as their health bars are concerned. Not a lot of follow-up damage from the Valkyries, just more zoning.
See how PBM's a dragon right now? He's like a little mini dragon.
Got the beads off of Benny, though.
Yeah, so this is where things are really going to be weird for everybody. The Valkyries want to fight, and I think they can fight. I think Aquarius, especially with an ult like that, absolutely, you're going to lead the fight. Benny Q's in a good spot. Gamma, I think, enables early game aggression for the Valkyries as a whole. And when you have freezes and stuns, single target aggression like this in the solo lane is perfect for the Dragons, but you can see what they're lacking. And that's the damage, right? Right now, they don't really have the follow-up for all of the CC that they have capable of. So later on, in like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, that, you know, small gank skirmish that we see in solo lane, granted that's a Cthulhu, so let's instead pivot that over to mid lane, that results in a kill every single time. But as of right now, you just kind of poke them down a little bit and make them feel awkward for standing around. But I don't think that they're really at a disadvantage at this point. I mean, you know, a little bit of experience, but that's the only thing not going their way.
Wow, he's got a bead.
Oh my god.
Is the closure enough? No, it's just barely.
Jesus.
Not enough health to take down. Wow, he's
That was
somehow
still close.
skates fast there, but it cost him a lot to do so. Both ult and beads had to be used there. One more auto, one more little tick from a Viper shot would have been enough to get the kill there.
Hell, even the Scepter, like one more zap.
Yeah, one more little zap over there from the Shocky Boy. I think that's what Charlie calls him, the Shocky Boy, something like that. I can't remember exactly which one it is that Charlie uses.
Oh wow,
yeah, one more there would have been enough. Not quite here.
Either way, I think that's actually, I don't know, it's a weird balance for Wowie. He gets the first blood kill against Panda Cat, feels really good, and then you lose your beads, your ult, you're now down in level, so Panda Cat's farming better despite the early lead you had. So it's just showcasing, again, where the Valkyries are maybe lacking a little bit versus what the Dragons are able to do with their duo lane and how controlling it can be in terms of experience. They just now stripped away the purple buff, so you're not even going to be able to have that. And I don't know, as far as 1v1 potential, I'm not sure it exists. And you can see pings that are coming through. I can't tell if Benny Q and Gamma wanted to help out or if they're just recognizing
almost to 1 million,
that the Dragons are walking over towards these oracles.
Very impressive.
4v2, I mean, this could be a big numbers advantage, or maybe a big spot for Kirmi.
Mike will get stunned down. He'll take a lot of health. Big wall out of Gamma will lock Sam in place at least. The freeze will stop the Tremors. And Panda Cat will find a wall out. But
kill.
That wall doesn't go far enough for him. It's Gamma getting the credit to the kill on a Sam for soccer, and now the third one up for the Valks.
They're doing a
But
good
even
job
with
this time.
this early 3-kill lead the Valkyries have, that gold has not gone anywhere. It is sitting dead even at this point of the game.
And the experience isn't really as high as you would like it to be either, so the Dragons, like, I think that just goes to show the difference in what kills are going to bring to you versus how the map play is going. The Dragons might be losing out on a lot of the fights that are going their way, and admittedly, with 2 of those kills going on to Sam, I'm not even that upset about it. Ymir's kind of useless as a damage dealer at this point in the game. You're really just a freeze machine. You might have your ult. I think in like an item or two, we're going to start seeing Sam really be an impact player. And so it's not the worst thing that he's the one dying. The worst part about it is that he's falling behind in experience to Kiermy, but otherwise you're keeping up as you had highlighted in gold. You're getting a lot of the neutral objectives. You're getting your oracles. You're getting any of the harpies that stand in the middle. You're getting invades sometimes. And so the Dragons are just playing the overall map a little bit better than the Valkyries despite the kill lead.
Mike trying to steal this red buff, but as a Fafnir, even with that Interceptor, you're not doing a whole lot of damage to those camps by yourself there. I just wanted to point out that might have been the stylish way I've seen Final K ever, or seen anybody take a Totem of Coup, which is to drop kick the enemy into the totem for the last hit to get it. That might have been one of the cooler plays that I've seen, just like tiny little flashy moments there. But what is Kiermy doing with his... Okay, he has skipped going up the Lightblade tree and decided to go with a Jotun's Wrath next. I just looked down, so he had 2 tier 1 items in hand.
All right, so this is where I think things, again, so you go back to what Mifflin had said, and maybe not exactly the build that he would have liked here, but still something that I think is worth mentioning. If you're looking at Butcher Blades as like your best ability, it's on a relatively long cooldown, your jump on a relatively long cooldown, like you want to be able to get these up as often as possible because those are your windows, those are your tools. This is going to help you.
There's a good tool, at least for the Valks. They'll take down Final K and Sam, even then that ultimate form. That's not going to give him mitigation to hold out here. Aquarius puts a 2 on the board here now for himself. 5-0 for the Valkyries. Pagon in a 1v1 against Gamma. That Pagon's not really too concerned about, but instead, it's now a shot over towards the Pyromancer. The Valkyries, they struck early this game. They're going to keep that one going. That should be a nice and easy objective over to the Order side team.
I love seeing this. This is exactly what you need, right? When you get the kills, it's what can you do afterward. A lot of the times they've found these neutral objectives were either not available to them, too early for them, or the rest of them, you know, in mid camps, things like that, just weren't there for the Valkyries to be able to pick up, so they didn't get a massive gold lead off the kills. Now, you get a kill, you come over. You're Scorpion, so that's going to be some global gold and experience for your team, but you get the Pyromancer on top of that, so you finally get to have something that feels like a more substantial lead, and you can see it manifesting in levels. Level 12 to 10 in the jungle, and that is going to be a huge deal. Second relic here for Kiermy that Sam just does not have. Sam doesn't have beads, and so it's way easier for the next 2 levels to continue stacking that. 0-3 and 0, you can make it 0 and 5 by the time that, you know, we finally maybe see Sam hit 12, maybe only in 4 since he's already hit 11, but you can see where those leads are going to really help push them forward. Attack speed for the Bakasura as well that keeps coming online. Kiermy is, despite the fact that he's playing someone that isn't really conventional, helping pioneer this team and push them forward and continue this lead.
Kiermy still continuing to not finish up that Lightblade. I just saw it pointed out a Hunter's Bow, the next item up here. So we're just gonna ignore that tier 1 for a little while. Maybe
Lightblade's like not even like a great tier 1. No, like if I'm thinking of like tier 1s, actually, okay, I'm gonna rephrase that. I don't think of any tier 1 where I'm like I'm gonna buy just the tier 1 and be done. There's like a couple tier 2s. So it's a interesting choice to me.
Yeah, it's weird. I think it's like 10 power and like 5% attack speed, something like that. It's not.
I guess that's not bad.
It's not bad.
5% attack speed.
Why just not use that 5 or that 600 gold towards getting a tier 2 of something else? Maybe finish that up there. Maybe just waiting to see exactly what he's going to need. I mean, maybe see if one of his hunters is going to pick up Executioner, so he doesn't have to. See if maybe he needs Kin size. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on and see if he actually does finish that item at some point.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the builds for the other side, right? Like if you want to burn through health bars a little bit faster, if your goal is to kill a tanky target in the Ymir, like if Sam builds up some prots, then you're probably going to end up wanting things like the Kin size. Executioner is still going to be very helpful for you later on, so just being able to juggle between the two as of right now. And like, I don't know, 5% attack speed doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're stacking it with other attack speed, it's probably going to, again, eventually make those Butcher Blades feel pretty confident, still give you an option for an item later on, and you spent like 800 gold, right? Like, it's not like the end of the world for you. So I think that it's an interesting build for him. The Bakasura is in a comfortable spot as of right now. I think he's 1-0-4. He's being a lot more involved than the Ymir. And you know, he's got the cripple, he's got good damage, he's making sure to set things up, and a lot of it's been on the right hand side of the map, but they got a kill onto Panda early on, and Sam has just died this game so far. So I think that if you can keep this pace up, it's just going to feel better for the Valkyries.
Yeah, the one thing I've noticed so far is that even though the Valks are getting these kills, they haven't been able to get much beyond just those kills there. That's the first objective we did see go down, was that Pyromancer a few moments ago. So that gets him a nice little spike of gold, but we're still only sitting around like 1,000 up for the Valkyries, even despite having first blood bounty, multiple kills after that one. So it's still a very close game here for the Valks. You see about 1,500 up. This is the most that we've seen them be able to get here. But I want to kind of bring it back to something that Kiermy said later on. Maybe we'll have to wait on that as Gamma's caught out by 4. This Kraken shouldn't make it out of here, but no further commitment from the Dragons. But going back to what Kiermy said in an interview, you know, when you come up to the SPL, it's a whole different animal than the SC.
Ads are over. Never over.
Yes, he's see about only sitting around like 1,000 up for the Valkyries, even despite having first blood bounty, multiple kills after that one. So it's still a very close game here for the Valks. You see about 1,500 This is the most that we've seen them be able to get here. But I want to kind of bring it back to something that Kiermy said later on. We'll have to wait on that as Gamma's caught out by 4. This Kraken shouldn't make it out of here, but no further commitment from the Dragons. But going back to what Kiermy said in an interview, you know, when you come up to the SPL, it's a whole different animal than the SCC. The SCC, you die, you kind of make these greedy plays. It takes a long time for teams to punish that, you know, to farm back up and catch up to them. When you get to the SPL and against teams like J Dragons who love to play this early game, you make one little mistake, they will catch that gold up. They will catch up and experience right away. And we see that in that duel. I mean, WoWie got a first kill up over Panda, but Panda's had the lead ever since then.
Yeah, experience-wise, it's Gamma with like a small lead, and then Kiermy. It's like all in the jungle, realistically, for the Valkyries. Gold-wise, it's spread out a little bit more evenly because it's been global objectives, but you can definitely feel, I want to say, maybe a more right-hand heavy favor right there, just because net worth, a lot of it's on the Cthulhu, and then next up, yeah, a lot of it's on the Bakasura. And so they've got a pretty substantial lead. I think it's like 1,200 gold there between the two junglers. And if Kiermy can continue putting on kills and specifically helping shut down FineOK and maybe continually putting Sam into the dirt, it's going to be a lot easier for him. And that's where, like, you know, physical prots come into the equation. You start looking at Sam and tankiness.
See, there's the dragon.
Goodbye, Gamma. Goodbye, Gamma. Maybe not. Not quite.
Oh, he
not
lived.
enough damage. Pagon needs one more. Okay, the auto is good. Pagon will finally secure that kill up against Gamma, but with the suns raining down, Panda Cat in the middle of all of it, double freeze, though. Out of Sam for Soccer and a double leap in. Pagon and Polar Bear will make sure to take down WoWie. Benny Q will be taken away by Sam for Soccer and Kiermy in a 1v4. Not going to get him a whole lot, but maybe with some backup out of Aquarius,
bro,
this Bakasura can turn the fight around.
He's going back
Unfortunately, Freeze and the stun from Pagon get beats out there, and so now Aquarius can really go
shit.
forward.
He's got 4 targets in his side. Sam for Soccer is going to be the first one. He'll go down, but Kiermy got left alone, and there's nothing that Aquarius can do to save them out. FineOK will jump on in. Dropkick will send him against the tower, and FineOK's got enough defense to hold this one out. It's a question of who's going to get the kill. It'll be PBM.
And if they hadn't, oh man, Pagon backs. I think if they don't, I don't know, they're so low. It feels like the Gold Fury's right there. They still got plenty of time before people respawn. But maybe that's going to be the difference between getting the Gold Fury and really swinging things in your favor, or just having to fall back. That being said, it still works out so wonderfully overall for the Dragons, right? I mean, it's just one after another, right? I mean, just essentially dominoes falling for the Valkyries. When they finally get a fight back, it's Aquarius and Kiermy coming in together. They're starting something big, and you get a great ult. Sam's already low. A lot of the Dragons are. They use the beads, they burn through that, and then they're able to finally get aggressive, but unfortunately they get separated, right? Aquarius goes for the ult, goes for the kill on Sam. Kiermy gets swarmed by literally everybody else, and then you're just left by yourself, and it just goes down one by one by one, and they pull back, what, just a kill on the Ymir? And so the Valkyries are still able to get something out of the fight, and it slows down the potential for the Dragons to get like a Gold Fury. But there definitely is a big window of opportunity, another minute now, while all of the beads are down for the Valkyries, that the Dragons can just do whatever they want.
And that first thing that they'll do is take that Gold Fury you mentioned earlier, so it's not immediately after they're near Dia side on that left-hand side. Instead, it'll be a little bit after here. And that's where the J Dragons can now finally push the gold back to themselves here, of 2,000 up for the Chaos side team. And I did take a notice over at Kiermy's build. He did sell the life blade, so he's not going to keep that. Instead, finishes up Silver Branch Bow, so some percentage.
Is that a dragon?
Now online for
Pog
Kiermy, so he can finally start dealing with some of these tankier targets. Not a whole lot of massive tank on their side. I mean, you have the natural Guardian stats out of Fafnir and the Ymir, and then a little bit of physical defense thrown to their name as well. And Kiermy's put a lot of stock into trying to shut down this solo lane, trying to keep FineOK down. So far, It's been working out, except Final K's got the leap to find his way out of the fight. And the Sense of Madness won't get much more here from Aquarius. Instead, now San Francisco stunned out by Gamma. A quick turnaround, Jade Dragons will be able to stop this fight.
And I think you can see, again, it's so weird to watch where the balancing point is going to be. Gamma might get caught out here, but it's so back and forth. I think the Dragons, again, a lot of CC. I'm trying to figure out where the damage is going to come from Sam as of right now, and a lot of it is just in this freeze.
Aquarius gets frozen out and should go down. PBM credited to the kill there. For the Jade Dragons to leap in, we'll find Gamma. Pagon rushing in, but not a whole lot more follow-up there. It'll just be one pick. Aquarius' life traded out for the Pyromancer, though. Valkyrie did manage to grab that during that entire skirmish there. So one for objective, not too bad at this stage, but that was your 3-1 Cthulhu that you ended up losing.
And it's cost them, I think, a lot more, right? You get the Pyromancer, feels pretty good. It stops this lead from really ballooning out for the Dragons, but look how different these charts are, and specifically, look at the experience. Any experience that is going in favor of the Valkyries, it's still literally just in the jungle. Everybody else has a minimum 1-level lead. I think it was 2 levels there in mid. Now Benny Q's level 16, so just ticked over. Well, Pagon ticks over to 18, so saves me and makes sure that it continues that way. 3 levels there for the carry, 2 levels up in solo, and FineOK is closing that gap. But with everybody else having a 2-3 level lead, you're able to take whatever fights you're on. You're able to walk forward, and if it's just kill Sam, he has to die, and everybody else gets whatever they need. Well, I'll give you a hint. The Dragons have been playing several games like that over the last couple of years. They don't care if it ends up resulting in Sam's death because the rest of the team has that carry capability.
I don't want to bring it up, Core, but I just have to because I keep looking over. Well, you know what? The good thing is I'll be saved for a moment where I don't have to. Panicat finds a massive Petrify up against 2 members of the Valkyries. Teleport in, Wowie goes through, wall is good, but Wowie's got to get out. Pagon turns this fight back around as he shows up. Wowie does manage to get Panicat all the while through, but Gamma should go down. It will be a 2-for-1 trade for the Jade Dragons, assuming that they get this Kabrak. It should just be Pagon around, and he will double kill for the mid laner now. Once again, 4-0-3 for Pagon and the Jade Dragons. Benny Q fighting at the speed buff will steal it away, so there's a small win there for the Valks.
They slow Ymir down. Like, he's got Toxic Blade, so again, I'm not looking at Sam as like, he's not the carry this game. It's, well, Pagon's 4-0-3. I think we know where like a lot of the carry is going to be coming from. They're putting a lot of pressure on mid. Pandacat, even though he's 1-2-6, is a lot of the bringer. But I think that it's these turnarounds. I mean, look at FineOK. He's going to find a kill here despite losing his jungler.
Oh, dude.
Hear me?
He's
at least sidesteps away, so FineOK can't grab him. FineOK versus Benny Q. Benny Q does find a good knockup. Aegis and Beads out of the mid laner. Jump in by FineOK. It's so close. Kirby comes back.
Oh, no.
FineOK.
You should just left. You should just
1v2
left.
goes to the Dragon solo laner. And not the fight that the Valkyries were hoping to lose out on there. Losing the 2v1
Another 5,000
got
gold
to be
down.
devastating.
Yeah, that one will be, like, you're replaying that in your mind every time trying to figure out what could we have done. And the only thing I could see is either Benny Q using his leap to get out, go for the disengage, not try to fight, or once Benny Q's up in the air, Kirmi has to come back then. When the knockup comes through, the damage would be there, and maybe combined, they kill FineOK. But separately, FineOK loves that. He's like, cool, I'll drop kick you against the wall, get some extra damage, burn all of your relics. I mean, the only thing that's really up is going to be the beats for Wowie. So Wowie, ooh, he gets to be safe for a little while, and that just means the Dragons can play wherever they want. Once again, they're doing so on the map, but they're doing it at a very important objective. I'm surprised the Valkyries, I mean, no ward coverage over here on right, and so this is just going to go down for free.
That's going to be an easy objective for the Jade Dragons. Now, game one at this moment, the Dragons were already killing the Titan, and it was pretty much dead by now, but a little bit slower pace to them in game number 2 here. The Valkyries able to hold them out early on. But when it's coming to these late games, this is where we've seen the Valkyries struggle so far this season. Is they can find these early leads, they can find these early picks, but they haven't been able to quite transition towards this late game style just yet out. Now with 5 grouping up on this right-hand side for the Dragons, aiming to take out the first Phoenix of the game, and only 1 tower left standing, by the way. That's at tier 2 in mid, the only one that hasn't gone down, but the transformation out of FineOK coerced in, and Phoenix will start to melt down. Not as fast as maybe the Dragons had hoped. Instead, Kirmi is the eye of the target here. He'll go down to Pagon. San Francisco will walk in, Blink Freeze, or Blink Ultimate to hold them down.
Nice
Wowie will
ball.
get taken out by FineOK, And with 2 Valkyries down, 5 Dragons in the throne room, it's going to be a tough defense for the Valkyries to hold this one out. Gamma won't get to be there to stop this one. Benny Cube jumped on by Pagon, drop kicked by Fine. Okay, triple kill for the solo laner. Aquarius in the fountain, the last surviving member of the Valkyries, because the Titan
Just fish
will
the
surely
Titan.
not live much longer. Aquarius will take out Panda, who was tanking the Titan the entire time. But as the one man, double kill for him. Okay,
He's in the
Dragons,
fountain.
go ahead. There you go. There's the end game there.
Just trying to
Aquarius
kill
does
him.
find 2 at the end.
In
But
the
the Dragons
fountain.
find the win.
I mean, you know, it's very much what you said, right? The
That's
Valkyries,
crazy.
really good start this game. Lots of good kills that go their way. They start things off with a Pyromancer, and it feels like they're finally figuring out how to take, you know, early game kills, turn it into an early game lead, and maybe try to push that even further beyond. And then it starts to fall apart a little bit more, right? Fights stop going their way. One big skirmish around the Gold Fury, you lose 1 member. It's just Sam on the Dragons, and you kill virtually, no, not virtually, you do kill everybody else that's there on the Valkyries. I think makes it a lot easier for them to surge forward. They then get the Gold Fury not too long afterward, and pretty much from that moment on, even while the Valkyries were like keeping up a little bit, every fight was taking the Dragons and further separating them from the Valks.
Jade Dragons with a strong win out here today. They get the 2-0 over the Valkyries. We'll take it to a break. We'll come back to this right after.
Yep. They could have killed the Titan faster and died less if they would have been greedy for a fountain kill. Yeah, they should have just finished the Titan. They just really wanted to kill Aquarius for some reason. No, silly. Just silly. It's interesting. Alright, I'm gonna take this guy's rook.
Ad break. It's over. GG's. GG's ad break.
Game number 2 starts off very well for the Valhalla Valkyries, but the screen behind us shows you exactly how it turns out. Jade Dragon stabilize, take the game, take the set 2-0 over the Valhalla Valkyries. Seems to be that the Valkyries have got some of the early game figured out.
Valkyries.
Haven't quite figured out how to convert those into wins a couple of times. Saw similar things in their set earlier on here this weekend. That gives the Jade Dragons another 2-0 win here in the SPL MIF and gets things back on track.
Yeah, the Jade Dragon, it was just an outdraft, I think, right? Like, sure, the Valhalla Valkyries get off to a 5-0 start, but that's generally the portion of the game where Bakasura is going to hit his strides. Outside of that, and it's a concern that I had brought up, I didn't flesh it out very well because it's super hard to think about. What is, in a 5-on-5, the plan of this Valhalla Valkyries draft? You've got massive space control from Aquarius, but not enough CC lockdown single target to make use of this double hunter, and also physical melee assassin composition.
Why
it just
jump
felt like
back
it was
in?
really going to start struggling.
Oh, man.
Once it actually was 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s, 5-on-5s, and well, that's exactly what happens. Yes, 5-0 start for the Valhalla Valkyries. That was immediately mitigated by a 4-1 trade that the Jade Dragons pick up for themselves, reestablish a neutral state on the map, and then from there, dominate the rest of the game. I just feel like this is one where the Valhalla Valkyries did not build themselves a composition that could compete.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage from Pagon. Yeah, even the left side of the map for Gamma and Wowie felt a little bit more comfortable at the start of this game, but again, can't convert that into a strong enough dual lane to end up taking the game. Wow, even
Pagon's
I was
looking
going to
pretty
say,
good on the
kills and
Uller.
deaths, Wowie looking a little bit better than Panda Cat, but the 10 assists for both Mike and Panda Cat strong coming out of the dual lane. Pagon, an incredible set here today, Myth. I mean, what
sent a message to his brother, allegedly.
Yeah, right. It was Benny who was more concerned about the set. Pagon, I think, was maybe concerned about the lane a little bit more.
And then also Pagon won.
And then also
and
Pagon
had,
won.
like, really good KDs.
So Pagon just wins.
Yeah. I mean, well, Benny didn't.
Brutal. The family group chat's blowing up Benny. Right
no,
now.
the family group chat is dead silent because it's awkward, right? It wasn't even close. So, like, what do you say? Like, you can't.
I don't know. You talk about Ymir jungle, maybe you just pivot the conversation away from
just talk about Sam. I would do that.
Would you talk to Sam?
Well, not me personally.
Would I talk to Sam?
I hope so.
Can I do it right now?
Please.
I might. Sam for Soccer's with me for the post-game interview. And Sam for Soccer, let's pick up right where Miff and I leave off there. Yeah. Ymir jungle in game 2.
Right.
What made that the right pick?
Yeah, Ymir's pretty fun. And
if that's all, that's okay.
That's all we need there.
Fair enough. Well, look, the start wasn't great. It was what, 0-4.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal to start. I started 0-3, 0-4, something like that.
But you turned it around.
Right.
And on the flip side of the jungles, Bakasura.
Yeah.
Fun jungles aside for you guys, did you feel like you were going to have an answer to the Bakasura going into game 2?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not Ymir's like best match in terms of jungle v jungle because he's probably gonna like outfarm me a bit, even though Ymir's like decent at that. But eventually, I think it's not too big of a deal. Like I was gonna get some fizz prots online. Maybe we had a couple shells in there too.
Do you think Baka's good?
I don't think Baka's the best.
That's diplomatic.
That's diplomatic. Yeah. Good. That's a nice political answer. Was this a sport mode Crocs set, or were we relaxing? And what's the opposite?
You don't have eyes, man. Look,
well,
that's
now they're on cruise control.
Okay.
What's the opposite of sport mode? Casual mode Crocs?
Yeah, I guess it's casual.
Comfort mode?
Comfort mode, I guess. I don't think it's ever sports mode, really.
No.
No.
No SPL sets or sports mode. Definitely not this one.
No
Sam,
way.
it's a 2-0, getting the Dragons back to their winning ways. Congrats, and best of luck in your next
Thank
matches.
you. Appreciate it.
Sure thing. So never a
Well,
sportsman's
that's not what he
hat.
said earlier. Before we went live, he said if you're ever in a creek or a pond, you probably want to be in sports mode.
Which I love is how specific. I don't know, if you're like running through a creek in your Crocs.
How often is that happening? I wouldn't do
God,
that.
I've
Yeah, I
never
don't know
had
if I ever would.
Crocs.
But if I was running through a creek, I suppose I'd want my Crocs and
I'd probably not wearing. I'd like wear moccasins, I guess. No, not. I wouldn't want to run through a creek in shoes. Full stop.
you want to be barefoot running through a creek?
Well, you don't want to ruin
That
my
is
shoes.
chaotic.
I wear AF1s.
You can ruin
man.
your feet.
I'd much.
Oh my
you can
God.
get new feet way easier.
Mifflin's only options are running through a creek in Air Force Ones or barefoot. There's no middle
They're
ground.
vintage, bro.
Unbelievable. Give me the schedule, please. We've got one set done for. Thank God I don't have to be on the desk with this guy any longer. One set is done already today. It's a 2-0 for the Jade
These
Dragons.
guys.
Tartarus Titans versus Camelot Kingsmith. That
I
is
had
our
Crocs
second
also.
matchup
Oh
of
my
the
God.
day.
I've never
I
had
think
Crocs.
people at home would probably predict this one to be a little bit closer. The Camelot Kings, able to be argued as the best team in the league right now. The Tartarus Titans have the potential to be the best team in the league. We'll end up their day today against the Camelot Kings and then start off our broadcast tomorrow against the Solar Scarabs, followed by Bolts Drags, Kings, and Warriors to finish off this week in the SPL. Camelot Kings can separate themselves towards the top of the standings with another win here over the Tartarus Titans. Right now sitting at 3-1. Tartarus Titans at 2-1. So the Titans would fall to 50%. And a little bit of extra breathing room for the Camelot Kings up top would do them some good. And so you talk about expectations, Miff, going into this next set. In my opinion, I think the Kings have to have the edge just because of recency and the way that this team has been playing as of late. They've won 3 straight sets. And so I think I give them my edge going up against the Titans.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings, I also, if you were watching the waiting room earlier this week, I kind of walked everybody through the voting process, and I had the Camelot Kings essentially against the field. That's how dominant this team has been.
No chance.
And who do you...
Camelot Kings against any other team. If Worlds was
beating
right
them?
now...
Who's beating them?
Leviathans?
I think the SPL is
Who's
so
beating them?
close. I think the SPL is so close knit right now. The Jade Dragons on a good day could beat them. The Olympus Bolts on a good day could beat them. The Leviathans on a good... I think if you're taking them against the field, that's absurd. I think they are the best team in the league right now.
Well, that's what against the field means. So if you think they're the best team in the league right now, and you're given a blanket bet, you're taking the Camelot
but
Kings
I don't think
too.
they're the best by a wide enough margin to just blanket give them against anyone else. Can't do it.
Definitely
We'll see
not.
if the Tartarus Titans can. God, just give me a little ground here. Although I can't root against any team.
Very
Casting
weird
this,
to
I
wear,
know I'm
but not
biased. I'm
horrible.
casting it. Oh no, Camelot Kings versus Tartarus Titans coming up next.
What a bunch of nerds. Right? Okay. I guess I'm gonna move the fucking queen. I don't know. This is a weird game. I made a weird move earlier, thinking that something could happen, because he made a weird move. And now it's just a weird game. Guess I'll move the queen. And that pawn's undefended, right? So... fuck it. YOLO. YOLO, motherfuckers! YOLO! I'm doing it. Fuck you. Don't tell me what to do. I'm done. I moved it. Fuck you. Haha! Now look at where you moved. Exactly where I thought you were going to move. Brilliant.
And remember, hydrate or die.
I choose die. Nerd. I'm just kidding. I'll hydrate. I gotta get the next water jug. I ran out of water in that jug. I drank that whole spring water. Know what I mean? So I think I'm gonna move here, and he's gonna be like, motherfucker. And I'm gonna be like, right? And that's gonna be the end of the story. And then he'll probably move here. And I'll be like, I don't care. And I'll move like here. And then he'll be like, God damn it. And I'll be like, yep. Basically. That's basically what just happened. he might move here, and then I'll be like, that's cool, I'll move here. And then he'll be like, God damn it. I'll be like, yep. Actually, that's a really bad move. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Actually, we could just... Oh, he has to move the queen. He has to move the queen. You can't take that or that. Can't move there, there, or there. You could go there. Can't go there, there, there. You could go there. Oh no, he can't go there. He could go there. Doesn't do much for him. Or there. Alright, I'm doing that. I don't care. I ain't scared. Let's go, bitch! Little bitch! Right? I'm so aggressive. Uh-oh, this person's rated at 2,055. And they're making weird moves. That's not a good sign. If they're making weird moves against me, and they're, like, rated 2,000 plus, I'm like, oh no. Because I don't know what to do with that. Willows are pretty thirsty, huh? Yeah. That's why they live by the water. See what I did there? Okay, I have to tinkle, so I'll be right back. I think. Let me see. 5 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours. Hey Siri, set a timer for 1 hour.
Your timer is set for 1 hour.
Thanks, Broseph. But I have to pee right now, so. Should I accept all these other games from people? I keep getting all these game challenges, but they're all like 12 and 1300 rated. Which I shouldn't accept them, right? But they're also new players I haven't played before, so I'm like, oh. I feel bad turning them down. Because that's not that low of a rating, you know? But it's still like, 300 points below me. 300 or 400 points. This guy's 1207, so that's 400 points below me. And this girl is 1266, so 350 points below me. And this girl is 1364, so 300 points below me. 250. But those aren't bad ratings. I could play them and probably beat them and then have a higher rating. I don't know. You said you wouldn't play low-rated players anymore. Okay, you're right. It's just they're not low, but you're right. And then the cheater asked me for another game. The one who cheated, and I told them I'm not going to play them again, and I reported them for cheating. They've asked me for a game again. This is the second time. I already said no to the first one. Brilliant. Fucking fucks. Be right back.
Welcome back to the SPL Day 2. Set number 2 is the one we're going to be tackling up next. We already had our first match of the day finish up between the Jade Dragons and the Valhalla Valkyries. That one went over to the Jade Dragons. Now we'll be talking about our second one. That's going to have the Tartarus Titans up against the Camelot Kings. But I can't talk about them just by myself. I mean, I probably could, but it's all easier when you got someone to help you out here. That's why I got Mifflin sitting by to assist me here on the desk.
I never moved. I've been here the whole time.
He is not. He has been planted in that chair for the last, 15 minutes.
And it's unfortunate because it's not a Maxnomic, and I wish it was.
It was. I mean, I don't know how high those ones can actually go. I don't think we'd
not
be able
this
to,
high.
We wouldn't be able to get to at least desk height there.
No.
But talking about it, we got our next set here. Kings versus Titans. We have the former runner-ups of the World Championships going up against the only team that was able to take a game against the World Champions during the Season 8 there with the Camelot Kings now here up against the Tartarus Titans. And this is a battle that we're going to be talking a lot, I think, about the mid-roll specifically. It was something that we talked about during our waiting room, and we'll get to that in just a moment here. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule and see what we still have for the remainder of this week coming up, maybe what you may have missed if you're just now tuning in. We had the Jade Dragons get their win up. Now it'll be the Kings and the Titans. And then tomorrow we've got our triple header Sunday that starts at 11 a.m. Remember, this is what we're continuing to do here throughout Phase 1 is start at 11 a.m. on those Sunday matchups out of Scarabs, Titans, Bolts, Dragons, and Warriors and Kings to end that week out here. But going back to this set specifically, Camelot Kings now sitting at the top of the standings as of now, 3-1 for themselves. I believe their only loss up against the Atlantis Leviathans at the very beginning of the phase. But ever since then, Mifflin, these Kings have really been on the rise.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings continue to impress. Not only have they become very quickly one of the best macro farming teams in the league, they've diversified how they start to draft. It's something they brought up in the initial interviews was, hey, how are we going to improve this year? Let's just get deeper God pools. Let's just figure out how to play more stuff and keep people guessing. And I'd argue they've done a great job of it.
Yeah, they've been able to do that so here. And going up against the Kings is going to be Paul here in this mid lane. And it was interesting that Gore brought up during the waiting room. We were talking specifically about the Kings mid laner, BMT. We were talking about Paul. We were talking about Shinto.
Cheaters are weird.
And the fact that last year, or at least in Phase 3, Paul only died, I think Gore said 18
Every time I
times
accused him of cheating, he acted like it was a compliment.
And Paul's almost matched that just in the first couple of weeks of play so far here.
Paul.
So Paul hasn't had the most successful
That's the guy I was talking
streak
to on
so
Twitch.
far of staying alive in the mid that we're more accustomed to, but I think a lot of it comes down to the more volatile style of gods he's been playing, specifically this AMC.
Yeah, he's been experimenting a little bit more so with his God pool, and you're right to bring up AMC as just not a super safe pick, especially looking at what he was playing against. Even in this set, the Valhalla Valkyries had a phenomenal dive composition, but Paul has been largely hailed as one of the best mid laners in the league, if not the best mid laner in the league, for going on 2 to 3 years now. Also in the conversation with Shinto, I think when you talk about the best mids, those two jump to the forefront of the conversation, and for good reason. Paul has legitimately single-handedly won world stage matches for his squad. Things like the Morrigan triple kills to save his team from having to deal with a siege, or Scylla Quadras essentially completely on his own with just chaining I'm a Monster perfectly. This is a player that is going to, on a good day, invalidate the rest of his team and that he won't need them. That's how strong he is. But on the other side, and in his opposition, Big Man Tings, I think, dark horse in that conversation, needs to be brought up more often. BMT has been at the top of those standings. His KDA has been up there with Paul, with Shinto. In the last season, sure, the Camelot Kings don't have as great a performance throughout the regular phase, but that's not BMT's fault. he has consistently been great.
I mean, ever since BMT finally got over here, got onto land to play with the rest of the team, it's been nothing but improvement from his. He's been able to expand this God pool a little bit more, which is something that all the Kings have been talking about doing so here. And it's another player, when it comes down to, the picks and bans, we always talk about, okay, well, who do we focus out here? Do we target the jungler? Do we target the solo laner out here? It feels like for both these teams, mid is almost impossible to really target ban out here. I mean, Paul, you can throw 6, 7 bans at that guy, essentially, between your 5 and then grab a couple of picks. He's still going to find something to play. Similar can be said here for BMT. You can't put too many bans up against this player because he'll find something to play and he'll just outperform you on it.
Yeah, hunters, mages, doesn't matter. Big Man Tings has got that in his back pocket. So far has been the highest performing player as far as fantasy is concerned this year. And I've got him on my squad.
I knew that was coming.
He has been hard carrying me, all right? Look at the KDA, 6.5, 20,000 damage. He was one of the highest farmed players in Season 8 and has consistently found himself near the top of the rankings. He's a threat. He doesn't get as much bans tossed towards him, maybe because of what you brought up. He's got a very diverse God pool of eclectic picks. But maybe I think it's more so that the Camelot Kings are slightly slept on, even despite still finding themselves at the top of the standings.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wild squad for really both these teams out here. I mean, you never know what's going to come from these two teams. And luckily, we got to talk to them just a little bit here. We got a very special video interviewing a couple of these players.
I feel like our team's performed pretty average, honestly.
Yeah,
Even though we've won a lot of sets, I think every single game we've played has gone, all 3 games.
It's
so, it's been a lot of 2-1s. We did lose to Leviathans 1-2. I don't know if that's a product of every team being more competitive or us just not performing at our best, but I think first place for now. I'll take it.
I think we are doing okay. We're not obviously the top team, I don't think. We are up there, but we're definitely struggling. We need to definitely improve over the next couple weeks, and I think that's what we're gonna do.
Moving forward, I think us as a team, we have a lot of problems early game, especially in scrims. We try and work on it a lot to, try not to die within the first 5 minutes and end the game and have Lasper walking around the jungle. I don't know.
That's fun.
But yeah, I think our early game's probably our biggest struggle. I think maybe our warding a little bit mid-game is a bit bad, but we're gonna keep working to improve on it.
The biggest focus on improvement will be getting more synergy with Sot. He's new to us, and he's a different player than Benji. He likes to play more aggressive, but we just have to definitely intertwine him or integrate him into our team and just make sure that we work well with him.
Going into the Titans, I feel like they honestly kind of, not to disrespect Soft, I think he had a great last year and he played phenomenally at Worlds.
Thanks for letting me know.
But I don't think anyone's kind of comparable to Benji. I think Benji's always been he's probably the go-to solo. He's probably been the best solo to ever touch the game. So yeah, I think they're definitely a weaker team. I think that's kind of showed in some of their gameplay.
I think the Kings have been doing really well. I think they're a top team as well. I just think we have to show up and play our game against them and make sure that we are on our P's and Q's and we'll do well.
The biggest threat on the Titans, apart from being on time, I'd say probably Paul. Probably Paul and Cyclone. I just think they have a really good backline. They don't really make any mistakes. They don't make any mistakes in lane either. I think they're really hard to punish. They use the actors really well.
He sets up a lot for them.
So probably the backline is probably the biggest threat of Titans.
The biggest threat of the Kings is variety, I'd say. He's been pretty aggressive with the Bolognas and stuff, and he's been doing really well for them. I think he's kind of their leader late game, and he kind of leads the way. So.
The result of the set, I think we've gone 3 games every game, so probably 2-1 to us, I'd say.
Either 2-0 or 2-1 favoring us, I'd say.
2-1s is kind of the topic here, and that so far has been what the Kings have done in every single one of their sets. It has gone the full distance through, not a single 2-0 out of this team yet. Titans have found a couple of 2-0s here, but I think it's interesting, kind of hearing from Variety, think that maybe a slightly weaker team here in Season 9 with the removal of Benji and now with SOT taking the reins over into the solo lane. It seems that Variety's not as concerned about that lane in particular.
Well, J-Mac, you know how I feel about that.
Yeah, so I think we all do.
I've said it so many times, I've got to sound like a broken record, but I really do think SOT is one of the most mechanical players to have ever touched the game. Whether or not Variety's statement on the team being overall weaker, the Tartarus Titans that is true or not, I couldn't say personally. It might be the case just because the Tartarus Titans are having to deal with some slight growing pains. But when I think of what Benji brings to a team and when I think of what SOT brings to the team, it's incredibly similar. They are both consistent team fight monsters who are never really ever going to lose you a game due to their laning phase because they can hold their own against legitimately everybody. They're both generally pretty quiet guys. I've never had the opportunity to play with these teams or listen
Gonna
to
leave the stream up.
their comms and
But
scrims or
drift
whatnot,
off.
so
Night,
I
night,
don't know
Willow.
what Benji
All right,
brought
coffee.
communications
Thanks
or
for
what
leaving it up.
SOT does.
Have sweet
But
dreams.
when I get the opportunity to walk next to the water cooler
Night, night.
and they're sipping Gatorade or whatever it is they're doing, and I talk to them, they're both generally pretty quiet guys. They talk like this. They like to mumble under their voice, generally pretty monotone. And I think maybe in having that, that would be alleviating some of those growing pains, having somebody who is essentially plug and play in there and has a similar vibe. And also the Titans are benefiting from having Benji still on as that coach.
Yeah, and he was able to step in last week during the first game of their set, and also going on for what Variety talked about. It's something that's been echoed amongst us, the casters, amongst a lot of people in the community as well, is that the Titans do just have a solid backline. It's one of the harder ones in the league to dive. I mean, that's why we constantly heralded Paul as one of the better mids, because he's just not dying. You throw 3-4 people at him in mid, he's going to find a way to sneak out of these team fights here. And Cyclone's been on that similar vein, but maybe so much more that Cyclone kind of gets ignored in a way because it's the duo lane, it's Hunters, they're both going to get online, do Hunter things. But as of this season, we have been seeing more priority thrown towards the duo lane. Maybe not the most priority compared to some roles. We've seen a lot of shots over towards solo lane more often, not very early on, but duo lane with all of the massive farm that they've had allocated to their side of the map, there's been a lot of focus there.
There has been, less so in recent months because of some of the nerfs towards those camps, namely the incredibly side camp, that little pocket jungle next to the dual lane has had some nerfs, some of the farm nerfs as well to just the standard Harpies, has made it a little bit more appetizing to look towards mid in that mid 3v3, which can net you greater Scorpions, which is something the Camelot Kings love to go towards. Watch them play. These guys put so much more emphasis on greater Scorpions than just about every other team in the league. Those mid Harpies still very valuable. If you've got pressure in the mid 3v3, you can also transition to the Oracles or even the Pyromancer very early on as well. And that might be why we see a little bit more pressure there. But speaking of the Hunters and both Cyclone Spin and Netrioid, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. Cyclone Spin is a very prideful player, and Netrioid is the soloingest player in the league. Put those two against each other, I think maybe we could see some sparks fly.
Yeah, for sure on that one. I mean, I remember
matchup. Cyclone Spin is a very prideful player, and Netrioid is the soloingest player in the league. Put those two against each other, I think maybe we could see some sparks fly.
Yeah, for sure on that one. I mean, I remember we had the Titans in during their media day one time. We were just sitting down and talking with Cyclone. I think a fun fact that came out of there is that I think Scotty is the only Hunter he has never played in a competitive game before, which is wild considering he is the player that has the most competitive gods in a game played, mostly because he's played multiple roles.
But he's also one of the lower competitive gods played so far this season. He's only played like 2 or 3 picks. I believe.
That is true. I mean, Medusa has kind of been the forefront of a lot of the Titans picks out here. But, I mean, if it's a pick that's working, no real need to kind of stray away towards that. We've been seeing a couple of more bans towards the god like Medusa in some of these picks and bans, no longer kind of defaulting to that second pick slot as much.
No, so I have to go a little bit deeper in the god.
Scotty?
As you said, Cyclone Spin, one of the most storied players in
Scotty's
Smite
fun.
competitive history, has also had the most individual, unique god performances in Smite competitive history. We're in the god pool, and as you said, Cyclone Spin, one of the most storied players in Smite competitive history, has also had the most individual, unique god performances in Smite competitive history. Might be due to the fact that he's played a couple of roles in his time, and even when he was playing certain roles, was taking picks that were eclectic in it. I'm thinking of like Hoonbot Cyclone Spin solo in like season 3 or something crazy like that, or just going towards literally anything he wants. I think the legitimate stat is like 78 or 79 unique god played so far in the SPL, and well, when you get good at every single character, you figure out how to counter those characters, and it makes you even better at your bread and butters. So Cyclone Spin, certainly a threat that the Tartarus Titans have gotten their artillery.
And looking over here at the Camelot Kings, I mean, one of the discussions that was brought up by Captain Twig, by a lot of the players on the team, was upping that god pool specifically amongst themselves. We've seen Captain Twig take a lot of unique picks over into that jungle role. I mean, aside from, well, I say that, I'm now looking at his last 6 games played, and he's got 2 games of Hebo and 2 games of Kleena in there. But outside of that, we've seen Gilgamesh, we've seen Nemesis, we saw Bakasura previously, we've seen Hunbats. We've seen all kinds, no more. So far, Baka has not been having a great performance in the SPL
bread butter
as a whole here. But really, this whole matchup has been kind of changing up here. We saw layers last year going towards a lot of the Lokis, the Camisots, and then obviously
bread
the
and butter, is that what you're
warriors
saying?
that were to make it through Erlong Shen, probably the most notable of those ones.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Loki hasn't been more of a mainstay in Layers' God pool. I thought the performances on that pick were incredibly strong. Loki hasn't seen many changes since then, still has maintained that same level of strength. I know there are a lot of Loki elitists out there that'll say, like, yo, I missed aim strike, all right? What did they do to assassinate? Now it's a double proc instead of a singular. I think Loki is in a state right now where he is still incredibly strong, has a very potent level 3. His level 2 is still very weak, but transitions to level 5 very easily. Once you get assassinate, it is pretty easy. I've been saying that a lot here, but it's true. To find those ganks, just rotate into a lane. Don't even need to get close. Here's the thing about how you're invisible and faster than everybody else. You are. And also, you've got a teleport that goes like halfway across a lane. Surprised that Layers hasn't decided to go back towards that pick. Maybe just doesn't fit into the draft style that the Titans like.
Maybe not. And kind of how echoing where
Yeah, he
Captain
likes
Twiggy's had
Loki.
a couple of copy picks out there. You know, the double Habois, the double clean out here. We've seen 2 Kabrakan games and 2 Awilish games in the last 6 here for Layers, and then a Shiva and a Nemesis splashed into theirs. So far in the last 6 games between both these junglers, only Nemesis has been shown of similarity, but as far as their top gods played, Erlong Shen definitely fits into both of those playstyles out there. The Loki, as we say here, for Layers, that was so well for him last time around. And then Hunbat's on the opposite side there for Captain Twig. So I'll be keeping my eyes on really the jungle meta that develops between these. More often than not, when it comes to these picks and bans, we've been seeing one team ban Erlong, and that kind of forces the other team to ban Gilgamesh, or vice versa. One bans Gilgamesh, and then forces the other team to ban the Erlong, because we pretty much know at this point, when one of those 2 gods is left open, somebody is going to lock that in. It's usually going to be first pick.
And jungle is not the only role between these 2 teams that have got carryover. I would argue that Aurora and Genetics have got some pretty similar god pools. Recently, Khepri has been very highly prioritized by both of these teams, and for good reason. I would argue Khepri essentially just a plug-and-play character that will help you out for the most part, just about every single laning
all
phase.
these
That second ability,
mighties
very
is
good
not
at clearing
less
waves, of
25
duck,
days so
very
young.
good at punishing anyone who steps out of position.
Yep.
And, well, the elephant in the room, not Ganesh, still
Not
talking
all of
about
them,
Khepri,
but most of them.
is Scarab's blessing. Just that, hey man, go as deep as you want in this team fight. Hey,
In
go
their
wherever you
20s.
want. Go into the tier 2 at level 5. Doesn't matter, because I've got this death immunity ready for you. And even if you do die, you can come back to me into my waiting
Stupid
log
ass
for safety.
kids.
Well, ready to jump in now to the picks and bans for game number 1 between the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans. First ban up is going to be the Cthulhu, but I want to also echo back to the Khepri pick. You know, Season 8, since we have obviously a lot more games to pull from here, we can get a little bit more concrete stats out of that one. Genetics picked after that god. 75% of his games was a win with Khepri in Season 8. Aurora, very similar. 13 of the games they picked it up, 9 of them he won. So almost that same 70-75% ratio there. So both of these supports not only like picking up that god, but are also very successful on them.
They have been. So far, bans rounded out. Not too much emphasis towards the jungle, as we had predicted here on the desk. Not even towards support. Instead, generalized standard bans, except for the Titans deciding to ban out this Neath. Generally, that's going to Big Man Tings. Generally, has seen some success for him as well. The ability to just, okay, well, I've got my Mannequin's Hidden Blade now. So here's the thing about how World Weaver is no longer just an arrow. It's actually a 50 cal beret that can just remove someone from the map. Yeah, the Titans don't want to deal with that themselves, so we'll ban it out. One ban, though, you had called for the
Kids are
Erlong
the worst
Shen
creatures in
from the
existence.
Camelot Kings, limiting the Tartarus Titans jungler Layers, who has just
They're
had
all terrible
wild
and
success on
ugly
this pick in
and
the past.
stupid.
But with so many targeted bans already, there are a good
I like
deal
that.
of just priority picks still available. Things like the Yamoja, the Khepri that we had already highlighted, some very high-pressure junglers like Gilgamesh, all still abroad, all still up for grabs.
A lot of options here for the Kings, and they're taking their time to really think about what that first one's going to be, because as you highlight, there are a lot of other options that can go out there for the Tartarus Titans to take up. This Amuzin Kaba shot over towards Paul more than anything else. Yes, Big Man Tings would probably like to play that god if he can, with how strong the AMC has been.
My revenge.
But it's not going to be maybe the one that we were imagining to be a first pick here on the Kings. It's going to be Medusa right out of the gate. I said it earlier, typically this guy's reserved for that second pick slot. You get your bigger priority option, things like your RDOs, your Mojas as the Titans are going, and then the opposite team can take this Medusa. But the Kings are going to take it first for themselves.
And it does leave up some of those picks that you were talking about still available to the Tartarus Titans. Yamoja locked in, generally going to Aurora. That has not seen just about any flex potential on the map. Will bring you a great deal of sustain in the team fight. Essentially force at least one person from the Camelot Kings to shift up their relic selection. Phantom Shell, generally the answer to Yamoja in the lane. Otherwise, you're just stuck between 2 giant waves and nobody wants to be there. Kleena going to round out that second pick as well. And Well, what does that bring? Flex potential to the soul lane or into the jungle. A ton of DPS, not only on enemy gods, but similarly to objectives, which I think is one of the mainstay strengths of Kleena, is her ability to, at level 10, legitimately, essentially
Okay,
solo
Tara.
out the
Night-night.
Pyromancer, or even move over towards the gold
Hope
free.
you have fun.
Give her 5 seconds and one other person. She might be able to remove that from the map very early on as well. And she's just slippery. Kleena is the only god in the game, besides Yanis, who can walk through walls. But she is the only god in the game who can indefinitely stay in walls. See, I remembered while I was having that conversation that Chernobog existed. Pedantix, though, he doesn't go in the wall. He stays on it because he's a shadow.
Yeah, he's a shadow like a fly on the wall, but a shadow on the wall here.
That's right.
Camelot Kings, Gilgamesh, and Cerberus are going to be the 2 picks they go in after this Umoja Kleena. So Cerberus to deal with a little bit of the healing, a little bit of sustain that can come the way of the Tartarus Titans. Both these mid laners have to note out here that we have seen some hell kind of come out of both of these teams out here. Don't know if we'll necessarily see it this game around, especially with a Zeus picked up now by the Tartarus Titans. And that kind of goes in that same vein of AMC, where we've seen some Zeuses go untouched and just completely dominate a game. And we've seen others where if a pick like Thoth is left open, completely abuse this mid laner.
Yeah, Thoth has been the answer because he can just hit you from further away than you can hit him, and Zeus generally needs to get in that range. That said, the conversation of, okay, so Zeus sometimes feels untouchable or sometimes Zeus is just consistently dived, it's more so a conversation of, is the draft built around this Zeus to facilitate him, or has the Zeus established a lead? A Zeus with a lead feels untouchable because nobody wants to close gap on him because they'll just die. Shield plus Chain Lightning plus Detonate, Lightning Storm if you need it, and you will not often need it on the divers, is going to be enough of a deterrent to just stop anybody from wanting to step up if you've got the lead, if you're 2 levels up. If you're 2 levels down, Chain Lightning Detonate, I'm still at 50%, I'll just kill you immediately afterwards. So, a slightly volatile pick for the Tartarus Titans in mid, but piloted by Paul, I've got complete faith.
So far with the bans here in the second phase have been Iset Kepri and Daji Owilish. So the Kings aren't maybe fully set on this Kleena going over towards the jungle, maybe instead over towards the solo lanes in the hands of SOT, or maybe trying to force this Kleena to go into the jungle, remove some of those options for layers in that role specifically. Titans will answer back to the Medusa with the Cernos. That's been a very common god that's been popping his way back up here. A lot of early game boxing potential back up against the Medusa. All of the buffs that have come his way have really jumped him up into favor here. But now the Kings have a couple decisions left to make. The Cerberus, we have seen Genetics pick it up quite a few times here. Variety also well-versed on this god, so still some options available to the Kings.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of a better look at where the Kings are going to allocate
wow.
these gods as they go into the rest of their draft. Terra picked up.
Flourish.
You know, generally, traditional Smite knowledge just tells me, like, yeah, Terra support every single day of the week, but there is still a little bit of a conversation to be had of, can it be Terra in the soul lane? Do you want her to be a little bit more so of that dive tool for your team? In the soul lane, she'll deal a lot more damage. Will be easier for her to apply her pressure to Zeus. If you put Terra into support, she's more so going to be that anti-dive potential. Stop this Shiva from walking in so easily. Make sure that Kleena, once she does reveal herself in these fights, will have to work a little bit harder to secure some of these kills. If I had to guess, and it is a guess, I think the Camelot Kings will likely have Terra in support, and Cerberus in the soul lane, Gilgamesh in the jungle, and then Medusa and Persephone go to their roles respectively.
And then now we look over at the Tartarus Titans with a Shiva now locked in alongside this Kleena. That then opens up the question of, is this Kleena going to be going over to the solo lane, where we've seen, I believe, the most success from this god so far. I mean, from what I remember on the stat picked up here, Kleena with a 98% pick ban rate. I think only one game that we haven't seen her looked at all by any teams, and a 77% win rate in the games that she has been picked up here. But we've seen a lot more of the Shiva jungle, specifically out of the Valkyries. We did see Layers take that god too, so that kind of opens up the question, Mifflin, of which of those two is going to the jungle.
I've got a good deal more faith in Shiva in the jungle. In the laning phase, Shiva should be able to hold his own just about against anybody. He doesn't have necessarily more clear than some of these other warriors, but he does at least benefit from just having a wild amount of sustain built into his kit. I like to equate his ultimate to a pre-nerf meditation, just regenerating so much HP, regenerating so much mana, and matched up with blue buff, you're going to have it a little bit more often, thanks to that CDR, and you're going to have the mana to cast it a little bit more often as well. And then, well, Kleena, that's just great everywhere. It's a tough conversation. Suffering from success. Would I prefer to see her in the jungle over Shiva? Yes, but I would probably more so prefer to see her in the soul lane because she can dominate in the lane. She's got the greatest ability to just drop Pierce the Veil, go proxy away with another Pierce the Veil, and then get involved in the mid 3v3. She is very good at clearing a wave, and then getting out of dodge and making sure she's making her stamp known on the rest of the map.
And especially with the potency that we've seen out of Soul Eater, that seems to be one of the most common first items picked up by that god, and things like Transcendence sometimes kind of makes its way in there. We've seen the CAD shield picked up quite a few times as well. So there's a lot of flexibility just in the build alone on that god. Really, no matter which role you throw it in, if you want to throw it towards the jungle or the solo lane. So we'll have to figure out and wait and see exactly where those two gods line out here, because it is still ultimately a question mark for both of these two teams. But do you give a distinct advantage to either of these two compositions when it comes to this game here, Mifflin?
Looking at the true 5-on-5 engagement, I would give ease of play advantage over to the Camelot Kings, but as far as relative power levels and an even state, it's close. This might be a 50-50.
Yeah, it's going to be a coin toss of a game here. Who's going to take game one, Kings or Titans? Let's go and find out.
Camelot Kings have looked near unbeatable over the last few sets. The Tartarus Titans have looked unbeatable at points throughout the year here in Season 9, and what a matchup we've got as the Kings and the Titans go toe-to-toe with Dolson, Trelly, and Doug for what could be, maybe what should be, Trelly, a 3-game set if both these teams play up to their potential.
Yeah, it really does depend on which sort of roster we get on both sides, but my attention immediately goes to the fact that, number one, Kleena got through in the solo lane for SOT, but Layers again, whipping out the Shiva. It's going to be interesting. You know what? I heard you guys talk about it on the desk recently. I call it Shiva too, and then Shiva. I think it's Shiva. I'm going to go with Shiva as well.
I say Shiva, so you and I are on the same page, and so we'll get one consistent pronunciation, at least through this set. Captain Twig on the other side of the jungle on this Gilgamesh has been a big part of the Camelot Kings and their ability and their resurgence here towards the top of the SPL as of late. And so my expectations look towards this jungle. Layers has played this pick before, didn't get a win for the Tartarus Titans, but at least was still able to get active pretty early. Should be some pressure over here on the right side of the map, but variety on the good setup in Cerberus and Captain Twig able to play Protector a little bit. Maybe won't see way too much. Over here on left, though, Genetics throwing back to one of his classic style supports. Not something that a lot of SPL supports have looked at, if at all, this year. Variety, I say he could play safe, but there is setup with Layers on the Shiva, and SOT off to a dream start. It's first blood to the Titans and their solo laner just a minute into game one.
This is really where this pick is going to shine. I mean, Shiva just has so much early displacement, level 2, level 3, that sort of thing. You're going to be able to pull back in the Cerberus, and that's an easy gank. I will say again, looking at the matchup, I think Persephone, Big Man Ting, is going to have a very rough time. Usually, the only sort of self-peel you have is to drop that Grasp of Death and just CC, but Shiva has so much CC immunity, why are you even going to care about that? I think Layers should put some attention on the mid lane now that they've got first blood. It will go to SOT, of course, but Layers has that pressure. That assist gold is going to help out a ton as well, so I think Persephone is going to have a rough time trying to survive that onslaught.
Yeah, and I'm curious how Variety is going to look for the rest of this laning phase. You don't want to glean too much from just an early first blood, but had to use the teleport, and that is a hefty cooldown. Nearly 3 minutes on that teleport cooldown. So if SOT is able to get comfortable in this lane, has a little sustain early on in that build, has 3 health potions as well, there's a world where Sot can force Variety out, push him back to base, and just really start to make this lane look more lopsided depending on how the next couple of minutes go. That's a nice stun from Genetics. Aurora's Riptide only takes him as far as the crystal on the other side. Genetics won't be able to chase him down. Aurora with a Riptide nearly falls down on the left, but able to live despite a little bit of pressure from the Camelot Kings.
You love to see just how effective this Kleena can be in the solo lane with Elite. He's essentially invading blue buff by himself, and he can because of the safety. You can go into the wall at any moment. You really, as long as you have the beads available, you're not going to get CC'd before you try to escape, so very interesting there. We'll have to see what they're opting to do for us. Netroid is going to get a really early kill in this lane. So much damage out of this Medusa.
Yeah, Camelot Kings able to capitalize on some pressure that was built up just a moment ago, and Aurora ends up going down. So, on one side of the map, the Camelot Kings able to bring things back.
Be right back, anybody.
And I... I do look up just a moment ago, and Aurora ends up going down. So,
Dying.
on one side of the map, the Camelot Kings able to bring things back. Now, I do look, Troy, I'm glad you bring up Persephone and Zeus, and there might being some jungle pressure around the mid lane. And I think there needs to be, because Big Man Tings, I think playing like the best mid laner in the league here as of late, a wide variety of picks, different styles of play, whether it's set up or knockdown. And so I think you might need to put some emphasis on slowing this Persephone down at some point.
Yeah, playing like the best mid laner in the league, whether you agree with it or not, I mean, he's just looking phenomenal right now. The stats back it up, as we mentioned on the Fantasy League. He's pretty much carrying anyone who has him, and this time,
that's Mifflin.
It's Mifflin, yeah, who likes to brag about it. He saw the
Right,
saw the
worst
point
case
potential.
scenario for us, right? It's worst case scenario that it's Mifflin who's got BMT on his team, but maybe this is a set where the Titans have an answer. I mean, you can't count Paul out over on the other side. Again, we put some pressure, I don't know, maybe not the right word, some emphasis on Captain Twig and his ability to impact this game on the Gilgamesh. How about the Golden Blade start here, Trelly, for Gilgamesh, and it looks like into a bow after that. And so we're expecting a more auto attack style build already from Captain Twig on this Gilgamesh, and not something I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings really do focus more on the farm game, right? They're going to get all the camps on the map. They're going to try to make sure their farm is exquisite. I would say Captain Twig just wants to clear the camps as quickly as possible. Here he goes, trying to make sure to confirm that blue buff for Variety, and he is going to do just that.
He is able to do so, and Variety needed a little bit of help here in lane. Soul Eater completed for SOT, and how about that for some chunk damage onto Variety, who will take the long way around to go pick up that blue buff. You can never be sure, right? I mean, there can always be a Kleena hovering somewhere in those walls, but Variety's going to pick up the blue buff. And that's what's important here in this lane now for Variety, especially with the first blood over to SOT. Just stabilizing. You get your teleport back. You have a little bit more breathing room now. If you don't want to miss a whole wave, you can go back, but timing his back pretty well here as Variety should be able to walk back to lane just fine if he doesn't want to channel that teleport, which he does after completing the Celestial Legion helm. So decent little power spike there for Variety. Chalice as well. And so I think the solo pressure maybe a bit slowed down. But I think you look at the playstyle that SOT brings, Trelly, and the mechanical skill that he has out of the solo lane. Of course I love watching Sot on the setup, the Warriors, the Guardians, things like that. But I think picks like this, especially with a bit of a lead, is where SOT can really separate himself as far as some of the solo laners go.
Yeah, when Kleena starts making the rotations to the mid lane, to these 3v3 fights, making them 4v4 fights, that sort of thing, this is when Kleena is going to seem very oppressive. I mean, when you have that full soul leader already stacked, you have a little bit of gold because you have your lead in your lane, you're going to be super annoying to deal with. We might see an engage here.
That's a brilliant double drop kick from Captain Twig, but that is all he's got. He will jump out and away. That's a good look. Doesn't result in anything, but Sot will follow Variety towards mid. Variety jumps up and over the wall. Paul without Lightning Storm.
Nice play.
Will not finish off that kill, and there you go. Relative strength. Sot just follows Variety on the rotation, and Variety couldn't do anything about it. SOT just had way too much damage there. Lightning Storm does get used by Paul. Big Man Ting's low. And Layers has a nice chunk of damage as well. Jotun's Wrath completed, had Blink, but won't use it to chase down Big Man Tings. Tartarus Titans, Trelly, just feels like outside of that skirmish that happened on the left side of the map, playing with a little bit more pace, which is why I'm surprised to see the Camelot Kings with a slight lead.
Yeah, definitely carrying some swagger to their step right now. They're feeling very aggressive. I'm Layers 10 out of 10 times I'm blinking there, but he's a better player than me, so probably knew there was no real reason to go in for that engage. I think BMT already had the jump down. Maybe you just want to don't gamble with the fact that you're not very tanky right now, but I think looking at Twig's build again, this is why he's not getting that aggressive right now. We saw a small engage, but he's more so building just to farm. I mean, he doesn't want to go for these full damage plays. He's not building into it just yet.
Yeah, I'm assuming the bow is something he just picked up, and it happened for his quest item, and it just happened to work out with a Golden Blade start. And Captain Twig, up until Layers, just reached level 8. Captain Twig was 2 levels ahead of Layers. So Golden Blade plus a beneficial quest item has helped Twig farm things up effectively in the first couple of minutes of this game. BMT and Twig standing on a ward here won't catch Paul or Aurora off guard as Genetics begins his rotations right on over. I know there were some mechanical changes around Terra that maybe dropped her out of favor with a few of the SPL supports, but I think Genetics is just so good on this god. In Earthen Fury, such a strong ultimate as well. That I don't, I think in the right scenarios, Trelly, that this Terra can still have her impact. Which raises the question, is this the right scenario? Certainly is to find some damage onto Aurora's. The River's Rebuke separates out this fight, but BMT can just dash right on over it. Winds of Shamash slows down Aurora. We have not killed off the Umoja. Petrify now used. Aurora ate 3 ultimates there. 4 if you count the Earthen Fury. Something had to kill off Aurora, and it's a big 4-man rotation. 4 ultimates used, and Aurora will end up falling.
Variety also made it over, so SOT is going to get a large amount of farm on that right side of the map. The Cerberus just trying to help out his team, but he's going to be getting a little bit behind and loses blue buff for making that rotation all the way over. Aurora, second death of the game now, not too far behind, just, it just stinks that you're giving the kill to Netrioid, and here's why. Look at the damage that Medusa is able to do. Cyclone Spin. Sort of stuck on her tower right now because of all this pressure.
Variety used Stygian Torment there. SOT didn't have to use the beads, just out of range. Could have made things interesting, if nothing else. The laning phase slows down a little bit now for Variety. So an unfortunate rotation out from Variety, does grab an assist, but doesn't end up resulting in much more. All of this back and forth, as little of it as we've had, just a kill here or there, has resulted in effectively a dead even game. Remember, first blood to the Titans, so first blood bounty actually negated by a lot of the farm and the killing that the Camelot Kings have done. And starting to see more of the pressure centered around the mid lane, Trelly, where early we saw the scrapping in solo kill over on the left side of the map. And now with the 3v3s really starting to spark up, we're seeing both junglers with their impacts as the short bow sold off by Captain Twig to complete the Berserker Shield. So it does look like, even though short bow was just a quest item, Captain Twig is going to stick with that auto-attack style of build. Be careful here, Variety. SOT has got enough damage to do some tower diving. Won't complete it this time, but might stop the back of Variety. He's got to pop that.
Here comes Twig,
Last
though.
Chalice. Twig is over here on the right side of the map. Stun connects. That's a great setup from Variety. Dropkick, no good. Beads, perfect timing from SOT as Twig now low in the health pool, but SOT doesn't want to go into the wall. Pump fakes it almost. Blink forward from Captain Twig. It's a dash back through from Sot, and Sot won't turn it around. In the meantime, the Gold Fury has been pulled and secured by the Tartarus Titans, but the Titans have lost the fight over on the left side of the map as well. Netrioid dies, and so it's Gold Fury plus kill for, at the moment, 3 kills for the Camelot Kings, and Detonate is massive. Paul with a double. Netrioid dies. And so it's Gold Fury plus kill for, at the moment, 3 kills for the Camelot Kings, and Detonate is massive. Paul with a double kill now. For sure worthwhile for the Tartarus Titans. This is a little chaotic, Trelly, over the last 30 seconds or so.
And now Pyromancer is going to go down. It's going to be
that's
close.
Oh my
Captain
God.
Twig dies, and Pyromancer won't die. This is the most absurd 30 seconds of Smite I've ever seen. We're fighting over on right. SOT nearly turns a 2v1.
What the hell?
All the while, there's a team fight on Gold Fury where everyone dies, but the Titans win. And now Pyromancer kills everyone after Paul detonates randomly for a double kill. The last 30 seconds have a game's worth of action, and it does result in the Titans being a little bit ahead.
Yeah, if you missed anything there, pretty much the Titans now have a 1,300 gold lead, 1,000 XP lead.
Nice summary.
I believe it was a 3-for-1. 3 of the Titans died for just Netrioid. Then Paul picks up the return kill because BMT goes a little bit too hard. And then we look back and we see Twig died up. Pyro, I'm just trying to recap here. There was a lot that happened. If you weren't paying close attention, you might have missed it. But it all pretty much came down to a relatively even game. But I think if you're the Kings, you're hurting a little bit there, looking at the Pyro dropping.
Well, look, one thing that we missed because of all the fighting that was happening on right at the time was the fighting around this Gold Fury. And this just looks like a standard team scrap where the Titans pull it first, Trelly, but Genetics close by has Earthen Fury, throws up the wall. So Roar dies immediately, and so does SOT. But it looks like the Lightning Storm from Paul and the detonate damage was enough to secure the Fury. And here's the last bit of what happened.
Man, Variety backed off it, so he didn't die.
Yeah, for sure we're going to get it. And Variety has to drop out. Would have been a double kill for the Pyromancer. Then the Titans end up getting the Pyromancer anyway. This is all just net benefit for the Titans. As a little bit of CC and a stun connection kill Paul. seconds or so.
And now Pyromancer's going to go down. It's going to be
that's
close.
So no, Captain Twig dies! And Pyromancer. This is a little chaotic, Trelly, over the last 30 seconds or so.
And now Pyromancer's going to go down. It's going to be
that's
close.
No, Captain Twig dies! And Pyromancer won't die. This is the most absurd 30 seconds of Smite
His face. He's
I've
like, all
ever
right, well,
seen.
shit.
We're fighting over on right. SOT nearly turns a 2v1. All the while, there's a team fight on gold. Have a game summary.
Died up. You're hurting a.
And this just looks like T. But it looks like the lightning storm from Paul and the detonate damage was enough to secure the Fury. And here's the last bit of what happened. Man, the Pyromancer hurts.
The ult comes in trying
to
help.
Yeah, for sure we're going to get it. And Variety has to drop out. Would have been a double kill for the Pyromancer. Then the Titans end up getting the Pyromancer anyway. This is all just net benefit for the Titans. As a little bit of CC and a stun connects from Genetics and Twig. But I'm glad that there's just kind of one clear winner as far as gold and XP go. Because to summarize everything, the Titans come out ahead on the map. And they're now in the lead here by about 1,000 gold and XP. Still pretty low, but technically in the lead there as well.
Yeah, and Paul definitely getting the better out of everything. 2-0 right now. Now working on the Obsidian Shard. I mean, BMT does have the same build match, but has a level lead as well. I think the farm game, I think, was just a little bit better in being able to get that solo kill and continue farming while Persephone was dead is always going to be the benefit here. So now there's a large target on the mid laner's back. I mean, Paul's going to do so much damage. We just saw the output of the triple detonate as SOT is going to get dove under the tower here, but Twig thinks better of it.
Yeah, SOT has beads. Wonder if Variety could have thrown out the Stygian Torment just to get those beads away from Sot, but elects not to do so, and Captain Twig wails away on the Totem of Coup. Usually after like flurries of action like that, we take a deep breath for a little while, wait for the next objectives to respawn. So you got a minute and a half and then some on the Gold Fury Trelly and the Pyromancer a little bit further behind that. But things have stabilized. Remember, Twig was in the lead by a couple of levels over Layers earlier in this game. Layers is now caught back up in that regard. The Shiva has looked strong in the last couple of minutes, as both junglers still pretty close to one another. But a 500 or so gold lead for Layers out of the jungle as the ebb and the flow continues. Both junglers with the same relic, so Blink plus beads on the initiation for both. That's where I look for Captain Twig, with no beads down anywhere on the map right now. No fantastic targets for any ganks, and looks like we'll go back to farming.
Well, what I'm looking at right now is the fact that Netroid recognizes that they have one Phantom Shell already. The River's Rebuke from Aurora is going to be very annoying, the Yamoja walls specifically. They're going to want the Phantom for that, but Netroid also is going to pick up a shell, and here's an engage.
Well, it's a teleport over from Variety as well, who has the Stygian Torment still. Didn't use it over in the solo lane. Aurora again, CC'd for eternity. And this time it is Captain Twig who nabs the kill. Variety in on the assist with the teleport. What can you get out of it, though? Earthen Fury is down. You're going to get a little healing from the Monolith as well. SOT has only been able to rotate out and really impact a little bit towards mid. It's been more about keeping Variety out of the fights rather than really transitioning to these fights on his own. So Sot has that first blood kill, Trelly. Hasn't been able to convert it into rotations just yet.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many brawls on this side of the map, and Variety with the teleport can just get there quicker, obviously, so they get in and out before this clean is able to impact at all. But the point I was trying to make is there's a Zeus that is doing a lot of damage, and you've itemized into a shell. So no Aegis available for that detonate. You will have the second Phantom Shell that you and Genetics can both use in your team fight and try to get your carries out of the walls, as SOT might be going to dive Twig. That's a lot of damage.
Twig dodges out most of
Always
the
in the
damage
walls.
from both of the ultimate charges, but
my
Back's
God.
in a wrong spot. Drop kick is no good. Back
Oh,
beneath
no
the
way.
Tier 1 tower, SOT. Does he go into the wall? No, he blinks forward as Captain Twig jumps over the wall. Round and around we go, and it looks like Captain Twig will live despite SOT chasing him down.
He's still going after
yet
him.
again. Will Twig back by his speed buff?
He's
Twig
still
is going
going
to go
after
to the
him.
speed
No
buff. Chases him down, and there's a kill at the end of the day anyway. That is obnoxious. That is just what Quigna brings. There is some conversion from an early game lead for SOT. And now the Tartarus Titans able to put pressure on the mid-tier 2.
Did Variety not tell him that he was coming? There is
Right?
going to be a tier 2 siege here. The ult goes down, but they have a lot of damage for this. They might have to back off, though. The whole rotation has come from the Kings, and now they might try to chase.
They might, but I think in a 5 versus 4, could be 5 versus 3 as Aurora is pulled back. Riptide will save his life this time. you know, really the Tartarus Titans are doing just fine, except for Aurora, because Aurora's taken all of the engages. Layers and SOT have died once, but Aurora's been the sacrifice while the rest of the Titans have done well. Captain Twig just now respawns. Fire Giant started up by the Tartarus Titans. Variety is low. Variety does not have Stygian Torment, but Genetics does have Earthen Fury. It gets used. Fire Giant's low. Detonate there. And secures the FG. Now the Camelot Kings have to run for the hills. Genetics attempts to steal. Unable to do so. The Titans pull a massive lead here. SOT gets another one onto Variety. 4,500 gold plus FG.
He's still chasing down
as Netroid
BMT.
realizes the best he can do is farm up some towers.
SOT is going to continue being annoying, trying to steal away these back camps. I mean, with all the sustain that Kleena has, even after a fight, you don't have to worry. But Layers is going to take the 1v1 against Netroid. Can't really catch up with the ult here. Some crits could go Netroid's way. I don't think Layers really wants to continue, but the H-bar is so low.
My goodness, Netroid is tickling Layers right now. Shell helps, but has to back away because Captain Twig on a rotation over. Yeah, but in the meantime, what are the Titans doing? They're looking at right side Phoenix. They're looking at mid lane Phoenix. SOT, or Layers, excuse me, is going to stop Captain Twig's back. Right side Phoenix, low. Grasp of Death out from Big Man Tings. Root's a good priority target, but the low health bars will be able to escape. In the meantime, we fight over on left as Captain Twig has dropped the Winds of Shamash in a 1v1 against Layers, who will escape. And so a quiet siege over on the right side of the map has culminated now in Paul being pulled back. But Variety's alone, and there will be no assistance.
This is still such an odd, I don't understand what's happening right now. It looks like they're trying to chase down the Titans. They did get the Phoenix, which is a huge win, obviously. The FG buff is still pretty long. You have a solid 2 minutes still left on your belt here, so if you want to continue the push. But the Camelot Kings still were trying that siege on the left. They do get the tier 2 tower as well. So just excellent map play by the Kings despite losing that Fire Giant. You know, you do lose your Phoenix, but
Yeah,
it
it's
is,
pretty ridiculous.
you know, if you're going to lose one Phoenix, that is the best one to lose. It is close up to Fire Giant, so you can still defend over there. But look at the damage numbers right now. Look how much SOT is able to do. He just backed, finished a full Heartseeker, and a tier 1, possibly Ansile to stop out the Ghastly Breath from Variety. So just a lot of damage on this cleanup pick right now. But an early Fire Giant, under 20 minutes, and they still have a lot to get from it.
Look, Sot's such a mechanically strong player. We knew there'd be some wind-up time for the Titans to adjust to a new play style, because Benji's so good.
Dude.
Doesn't do a whole lot of this, though, and SOT is just going to run down Genetics. It's a killing spree for the Kleedna. If the Titans win this game, and there's adjustments going on for the Kings going into game 2, picking or banning Kleedna has got to be towards the top of the list, or a pick that can give this type of play style to SOT, because there has been no answer outside of one singular kill, but the rest of the game has been controlled by Sot. He is doubling up damage of everyone. Everyone in the game is beneath half of what SOT has been able to do.
And they have a Zeus.
We just now cross over the 20-minute mark, and the Titans still have a full minute on their Fire Giant and could be considering an end. Petrify hits no one as Layer's second dash dodges out the stun. Cyclone Spin eats the Grasp of Death, but the rest of the Titans rally around it. Knock it down quickly. SOT blinks over the wall, and it's Big Man Tings being chased. The Variety will go down. SOT has another kill in this fight. And suddenly the Camelot Kings are crumbling. Genetics and Netroid, the last 2 members alive. The Tartarus Titans don't look too worried. The Titans will look at the Titan, and game number 1,
It's done.
in all likelihood, barring a miracle, goes to the Tartarus Titans. So Layers has to dash away. SOT is still on the map, and the Titans take a 1-0 lead.
They're going to make sure to finish off Netroid there. Nope, the Titan's going to die too quickly. Still having Zeus after that siege is going to be insane.
Okay.
Lightning Storm is going to help take it down, as well as the fact that we've already touched on this, but Kleena, so much Titan damage, so much ability damage. They were able to shred that so easily.
My goodness, the Tartarus Titans look like a team possessed. SOT looks like a player possessed here in game number 1. We wondered if he'd be able to exploit that matchup over in the solo lane. The Kleedna just got off to such a good start. Felt near untouchable. Was untouchable by the end of the game. And that was a masterclass at times on the mechanics of it. Dodging in and out of the walls, chasing down Captain Twig. Camelot Kings get rolled over here in game number 1. Tartarus Titans, 1 game away from a 2-0. Can they do it? Gotta stick around to find out.
Let me find out. Shall we fast forward 5 minutes? Yes. How do you do this again? Arrows? Okay. Yeah, I know how to use a computer. I haven't done my logins yet. It's 11:26. And I have a chess game that's due. I guess that 2,000 plus player who's in my tournament group. Who made a weird move. Oh no.
Game number 1 started out pretty nice for the Camelot Kings, and then it started falling apart about midway through the game. We got a Pyromancer kill this game, but ultimately at the end here, it's the Tartarus Titans who come out on top with the win at the end of it all here. And a lot of that coming off the back of the Soul Laner here. SOT had a phenomenal performance on this Kleena, and it's one of the reasons why we typically see this god banned away, Mifflin. It's not often that this god should be making it through the picks and bans, especially when it's going to have a performance like that.
Yeah, had a chance to brush shoulders with SOT on the way back into the room here, and he said, and I quote when asked about his performance, "That god's just good." And pretty fair analysis, I'd say. Kleena is a very dominant pick right now. Would be surprised if we see him allowed to play that one again. That said, how often is an objective getting a kill on a guy, onto a player as impactful as it was in this set? The Camelot Kings were controlling the early portions of this match. They were maybe not massively ahead, but certainly still were in the driver's seat. And then like one
No problem to
Pyromancer
all
kill
your things.
loses you a team fight, loses you the Pyromancer
I don't know how to
itself,
do
and the Tartarus
things.
Titans were able to reestablish control from there, and things just got out of control. SOT, namely, just did whatever he wanted on the map. And this is what he wanted to do.
That's ridiculous.
It was gross.
It was kill everybody on the enemy team. End with a 6.5 KD on this Kleena. Help out my fantasy team just a little bit, because God knows I need some help when it comes to my fantasy points out here. So Sat's able to put some big ones out there. And also just find a big win for his team out here. And I got to agree with you. There's no reason that he should get this pick again. There's no reason that if the Titans are second
6
pick,
and
that they
1.
should even
Okay.
risk allowing this god to make it past the first wave of bans out here. Because the amount of damage that he's able to output compared to the rest of his team, it's not even close. At one point I looked up and he was at 19,000 damage, and then Paul was next to behind him at like 9,000.
Yes, SOT solidly at the top of the charts here. Was able to rotate out a lane a little bit more consistently than what we saw from Variety as well. He got his impact on the map just slightly quicker. Wow. Look at the GPM. That is disgusting. A 146 difference between him and his lane opponent in Variety. Yeah, Kleena, very strong. Kleena with a lead, very strong. Kleena with that much more money, that's also pretty good.
And that much more damage too. Triple the damage of his lane opposition. Nearly double the next highest player in the entire lobby, which is Netroid, who is just shy of 12K. And that's the testament. This is why this god had a 98% pick ban priority and a 77, now bumping that one up number in the win column here. I mean, this god is absolutely disgusting.
77 wins?
77 win percentage.
Oh, gosh.
Win percent. When
It's
this
like we
god's
haven't
picks,
played
he's winning 77% of her
looking
God,
heart.
if we had 77 games
Aurora
of Kleena already at this
190
point,
height.
it would be absolutely absurd. Let's jump into picks and bans and maybe
That's
hope
pretty.
to see that this Kleena does not make it through again
high
into the
part.
hands of SOT. Maybe the Kings will want to grab that one for themselves this time.
Yeah, in the first pick position yet again are the Camelot Kings, so maybe we'll be able to take that one for themselves. That said, I think the Camelot Kings will likely try and take it for themselves. I don't think the Titans let it through this time, because the Kings have got a little bit of a reminder of what Kleena is capable of, and it's a whole lot. There were portions of the match, though. I don't think the Kings need to salvage the entirety of their draft. Things were working out well for them. The duo lane was able to hold their own. Netroid even ending that match with a pretty decent performance, second highest damage in the lobby, as well as a 2-1 KD. So, got to look elsewhere for some adaptations. Already in the bans, the Kings, well, I think they addressed it.
Yeah, they will take the Kleena away. That opens the Emoji ban for the Titans and a Kepri pick for the Kings. We were talking about both of these supports prior having a roughly 75 or 70+% win rate on this god here. Genetics with the higher value of that one, at least in Season 8, as far as those stats are concerned. Not enough games in Season 9 to get a real concrete statement onto them just yet here. But it'll be Kepri for a first pick on the Kings. And now an Uller over for the side of the Titans being hovered right now.
It is. Ull has got some flex potential, unless you're talking about the Jade Dragons before today, because it does have flex potential for the Jade Dragons now as well. Pagon piloting it in the most recent set. Just a very consistent pick. Gets great pressure in the lane, transitions well into the late game, and everything I just said also applies to Medusa. Here's the thing about the viable hunters right now. They do largely the same things. Difference between Uhl and Medusa is that Medusa is a little bit more so team fight oriented and has a little bit less of that flex potential. So very likely, okay, now completely likely, now 100% likelihood, Medusa going over to the duo lane, Zeus gonna hold it down in mid.
Yeah, so the backliners for the Titans already locked in. Camelot Kings have quite a few picks they can go for. The Gilgamesh is still open if we want to see Captain Twig go back towards that one yet again, or this Habwa that we've seen some bans for.
Twig.
This is a lot of success in the hands of the Kings. Twig specifically found a lot of success this time around, so I'm going to imagine that this one goes over to him with a Chiron locked in. Another one of those hunters that has some flex potential between that hunter and that duo, or between that mid and duo lane.
Yeah, I think I more so do like to see Chiron in mid. Sure, you can leverage early game aggression with the giddy up in the duo lane. You don't have to concern yourself with jungler ganks as often. But his potential to just be that lane bully in mid has similar matchup into Zeus as a Thoth in that he can just hit from a little bit further away, generally just with Centaurus, auto attacks, same range. But even just applying that Centaurus from a range is all the poke you need. Any bit
How
of small bits
intriguing.
of damage that find their way home onto Zeus, assuming that this is going to be Habwa in the jungle, is all that you need. Water Spout and the Crushing Wave should be able to finish it off like 80% of a HP bar at level 5 even. So Zeus going to play very
Huzzah!
cautiously. And speaking of the dive potential of Habwa, generally you put yourself out of position with Crushing Wave. That's the trade-off. It's a blink forward into a dash forward, essentially, that is also massive damage. But with Capri, putting yourself out of position, not a massive deal.
And that's something that the Kings really like to run with these gods that typically need to put yourselves in a lot of danger, Cirquettes, and now Hoblaws, things like this. And then you have that Kepri as that safety factor to pull you right back in if you step a little too far up there. Achilles will be the final pick for the Tartarus Titans now to round out their top 3. And knowing kind of the history of this Titans team, this one kind of spells to me being more towards a layers pick, though there is still some potential
Huzzah.
for SOT to take that one over here. But I'm willing to hedge my bets that this Achilles might be going over towards jungle.
Yeah, especially considering generally you want to put your execute on the map where it can combine
That hurt
impact
my throat
against the
to do that.
revive, and Capri being in support and SOT being a solo laner. They're not going to meet up with each other too often.
gosh.
Maybe a little bit more value if Layers decides to take that one for himself, but certainly still flex potential. We'll get a better idea of that as the rest of the draft rounds out. But as far as what Achilles Blanket will bring to a team, despite or in spite of role, it's going to be backline dive, consistent engagement CC. That stun from the shield bash is incredibly strong. A decent sustain in some of these team fights. Sustain not generally the answer to Habwa, who does not care how often or
Habwa?
how piddly, how small your heals are going to be on Achilles, because Water Cannon does like 500, Water Spout does like 500, and like the ult does like 1,000. So, yeah, sure, heal for 40 per tick. That said, if Habwa is ever out of position, Achilles can definitely bring the fight to him.
As far as the bans are concerned, Titans will take away a couple of hunters, at least one flex hunter with that Omuzan Cobb, and then a Cernanos right after. So let's go down a little bit further into the God pool, though there are still some very notable ones that can find their way up here. Heimdall, even Izanami Chernobog, a couple of other ones that come to mind right away for the Titans. Meanwhile, the Kings will ban away Atlas, one of Aurora's favorite picks so far this season, a guy that he's gone to multiple times throughout the stages of the season 9. And then Eset, also going to be banned away, another popular support that's come through, though not really one I'd imagine Aurora himself going over towards.
Well, I mean, it fits his style in that I would argue Eset is a very aggressive support. I mean, we don't have the most data points on Aurora specifically playing it, but certainly one I think he is capable of, and the Kings tend to agree with that Eset ban. What does generally fit into Aurora's God pool, and one that I would expect to see from him pretty consistently, is this Bacchus lock-in. A very aggressive early game support that's got great scaling come late game. Still one of the, if not the tankiest gods in the game at level 20 once you start getting some points in the chug as well. So, this is a very aggressive composition now from the Tartarus Titans. The style of draft is have Medusa join up with that front line, have Achilles and Bacchus be there in the spearhead. Trust that your Zeus can fight alone in the back line. Might be hard to trust that when he's laning up against an Osiris, or not laning, lining up rather, up against an Osiris, who's going to have a good deal of damage mitigation thanks to that tether, as well as his passive. Zeus. Okay, I don't want to talk about Zeus anymore. What I do want to talk about is this Artemis lock-in.
Talk to me about it.
It's interesting. Slow immunity now on Vengeful Assault. That's one of the most recent changes Artemis has seen, as well as being able to target people specifically with the ultimate. An inner cone with the Caledonian Boar allows you to pick out individual members, and you can kind of control the RNG of where Tusky's going to run in some of these team fights. But the slow immunity, I think, certainly comes into play up against what we're seeing already from the Tartarus Titans. Slows galore, Zeus, Medusa, all going to be able to be immune out at least a little bit by Artemis. Has great late game scaling, double hunter composition, means your siege is going to be generally pretty strong. Objective clear, very strong as well. And then you've got Habois to be the secure, to be the finishing move for the rest of your team. I think the Kings have got themselves a very unique draft, but they have put a massive target on one player's back, and it's whoever's taking this Artemis. Probably
Let
Netrioid.
us rejoice
Most
in a
likely
new
here.
beginning.
It was a Horus Hover, but now a Shiva lock-in for the Titans. If history is any indication, the Shiva would be going into the jungle with Layers, but at the same time, Layers has also been known to take the Achilles into the jungle. So that now leaves up the coin toss of which of these ones does go into Layers' hands. Any particular one that kind of pops out to you more? I know you talked about the Achilles one to be more active early via the way that execute to deal with the Khepri, but with how much we've seen Shiva go into Layers' hands, it seems like it could go either way.
J-Mac, I feel similarly to Shiva as I do to Gilgamesh. If it's locked in, I
Got
want it in the jungle.
All right, so let me add that one to my notebook real quick of things to not ask which one goes where for you.
Yeah, Mifflin thinks Gilgamesh and Shiva are junglers, just blanket statement.
Got it.
I just think that, sure, Shiva can solo, but it's not as strong a solo laner as Achilles. The only benefit of taking Achilles into the jungle in this draft is having him being able to limit some of those Scarab's blessings, but how Scarab's blessing is applied is going to be a little bit more difficult in the early portions of the game. Generally, early on, Khepri is using it as a peel tool instead of using it to facilitate dive, which means that the Achilles will have to be diving himself, and well, jungle Achilles not generally tanky enough to be doing that. So I think you'll get similar value of being able to deny the revive from Khepri even through the soul lane. And then Shiva is just so much better in the jungle as opposed to solo, that relative power. I think you should just have him there regardless.
And one of the problems that we saw for the Kings as far as kind of the mid to late game team fights came against the Titans in game number 1 was being able to get to this backline, being able to find Paul, to find Cyclone Spin in the midst of these team fights. Do you think the Kings with this Osiris and this Habois have found their means of being able to get there and finally put some real threat on these carries?
The dive potential is interesting from the Camelot Kings in that there's two avenues of play I can see the Kings approaching with this style of composition. You could have Osiris go into the backline and just distract the Tartarus Titans. It's something we see from SOT a whole lot when he plays Osiris. Even said so in an interview, like, hey, I go into the backline, I pop my tether, I make sure my pass is procced, and I'm not even like dealing damage. I'm not even throwing my abilities out. I don't care. I'm just there to be tanky and be that threat and create some space. And your Osiris can do that for you here with the Kings. And then the rest of the draft, Chiron, Artemis, and Habois are going to be very good at shutting down the front line. I know Box is tanky, Achilles and Shiva are pretty tanky targets, but lining up against the double hunter composition, single target, it's pretty clear where the Titan's dive is going to be going. It's in a straight line at you. So the Kings could do that, have that be the case, or they could dedicate everything to the dive and just have Habois blink in, water spout, go into the ultimate, and make sure that Khepri's nearby to peel out.
We'll see if the Kings can keep up their 3-game set streak here, or the Titans going to end it with a 2-0. Let's jump right in with Dave and Trelly.
This would be quite a statement by the Tartarus Titans if they are able to snag a 2-0 set win over the Camelot Kings. A set win in general over the Kings right now would be a statement.
And remember,
2-0 definitely be
hydrate
surprising. The
or
Camelot
die.
Kings, Trelly, they return to some of what's worked, and that's Captain Twig on the Hebo and the jungle, Big Man Tings on Chiron out of mid. And then some new. Not so much for Netrioid in general. We saw plenty of Artemis last year, especially for Netrioid. But so far here in Season 9, not a pick we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, and the double hunter composition, I feel like usually when you do this, you're trying to go hunters that have a strong early game, like Chiron Medusa or Chiron Cernos, but now Artemis not really going to want to fight until a little bit later. One of those harder carries as the game moves on, so the question is, what is going to stop this duo lane from getting rolled over, right? You have a Bacchus and a Medusa, arguably two of the strongest early game hunters, so we're going to have to see how they're able to play this. Good trap already onto Aurora is going to stop some of that early aggression.
Yeah, it feels all right for Netrioid. Cyclone Spin will dash forward and try to return a little bit of damage. I think Captain Twig, again, for this Camelot Kings team, needs to be a lot of the knockdown, not so much the setup. I mean, setup, of course, helps, but you know, the crushing wave, the water spout, the water cannon, in the way that all flows a little bit better now with not rooting yourself when using the knock-up. Captain Twig can make a difference.
God.
Can you make a difference, though, when the Tartarus Titans are going to blink on you at level 2? That is difficult for Captain Twig, and it is another first blood to the right side of the map. This time, it's Layers who's off to a first blood start.
Yeah, so Key now is going to get very active with this lead here. Take a look at that build. The Sigil is going to be the start here. When we did have the Titans in for Media Day, I talked to him about some of these solo lane strats, and he said Sigil is very slept on. We might be seeing the exploding Sigil upgrade, but look at these back camps. They're invading Twig again.
Yeah, thought about it, but Layers safe enough in the double dash to get out alive. Uh-oh, solo kill alert, but no.
Nope.
Neither SOT nor Variety will fall down.
Not
Captain
yet.
Twig dying in here. The knock-up important. Layers does not have Blink, but Twig does have a tier 2 tower. If nothing else, Trelly.
He's staying.
Layers is close by, waiting for the cooldown. Layers is just slowing down. Yeah, he's just slowing down Twig's back. I mean, Layers is also not building up much farm, but the speed buff is going to come back up.
He
Twig
knows.
Yeah, he did on
sticks
purpose.
around. Is BMT going to go help out? No, Paul.
Paul's going to go for the gang.
Paul is considering stopping his back again. Twig blinks forward, and the speed buff secured by Captain Twig.
That was a good play.
Paul kind of awkwardly positioned between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower. So it's not a speed buff invade that goes right for Layers, but now it's a red buff invade being looked at by the other 2 members of the Titans who are over on the left side of mid. This one does go down, but now Layers is in an awkward spot. Will knock up no good. Will be some damage on the other side. So red buff invade is the culmination of all of that. Titans still technically ahead.
I really think that Layers also thought that Paul was going over. Like, I thought Paul was coming over. I'm like, oh, this speed buff's going to go down. But they're like, you know what, man? I can't pick up that speed. I know you want speed, but I want red. So we're going to invade that instead. Paul doesn't make the rotation over to speed. Luckily, though, Layers jukes out the water spout and is able to make it out there. He probably could have fallen for their transgressions, but making sure that Aurora now gets a red buff around his waist is going to help out in this laning phase, at least in the duo. And this purple buff now is able to get looked at here. Just kidding, it's already down. So Netroid going to be able to pick that one up for free.
Yep, he'll head on back, snag his purple buff. Would like to see a turnaround game from Aurora. Despite a Titans win, it felt like Aurora was the sacrifice more times than not, was not allowed to operate in game number 1. And maybe that was the plan all along. Aurora was going to eat all the CC, and then the rest of the Titans were going to be able to win those fights. An aggressive pick early for Aurora here, but also one that becomes so tanky later on in the game in the Bacchus. So if the Titans go late, they'll still have some strong picks on their side as well. Captain Twig at level 5, Trelly. That's where my eyes go. We have delayed our way there just because he's been forced out a couple of times, has missed some of that back camp farm because Layers has remained aggressive. It's looking for the setup. And we saw this pick with a Neath, a World Weaver into a Crushing Wave. It was just a kill over and over as Aurora hits level 5. Netrioid drops the trap. Petrify out! Netrioid needs the shell, but now it's Husky out on the stun, and Cyclone Spin and Aurora both get stunned. Neither jungler immediately on this side of the map. And so exchanging blows are both duo lanes now, but everyone remains on the map. Or do they?
God.
Aurora abducted into a trap. But he's tanky enough already
Oh my
to live. He just needed a little bit more damage. Now Layers is over here on left. Layers has Blink, but won't commit.
I was going to say, like, right at the level 4 mark, we got to see some sparks fly, but mostly it's because Genetics loves to play for this Obelisk. He likes to get aggressive in the lane right before the Obelisk spawns in, so he can walk over, steal some offerings, make sure he gets that Interceptor. Even last game, when the Kings lost, we saw this Terra get aggressive at this time because he wanted that Interceptor. He wants that extra damage. Right now, though, we saw the opposite. The Titans got very aggressive. Once Netroid ticked over, we saw the ultimates fly. Some beads were used. Luckily, nothing happened. No kills were able to fly, but this time around, the Kings are going to have to work very hard if they want that Obelisk. I mean, it's very close right now, but the Titans have more offerings. So will Genetics get aggressive and try to steal them away? We'll have to see. Not really in a position to do so right now, especially on a pick like Kepri.
Yeah, maybe. Outside of just a few seconds, both sets of beads down for both carries, and then about 20 seconds or so separate the shell cooldown for both of the supports. So Aurora is getting a little bit more aggressive here. Provided you know where the jungler is, I assume you'd be able to belly flop on out of here.
Yeah.
One more.
Just needs one more.
Feeling okay?
Oh no, he's being abducted. And he will belly flap away. But it looks like the obelisk was completed nonetheless. And so a small moment that helps out for the Tartarus Titans. And Aurora will be able to go back and pick up the interceptor just fine. A small gold lead is built up here. Remember, it's just the 1 kill for the Titans, though. Many attempts thrown out. 5 or so 100 gold for that first blood bounty. And then the rest of it just through good old-fashioned farming. Nothing to write home about just yet. It's these next few minutes where this game really starts to change. Big Man Tings has got the Transcendence. That'll take a little bit of time to stack up. Genetics hits the root onto Layers, who immediately uses the ultimate for the CC immunity. Necessary to do so when you see how low that Shiva got prior to going into the ultimate. And so one ultimate burnt on Genetics' first rotation out of duo.
And I remember last game, though, around this time, a little bit later maybe, Variety was able to use
the ultimate stack up. Nothing to write home about just yet. It's these next few minutes where this game really starts to change. Big Man Tings has got the Transcendence. That'll take a little bit of time to stack up. Genetics hits the root onto Layers, who immediately uses the ultimate for the CC immunity. Necessary to do so when you see how low that Shiva got prior to going into the ultimate. And so one ultimate burnt on Genetics' first rotation out of duo.
And I remember last game, though, around this time, a little bit later maybe, Variety was able to use that teleport that he has, that SOT did not opt into this time, to make a rotation to mid and help out with the fight. This time around, as we do see a Lord of the Afterlife, I can't imagine there'll be a solo attempt here, but it looks like a lot of damage is coming out from this Osiris.
SOT is just baiting in Variety here at this point, but Variety knows blink forward from Layers, pull back in, Fatal Strike, easy as you like. Tartarus Titans bait in Variety, and it's another kill on the right side of the map for the Tartarus Titans. This time SOT was close to going down. But Captain Twig has not been there before the Titans just yet on the rotations in. And so another kill drops over to the Titans right around the time the blue buff is spawning up. So considering maybe something on the Captain Twig here. There's a ward down, but I don't think it's one that Captain Twig had down on his side, and they will leap on Twig. The right side of the map has been a graveyard over the last couple games. That was a Tartarus Titans ward. And so Twig had no idea what was going on there. And the Titans will pull about 1,000 more gold in the last couple minutes.
I mean, Variety has teleport, and already used it, so I had to run the whole way back to lane. So that Lord of the Afterlife we saw right as we panned over to solo lane tells me that Twig said, hey, this is a good gank opportunity. We should go for the kill. But they had no idea 3 members of the Titans were coming over. That's got to be a lack of communication, or as you mentioned, the ward coverage, because not only was Layers on the way, but Aurora was also on the way. They pick up 2 kills now into that solo lane, and it's going to be a lot harder for this Osiris to get tanky online quick enough, because the rotations are going to start to happen. We're looking at a bigger gold lead now, a solid 2K, and the Gold Fury is still up to be looked at. If you are the Tartarus Titans, you have this lead now, and there's a great opportunity to try and push it.
Yep, SOT with Blank, Variety with TP. And so the left side of the map that has not seen much action yet could be the next battleground here between these two teams. Unfortunately for Twig, the Habwa has been kept in check up to this point. SOT has got some good damage on a Variety. He gets out of tether range. You'd figure he would keep that trade going, but knows that Captain Twig is somewhere on this side of the map. So all you got to do is get into execute range, knock up, jump in, crushing wave, but Fatal Strike is good from Sot, stun on a Variety. But the Water Hands on the other end, good enough to clean up the kill. And now there is a fight happening over around this Gold Fury as Layers dodging out the trap, but Big Man Tings rotates in from the mid lane. Genetics was left alone all this time. Then Layers buys time against both of the carries. So across the map ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Could get worse though as Big Man Tings has jumped on. As long as Cyclone dodges out the damage, Big Man Tings will be killed off, and Aurora adds his second of the game.
And they are not going to be able to go for the Gold Fury there.
If he gets a kill when he's in that
stalled
form, then he
things
comes
long
back
enough
to
to
life.
get the HP bars down.
But
And
he has
now,
to get a kill.
Not quite enough to go for that Gold Fury, but Netrioid was getting pretty low there as well. So I think it could have been worse for the Camelot Kings. There could have been a few more kills happening there. I think the Scarab's Blessing went down. Genetics was just trying to face tank, make sure that they weren't able to just burn down the objective with the Lightning Storm. And then when Kepri's in there by himself, can't really defend himself. The carries leave you hung up to dry, unfortunately. But again, the objective is still available. So now the Camelot Kings can regroup and try to siege a defense here onto this Gold Fury. But they're missing some key ultimates. Tusky now available for a bit. Scarab's Blessing, not even crushing wave. So it's going to be interesting. And oh my god, it's getting shredded.
Yeah, that is going down quickly. And you should have the confirm from the Titans. And they do. Cyclone Spin goes low here. But the Tartarus Titans with enough confirm. Yes, the detonate from Paul. That grabs it.
He's probably
You know,
fine.
yeah, the Camelot Kings could have regrouped, but the Titans came out ahead on the left side, so the Titans were even a bit further ahead going into that objective.
Nice skill.
And definitely confirmed now that the Gold Fury goes down. Tusky.
Is Aurora even getting hit?
Stuns Aurora. I guess that happened, but Captain Twig is around the backside. Has
Oh,
crushing wave.
shit. Yeah,
Goodbye. Cyclone. Oh, my goodness. Cyclone's been at least able to turn around to kill, but now Captain Twig takes a tower shot. This would be devastating if Aurora had Intoxicate, which he is very close to having back. It would be a not worth tower dive, not just yet.
Drop the
Aurora
carpet.
doesn't have
He's
Blink,
in a
has
Paul's
belly
in a
flop,
trap.
but does not have the range to connect back through. Paul will realize that the backs are going to roll on in. Ends up
Yeah,
being
it's
a
an interesting
one-for-one
skill.
trade on a
Doesn't happen
great
too
play
often
from
where it
Cyclone
works,
Spin to
but
turn around the tower dive.
It
As
does
far
have
as
a death
I'm concerned,
immunity
that
in
was a
it.
huge brain
And if you
play
die
by
when you're in
Nitroid.
that
That
stance,
trap stopped
then you
Paul. He
come back
wasn't
to life
able to
if you get
rotate
a
the whole
kill.
way in. He got stopped in the jungle.
So that's
they
why
see the
people use
damage
it.
tick, like, hey, someone's coming, let's back quickly, and they make it out just in time. Captain Twig, though, I think realizing how much tank stats are on the map right now, going into an Obsidian Shard already. I mean, Aurora just was not taking damage there, of course, from Nitroid even, but they couldn't kill, even with Hebo damage, so they're going to have to back off and just say, hey, we need some more protections right now because there are some tanky targets on the map. Looking at Variety's build, though, not the Frostbound Hammer. That's going to be the Rune-Forged Hammer.
And Runeforge makes a difference when you're able to connect with some of that CC and then snowball off of that in these fights. As the Pyromancer, worked on by the Tartarus, or the Camelot Kings rather, confirmed by the Camelot Kings as well. Crushing Wave used defensively. So is Lord of the Afterlife as the Titans rally around the right side of the map. 4 members from the Titans are here. Genetics CC'd, and CC'd to death he is. Pyromancer for support ends up being the trade. Slight uptick for the Kings, but mitigated by Genetics' death.
Yeah, I think they're going to be happy that Genetics was the only one to fall there. I think if Twig's Blink came out a second later, would have been caught out by the Shiv Ultimate, and then you're kind of stuck. But you are going to lose your Tier 1 tower as well as the blue buff goes down. But Pyromancer and support for Tier 1 towers. Still not a terrible trade if you're the Camelot Kings. Looking for any avenue back in the farm game right now. You want to get to late game. Again, this is a double ADC comp with a Habois.
There you
so late game, you're looking very solid. Right now with this lead, you got to make sure you're being very careful as BMT is going to giddy up out of there. Paul still has a lot of damage right now.
He sure does. Between Divide Ruin, Spear of Desolation. Paul is doing just fine. The Camelot Kings, and namely Big Man Ting's, able to push down that Tier 1 tower and get things back on the right tracks. Considering a chase down on a Variety, but the only times we've seen that successful so far is when Layers or Twig has been over on the right side of the map. You know, I've enjoyed watching the different junglers here at the SPL level kind of figure out Shiva at their own pace, and it seems like Layers has got a pretty good grasp on this pick. The 1 or 2 games that we've already seen it for the Titans wasn't the most impactful, but I think smart to be playing around it in the way he is. SOT, I'll take that Greater Scorpion to go, please, is what he's thinking. And so the Tartarus Titans have played around their jungle very effectively. 5 of 7 affected kills for Layers. But really Aurora, Trelly, I think, has had a big turnaround game on this Bacchus where, you know, 1 and 4, something like that, over in game 1. And now on this Bacchus, 2-0-4 with all but 1 kill having Aurora's name somewhere on it.
Yeah, and now look at the way he's itemizing as well. It's going to be so difficult to kill this Bacchus. We already talked about the pen that Captain Twig has to go into just because of it, but the double Hunter composition facing off against Sav and Breastplate, as there is going to be a dive attempt here. The tower is still hanging on by a thread. Is Captain Twig's going to go from behind?
Captain Twig gets the
missed.
water hands. Water
I missed
carpet
again.
no good. Knock up no good. Watch out. Sod has a lot of damage, but Crushing Wave counters out the Fatal Strike. There's a rotation behind all of this, though, as Layers looks
nice
for Twig,
blink.
and Twig will blink over the wall. And so a well-executed dive from the Camelot Kings keeps things interesting. Variety is low, though. Paul now taking low himself. And so Tier 1 tower and dive. Dust your hands off, Camelot Kings. They've made this game more interesting.
Yeah, and Paul's red buff is going to be stolen away as well. Oni Fury is about to spawn in here. The gold lead climbing back into favor of the King. Still the Titans having the lead, but they're inching ever closer as it was a much bigger lead at the moment. So Big Man Tings going into that Titans Bane as Paul just finished the Obsidian Shard. So a lot of percent penetration for these mid laners as well. This Oni Fury fight is going to be a huge tell as to what the late game fight is going to look like. And right now, Variety has already made the rotation over.
Yeah, BMT would love to have that Titans Bane fully finished going into this fight, but still a decent stat stick at Tier 2. And it's the 3-4 item Chiron where you see the Centaurus is just melting down the back line, especially with Bluestone, especially with how squishy Paul and Cyclone Spin are at this point in the game. Layer's gone more hybrid in his build, as we so often see Shiva do. Sony Fury melting on through. You expect Paul to confirm this one, but look at the damage on the back of the fight. As Fatal Strike has to be used defensively. Variety is knocked up, realizing he was alone with 4 members of the Titans. And Detonate once again confirms the objective. Paul uses his Lightning Storm on it. And as such, the Titans realizing a big piece of team fighting utility is missing. Big Man Ting sent some damage that way, but unable to out-secure the Detonate damage from the Titans, though. Tier 2 now being worked on. Tusky goes down. Captain Twig crushing wave out. Big stuns from Tusky. Stuns everyone on the Tartarus Titans, and that has fully slowed down the re-engage.
Yeah, when you see the 5-man Tusky, you don't really want to try to chase into that. But Paul is feeling a little bit... No, the Pyromancer is actually about to spawn in here, so the Titans are going to give up on that. But they're not going for the Pyromancer, Dave. They're going to pull this Fire Giant.
Wow, the Titans, they've got damage, but they do not have Lightning Storm. They will have Detonate, but the big AoE ultimate is not here. Variety walks in, and Variety will hover on out as Genetics is enraged with the Scarab's Blessing. But now you don't have that for the team fight. Petrify used by Cyclone Spin, but look how low the Titans are. Shiva ultimate used for sustain. As SOT looks for the stun, doesn't get it. Variety is still low and has to use his ultimate to jump on out of this fight. In go the rest of the Titans, and Variety dies all the same.
Watch for that.
And the Tartarus Titans roll over the right side of the map. Instead of Fire Giant eyes for Tier 2.
They do have the Oni minions. If they did want to go to Fire Giant, they're on a timer. They have the teleport for Variety if they really want to try and defend, but it looks like now they're going back to the Fire.
They might. Was Netrioid considering here a Tier 2 tower push. Something the Titans will be well aware of. As Pyromancer thought about for a second, and thought about yet again, but Fire Giant is what sticks. Cyclone Spin, Paul and Aurora dealing damage to the objective, while 2 members of the Camelot Kings getting closer, getting in range. We have seen Khepri steals before, and Genetics will look to repeat some magic. Fire Giant goes low. Fire Giant confirmed by the Titans. Captain Twig can't win his 1v1 as Paul turns around the damage. A big swing in game 2 for the Titans.
And now they're going to find BMT as well. Was he caught? I think that was a lazy back, or SOT just found him out and was able to stun him. But unfortunate for BMT. Now you have to try and defend 3v5. It looks like this right Phoenix will be the target of this Fire Giant push, as Layers is just going to ult to make sure the whole team is healed up here. A great use of the Shiva ultimate, because they're not going to try to fight. They want this Phoenix, and they want to get out.
That's a full 5 grouping from the Titans. They'd love to go back and spend up some of that gold, but there's enough dead on the Camelot Kings that makes this easier. And it's a smart play, I think, from Genetics and Variety. Maybe throw some damage in there, but if those 2 die, suddenly you're looking at a potential Titan siege for the Titans. This is what makes the SPL so hard to figure out this year, because the Kings going into this set looked like the best team in the league. And the Tartarus Titans at times have looked very good, but at times have looked completely outclassed in their sets. It is such a hard lead to figure out, where every team, it feels like, has the potential to win against any other team. And if this result holds, I would not have expected a 2. I expected a 3-game set going either way. But the Titans have just outclassed the Kings in both games up to this point, barring a turnaround from the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, and I would argue it's stemming from the fact that, number 1, Layers has been getting very active early, and number 2, Captain Twig has not. He's been trying 2 and 3, not a terrible stat stick, but this has been largely ineffective right now. I mean, Layers has been making sure to put Variety down very early on, get SOT ahead, and then SOT has been hard carrying. I mean, the cleaning game, do I even have to mention how hard he was doing there? But even in this game, this Achilles, a lot of damage. Look at the player damage once again. He gets these leads in solo, and then he's able to just make sure that everyone feels the gold that he has.
Yeah, triple 2s, the KDA for SOT doesn't, I think, reflect the relative impact he's had. His Variety has stuck around in this game, hasn't fallen too far behind, if really behind at all. Where in the moment, you can still see the macro play that the Camelot Kings love. Keep them more relevant in this game. Lots of Tier 1 towers down, both mid lane towers down as well. Some of the gold that the Kings have been able to find on the map keeps this game a little bit closer. There's going to be a Gold Fury in just about a minute, but a minute and a half remaining on the Fire Giant buff, as the final tower of the game will be walked at by the Tartarus Titans. Variety is around the backside of this fight. All it takes is one big crushing wave, but you're only 3 items in. if you're Captain Twig, Ethereal Staff, Flat Pen, and Percent Pen, can't count out Twig just yet.
Yeah, the one-shot potential is still definitely there, but the right side Phoenix is down, and SOT is in mid lane right now, so it will be a bit of a split, but Variety is going to have to ult out here.
Variety will ult out, but only as far as SOT, who's got a whole lot of damage awaiting the Osiris on the other side. Mid lane Phoenix being sieged. Aurora belly flops over, double intoxicate. One of the drunk members of the Kings is Twig, who has to crushing wave away. Mid lane Phoenix gone, right side Phoenix missing as well. And with 50 seconds left on the Fire Giant buff, the Titans can consider a left side siege.
They still have Lightning Storm, they still have Fatal Strike and Petrify. Three very nice team fight ultimates that are available. One
Might
more
be the
Phoenix
most
to
important.
go. I would say so. I mean, grouping up right now for Paul's ult would be detrimental if you are the Camelot Kings. It won't be a Phoenix defense, it'll be a Titan defense, so.
And watch out for Fatal Strike with the Scarab's Blessing as well. That's the only ultimate that the Camelot Kings still have, but a great abduct onto Aurora. But Variety is the one who goes down on the other side. Captain Twig is low. Scarab's Blessing rolls right on through. Lightning Storm
into
down.
the Lightning
It's massive
Storm.
from the Titans.
Holy
and what looked like might
shit.
just be a Phoenix Siege turns into the game. The Tartarus Titans roll over
Come
the Camelot
on,
Kings
dude.
in 2. Paul seals the deal with 3.
You can't group up underneath your Phoenix when there is a Zeus with ultimate available. Just so much damage output. That's why Zeus is so strong right now. I mean, of course, everyone from the Titans looked good. Aurora was setting up so much, making sure these crushing waves couldn't go down onto the carries. But if you're able to protect this Zeus, that's the kind of damage output we can expect to see.
All right, here's my challenge. And it's just because I'm a little extra spiteful to Myth today for some reason.
All right.
Before the first desk ended, the desk ended on the first set.
Right.
We were talking about the Camelot Kings against the field. And Myth repeatedly says, who's beating him right now? Who's beating him right now? And I said, I don't know, any team on a good day. Listed off some teams. So give me the clip of Myth saying who's beating him right now a couple of times. And then the 2-0 victory screen for the Tartarus Titans. That's my task to somebody out there because Myth just can't buy himself any wins today. No, it's no fluke. Fluke or not, the Titans win 2-0 over the Camelot Kings. We'll head to break, and then Myth will defend himself on the desk coming up next.
These guys have fun. Rambo Uller. I got that. Meow.
Well, so far through history, at least in this season, the Camelot Kings have naturally gone to 3 games, but the Tartarus Titans are going to be the first ones to put that and halt it in its tracks right here. It's a 2-0 win for the Tartarus Titans here in game number 2 in our second set of our day. An impressive game across the board for these guys here. SOT really gets to step it up this week during his sets. Last time around, SOT was kind of the fodder for a lot of those matchups here, but when we get matchup, I mean,
he's right there.
There was a game where he was like 1-5 at one point, and that's just because everybody was targeting him, but the rest of the team stepped up.
He's right there.
I know he's right there, but this time he's able to step up. He's able to play the game, not be the target every single time, and we get to see what kind of an impact he makes out here.
I've gone on ad nauseum saying that SOT is an incredibly mechanically talented player, and that rings true here in this set. I mean, just dominance in both games 1 and 2 from the, all right. I don't even know who this is. Like, why are they even showing this guy? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we see a circle of the Camelot Kings. Whoever made this prediction is completely off. I'm glad they didn't try and ever bring up any of my predictions on there.
Aries no chains. What a bot, you know?
I don't. That honestly sounds like it would be the name of one of our the Camelot Kings. Whoever made this prediction is completely off. I'm glad they didn't try and ever bring up any of my. What do we have?
I don't even know who this is. Like, why are they even showing this guy? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we see a circle of the Camelot Kings. Whoever made this prediction is completely completely off. I'm glad
Yeah.
they didn't try and ever bring up any of my predictions on there.
Aries
Good-
no chains. What
Yeah,
a bot, you know?
I don't. That does. That honestly sounds like it would be the name of one of our AIs that we put in the game.
Yeah, and so whoever made that can feel real bad about it. But this time around, the Tartarus Titans were able to take
That's
a
his account.
convincing 2-0 victory over the Camelot Kings, and I think convincing should be the operative word here because there was honestly not a moment in the actual set where it was in question. In both games 1 and 2, the Titans had complete control all the way across the board. SOT, of course, deserves all the praise that we can heap upon him, despite your attempts to drag him down earlier on. But I think Layers similarly needs to be given that same level of praise. Takes a very volatile pick into the jungle in Shiva and performs on it admirably. Sets up for the rest of the team and creates space for Paul to do whatever he wants. 3-0-3 for him. Creates space for not genetics. He didn't create any space for him. For Cyclone Spin on the other side to do whatever that he wanted as well. These are always the hardest types of games to break down
dude.
because of how one-sided they are. It's just everything the Titans did turned to gold.
And I think you're right to bring up Layers, especially that
6-0.
very early game. I mean, first respawn of the speed buff, we have Layers chasing out Captain Twig in the middle of the map there. And then he goes back and starts working on the speed buff, and, well, he didn't end up stealing the speed buff away, but the amount of time that he kind of wasted in the early game up against Captain Twig, who wasn't able to really get the ball rolling in this game, only 8,400 damage on that Habois. On the opposite side here, SOT top of the damage.
He had 6
chart,
kills and he only had
right behind him on his
8,700
team.
damage.
Netro, though, notably also able to put up some strong damage on this Artemis, a god that oftentimes struggles against these very heavy CC-style comps, these very dive-heavy compositions.
Yeah, props to him, but major props to SOT, right? We got to give it to him. Maybe talk to him.
Maybe we should talk to him. In fact, I will go ahead and talk to SOT. He's standing right over here next to me for the post-game interview. First off, thanks for giving me some good fantasy points this week. I do appreciate that one, but mostly congrats on your win out here. Talk to me a little about this Shiva, because when we talked with the Leviathans, it was kind of a joking matter where Yarkor was like, man, I never get to play Shiva because Panatom always wants to get it. Is it similar case for you guys where Layers is just saying, give me Shiva, only I get to play him?
No, not really. I mean, it's kind of a flex, but I think overall it's probably better in jungle. Just the way his kid is. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably better in jungle.
Smart man.
I mean, this is something that Mifflin was talking about. Just give me Shiva in the jungle, give it to me here. How do you guys feel about a win up today? The Camelot Kings, they're at the top of the leaderboards right now. They were 3-1. Sitting at that top seed. I mean, how does it feel getting that big win on them here today?
Yeah, it feels pretty good because we were tied with Bolts for number 2. So now I think we're first seed now. Technically.
I think so.
Probably. I don't know.
We'll get to see in a few minutes where it actually ends up lining up. But
yeah, it just feels really good, honestly. I mean, this weekend, this isn't the match of our weekend. I mean, Scarabs. I mean, obviously, with top team, it's gonna be really scary to play them tomorrow. I'm kind of shivering. So
Wow.
Kind of light work compared to the Scarabs, but we're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I wish you the best of luck in your matchup against the Scarabs tomorrow. It seems you're going to need some luck. You're going to be shaking up there, man. It's a rough team out there. Congrats on your win. I'll let you get back into celebrating and get prepared for that next
With
one.
a straight face, too.
He's got to prep up for that matchup with the Scarabs. Though notably, the Scarabs, another team that we talk about, they're able to take these games and these sets the full distance out here. Very
that's the
similar
team he
to
used
what
to
the
be
teams are able
on.
to do. Currently,
The previous
the
year
Scarabs
he
are
was
that
on the
very same way
Scarabs.
back in Season 3.
J-Mac, did you take him at face value there? Yeah, I didn't either. He may have said he was shaking, but I was looking at his boots, and they were, solidly planted.
Was he wearing boots?
No, it's proverbial, my guy.
I know, we're just having some fun out here. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule and the standings to see if it actually is a first seed out of the Tartarus Titans whenever it comes down to this one. I believe we were told that they are sitting currently in that first seed spot here.
Yes, sir,
A win
yes, sir.
today does push them up. And we will now take a look at the remainder of our weekend schedule here. And it will be the Scarabs and the Titans first thing tomorrow. So the last team today for the first team up tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Remember, set your clocks a little bit earlier for SPL. We won't be starting with our traditional SCC. And then we've got the Bolts and the Dragons for our
Bolts and
second one.
Dragons
And the Warriors and the Kings will make their way back in the studio one more time to face off on our final set tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow. The Tartarus Titans obviously riding a high up against the Solar
Yeah.
Scarabs. Maybe some beef there. SOT lining up against his previous team. The Camelot Kings can try and rejoin the top of the standings if they're capable of picking up their 4th win if they are able to win their set up against the Oni Warriors.
3-1,
One that I
3-1,
think
3-2,
most would
3-2,
expect them to
3-2.
be able to take.
Jeez.
Either way, there's only one takeaway. Only one thing I can impart onto the fans at home, and it's that you need to be there tomorrow at 11 a.m. and watch all the games, all the time, every Sunday, forever.
Every single one, forever and ever, for as long as this keeps going on. But if for some reason you can't make it, whether you had, I don't know, a doctor's appointment, you had to go,
Skip it.
you had to go eat lunch with your family or something like
cares?
that. Probably could just go ahead and skip it, but you can always make sure to go over to the YouTube channel too, because Smite VOD is where all of those do end up going up at the end of. It's usually a couple of days later before those go through, so you'll have some time to go back and watch out here. But gonna be some fun games tomorrow. I mean, 3 big sets popping out here, especially that first one. You know, the Scarabs and the Titans gonna be one that you want to stick around for. You want to make sure you also stick around for that Bolts of the Dragon set that's going to be coming up. As Mifflin said, it's going to be 11 a.m. tomorrow here on the twitch.tv/SmiteGame channel. We'll see you then. Peach it.
That's Aggro's thing.
You're right, it was.
He stole Aggro's line. As he should. Somebody's got to say it. Crazy. Okay. Well, we'll take a break from this now. I have to do logins anyhow. What time is it? It's 12:12. Wow, it's 12:12. Wow. Wow. Hey now. Hey now. How do you cancel this? Hey now. How do I say no to this? Just say no. Here we go.
Yes, today does push them up, and we will now take a look at the remaining.
There's only one takeaway.
It's 12:12, Bloop. It's 12 fucking 12. Know what I mean? Ah, that's bright. That's so bright. Jeez. Discord running in the background. Xbox apps running in the background. This booster thing's running in the background. Intertop's poker's running in the background. Why do all these things open up on the startup menu? They're not even on the startup. I've gone in there and removed them from all of them, yet they still start up anyhow. Fucking hacks, man. Okay. Hi, Jazz. How you feeling, baby? She seems a little bit better. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to think she is. I don't know. Do you want to see my logins? Too bad. Bloop! What do you want to do, Bloop? You're the only one here. As usual. I want you to, I don't know. I was gonna have you pick a game between Starbound and Skyrim. It's kind of funny how ever since I broke my headset, I don't seem to be getting the random mutings. So that's cool. Now that I've broken everything, things work better. Except now it doesn't fit on my head. I basically have to lay down to keep it on my head. And I can't really lay down while gaming. Fun. So, would you rather see Skyrim or Starbound? I love being with you. I love being with you too, Bloop. I appreciate you keeping me company. I get really sad when you're not here. Because it's fun while Coffee's here too, but he doesn't usually keep me very good company. He just kind of disappears, so. But I know he's also on the East Coast, so his sleep pattern's a lot different. Okay, this is very bright. It needs to just log me in instead of blinding me.
That'd be nice. Just log me in instead of blinding me. Okay. And it's not listening. Let's do Starbound. Okay. I gotta do all these logins first, but then I'll put it on. Hello, Catherine.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
I want some applesauce. Applesauce is good. I can't remember the last time I had applesauce. I need some applesauce. Okay, got that good. My hair's getting pulled. Jesus Christ. Ow. Fucking hair. Doing hair fucking things. Okay. Thanks for realm currency. Okay. Hey guys, that's great. Hey. It's great. It's great. Weekly missions. Oh, nice. Beep. Beep boop. Beep boop bop. You know what I mean? What was this? Level 7? I crash at times, but always am with you when I can be. Thank you, Blue. I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday. I just didn't want to deal with the technology anymore. It was making me so angry, I just didn't want to do it. So I just actively chose not to stream and just laid around and watched Star Trek all day long. Which is actually kind of nice, but, you know, not productive, I guess. Let's do Lost Ark first. Lost Ark. We should probably play some more Lost Ark. It's a pretty cool game. I forgot to do with these keyboard keys though, they keep getting worse and worse. Like now the W key just comes off regularly and I don't have any tape for it. And the tape that's on the S and the D keys is now melted. So the S key is coming off all the time again, so. And the W key has a hole in it now, so it doesn't always push. Sometimes it stops like making contact because of the hole in the key. I don't know what they made these things out of. Like they made these things out of like cellophane or something. But it's kind of crazy how easy it is for me to like create holes in these keys. I mean, I've had this MacBook over here. I've had it for what, 8 years and used it pretty regularly the entire time. And there's no holes in any keys. The S key is a little rubbed through, but there's no holes at all. None of the keys come off. Everything's fine. The space bar is a little bit rubbed through also, but it's fine. Still operates, you know? It's 8 years old. This thing started breaking after the first few months. 6 months probably is what it had. So I don't know what the fuck kind of plastic they made these things out of, but pretty weak plastic. Makes me want like
metal keys or something. Yep. That's my story. The tape is melted. Is it heating up again? Yeah, just, from like normal heat and from my fingers, from my body temperature, you know what I mean? Because it's just masking tape. That's all I had on there. So it's not holding it on there. And I didn't have very much of it. It was just a tiny little shred of a piece that I could find. Well, not tiny, but, enough to cover 2 keys. So I taped the S and the D keys together. But now the tape's coming off and it's melty. There's actually a hole in the tape on the S key now. And the W key has a hole in the actual key. So, which has happened 2 other times before. I've swapped out the W key with multiple keys and it's happened multiple times. So I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do about it. I try really hard not to push with my nail, so I think it's just, I don't even think it's the nail that does it. It's just, I don't know. It's just crazy. Poor design or something, I don't know. Poor materials. And the components of the laptop are good, it's a good laptop as far as the components go. It probably needs more RAM than it has. I seem to run out of RAM often. But, the graphics card is good. The processor is good. Hard drive is good. Okay, I was going to say I know you are hot, but I didn't think you were melting things. Yeah, that's how hot I am. I melt things, Blue. Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty melty. I need to figure out how to pay my bills. My bills are due again. It seems like bills get due all the time. It's pretty annoying. Pretty annoying. Like, every month, The fuck? Such bullshit. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Do you like my meowing version of Beautiful Dreamer? Do you know that's what song it was? Leaps Essence? I don't even know what that is. Looks cool. That's great. This character's really pretty. I like her hair. I decided I'm gonna dye my hair pink. I need to get that pink hair dye though. Once I make it blonde. I'm gonna dye my hair blonde soon. I think after this next shower. That's when I'll do it. I must have a lot of stuff in my inventory. I do. Wow. Wow, guys. Wow. Wow. Okay. Anyways. 10 Fions? What's a Fion? What's this? Energy potion? What's this one? An essence? What this? Moist omelet? It's a moist omelet. Okay. I'm closing this. Hi, Jasmine. Can I move the cord first? You mind if I move the cord? I'm trying to be gentle with you. Just, I need the cord. Okay? Just go ahead and lift up your paw. Right there. Just let me get the cord. Please. Please give me the cord. Move your paw. Jasmine. Thank you. There you go. Okay, you're good. She's like, well, if I can't fuck with the cord, I don't want to lay here anymore. Hi, baby. Hi. How you doing? Feeling any better? You seem slow, but you seem happier too. Did the treats help? Should I start feeding you treats from now on and just not regular food? That seems healthy. It's like the only thing she's been eating is a treat. She won't eat her regular food. Because I've been in here all day with her, and she's just laying on the bed all day. I've been watching you go and get water, and then you come back. I give you treats, and you're like, okay. But food? Nope. No food. Look at you. Pretty kitty. Hi, baby. I really hope she's okay. Put something that passes. Oh, sorry, what'd you say? Yeah, bills are annoying. That reminds me, my car insurance needs paid. Yeah, I haven't paid my car insurance in 2 years. Can you believe that's been 2 years now I haven't paid my car insurance? Because that's when my income stopped. I couldn't pay it anymore. And that's what I was using to create my incomes. Now I can't even create my incomes again because I don't have... Anyways, I don't want to talk about it. Okay, now we're logging into Smite multiple times. I don't know if you want to see this. Let's play like a Wordle while we're doing this bullshit. Okay. Fruit. I want some fruit. I want a fruit smoothie. Fruit. That didn't work out very well. You know how you have like locks with a CH? Think that's how you spell it? I'm smart. Except it doesn't start with L. So tall, you know what I mean? What does GANE mean? Is that a word? Gain? But not spelled correctly? It's probably not a word. If you have window panes that you measured, did you paint it? You know, they've been paned windows. I'd buy it. Okay. Well. Fruit is good. After I take care of things, I'll try to arrange for some. Oh, you don't have to do that again, Bloop. I still have some fruit. Last time Jerry went to the grocery store, I asked him for fruit, and he got me some oranges. And I still have 2 or 3 apples remaining from the last fruit basket. And actually, when I was scavenging today, I found some old bananas in the house that were getting pretty brown, so I ate one of those. So I found some fruit. I is my phone going off? Preference. Rachel Ray makes a cat food. That's expensive, Jerry. Boo, 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 boo. You know what I mean? Ow, fuck me. Jerry says check text. Jerry, you check text. I already responded to the text. Yep, she does. What? What are you talking about, Blue? Are you talking to Jerry? In my experience, plain tuna and water does great for cat health, does it? In my experience, it could have just been a coincidence, but when I was away and my mom was taking care of one of my past cats for like a while, like a couple years or something, she was giving it tuna all the time, like tuna out of the can, like every day. And that cat had a problem later on. Ended up passing away at a younger age. I want to say younger, but like, 14. To me is younger. So I don't think it has enough of the nutrients and stuff for them. But it does have some good oils and stuff, And they love tuna. Galt. It doesn't end in T. Can't start with L. Tolag. Tolab. Tolak. Tolam. Tomol. Towal. Tozel. Toggle. Except spelled wrong. Toval. Tobal. Botal, Bogal, Bokal, Bomal, Bowal, Bozal, Boxal, Boyal. These aren't working for me. Gotal, Motal. If it's an oil or seasoned, it can cause problems, sure. Yeah. My cat had a pretty major thyroid problem near the end. And I don't want to blame my mom, but I also hate my mom now, so it feels easier to blame her for that. So, there's that. What else could have been a coincidence? Wotal? Wolat? Nope, Wotal. Towel, Towel, Togal, Toyal, Tozal, Toval, Tobal, Tomal. Okay, what are we doing here? Is it like Tala? Is it like double L's, double T, Totla, Talta? Is it two O's? Tula? Tula oblongata? What? What is happening here? Molat. Wait, did I do my login? I didn't even do my fucking login. Motherfucker. You motherfuckers. You like how aggressive I am? Did it turn you on when I'm aggressive? Just curious. Well, this rotates tonight. My last chance to get this, but I don't know if I want it. So... You like that, Jasmine? She like lifted her head up and she looked at me. She's like, "Are you singing?" Aw, she like smiled at me. She's like, "That's nice." She was like sleeping. She like lifted her head up. She's like, "What? Are you singing Beautiful Dreamer?" Such a sweetheart. Such a sweet tart. Meow. I don't think I'm going to spend on this skin, especially if they go to the 2-week program. So I just won't, okay? Alright? I'm just not gonna. Aggressive Willow, kind of hot, you know? It could be, like, in the right circumstance. Is there a word here? Yotal? Botal? Toval? Toxel? Toxla? Motla? Tomla? Botla? Tabla? Watla? Is this... It has to be more obvious than this. Like, what is this nonsense? Oh, sorry, Jasmine. I was making noise. Golt. Bolt. No, I can't NNT. Why am I doing that? I could end in ALL, but then it just toll. It's not a word, so... Total? Could it just be the word total? Am I retarded? I think I'm retarded. It's probably just the word total. Yay! I'm dumb. Unfortunate. Probably should have seen that a while ago. I even think I said total at one point. I had noticed that it was total. Total? Maybe. What's that mean? Can you use it in a sentence? Can you use it in a dissertation? Maybe it's equanimity. That was a good word. I'm glad I use it in a sentence. Oh, look, somebody's challenging me to a chess game over and over and over. You want me to accept all 3 of them? Jackass. 5-minute chess games. I'm not even online. Hi, baby. You okay? You trying to get comfortable? You good? What's going on? Trying to get up? You can lay down if you want. Getting up? Go ahead. I won't stop you. If you want to get up, you get up, okay? Whatever you want to do. Totally fine. Pretty sure I missed the Easter avatar. They were giving away a free Easter avatar. I probably had it on like half of my accounts though. I don't know if I really care anymore. Kind of don't care about anything, so. Yep, there's a Happy Easter one on my main account. So, whatever. Who gives a fuck? It's related to a woman's dowry. Good old dowries. Good old dowries. Classic Hades skin? Oh. Didn't even know that was in this chest. How do you spell Hades with an H? Wow. Yeah, got the classic Hades. Whatever. Do 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 do. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. I don't know what's wrong with me. Hades. This is where there's a D's nuts joke somewhere. Hey D's these nut. Hey D's nuts. Hey D's nuts. I don't know. I'm not good at those. I think the answer is total. Ta-da. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da! Da-da-da-da-da-da. I already did create an account, but every time I change tabs, you log me out. So, fuck it. I'm not gonna log in every single fucking time, you fucking fucks. Right? Tell 'em, Bloop. Look at this. I'm not going to click on. I'm not going to do that. Get the fuck out of here. Log in every single time. Well, the songs are great. Thanks. Should I do songs or great? Can't do both. They both have G's. Probably not songs. There's two S's in it. So I can do great. I hear Jerry. Nice. All we got is an A. Oh, look, there's number 502. It's pretty high up there. Kind of surprising considering it has a G in it. Who's that, Jasmine? Who's that? Who is it? Meow. Meow. Meow.
Smell like hand?
Lucy's funny sounding. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Go say hi, Jazz.
Hey, Jasmine.
Okay, sorry, baby. I didn't mean to move. Thanks. I don't want to. This is cool looking.
Like their dish tubs things.
Rachel Ray, isn't she like a talk show host or something? She makes a cat food.
Yeah, I think she was also, wasn't she on,
I don't know much about her. I just know that there's a Rachel Ray show.
Food Network, too.
I don't know. She makes cat food, though.
Apparently. Hi. You want to get scratched on the chin, too?
No. Be a little gentle with her, though.
I are. I always gentle with her.
I mean,
It's you that I beat up.
we're not usually too gentle with her. She usually likes to be roughed around a little bit, but I'm trying to be more gentle with her because she's kind of being a little fragile.
Is she doing better today or same?
She seemed the same, but I've been giving her treats off and on in that bowl, that plastic bowl, and she's actually been eating them. She's eaten none of her cat food at all, but if I give her treats, she eats them.
Good.
So I've given her treats like 3 times today. I'm trying to keep Lucy away from them. Yeah, I said it. Sorry.
Did you get your things fixed?
What?
Fixed?
No. I don't know how to fix them.
But they're working.
It operates. They don't stay on my head, though, which kind of eliminates the whole headset thing. I basically have to lay down to keep them on my head.
Can you get to the broken part?
I don't know where the broken part is. It's all internal. I can't figure out where it is. So I feel a part that sticks out that shouldn't be sticking out, but I can't access anything. It's all enclosed, so I don't have a schematic for opening this.
We're playing a word game?
Yeah, I'm doing logins, and I was playing a word game while doing the logins because it's boring. Rachel Ray's a Food Network lady. Okay, so she's a Food Network lady. Can you move this away from here? Thank you for getting that for her. I'm going to give her some later. How's your butt doing? You good?
This pump's got a beat going.
It's got a beat?
Yeah, going
Oh, really? It's okay, baby. He's just making noise. Go say hi.
It's me, Sally, making noise.
See if you tap on the edge of the bed if she comes to you.
You wanna come here? You wanna come here and say hi?
Go say hi, Jazz.
Jasmine.
Go on, Jazz. Hey. Excuse me. Eyes on me. Go say hi. I think it's just that it takes so much energy for her to get up and stuff and lay back down that she doesn't want to move. Yeah, she's not going to get up. She just readjusted to get more comfortable. She thought about it for a moment, though. She was thinking about getting up, but it's not you. It's like even with me, she doesn't want to get up. Once she's here, she doesn't want to leave. This like I can mess around with her and she won't get up because she doesn't want to move. And if she lays down over there next to my feet, she won't get up and come over here because she doesn't feel like getting up. But she seems to be a little bit better. I don't know. I'm trying to be positive about it. I don't know if she's actually better.
Well, hello. What you doing?
I know she was talking with her mouth full when she was licking her vagina multiple times today. She was going round, 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 round while licking it. Sounds like she was like growling while licking her vagina. Blue heard it. She's looking at me like, how dare you mock me? It's okay. I'll leave your butt down. You good? Is she rubbing her face on it?
No, she's over here getting some water, and her butt's kind of aimed at me, so I kind of blew, and I guess I blew hard enough she noticed it.
Oh yeah, she always
and
notices.
She's drinking, and all of a sudden she's like turns and looks like, what the hell?
Yeah. She always notices stuff like that. She's very sensitive.
I just thought it was funny.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, babe, you gotta move your tail a little bit so I can put my arm here, okay? I'm just gonna move it over a little bit. See what I mean? They just keep falling off my head. I can't get them to stay on. I have to basically lay down. She sounds like she's fighting something. Is she warmer than normal? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. I saw her go use the cat box yesterday and it looked like she'd been squatting and like she was pushing for a little while. And I went and checked later and I didn't see anything there. I was like, is she constipated? But like she's also not eating anything, so what is she constipated with? You know what I mean? But she could have been constipated before and that's why she's not eating. But I don't know how to solve that.
Well, maybe this food will help because it's got more liquid and more moisture.
There you go.
Hi, baby.
Go say hi.
Hi. You come over and say hi? You're looking skinny.
Yeah, she is. Let her come to you and then she'll come. Go ahead and tap the bed a little bit. Go ahead, Jess. What are you thinking about? Just gonna lay back down? She's gonna lay back down. She's being very gingerly about how she does things, too. You okay? She's gonna lick herself again. She's trying to figure out how she can do it. She's not really acting like herself, you know? I don't want to call it a personality shift, but I think it's just a weakness thing. What are you trying to do, babe? You trying to lay down? It's like the only place she licks.
I wonder if she's got like a UTI or something.
Maybe. I think we should take her to the vet. Because it could be a relatively simple problem that could be solved. That she could die over if we don't get it solved. Because she's skinny enough already, if she's not eating, that's going to be a pretty big problem. Pretty fast. Did I log into this already? Oh shit, I forgot. I've logged into one account so far. God damn it. Hey. You don't have to keep licking. Yeah? Alright. Just talking with a mouthful again. She's been doing that same thing a lot, even without me touching her. So, yep. Nice flagpole.
Can I see? Hi. Mind if I take a look? I don't see anything. I can't really. Sorry. All right. I'm sorry. Just looking. See, she like protests like everything now. Leave it alone, baby. She just keeps licking and licking and licking there. Flagpole? Yeah, her back foot sticking up in the air in order to like lick her vagina, you know? It looks like a flagpole. A checkup is at least informative. Yeah, it could be informative, but it's going to cost money. And with my antitrust issues, I can't trust that a vet's not just going to be like, oh, well, she has this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem. It's going to cost $600,000 worth of surgery. It's almost like taking your car to a mechanic. You don't know if any of those things are actually wrong, or if you're just speculating, or if you caused them in order to make things wrong, so that way you could spend more money. You know what I mean? I can't trust people, so it's hard for me to take it to a professional and trust their actual opinion. I would assume that Jerry's vet, if you've been using the same vet for a while, maybe you have a good relationship with them. I don't know. Do you know how much they charge for checkups and stuff? Is it different for dogs than cats? Well, how much does it cost for the dog? What does routine mean? Oh. They've never been to the vet in Los Angeles. Yeah, 9 years. So. Has it? No, can't be that long. 8, 9. When did I move here? I guess it was. Well, in California. Southern California. No, maybe it has been that long. Pretty crazy. She's in front of the heater. What's she doing? Oh, okay. You're okay, Jazz. Do your thing.
You're walking kind of stiff-legged.
Yeah, she is. I feel like there's something wrong with, and she's being very sensitive about me touching her back area, her bottom and stuff, you know, her legs. So I feel like there's something wrong, like internally there, that's bothering her. Could really be a UTI. And thought fun things were in order, Bloop. I wish.
She's over here. Should we give her one of these foods?
I'll give it to her later. The problem is Lucy being around, right? I assume Lucy's present. Yeah. So if that happens, then Lucy's going to be here. And I don't want, I mean, hi, baby. I want you to continue eating the dry food while I give Jasmine. That's okay. Let her explore. She hasn't been outside all day long. I'm a little worried that she's going out there to use the bathroom, though. What, baby? Go check on Jasmine, please. This. Hi. Okay. She's like, I want acknowledgement.
You want pizza?
Meow. No, I'm not hungry. Because I ate all your chips and I ate a meal and stuff. And
Oh yeah, doesn't have Fritos except for the flaming
Mm.
flavor, so I didn't get flaming flavor.
I didn't know they had flaming flavor.
I don't know. I don't know what it's chili something. No, it's more than just chili. It's like flaming chili Fritos or something. It's like I guess it's because the CVS on Atlantic borders East LA. So like all the flavors, they either had plain tortilla chips
Or like spicy stuff.
or every chip in there except for a couple were like flame.
Yeah, I guess Hispanic people do like their flaming hot stuff.
It's like the vending machine at work. That thing is so stupid.
Yeah.
So I got just plain, ordinary Ruffles potato chips.
That works.
Yeah.
That works great with French onion dip.
Yeah, that's why I got it.
Yeah. Did the cat just come back in?
No, they both went outside. Maybe not.
I feel like I saw a shadow move, so I thought a cat came in. Okay. It's cool that Jasmine wants to go outside as long as she's not doing it to use the bathroom. Which I don't know what her intention is in going outside.
Oh, there she is. Hi, baby.
Thought I saw a shadow pass by.
Go back out.
That's good. It's kind of nice to see her active, actually, you know? It's nice to see that she's moving in and out. I know there's some poop back there. Which is a problem also. Because I remember a lot of my other cats, upon reaching end-of-life circumstances, started using the bathroom places they weren't supposed to be using the bathroom. Those all have different circumstances to them, though, so... I feel like Jasmine's done this a lot throughout her life as an emotional thing, you know? When there's something wrong, she tries to show me that there's something wrong by doing things like that. So, which I want to be upset about, but I'm happy to see that she's pooping at least, because at least I know she's eating something. You know what I mean?
Right.
I want to be upset that she's pooping where she's not supposed to, but at least I know that she's doing it, so that's a plus.
Oh, they all seem short little rapid pellety things.
Yeah. At least it's that, you know. I'd be a lot more upset if it was not something easy to clean up. Like if it was something that's soaked in somewhere or something, that would just be not okay. That'd be a pretty big problem. That's why I get so mad when she pees places that she's not supposed to. Sorry, Shadow, was me going back under the bed after getting a snack in the fridge. That's what it was, Bloop. You were the Shadow. Gotcha.
I wonder how Bloop can fit under the bed if he can reach the fridge.
Yeah. I mean, well, he could have left underneath the bed to go to the fridge and then back underneath the bed.
Yeah, but if you're short enough to fit under the bed, you're too short to reach the fridge.
I can fit underneath the bed.
You can't fit underneath the bed.
Sure I can.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I've been underneath the bed before. Not completely, but I had to go up underneath it. Because I'm pretty skinny. Bloop, are you pretty skinny? Can you fit underneath the bed? It is pretty small, though.
I guess if you're a shadow, you can, depends on where the light's going as to what your height is, right?
Exactly. And that light is pretty, like, low down, so. Bloop is a shadow.
Well, I'm gonna be inside.
Thank you for getting that for her. I do want to give her one, but I want to lock Lucy on the patio while feeding Jasmine. That's basically however long it takes Jasmine to eat, which might not happen immediately, and it might be over a long period of time. So there's that, you know.
I was thinking I could sit out there and
keep Lucy company or something. That's true. I was also considering holding her, which is what I did when I gave her the treats the second or third time.
Yes, we were talking about you.
You're a small ninja in this form. That's cool, Boop. Meow, meow. Come here. What? Come here. Hi. Do you want attention?
Alright, well, we'll go inside. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay, I need applesauce.
Do we have applesauce?
I don't think so.
You have pudding cups still.
I had one earlier. I've been eating everything in sight. I've been gaining weight.
Oh, there's...
I gotta stop eating.
In the freezer
For the next
inside,
3 months.
there's...
No more food.
Never mind then.
In the freezer, there's what? Klondike bars?
2 teriyaki chicken
Oh.
and rice dishes frozen that Elizabeth got, but they've got MSG in them, so she can't eat them.
What's MSG?
Monosodium glutamate.
What's monosodium glutamate?
It's a thickening agent usually, but she's got gluten in it, she can't eat it.
Has she tried? Not that I recommend it, just wondering if she's tried it before and that's why she knows.
Aware that that's something that does not agree with her.
Alright. Meow!
I think it's got soy sauce in it, which is made with wheat.
Which made with what? Soy? It's made with wheat?
It's made with wheat.
I thought it was made with soybeans.
Well, apparently they use wheat for something.
I thought she was allergic to soybeans.
No, she's allergic to gluten.
Right. But I thought that's why she didn't have soy sauce, because of the soy. I thought anything that had soy in it was against.
Most soy sauces have wheat also.
So if there's soy protein in something, is that okay?
Should be okay.
Oh, I thought it was specifically soy and gluten.
How are you?
And air. Jasmine! What you doing? You drinking water?
She's looking at the food bowl.
Oh, good. Yeah, eat the food bowl. Oh my god, she's eating. Alright, you can't move right now, okay? You just have to stay here for a few minutes and talk to me in a soft tone. And don't make any motions towards her or mention her name at all. That's very exciting. I haven't seen her eat in the last 2 days. At all. I've been here like the whole time. She hasn't eaten at all. She's laid on the bed the entire time. She didn't even get off the bed when I gave them TREATS earlier this morning. She just laid here and I had to give them to them on her, give them to her on the bed. And that's how lethargic she's been, so it's really good that she ate something. Good job, baby.
Good girl.
I'm glad she ate a couple bites. That's exciting. That's actually like the most exciting thing that's happened in this room the last couple days. Yep. It's a bloop emoji. Bloop has all these really cute emojis from like different servers that he's a part of and stuff, or different people he subscribed to, or so. I don't know how you got them. And so he has all these like really cute ones, and whenever he posts them, I'm like, that's a bloop emoji because it's emoji, and Bloop is posting it, so it's a bloop emoji. If it's a cute emoji, I call it a bloop emoji. Which Coffee has some of them also, which is very confusing. Because when Coffee posts them, I want to call them bloop emojis, but I can't if Coffee posted it. You know what I mean? Yeah, but they can only be one. Is she just in front of the heater now?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's good that she's being active at least. I'm happy to see that. The Elder Scrolls Online. Play for free. $5.99. I'm confused. If you're playing for free, why does it cost $5.99 to play it? Right? It's like, that's a very confusing advertisement. Okay. I wonder if it's a monthly thing. Let's click for details. I'd like to view the page. I am over the age of 18. Thank you. Elder Scrolls Online does look very cool. You are? My head hurts. Do you have any caffeinated drinks out there? That would work. Can I have one of those? Yeah, I'll wait till Lucy's outside for a long enough period and I'll close the door. If she's still out there when you go out there, and then you can just close the door and I'll give her one of these foods. Hey Bloop, do you know if Elder Scrolls Online is a monthly thing? Do you have to pay monthly? I can't tell. Membership. You can get a Plus membership for $14.99 a month. So does that mean that it's a membership program?
I was gonna say she was outside, but she came running in just before he came in.
It's okay. She does that. She'll go back out. She always does. I'll do it later. Thank you very much. Hi, Lucy.
Hi, baby.
We're trying to trick you. She's like, you can't trick me. I'm Lucy. Oh. There's no pressure, Bloop. I think it is a monthly thing. I'm not going to play a monthly subscription game. That's crazy to me. Even though those are the most popular, which is also crazy to me. Isn't that weird, Jerry?
What?
That games that you have to pay every month to play, like a subscription to play, those are like the most popular games. Wouldn't you think that'd be like one of the least popular games because they cost you the most money overall?
Yeah.
Like if you have to pay $15 every month for the game, or you could just buy another game straight up for $30 and just own it completely for as long as you want and play it whenever you want, as long as you want, as opposed to paying $15 every single month for the entire time you want to play the game. It's like, why would anybody ever choose to do that?
Did you ever get your racing game to work?
Yeah, I'm just really bad at it. It was right when I was having the computer glitches too, so that wasn't very helpful, you know.
Okay, you two. We'll see you later, alright? Be good, take care. Alright, Jasmine. Bye-bye.
Do you want me to let you know when I'm going to feed her?
No, I just if you need hands with her, with Lucy.
Okay. I think it'll be okay.
But if Lucy goes outside and you just want to shut the door off for a few minutes, that's fine.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Yep, it's monthly sub. Pretty steep tiers too. That's what I figured. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. It looks like a pretty cool game, but so I figured it probably costs money.
Did you get more water or bring one out here?
I brought one out here. I'm gonna need the one from the van eventually. It's still in the fridge, I think.
Yeah. I got into it last weekend.
Oh, you did? Oh. Do you want to bring it in then? Later? You don't have to do it now. It's just if it's already open, I'd rather not open another one.
Yeah, I can bring it in.
Because if it's already open, it'd be better to use that one first. What are you doing? What were you looking at? She's like looking at this camera. She's like, that looks like something I might play with. She gave it this look like, what is this? Right?
I saw that look on your face, Lucy. Oh, good. She's drinking again. That's good to see her up and about and drinking and eating and stuff, because she hasn't been doing that at all.
Lucy's going over the water, checking to see if she's drinking enough or what.
I don't think Lucy's really been bugging her too much either. I think she knows that she's like having some issues, you know? At least I'd like to think that's the case.
Alright, we'll see you later.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Let me know if you can bring the water in, because I'll wait to leave the door closed. Well, I guess you could open it pretty easily, huh? It's not too hard to carry those things.
Want to get in tonight?
Sorta. Because that one is completely empty.
Oh, this one is?
Yeah. So I didn't want to, like, open another one. Thanks. Jerry's so nice to me. Alright, so what's this word, Bloop? I want PS, PS, PS from the camera. What? I went PS, PS, PS from the camera. Psst, psst, psst. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, he's a good guy. What is PS, PS, PS? To get the cat's attention, I went pss, pss, pss from the camera. Oh, that's what you're talking about. You're silly. Thanks, Jerry. Did you already puncture the top?
Huh?
Oh, you didn't puncture it? Okay.
I didn't.
That's fine.
We're letting it suck air. Crash the whole can in.
Mm-hmm. Probably. Those are pretty cool, those jugs. That's like really neat. Like that's why I don't get big jugs like that, is because it's too hard to operate them, you know? But like if it has a spout on it, that's like really convenient.
Yeah.
So like every morning I just go right there and I can get spring water, and I give the cat spring water and stuff, and it's really nice.
Yeah, it works pretty cool.
Yeah.
Although they don't do very good on the suspension of the van, though. Spring isn't very springy.
No? Sorry. Thanks.
Maybe it's because I only had one of them.
Probably. You okay? What's up, Luce? What are you doing over there? I think she knows I wanted to leave so I can give Jasmine wet food. She knows something's up. She's too smart. Too smart. Oh, I didn't do my phone game, did I? Oh shit, it's 1:20. It's too late. How come all these people challenge? What the fuck? So, go Spartan, go Spartan, go Spartan. Ronnie, Skoda, Tyson, Asmith. All these people challenged me to games in the last 10 minutes? To chess games? What the hell? Why did all these people challenge me to chess games in the last 5 minutes? Okay, the last half hour. I forgot all about my phone game. I blame you, Bloop. It's your fault. I don't know how or why, but it is. Okay. Alright, so what's the word? I kind of want to do the word soupy. Just because I see it. It's not a very good word choice, though. But it might be kind of fun. Soupy. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Mm-hmm. I gotta play some more Smite sometime. Been slacking. It's okay, take it out on me when that time comes. The time has arrived, my dear. Mm-hmm. I've only done 3 accounts so far. What the hell? What are we doing here? Okay, let's do the next one. Need to hurry up on these accounts. I'm taking too long. It's too late for my phone game. I guess I'll just fail. Like a fucking failure. It was an easy one, too. I already looked at the tasks earlier and it was like really easy. And I just didn't do them. Now it's too late. Soupy. Look, there's a Y. Impressive. Soupy is an uncommon word. Yeah. Gets in position. Good job. Another chess challenge. What the hell's going on? There's all these random people I don't know who they are. Send me chess challenges. Am I on some sort of list somewhere? What is this nonsense? There's 3 vowels in this word as of now. What? Oh, god damn it. Alright. Gets in position. Good boy. Okay. I count out loud as I strike. I'm gonna go to 145. Say what? Yep. I actually have been spanked like high numbers of times like that. I think the most in one sitting was 300 or 300 and something, 350, something like that. It was pretty devastating. Yep. Pretty devastating. Oh, this guy's a duck head. That's pretty cute. Oh, the anticipation. Is it killing you? Good. Meow, chicka, wow, wow. Let's get this skin, because I already have the skin, the god unlocked. I'll go ahead and get this too. I'm going to use your bare hand. No, probably not. Maybe a little bit, but It does hurt my hand after a while because I don't have like a lot of meat on my hand. I have like a pretty like skinny, like small hand, you know? So I need like implements. I need like paddles and crops and whips and canes. Maybe wires. We'll see. Is that exciting? I wish I had unlimited money. You can make the world such a better place. Well, I can make my life such a better place. Anyhow. Need a word to try with ABCN? What? ABCN? No. 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 It's intriguing that the word has a Y in it and does not end in Y. Intriguing, I say. It's probably the word bacon. It does have all those letters in it, though. That's pretty funny. Were you trying to test letters? Could do that. In that case, we should add an L in there as well. Good luck with that. Blanc? It's like they're all vowels. Like, you know how Y sometimes a vowel? It's like the whole thing's just vowels. Which means it probably starts with the Y. Because if it doesn't start with the Y, that means those three vowels have to be in a row. Because it's probably not, you know. I don't know how that would work if it didn't start with the Y. So I'm thinking, or like, yeah, Bayou, sure, there's that. I was gonna say, or the Y could be in the middle, which that's what you came up with. What are those words? Noyal? Koyal? What's that mean? Bayou, Noyal, Koyal. I don't know those last two words. It's probably Bayou. I do like bacon. It's bacon! Nom 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 nom. Osiris? I already have Osiris unlocked. Now I have 2 skins for Osiris. for some ridiculous guy who I never play. Wow. I don't know what Noyao or Koyao are. I've never heard of those before. So, I might just straight up guess Bayou. Could do bacon. But because I don't know what those other words are. Koyao is French architecture. Noyao is a drink. Are they English words? Am I pronouncing them correctly? Because if you really think there's a chance that it'll be those, I can do bacon, but I think it's probably just Bayou. I don't think that they would have come up with those words. It's possible, but kind of improbable. You know what I mean? A creek, secondary watercourse, or minor river that is tributary to another body of water. Bayou. I know them from old books that were primarily English, but Bayou fits better, yeah. That's cool that you know those words, though. I've never heard either of those two words before. And I usually know most words. That sounds pretentious. I know a lot of words, so it's weird that I wouldn't have heard of those. But now I know. Koyao, French architecture. Noyao is a drink. What kind of drink is a Noyao? Can I order a Noyao at a bar and they'll be like, what's that? Or will they be like, oh, sure, coming right up. Here's a Noyao. 80% off. Those pants are super cute. Those white pants right there. Look how cute those are. I really like low-rise pants and shorts. Like pants that sit low on the hips, you know? Like that. I think it looks really cute. 80% off? I don't want to click on an ad because, you know, but I kind of want to see what... I don't have any money. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Huzzah! It's a liquor made from brandy and almonds. Ooh, I love amaretto. So, and that's like, you know, an almond liqueur. Can you buy me some? It sounds expensive though, because it's a word I've never heard of. I imagine it might be pricey. Freaky tiki. Upwash. Freaky tiki. I actually don't even have upwash unlocked, so I won't do it. Boop. Nope. Not even that cool. Okay. Only bottle I know of is mostly French label. You and your Frenchness. Noyal. Lucy. Hey Lucy, why don't you go back outside so I can like close the door and give Jasmine some of this food? I'm trying to trick you. So how about you go outside again? She like always goes outside. She won't come inside when I want her to come inside. And now that I want her to stay outside, she's like, I'm going to stay inside. It's like she knows. It's like you know these things. Can you read my mind? You can? Well, that explains a lot. She's pretty adorable, though. Lucy. I'm excited to wear that new bikini you got me, Blue. I don't know if I have a bikini body right now, but I mean, it's obviously like a very cheap material, but it's like too cute not to wear it because it's like so nerdy looking. It'd be fun. And I gotta make sure I take pictures in it, which is why I have to look good. Which means I need to starve myself for a couple weeks first, and then I can go to the beach. Helen Hayes, an old actress my family knew when I was younger, had a very cool liquor cabinet. Oh, that's cool. Helen Keller did not. Actually, I don't know that as a fact, but I would imagine she did not. Lucy, are you really not going to go back outside? Just going to stay in here now? God damn it. She just made herself comfortable. She just laid down. All right. Well, did it all arrive? I don't know if it all arrived. Because I don't know what all is. But I know that a bikini arrived in a separate package from the rest of the package. The other package had the board shorts and the timer and the pump and the pin. And the other one had the bikini in it. The nerdy bikini. It actually looks a little bit big for me, which is kind of surprising. But I'm sure it'll probably be fine. I'll just have to tie it tighter. Ow, fuck. Can't keep my headset on. So annoying. I love the matching theme of the shorts and bikini. Can't wait probably to see you all sexy in it. Yeah, I have to get sexy first, Bloop. Thank you. I'll show it to you though once I get sexy enough, which is like never, but once it's enough, good enough to feel comfortable in it. There you go. You are though? No, I've gained some weight. Ever since the race, I gained some weight. And now I'm fat. So, and I've been eating like crazy. I gotta stop eating. I just gotta quit. Just gotta quit eating. Problem solved. Just jacking it. Do 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 do. Jacking it. But noise is highly ranked. 279. Thanks the highest I've ever gotten. It's pretty good. Didn't work out great, but it's a good one. I mean, it's not a good one, in my opinion, but I guess it works. Good job, F-bomb. The eye's in the exact same location, so maybe not. Everything I think of was the I in the third letter. Okay, I have to do the next login. I'm running out of time. So 3 accounts to go. Only 16 minutes. Jeez, what happened? I had so much time. We still have to get on Starbound. I still haven't even gotten to it. Like, what is happening? Why am I so irresponsible? Thanks, Bloop. Oh my god, my stomach is so big right now. I just looked at it. Oh wow. It's disgusting. I look like I'm pregnant and I haven't even had sex. It's not that I'm aware of. Oh my god, what if I'm having sleep sex and that's why I'm so big? Can you think of a word for me? Thanks. The first one of the day, East Avatar, is still going on. Oh, really? Huh. If I had known that, I would have done it. Oh, well. Who gives a fuck? Fuck everything. Place with Willow's belly button. I have a belly button ring in right now that's like, it's like a UFO. It's a spaceship. And it actually has a glow in the dark implement or element in it. That if you shine a bright light on it and then pull it away, it'll glow in the dark for a little bit. It actually is really cute, but it doesn't really stay in place very well because it's kind of an awkward shape. So it kind of doesn't stay where it's supposed to stay. But it's cute. That's about it. Light. Cameras and action. Freaky tiki. I would play with your body all the time. We could even get some paints out. Oh. Photoluminescent paint. Oh, were you saying the word light as like a word I could do? That's a good one. I was wondering why you said the word light ... Yes, I could do light. I was gonna do the word blimp. And I was like, oh, I could do clits. And I was like, oh, the I's in the same place again. And I already have the S. Oh, yeah. And if you're going to play with my body all the time, I have to keep my body in good shape all the time then. It's a lot of pressure. Because right now, I'm only the shape of round. It's gross. Grody. Been eating way too much lately. Jerry came home, went grocery shopping, bought snacks and stuff. He bought like donuts and chips and like chocolates and cookies and I'm like, oh, let me eat this and eat that. And like yep. That's what I've been eating lately. For sure I've gained like 3 or 4 pounds by now. Not good. Considering I was already overweight. Well, overweight. I already weighed, 2 pounds more than I wanted to be weighing. So now I'm like 5 pounds too much. Which was already, 5 pounds more than I wanted. So now I'm like 10 pounds too much. Not too much, but 10 pounds more than I would prefer. So now I have to like lose 10 pounds. And then we could use belly button ring and give it stars travel all over you. That'd be really cool. I'd like that. I have an alien belly button ring also. It's like an alien face. It glows in the dark also. Pretty fun. I'm quickly running out of time. Quickly. Quickly. I don't know how to type correctly. I just learned to hunt and peck so efficiently that I can do it now. I never actually learned how to type the way you're supposed to type. It's pretty bad. If I assume 30 seconds per ad at 8 ads, that should take 4 minutes. It is 1:52. Assuming I log in within the next minute, I should be finished by 1:58. Typing correctly is kind of a lost art now. Is it really? I didn't know that. I was always really upset that I didn't learn how to type correctly. I tried taking typing courses like 3 times, but once I had the bad habit, it's hard to break the bad habit, So then I just never did. And now here we are. With me looking like an ass clown. That's right. Ass clown. I said it. It's really interesting how some people talk with their hands. All right, let's go math. If my math is correct, I should have this in the bag. Considering not every commercial is 30 seconds long. The maximum is 30 seconds. Some of them are only 15 seconds. Which means that I should. Will it be looking like a major cutie, though? An ass clown cutie, maybe. Thanks, Blue. I look cute sometimes. Sometimes I'm happy about it. Excuse me. I make fun noises with my mouth. Yeah, I said mouth with an F. Mouth is a good word. to start off in Wordle, or whatever this is. I'll get back to this game momentarily. All right, Ad, you gotta hurry up. I gotta log out of here in a minute, so hurry up. Hurry the fuck up. Do 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 do. Do you know what that song is? I don't know if I did it justice, but do you know what it is? It's from an old TV show, as a hint. Okay, come on, that had to be the last ad, right? Let's go. Fuck. God damn it. Green Acres, yeah, you got it. GG's. Acres, that's a good word. Acres. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, I gotta hurry the fuck up. Hurry up and log out. Look at my math. My math is on point. As per usual. Can't forget Zaza Gaber. I didn't really watch the show a lot, so I'm not sure who that is. I remember vaguely that it was on Nick at Night or something. And I just remember the theme song. Because I was always into music, so I remember the theme song. Alright, log in, hurry the fuck up. My math is good, but do I have enough time to log in? Because it's 1:58. Okay, that one didn't work. 1:59. Okay, we're getting to the login screen. We got it. Got it, no problem. Got it. Like a boss. Got it good. She was a beautiful lady that was very spunky. Oh. Spunky, you say? How intriguing. Excuse me. I guess I shouldn't end the stream and restart it for Starbound because then Coffee won't be a viewer on my stream anymore. Because that's why there's a number 3 on my stream. Because it's you, me, and Coffee. I assume. Although I saw number 0 earlier, which is confusing to me. I was like, but I'm here watching, so I don't know. I don't know how that works. Usually, if I'm the only one here, there's a 1 or a 2. But sometimes I think it's you who's here who's the 2. And if Coffee's here, it's a 3. But then sometimes when Coffee here, it's a 4. So I don't know how it works. Whatever. So I guess I could just rename the stream and keep this one going. It's not like SPL Ketchup really matters, so... I should have spelled it funny, like SPL Ketchup, like the condiment. That would have been funny. You see 5? Oh, I see 3. Wow. Well, I have no idea how it works then. No idea. In that case, I definitely shouldn't reset it because I might drop some of the lurkers. And I don't want to drop the lurkers. Just rename, yeah. Although some of the lurkers are probably here in order to get smite viewer points, you know, which should be resetting for the week momentarily. I think they might actually reset a couple hours after the daily reset, so. But whatever. Meow, 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 meow. My god, more chess challenges from random people who I don't know. What in the hell? I might have to start playing timed chess games. That way I can play it on stream, you know? And then just play it and not talk about it too much. I could talk about it after the game. When I review the games. But I might have to start learning how to play chess better. Or faster anyways. Because I notice I get the most attention on my streams and the most followers when I'm doing chess. Merry Christmas! Fuck you. Like that? Oh, oh, oh! Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho! You're a ho, ho, ho! Hmm? Ho, ho, ho! I'm all done. All done. All done. Do, 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 do. I just got a text from a bloop. From a wild bloop. I don't know what the fuck that voice was, but that's what just happened. All done. Yep. Could be at Revel in 10 minutes to win a free gift. Oh. Come in. Hello.
So I think I'll have a black box for dinner.
Good idea. You should eat some of those that have been in there for a while. So, of course, now that I want Lucy to not be in here, she came in here and got comfortable, and she's staying in here. I think she can read my mind. She knows when I want her to come inside, she refuses to. And she knows when I want her to stay outside, so she stays inside. Because she's always outside when the door's open, you know? But she's like, now that I know you want me to be outside, I'm going to stay inside. She just knows.
Alright, so if I open the fridge to get the hey, if I open the fridge to get the dip, am I only gonna get is an empty jar?
No. Be careful with my mug that's in front of you. You might have to move it down first. Thanks. It's my cereal mug.
Cereal mug?
Yeah, because I don't have a bowl that I can eat out of easily, so I use that. What? What are you doing?
Showing you my dinners.
I can't see it because it keeps moving.
Oh, it's just a devourer and a dip.
I know, but what's the devourer?
This is the Cajun style Alfredo sausage and chicken.
Whoa, that's a good one. Have fun. Meow, 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 meow. All right, so, what you want to do, bloopers? Bloop-a-loop. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You hear that? I want to cuddle with you. I want to cuddle with you too. think there is a capture for RPG ammo. You can't see this, huh? Interesting. I have to make a separate window capture for it. Motherfucker. How annoying. Whole other window capture.
Nope, that's not the one. Nice try, though. Try, that one.
There you go. That's what that sound is. Chicka chicka.
I want to cut with you, but games can work too. I suppose. I was already like right next to this area. Revel. I had to be in Revel in less than 5 minutes to win a gift. I just happened to log on right before it happened, and I was in the adjacent area. So I figured I might as well just get the gift while I'm here. Yep. Look at this guy. I'm gonna kill this guy. Ow. Yep. Snow bear. Aw. Remember when I was playing this game on my Discord? I would stream this when nobody was there. Yep. Yep. I have a big problem with the moderators on there. Should I stop playing it? Again. Because moderators are fuckfaces everywhere they go. Because everywhere you go, people who become moderators are usually just power-hungry people. Who are just nerds and have no other control in their lives, you know? And they have low self-esteem, so they take it out on other people because they've been given power. You will find good moderators, too. Like, I'm a good moderator, even though I have low self-esteem. But I still know how to be a professional. And a lot of these people lose that sense, and they just get lost in the power that they have over others. And they act like douchebags. So... especially when they do things that are in violation of the rules that they tell other people that they can't do, and then you see the moderators doing it, and you're like, okay. Have you heard of lead by example? No? Okay. I have a big problem with moderators. So. I have a big problem with authority of any kind, really. But I did meet some good people here. This is where I met Coffee. And like, I want to say congrats to this person, but I don't want anybody else to like talk to me. So like, kind of don't care. I was always the one who was nice to people, and then people just kind of blow me off. So I don't really want to care. Good times, kinda, yeah. It can be good times.
I think it's good times as long as you don't involve other people. But you also want to, like, interact with other people. And, like, celebrate your achievements with other people. So it's hard to not want to share it. But, like, I don't know. You know? If, 5 out of the 100 people are assholes, it's hard to interact because those 5 people are there. I forget where the coordinates are. I don't see them moving on the map. Where are the coordinates? I don't see anything moving. Well, there it is anyways. I got Galanthus wings. Whoa, look at this person. Cool. Okay, so we did it. Ooh, they have a Saint Dragon. I always wanted one of those. That's why I like networks of small communities. It's self-regulating and pretty good at keeping a good, positive, caring environment maintained. And this was one of those, Bloop. This is a very small environment. So to have a few assholes ruin it for everybody is just kind of fucked up, you know? And it's not even that they like ruin it, it's just that they're just so rude because they can get away with it, you know? Nobody's going to tell them what to do because they're the moderator. And that's the attitude that they have. And that's why it's a problem. And that's why I have a problem with them. And that's why I don't play the game anymore. Even though I want to, because it's a fun game. It's very low key, it's very easy. But the fun part, of the grind is chatting with people while you're doing the grind. But if you can't have enjoyment chatting with people because they're assholes, then it's like, well, not because they're assholes, but because 5 out of every 100 people are assholes, then it's like, well, now I can't chat, so now I've lost the fun of the game. So, yeah. I don't know what these things are. I think they're just a cosmetic or something. Oh, right. I have an armor stand thing, so I can't wear a cosmetic. Whatever. Alright, so we're done here. Good times. Starbound, huh? Let's finish this Wordle, though, or whatever this is. Because we didn't even finish it. Okay. What did you say? Light? That's a good one. Liget? Liget. Oh. I wonder... I wonder what the word is. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. I might need to phone a friend. Moderation is best done by principle and quietly with little or no ego. I agree. But when you want to put people on blast in public in order to make yourself look bigger and badder, well, now you're just a douchebag. And everybody knows it. The problem is that some people cheer them for doing it. Like, ooh, look how cool that was. Oh, yeah, you're a badass. Oh, yeah. Well, because that happens, it promotes the behavior. And because people, they want to promote it because they want to be on the badass's good side. You know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah, well, this person supported me when I was being an asshole, so therefore I'm not going to be an asshole to them. You know what I mean? So it's like a self-promulgating problem. The person acts out as an asshole. People support the behavior in order to get on their good graces, which makes the person think that they should continue doing that in order to get more people to support them. And then just keep doing it. And it's like, come on. Like, grow up. Aren't you an adult? Like, why don't you act like an adult? I don't know. And I hate adult stuff, you know, but like, just be a professional. Like, it's easy to be a professional. It's not fun to be a professional. Anyways, I guess maybe I'm more mature than I give myself credit for. I don't know. Where's Jasmine? She's still down there? Okay. I don't know what this word is, so I'll be right back. Hello? Is this the internet? The interwebs? The webs of nets of idiocy? AKA internet? I believe it is. It's actually really interesting, the philosophy of advancement, like development as culture and technology and science and stuff. How it makes some things worse and some things better. It's really interesting. I'm gonna guess that this word is fight. Not sure though. Okay. GG's. All right, let's change the title, aka title. I'll put on this thing again real quick. Oh my god, Blue Pro made paragraph. Exactly, dot dot dot. I used to be in a couple communities until the wrong people became moderators and they ruined the servers with their toxicity and jokes that ranged from random bans and kicks to destroying things because they could, but now I avoid those places since you can't improve them until they collapse. Yeah. Yep, it's really sad when that kind of stuff happens. Like, I can't imagine, like, ever picking a moderator. Because I need the moderator to do exactly what I would do, which means I'm the only one that can be a moderator. And in games and stuff like that, like, I don't know. It's the wrong personality type. Okay, what should we name this? Got it. Platformer? What does platformer mean? This is an indie game? What's an indie game? Interesting. Okay. Okay, Bloop. Whatever you say, Bloop. Whatever you say, Bloop. Bloop-a-loop. Bloopers. Charge. Oh yeah, I wanted to check that, didn't I? Earth Day Avatar on Friday, April 22nd. I didn't know that was Earth Day. What about the other one? No mods are okay until you get to size it is too much work for you to manage the crowd and entertain at the same time. I suppose. I suppose. I suppose. Well, I didn't see anything about the Easter Avatar, so I don't know when it's out until probably the 19th, probably now. Like, I probably have to do it now. I don't know if I really care that much. I have it on my main account, and I'm probably not going to use it on my other ones. I need to start getting over that anyhow. Like, not trying to collect every single avatar on every single account. That seems a little ridiculous. I don't need to do that. It's too much stress. So, if I have it on my main account, that's all that should matter, right? And I'm probably not going to use it, so doesn't matter if I'm not going to use it. It's just for collecting sake, which is something I should get over. Okay, Star-bound. I was going to give Jasmine some of this food, but she's asleep, so I guess I won't. Why is it little? Willow Collector, why not? Why not? Because it creates burdens in your life, that's why. I don't know why I had to make that bigger to make it fit. It's really weird. But whatever, as long as it works and my chat box is on the fucking screen, who gives a fuck? Fuck you, motherfucker! Motherfucker! I like making it sound like I'm making a chicken sound when I do it. Pretty weird. Okay, thanks for playing. Are you ready? Do you hear sounds? Do you have sounds? Looks like it. Looks like I need to turn it up a little bit, actually. Alright, you hear me? Okay. I hear sounds. Sorta. Great. Okay, Will-O-Whips. What are we doing down here? Why are we here? Do you remember what we were doing? I think I was trying to collect, gold, right? Oh look, we got a guitar. That's pretty cool. And some silver. And a tech card, that's even better. This is a good one. It's a good chest. And I took the chest. Tee-hee-hee-hee. What is this? got it. Hope this isn't gonna collapse on me. I think it's just sand though. Yeah, just sand. Skills. Mining in the pits for materialism. Then we do more upgrades. Materialism. Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot I got the double jump. Okay. That's good. Let's stop there. Can I reach this? Damn, we need to get more range. We need more range. Oh shit, my S key just fell off. Okay, there we go. Hey, what the hell? Why am I taking so much damage from this guy? It's okay, we have some food we have to eat anyways. It's starting to smell rotten. Oh, grody. Mmm. Eating rotten food. Oh man, we got all kinds of stuff going rotten. Look at this. Oh no, all of it's going rotten. Oh no! Okay. Rotten food. It's like my real life. It's like what I eat. Okay. Ah, what's this? What have we here? I thought I saw something up there. Iron. Oh good, we got a manipulator module. Sweet. We need those for the upgrades. And some coins. Okay, that's fine. And structure, nice, right? Super secret structure. Looks like there's water down here. We're swimming. Just wondering why there's water down here. I don't see anything. Oop. Hey, what the fuck? Where's my sword? Dude. I gotta hit me. Let's use the rotting food to improve the health. Because when you're full, it makes your health bar go back up. I see it. Ooh, another one. Got all kinds of good stuff down here. I don't know if I remember how we got here. By the way. I suppose we could get that. Some of it. Okay, I think that's fine. I did that just so I can put a torch there. I don't think we really have a map. So I think there's a map. I don't remember how to do it. I don't remember. I don't know how to find the map. Sorry. We're screwed. No maps. Is this silt? This might fall on me. I think it might be. Yep. That's what I was afraid of. I do see silver down there, though. Like that. Oh, that's right. We were trying to get the text, and we need, then we wander upwards randomly. Yeah, that's basically what we're gonna do. Probably. saw something over there. This is all loose silt. If we like hit any of this, it's just like if I try to get these, it's gonna make this whole thing collapse. And we might not be able to get back out. Fun. What the fuck? Well, that's not how that was supposed to go, but that's how it happened. Okay. Well. Ah! Shiny blue thing back there? Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. I think it's a creature. You can check it out. I do a lot of this whole lighting the path first, so I can see what's around me before I hit too much stuff up. I've always just had that habit for some reason. I like to see what's around me first. This looks ominous. There's spikes here. Yeah, we found one of those before. Pretty sure it was a creature last time. Yay. Oh shit, a bunch of the food went rotten. Rotten food. Mmm. Look at that guy. music changed? Hmm. Wasn't the blue thing like right here? Interesting. I think it's one of those glowworm things. A little weird that it left. A boss? No, I don't think it's a boss. We're not quite at that level. Okay. Very interesting. Intriguing even. Oops. Shit. Really good at jumping. Okay. Well, we could just cut through here. That would make things easier. Sorta, except that it's rock. I don't know if I want to push it. Okay. Yeah, this is where the blue thing was right here. I don't know what happened to it. Pretty strange. It disappeared. I think it's just a blue bug though. Take your time, little guy. This is loose silt. It's gonna fall on us. We can't go that way. I mean, we can, but we shouldn't. See what I mean? Okay, no problem. No problem. Ah. A secret little room. See that? Let's go this way. $30 coins. Okay. So silt doesn't displace water. Cool. It does. But, you know, it's whatever. Sometimes. Intriguing. I'm not sure how far down this goes. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, all that silt should have made the water overflow. These seem to should have. Yeah, I think it soaks it up or something. I think that might be the justification. I don't know. There we go. Huh. Made it all the way back around, apparently. Ow. Okay. Alright, I recognize this somewhat. However, oh shit, all our food's rotting. We gotta get out of here. These are like just ingredients that are rotting. They're not even like completed dishes. Rotten food. More rotten food. Which means we're almost out of food because all this is gonna go rotten. So we need to get out of here. Alright, maybe I should go that way. Wait, was it this way? Yeah. Hi. came from this way, right? Clearly. Yep, there's the flag. What the fuck? What? Hi, what? How? What? What just... Seriously? The likelihood of that happening is absurd. I went to click on, click to swing, and I guess I clicked on the upper right corner of the menu bar, which is, like where if you click on the icon of the window that you're on, because it has like a bar across the top, because I have to do that. I can't do full screen on this for some reason. And it tells you, restore, move, size, minimize, maximize, and close. And I just happened to move my mouse to close. I didn't actually. It just happened to be the two places that I clicked when clicking quickly. I just happened to click the icon and then click close. So it closed the program without even saving it. Wow. That is some Willow luck for you right there. That's exactly what Willow's life is, right there. That happening just now, that's exactly how my life can be described. Yep. That's my life. Sure, take notes. Really? Why would you move the entire fucking window? I'm clearly clicking on this. Fucking piece of shit. Well, I'm very frustrated now. Did it save anyways? Looks like it might have. Yep, because all that food is gone. Well, at least it saved. We got that. The fuck was that, Lucy? Okay. Fuck, how do we... Okay. Well, we didn't come here. I don't know how to get out. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Dude, what? Are you fucking out of your mind? What are we doing right now? Okay. I'm like really flusterfucked right now. I can't even fucking do anything. I'm just like, I'm so angry. That stupid shit like that happens in my life all the time. See, like, that's all it takes is one little thing like that. It reminds me of everything else that's wrong in my life. Isn't that crazy? It's a little psycho. Okay, well. This is the exact same location. Are you serious? Are you actually serious? Like, for real? Actually, for real? Okay. Big boy was squishy, yep. Wasn't expecting that either. What? What? Okay. I hate how my mouse just clicks on things. Like this time I clicked on the 2 somehow. Like I clicked on the second one, so it used the healing potion while I'm swinging. Like it's just, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. Fuck you. I'm leaving. Hey, buddy. Little mouse pig creature. We need to find somewhere else to put this stuff. many gold do we need? 10? We have enough for 8. Yeah, 10 gold bars. We don't have enough yet. But we do have 6 module thingies. I'm not sure what to do with this guitar. Keep forgetting to use these. You use a wireless mouse, right? Not a trackpad thing? No, it's not a wireless mouse. It's a wired mouse. Just click on random things all the time, apparently. Just don't know how to click. So, it's pretty cool. I guess I can put this with other crafting materials. Fuck it. We need to go use these stakes. Can we trade for gold? I think we can buy gold. Oh yeah, we have the eggs and stuff now. Cute. I feel like we don't need more potatoes. What was it, 5? We can make new food now? Yeah, because we have eggs and milk. Not very many of them, mind you, but we do have them. So, that'll be good. Wow, that thing soaked that thing up fast. Look at that. Unfortunately, we don't have any carrots. Or tomatoes, I don't think. Oh, we do have some tomatoes. Alright, look, our potatoes up there growing. I guess we should go take care of it. It's pretty cool. Never had a garden on my roof before. I like it. Okay. You can make some stuff. I know there's a place we can buy gold here. It's very, very expensive to buy here, though. Cute rooftop garden. Yeah, I like it. This uses milk and eggs. We can make cheese now, and carrot soup and tomato soup. I think we should use the meat for the meat stew, so we can get rid of those 3 before they go bad. So let's do that. We can always make this with the mashed potatoes if we want. It does make it worth 100 more, but it doesn't really matter. So we could use our 1 milk and eggs propy pancakes. And porridge is also a starting item. I think we also should make cheese, because cheese is a starting item. We have 19 potatoes. Yeah, we should definitely make 3 potatoes. Mashed taters, yeah. So, as we make stuff that's new, and the stuff that's like cheese, it'll unlock other things that we can make, you know, so we should probably do that. And we can make a stuffed tomatoes with the cheese, or we can make 1 stuffed tomato anyways. So let's do that. See, now we learn how to craft pizza. So when you craft new stuff, you learn other things. So now we can make fluffy ruffs, egg and bread. Or we can make stuffed tomato. Or we can do stuffed tomato also. Either way, they're all new, so we should make all of them. I'm not sure what the pizza entails. Pizza requires bacon. We don't have any bacon. But we can make these shepherd pies. Let's do it. Make all the foods. Yeah, I'm working on it. We need another bread. They're ruffy and fluffy. They have like really funny things that they say on some of these. Creamy, delicious, nutritious. A loaf of carrot bread. Let's be honest, it's just bread-shaped cake. That's funny. A baked tomato with a delicious savory filling. That does sound really delicious, actually. Okay. Make one of those. Make a fluffy ruffs. Or should we make... Oh, we can't make the pancakes anymore because we need the milk. So as we get more eggs and more milk, we can do more of these. Okay. Sometimes they unlock new things. They don't always, though. Stuffed peppers or tomatoes are good. Someday I want to make you some. I'd really like that. That sounds delicious. I guess we should just use up the corn and stuff that we have. We could also save it. But these are almost too rotten to eat. Like, we gotta make stuff with it, so. Let's just make stuff with it before it goes bad. And now it's reset. So let's just make stuff. No, what else we can do with the tomatoes besides making tomato juice? I think these are still fresh though, right? So maybe just hold on to them for a little bit. It's way too many potatoes. Can make some potato grits. We don't have sugar cane yet. We need to find some sugar cane. So we can start collecting sugar. So the place to buy gold is up here. This guy. So you can buy one gold bar for 400. It's worth 40. So he charges you 10 times the amount of what it's worth to buy it. So not a good deal. Everything is 10 times as much. So definitely shouldn't buy it from him. Ow. 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 Excuse me. Okay. There's the potato grits. Okay. Now we need to start using up these foods pretty soon. Groovy. Alright. I'm gonna drop some stuff off at the house. I'll like all that crap. That. We have enough stuff for torches, right? We need more torches. We can just craft some now. I always need torches. Healing salves, we have 50. I guess we can make a few more. Okay. That's it. Oh wait. The flag. I left that other flag there, didn't I? One copper bar. Okay. Oh yeah, I was also gonna check the matter manipulator. We have 6, right? So we could do this in order to collect liquids, but I think we need better range. And that's 12 for that. Power generator we already did. Increase range by 2 tiles, 6. Okay, so we should do this, I think. I think that'd be a good idea. Considering we have 6. Let's do it. That'd be very helpful. Ta-da! That's all it takes. That was it, right there. Okay. This guy is kind of cute and ugly. We could carry this canned food with us in case we need it. Maybe we should. Rotten food. Wait, how many ship modules do we have? Oh, we have 2. I think we're allowed to do an upgrade, but we need to get our ship working first. Okay. More eggs. More milk. More wheat. And now I have carrots. Go figure. Okay. Well, we have more stuff now, but that's fine. Oh, this food just went bad just now. That's okay. We should move the cotton to the roof also. Because, you know, it's not a food item. A lot of dirt. He just left. Okay, squishy. There's a blue thing over there. So much dirt, right? Shall transport you to a challenging room that will attempt to traverse all your intrepid disposition. Thanks. Should we try it? Ready for it? I don't know. I don't know how hard it is. Might be. Copper. Coins. We want gold. Iron. I mean, that's great. Thanks, guys. Okay. Might as well. Shit, they have guns. They have guns and I have a sword. This is bad. It's kind of bad that they have guns and we don't. This is a little scary. Jeez. Okay. Anybody else? These are long drops, man. This looks promising. God. This is stressful. What? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Dude. This is hard. That's what she said. I hope there's no more bad guys with guns. What the hell? Okay. Hmm. This is getting pretty serious right now. Oh, fuck me. That scared the shit out of me. I thought that might be a problem. I was like, this is probably okay. Let's see what happens. Oh my god. Look, this is hard. Oh, fuck me. Right. This is fine. Everything's fine. I've got a flashlight. I've got a flashlight. What could go wrong? What? Oh no. Fuck. Oh fuck! I can't get out! I'm dead. %30 of pixels lost. Give me a fucking break. You shouldn't lose pixels in a fucking challenge zone. Do we lose our items too? No, we still have stuff. That's good. Well, I was doing pretty well. Once I got inside the lava, I couldn't get out, and I just died instantly. Like, just 2 shots of it, and I was dead, so that's disappointing. I still forgot to drop this fucking thing off. I bet if we get through that challenge portal, though, we probably do get a weapon that's like a gun. We need a gun to do that, that facility that we went to. That was too difficult to do with the sword. We need to get a gun. So, even if it's like a shitty gun, at least it'd be something ranged. Which I suppose these throwing darts and spears are ranged, but I don't think they're like meant for combat, really. So well, I guess we'll go back and keep looking for gold. That was uneventful. Too bad. Jesus. It's a good way to lose everything. I feel very uncomfortable with this. There's a fucking bat. Dude, what are you doing? Okay. Just standing there, like just not swinging. I'm clicking, just nothing. Just standing there. Like, no, this is cool. I'm gonna stand here instead. What? Why? I don't understand that. Is that gold? There's some gold. Finally. And a bunch of silver. She's like, I'm just gonna stand here. Just get attacked over and over. Makes sense. Look at that, we can actually reach that now. That's nice. Very nice having that range. Right. That looks better. Okay. ass mushroom up there.